Chapter 501. Sharan was really angry with her stupid sister, and said to her maid coldly, "Go get the ruler." Mrs. Shar asked Lord Shar in a low voice, "The ruler is already here? Are you really not going to stop her? Didn't you hear what Yuer said? It's too rebellious. Let's leave first, so that we won't feel bad when Ranner scolds Yuer later. The crown princess will be the mother of the country in the future. How can they make irresponsible remarks?" If this fell into the ears of the emperor would think that the Shar family had a rebellious heart and coveted the position of the crown princess. This hat was put on, and not everyone could bear it. The maid took the ruler and handed it to Sharan, then stepped aside. Yuer slowly stretched out her hand and closed her eyes. With a snap, the ruler hit Yuer's hand mercilessly. After hitting her 3 times, Sharan handed the ruler to the maid. The pain on her hand was not as strong as she had imagined. Yuer squinted her eyes and glanced at her sister. Seeing that the ruler was no longer in her hand, she quickly stood up and took her arm to shake her. "Sister, I know I was wrong, and I didn't say this everywhere really." Sharan glanced over, and Yuer silently let go of her hand and knelt down on the ground with skillful movements. "Get up, and from tomorrow on, copy Buddhist scriptures in the room to change your impetuous temper." Yuer stood up and pointed to the door. "Sister, can I go back and rest? Copying Buddhist scriptures is better than being locked up in the ancestral hall, and now is the time to go back. Go back." After Yuer left, Sharan also returned to her own yard. Seeing that the maid was hesitant to speak, she said lightly, "Just say whatever you want to say. I think the second young lady is quite good like this. Although she is not calm, this is what a girl should be like. The young lady is only a few years older than the second young lady, but her temperament is too calm for her age. Everyone in the family dotes on Yuer. If I don't discipline her, I can't guarantee that this girl won't get into big trouble. The people in the capital are all shrewd." She had already felt the hostility of the noble ladies towards her at the palace banquet yesterday. If these people want to deal with her, the best place to start is Yuer, who is shallow-minded. Didn't the eldest lady also soften her heart just now? With the eldest lady in the capital, the second lady will definitely not get into trouble. Sharan's voice softened. "I'm afraid my life will not be comfortable after I return to the capital." The maid didn't understand and asked in confusion, "Why did the young lady say that? Among the princes in the palace, only the 4th prince and the crown prince don't have a queen. Why did those noble ladies feel hostile yesterday? It must be related to this matter. After all, she and Qin Qianqian are the only ones in the capital whose family background and age can match the 4th prince and the crown prince. Qin Qianqian and the 4th prince were childhood sweethearts, so naturally they would not enter the Eastern Palace. If nothing unexpected happened, the person who entered the Eastern Palace could only be her. Qin Qianqian was sent back to the Qin mansion by the 4th prince, and the two stood at the door and talked. "Go in quickly, and have a good rest." The 4th prince was about to turn around after saying this, but heard Qin Qianqian pinch her throat. "Thank you, 4th prince, for sending me back." The 4th prince paused, then raised his hand and placed it on her forehead. "Qin Qianqian, are you crazy? It's late at night. What kind of crazy is that?" Qin Qianqian clenched her fist and gently hit his chest. "You are annoying." The 4th prince, Could it be that he was occupied by someone like Yang Xian? This is too abnormal. Qin Qianqian secretly glanced at the 4th prince's expression, feeling annoyed. Is she not gentle enough? Why is there such an expression? Lu Qian must be lying to her. Isn't it said that men have no resistance to gentle girls? No, it must be because I am not used to it at the beginning. The expression is a little strange. I will continue to practice in front of the mirror when I go back. Go back quickly, don't stay outside in the wind, or I'd be sad if you get sick. A Feng, who was standing next to them, turned his back to the two of them, and tried to hold back his laughter. Is this their little hobby? But His Highness didn't seem to buy it. Qin Qianqian, be normal. The 4th prince stood there like a wooden stake, not letting Qin Qianqian push him. I'm very normal. Qin Qianqian blinked and softened her voice. Go back quickly. The 4th prince stared at her uncertainly. Are you really okay? Qin Qianqian nodded, and waited until the 4th prince's carriage left before she breathed a sigh of relief. I'm dying of suffocation. The maid beside her also breathed a sigh of relief. Miss, you scared me just now. But the 4th prince and Miss have known each other since childhood. Why did you do this? Qin Qianqian took her to the mansion, saying as she walked, It's not all because of him. I'm worried that the concubine Shu doesn't like my current personality, and I'm trying to see if he's into it. Lu Qian said that this was how she won back Lu Ji's heart, and made County Magistrate Lu recognize her. The fourth prince sat in the carriage, and still couldn't figure out why Qin Qianqian became like this. Your Highness, this is the first time you see Miss Qin like this, are you surprised? The fourth prince glanced at Offing. Which eye of yours saw my surprise? Surprise? What a surprise. Wasn't it normal when she came back from Xingling County? I have to ask the third sister-in-law to help me check tomorrow. The next day, Qin Qianqian got up early and practiced in front of the bronze mirror, and then went to have breakfast with Lord Qin and Madame Qin. Dad, good morning. When she spoke, the spoon in Master Qin's hand fell to the table with a loud noise. Madame Qin brought the porridge over, Master. How can you not even hold a spoon steadily? My daughter doesn't know either. Madame Qin almost dropped the porridge in her hand because of her artificial tone. Fortunately, Master Qin quickly took the porridge from her hand. Master, what happened to our daughter? Madame Qin looked at Qin Qianqian. I didn't hear that Qianqian fell into the water when she went to Xingling County. Why is her brain broken? Madam, I'm going to court in a while. Please find someone to exorcise the evil spirit for Qianqian. Qin Qianqian rolled her eyes and raised her voice. Dad, Mom, what are you talking about? The two of them breathed a sigh of relief when they saw her like this. It seems that your brain is not broken. You are still our daughter. Eat something. Qin Qianqian sat down frustratedly. Is it strange? Strange. Master Qin also made an analogy. It's like being possessed by evil spirits. Possessed by evil spirits? Is my voice not soft enough? Qin Qianqian couldn't figure it out. She didn't find it strange when she looked in the mirror. It's already fine enough. Even the eunuch Feng in the palace can't compare to you. Mrs. Qin blew the porridge in her hand. Why did you suddenly pinch your throat to speak? It scared me and your father. Before she answered, Lord Qin said, I guess she wanted to show a different side in front of the fourth prince and practice with you and me. Except for the fourth prince, he couldn't figure out why his daughter suddenly did this. Is that true? Mrs. Qin shook her head. You'd better save your energy. The fourth prince has known you since childhood. Doesn't he know what kind of person you are? Don't scare him. Qin Qianqian, Chapter 502. Your mother is right. Master Qin stood up and patted Qin Qianqian on the shoulder. Don't bother, Dad is going to court. You and your mother can eat slowly. At this time, a servant came in with Mu Shui. Master Qin, I'm here to see Qianqian. Qin Qianqian heard the voice, and quickly stood up and walked out. Sister Shui, why are you here? Mu Shui held her back. The fourth prince said you were not feeling well, and asked me to come and see you. Qin Qianqian was stunned. I'm not feeling well. She's fine. Was she really scared by her? Qin Qianqian pulled Mu Shui to her yard. I'm really fine. I just wanted to act gentle and virtuous, but ended up scaring him. Act gentle and virtuous? Mu Shui looked puzzled. You're fine like this. Why do you have to be gentle and virtuous? Qin Qianqian held her face. What if concubine Shu doesn't like my personality? Elders generally like gentle and virtuous girls. If she really marries the fourth prince, she must act good when she meets concubine Shu. Madame Shufei has a free and easy personality. If she really didn't like you, would she let the fourth prince get close to you? It seems to make sense. Qin Qianqian's eyes lit up. Qianqian, what did you put in this room? Mu Shui suddenly frowned and sniffed. You don't smell any strange smell? Qin Qianqian shook her head. No. She sniffed as she spoke. It seems to be true. Mu Shui stood up and stood in front of a wooden box by the window. It's coming from here. Ah, it's my pumpkin lantern. Qin Qianqian stood up suddenly, walked forward and opened the box, looking at the rotten pumpkin inside and the maggots crawling on it, with a sad face. It's really broken. Mu Shui closed the box. It's better to close it, otherwise the room will smell. Next time the fourth prince sends something, let him send something that won't rot. I clearly dried it. Qin Qianqian couldn't figure it out, and handed the box to the maid. Take it and throw it away. The maid took the box, and she said again, forget it, just leave it. If you're okay, I go back first. Qin Qianqian picked up the box. Sister Shui and I will go out together. Send the things of the fourth prince back to him. The fourth prince was absent-minded because he was worried about Qin Qianqian. Yui Lua, who was standing by, came to see the progress of the puppet training. Seeing the fourth prince's look, she asked in confusion. Fourth brother, what's wrong with you? Your Highness was frightened by Miss Qin's surprise. So Offing told Yui Lua about Qin Qianqian's abnormality, and Yui Lua's face wrinkled after hearing it. Did she get penetrated? Am I that scary? Qin Qianqian came in, with a wooden box in her arms, and raised her eyebrows at Offing. Isn't this quite normal? She didn't get penetrated. It seems that her attempt at a gentle approach failed. Qin Qianqian, you are finally back to normal. The fourth prince stood up and looked at the box in her hand. What are you holding? Qin Qianqian stuffed the box into her hand. Open it and take a look. The box was opened, and the fourth prince saw what was inside clearly, and said in disbelief, Qin Qianqian, did you come here just to give this box of maggots? This is the pumpkin lantern you gave me. This successfully silenced the fourth prince. He touched his nose and said, I didn't think about it at the time. You weren't scared, were you? It's really a unique gift. It was a vegetarian dish when it was given, but now it has become a meat dish. The fourth prince, Come on, let's take a look at the training puppets made by grandfather and Uncle Kong. The fourth prince was relieved after successfully changing the topic, and took the two into the assembly room. Mo Kong and Mo Lao were simulating the training puppets. When they saw a few people coming in, they smiled and said to Yuilua, Little princess, take a look and see if it's like this. The two simulated it again, and Yuilua clapped his hands after watching it. That's it, no problem. It's amazing. Qin Qianqian was surprised. This is what my grandfather Kong Shu and Luo worked on together. The fourth prince was a little proud. Isn't it amazing? He was just boasting, but this time, the mud was really supported on the wall. If there is no problem, you can ask the emperor to use it for the new soldiers tomorrow, and we will make more here. Mo Lao touched his beard and sighed. He never thought that he would be able to see what he had in mind made in his lifetime, and it was even more perfect than he thought. Then I will go back and talk to my father, and tomorrow I will give these two made ones to my uncle and others to try out. Seeing that the three of them were ready to fight, Yuilua did not stay to disturb them. You guys are busy, Sister Qianqian, and I will leave first. The fourth prince told the two to pay attention to safety, and asked Offling to send them off before he could concentrate on his work. After leaving the Mo mansion, Qin Qianqian took the maid waiting outside and turned her head to Yuilua and said, Luo, do you want to go shopping? Yuilua followed the principle of shopping since she was out, and did not refuse. So there was a scene where Offling took things and Qin Qianqian bought things. Luo, do you want me to buy you some more food? Yuilua shook her head. It's enough. It's true that girls are born shopaholics. All the things in Offling's hand were bought by Qin Qianqian for her, including toys, food, and daily necessities. Suddenly, Yuilua noticed a familiar figure in front of her. Is that the second emperor's sister-in-law? It took Qin Qianqian a while to realize who the second sister-in-law was. Sister Xuan, why is there a wretched person following her? Let's follow her and see. Several people followed her decisively, and found that Du Xuan was walking more and more remote. Qin Qianqian rolled up her sleeves. This man looks wretched. Let me teach him a lesson. Miss. The maid held her back, gentle. Qin Qianqian shook off the maid's hand, gentle as hell. Teaching him a lesson is more important, she said, as she quickly walked towards the man following Du Xuan, and jumped up to kick him. The man didn't expect someone to attack him from behind, and was kicked to the ground. Qin Qianqian stepped forward and stepped on his stomach. What do you want to do in broad daylight? Du Xuan saw Qin Qianqian and Yuilua appear, and was surprised for a moment and smiled. Luo Qianqian, why are you here? Sister Xuan, don't be afraid, I help you beat him. Qin Qianqian said as she picked up the man on the ground, but found that she couldn't lift him up. Stand up by yourself. The man lowered his eyes, covering the dark color in his eyes, and stood up cursing. Yuilua took in his expression. It seems that he is not an ordinary hooligan. The man just stood up, and Qin Qianqian raised her leg and kicked him hard in the crotch. A Feng, who was holding a lot of bags next to him, took a breath silently. Ah! The man reacted, covered his lower body with a ferocious expression and screamed. Sister Xuan, come here, kick him like I just did. If you can't beat him, kick him in the lower body, the fourth prince taught me. Chapter 503. Yuilua's mouth twitched. It is indeed something that the fourth brother can teach. It is true that men know men best. Qin Qianqian held the man tightly and continued to say to Du Xuan, Sister Xuan, don't be afraid, come over and kick him hard in the lower body. The man did not want to reveal his identity, and was worried that Du Xuan would really come over and kick him. Thinking of this, he put on a frightened look and begged Qin Qianqian. Auntie, please forgive me, I really didn't intend to tease her. It was true that he didn't intend to tease her, but intended to kill her to silence her. It's no use calling me Grandpa. You just followed Sister Xuan all the way in secret, and you still have the nerve to say that you didn't intend to tease her. When Yuilua thought that Du Xuan would not kick him, Du Xuan walked up to the man, raised a smile, and kicked him hard under the man's horrified eyes. The man covered his lower body again and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Let's see if you dare to follow a girl like this next time. Qin Qianqian clapped her hands and mercifully let the man go. Sister Xuan, why didn't you bring anyone with you? It's too dangerous. If we didn't meet you, we don't know what that person would do. After Du Xuan confirmed that it was safe to talk in this place, she said seriously, I knew this person was following me, so I deliberately sent the people following me away and led him to this place. Although she had never practiced martial arts, she was not stupid enough to be followed by someone without noticing. Why did you lead him to this place? Qin Qianqian was puzzled. This person didn't want to tease the second emperor's sister-in-law, but wanted to kill people. Yuilua spoke on the side. Qin Qianqian's eyes widened. Murder? That's right, because I accidentally saw the prince's concubine talking to him and gave him something. The two of them found me, and this person probably wanted to silence me. So she planned to lure this man here, and then sprinkle the sleeping pills on her body, just in time to see what Feng Hongyu gave this man. So Sister Xuan, you led him here for another purpose? Qin Qianqian scratched her head. I'm sorry, I think I did something wrong. Feng Hongyu gave this man something. So isn't it the city defense map? I go get him back now. Feng realized the seriousness of the matter, put down the things and wanted to chase the man who left. Don't chase him. Feng was stunned, waiting for Yuilua's next words. I know what that thing is, don't worry, let him go. It would be a bad thing if that thing was taken back. Fortunately, we showed up, otherwise if the second sister-in-law really took the thing back, we would have to find a way to send it back to them, and give it to the princess of Ligua. After hearing what Yuilua said, Feng felt relieved. Is it really okay? Qin Qianqian looked worried. If it was Qianqi's secret, wouldn't she be a sinner? Yuilua nodded. It's okay, the crown prince is not a freeloader. Qin Qianqian stared at Yuilua, and seeing her innocent face showing that everything was under control, her worries were swept away. It's always right to trust Luor. Since Luor has said so, let's just pretend that it never happened and send Luor back. We can't just let it go like this. You guys will go with me to find the crown prince later. If Feng Hongyu is not found, won't he be suspicious? If he doesn't send the city defense map to the princess, won't it be a waste of time? The man walked out of the alley, and the fear on his face disappeared. He walked quickly to a cloth shop, took out a sign, and hung it outside before closing the door. Feng Hongyu, who was hiding behind, heard the door closing and came out to ask, what happened? The little princess and Qin Qianqian suddenly appeared. The man frowned. Fortunately, they just thought I wanted to tease the second prince's wife. Feng Hongyu didn't think the matter was that simple. She was sure that Du Xuan did see her giving something to the person in front of her. If she saw it, it would be strange if she didn't doubt it. She knew Du Xuan well. She knew that a woman who could be the apple of the second princess, I would not be a brainless person. No, I have to hand this thing over to the princess as soon as possible. As soon as the man said this, Feng Hongyu immediately disagreed. No, don't give it out for the time being. Why? The man looked unhappy, and didn't like Feng Hongyu talking to him like this. Just listen to me. She thought about it carefully now. It was too easy to get the city defense map on the day of the palace banquet. It was too strange that the two guards had stomachaches at the same time. She didn't give them any medicine, so why did they have stomachaches on that day? She was eager to get the map that day, and didn't think too much about it. Now she felt that everything was strange. Could it be that the crown prince did it on purpose? Thinking of this, Feng Hongyu felt cold all over. If that was the case, then the city defense map must not be real. But this was just her suspicion, and there was no substantial evidence. The second prince's wife saw you giving me something. If I don't give it to you now, I won't have the chance to give it to you. The man didn't understand why Feng Hongyu didn't let him send the city defense map out, and added viciously. Don't forget, your father is in the hands of the princess. If you don't give the things to the princess, your father will not have a good life. But if there is a problem with this map, will she let my father go if I give it to the princess? It is precisely because she knows this that she doesn't want to send the map out now. Her father is in the hands of the princess, and she is the one who is controlled by others. Naturally, she wants to sort out the strange places to confirm whether the city defense map is the prince's plan. So what do you think we should do now? I guess my cloth shop can't continue to operate. Feng Hongyu thought for a while, and asked the man to get a pen and paper. The man went to get what Feng Hongyu needed, and handed it to Feng Hongyu with doubts. Soon, a pattern appeared on the paper. Feng Hongyu put away the pen. This is what I gave you today. Do you understand? When the prince asks, I will say that I gave you this pattern, so that you can help me find what kind of cloth is suitable. The man instantly changed his opinion of Feng Hongyu. He thought that this unpopular princess was a brainless person, but he was wrong. Don't let it slip. Feng Hongyu stood up, left the door and said this. The maid was waiting in front of the carriage in the distance. When she saw Feng Hongyu coming out, she hurried to greet her. Concubine, why did you stay in for so long? I was worried to death. It's okay, let's go back. Feng Hongyu got on the carriage, and wondered whether Du Xuan and others would go to the East Palace later. If they really went, they would be suspicious of her. If they didn't go, it must be because they knew what she gave. In that case, they could be sure that the city defense map was deliberately given to her by the prince. The carriage stopped at the palace gate. Feng Hongyu got off the carriage with a lot on her mind and went to the East Palace. As soon as she reached the door, she saw Qin Qianqian and Du Xuan coming out. Chapter 504. She nodded to the two of them, and did not deny that she was actually a little happy when she saw them. Not because this could rule out the possibility that the city defense map was fake, but because it could prove that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had not plotted against her. I just came back from leaving the palace. Why don't the second prince's wife and Miss Qin stay a little longer? Du Xuan smiled and said, Thank you for your kindness, concubine. We are here to send Luer back to the palace, and now we have to rush out of the palace. We will come to bother you another day when we are free. Qin Qianqian looked at the two of them, and finally chose not to speak. She should not interrupt the conversation of smart people to avoid saying the wrong thing. Okay. After the two of them left the East Palace, Qin Qianqian asked the doubts in her heart. Why did Sister Xuan say that she was sending Luer back to the palace, but didn't tell us that she knew she gave things to others? Du Xuan chuckled, There is no need for us to tell us. What she said directly is not as good as her own belief. She said she was sending the little princess back to the palace, but she went to the East Palace together. Isn't this making Feng Hongyu doubt their true intentions? Just as Du Xuan thought, Feng Hongyu didn't believe that they were just sending Yue Luo back to the palace. If they really wanted to send Yue Luo back to the palace, they could leave at the palace gate. Why did they want to see His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Didn't they just want to tell His Royal Highness what they saw today? Fortunately, she had already thought of a countermeasure. If His Royal Highness the Crown Prince tested her, she could respond calmly. Concubine, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince asked you to come in. Her thoughts were interrupted by Lin Qi at the door. Feng Hongyu came to her senses, and walked into the main hall. The prince was peeling fruit for Yue Luo. He looked up when he heard her greeting and said softly, Get up and sit down. Thank you, Your Highness. Feng Hongyu walked to the chair and sat down. She couldn't tell the prince's true emotions. I heard from the nanny that you went out today. The prince was peeling grapes seriously, and his voice was normal, as if he was chatting. But Feng Hongyu knew that he seemed to be chatting, but he was actually testing her. To Your Highness, I heard that Tianqi has many kinds of cloth, so I thought of going out to pick one to make clothes for my father. She still has some brains. She didn't panic. It seems that she had already thought of a plan when she came. Yue Luo took the grapes handed by the prince, and put them in her mouth, blinking her eyes, and said, There are many kinds of cloth in the palace. The prince took the handkerchief handed by Lin Qi, and wiped his hands. Luer is right. Next time, just tell Nani Chang what kind of cloth you want to choose. Thank you, Your Highness. The prince did not continue the topic, and turned to look at Lin Qi next to him. What did the two of them say? Your Highness, they said they left their posts because they had stomachaches. Feng Hongyu pricked up her ears when she heard this. Stomachache? Lin Qi nodded. I also thought it was too strange, so I went to ask the kitchen and found out that the new chef put two dishes that should not be cooked together, causing most people to have stomach discomfort that day. No wonder there were not many people on her way to the study that day. It turned out to be like this. I know, since nothing is missing, I will find them 1 month's salary. Yes, I do it right away. Lin Qi bowed and left. The prince then looked at Feng Hongyu. If you have nothing to do, please go back. Feng Hongyu stood up, bowed, and turned to leave. Back in the yard, she called her maid. Please keep an eye on His Royal Highness the Crown Prince for me. Before, Feng Hongyu used the excuse that she liked the Crown Prince to ask the maid to help her pay more attention to the Crown Prince's movements, so the maid didn't think much about it and promised, Don't worry, concubine, I will definitely help you pay attention to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, so that you can appreciate His Royal Highness the Crown Prince as soon as possible. Appreciation? Feng Hongyu smiled silently. Is it possible? After Feng Hongyu left, the prince said softly, When did Luer find out that I knew there was a spy from the Li Kingdom in the capital? Yue Luo raised her chin slightly. Of course, it was because of my smart brain. Crown brother, You used the trick because you knew there was a spy. The prince looked at her smug look and joked, Luor is so smart. It's a pity that she doesn't sit in the seat where you sit. The smile froze on Uilua's face instantly. I was a little too proud of myself. I was sitting in this position because I was bored. This hot potato is still suitable for the crown prince. I am suitable for just waiting for death. I am far less smart than the crown prince. Uilua flattered. Look, the crown prince knows how to play the opponent's trick, but I don't know. At this time, Lin Chi walked in. Your Highness, I will do as you said. The crown prince responded lightly, go do one more thing, check that cloth shop, you know what to do, right? Lin Chi met his gaze, understood the meaning in his eyes, and said with a bow, I will check it right away. Ah, this drama is really over. First, many loopholes are left for Feng Hongyu to doubt, and then these loopholes are filled, so that she firmly believes that the city defense map is real, and the prince is worthy of being the prince. No wonder these secret agents are kept, it is really far-sighted. The maid saw Lin Chi leaving the main hall, and hurriedly lowered her head, and ran to tell Feng Hongyu about it. The last trace of doubt in Feng Hongyu's heart was completely cleared because of these words. It seems that all this is really a coincidence, not something planned by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The maid looked at Feng Hongyu's smile and asked in confusion, could it be that Guard Lin left the palace because he suspected you, concubine? Why are you so happy, concubine? I am from the kingdom of Li. It is not surprising that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince sent someone to investigate. This proves that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince really did not send anyone to monitor her, otherwise how could everything about her escape the Crown Prince's eyes? Uilua was thinking about the training puppet in her heart, and she left the East Palace, and went to the Imperial Study Room not long after she left. The Emperor saw her come in, pretending not to see her, and continued to deal with the memorials. Daddy, guess what I came to you for? Uilua walked to the Emperor's side, and asked mysteriously. The Emperor refused to cooperate and said, no guess. The training puppet has been made. I went to see it today. Daddy ordered that it can be used to train new soldiers for Uncle tomorrow. The Emperor put down the memorial in his hand, and glanced at her. Remember your father when you have something to do, and run outside every day when you have nothing to do. It's better to be a child, or learn to walk slowly. Uilua pulled the Emperor's dragon robe. Isn't Dad curious about what it looks like? This was made by my fourth brother. Curious? I want to see how your fourth brother, this piece of mud, got on the wall. It's really mean, my fourth brother is sitting at home, and still gets scolded. I heard that you met a bad guy when you left the palace today. The Emperor said this with a serious face. Chapter 505. Let the secret guards continue to follow you to avoid any trouble. Okay, let them follow you now. Uilua did not refuse. You don't have to follow me in the future? The Emperor caught the key point of this sentence, and asked with a raised eyebrow. When I plan to go to Li country, I naturally can't follow you. How can I be abducted to Li country if I follow you? I don't know when the princess of Li country will come to abduct me. I am looking forward to it. If I didn't need to find a reasonable reason to go to Li country by myself, and it would be difficult to bring my mother with me, I would not wait for the princess of Li country to come to abduct me. However, in order to find out the origin of the jade pendant and the identity of my grandmother, I should patiently wait for the reckless princess to kidnap me to the kingdom of Li. His Majesty, the princess of the kingdom of Li was so bold to kidnap Luor. I didn't say that. Uilua stood up and said, Daddy, you continue to be busy. Du Shuyan and Qin Qianqian left the palace and returned to the second prince's mansion. As soon as she entered the mansion, she felt that the atmosphere in the mansion seemed a little wrong, so she quickened her pace and walked into the main hall. The second prince was sitting on a chair, looking at the guards kneeling below with a cold expression. They were the guards who went out with Du Shuyan. What happened? Du Shuyan walked to the second prince's side, saw the people kneeling below, and felt helpless. Your Highness, I told them not to follow me. You asked them to stand up. The people on the ground were still kneeling motionless. The cold expression on the second prince's face disappeared completely when Du Shuyan came in, and he glanced at the people kneeling on the ground. Didn't you hear the princess call you to get up? Why don't you get up? After sending these people out, the second prince frowned. Don't do such dangerous things next time. The princess of Ligua must know that she can come out. You don't know martial arts. If something really happens, it will be a slap in my face, right? The second prince stood up and took her to sit down. When I got married, I promised Lord Du and my mother that I would take good care of you. Du Shuyan let him take her to sit down and said softly, Your Highness knows how to say this now, so why did you look reluctant when you gave Luor the gift? I just wanted to tease Luor. Those who know think that your highness is teasing Lure, and those who don't think that your highness is under my control after getting married, so he is reluctant to give Lure a gift. The second prince didn't think of this, and only after hearing this did he remember why he was strangled that day. How can you let others miss a yin so much? The second prince stood up. I will go pick some things for Lure now, and see who dares to say that to you. Du Xuan pulled him. When Lure comes to the mansion, she can choose it herself. The second prince sat back in his chair. Okay. He turned his head to look into Du Xuan's eyes. Ian, you have to promise me that if I'm not around when you encounter danger, you can ask the guards around you to find me. Don't go to the danger by yourself. Got it? Facing his tender eyes, Du Xuan nodded. Okay, I got it. Qin Qianqian and Du Xuan separated and returned to the Qin mansion. Lord Qin and Madame Qin looked at her, and breathed a sigh of relief. Dad, Mom, if I get married to the fourth prince one day, do you think I will cry when I get married? The two were stunned. Why do you suddenly ask this question? Lord Qin also looked at his daughter strangely. The fourth prince is in the capital. What do we have to cry about? Your wish for many years has come true, and your parents are naturally happy for you. Qin Qianqian curled her lips. I saw the Marquise secretly crying when Sister Shui got married. Aren't you worried that I will be bullied after I get married? And what if the fourth prince wants to take a concubine or something? The two were silent for a while, and Lord Qin raised his hand and patted Qin Qianqian on the shoulder. Qianqian, it's good that you don't bully the fourth prince. The fourth prince's reputation is comparable to yours, so you don't have to worry about it. That's right. Qin Qianqian nodded in agreement. Being the fourth prince's concubine is definitely not as good as being the crown prince's concubine. Mrs. Qin and Lord Qin, While they were talking, they saw the person being discussed being led in by a servant. I meet the fourth prince. The fourth prince helped Lord Qin up. Lord Qin, there's no need to be polite. I'm here to see Qin Qianqian. Then he winked at Qin Qianqian. Father and mother, the fourth prince wants to see me. I go out for a while. The two of them left the main hall and walked side by side to the corridor. The fourth prince stopped and leaned over slightly to look at Qin Qianqian. Qin Qianqian didn't expect her to be so close to her suddenly. Looking at his handsome face in front of her, she took a step back and said unnaturally, What are you doing? We are in the mansion. By the way, shouldn't you be busy? What are you doing in the mansion? Standing still, Qin Qianqian asked with forced calmness. The fourth prince looked at her movements and laughed. Okay, Qin Qianqian, you don't think I'm going to do anything to you? The fourth prince stood up. I just found time to care about you. Why did you suddenly become so pretentious yesterday? Are you teasing me on purpose? Pretentious? Don't you like it? I almost wanted to find someone to exorcise the evil spirits for you. Do you think I like it? The fourth prince really wanted to see what was in Qin Qianqian's mind. She was always thinking about one thing after another. With Yang Xian's experience, he was scared to death. It was abnormal to worry that Qin Qianqian was crossed by someone. Do you think I would like such a woman? So you deliberately learn it? The fourth prince suddenly became serious and stared at Qin Qianqian's eyes. Qin Qianqian, is it that I didn't say it clearly enough, or did my actions make you misunderstand my preferences? I say it again, Qin Qianqian, just be yourself, that's the best. We grew up together, I know what kind of person you are. Today I came here to tell you that you should not do things that you don't like in the future. People who like you will like you no matter what you are like. Do you understand? The wind caressed Qin Qianqian's hair, and the rustling sound of the leaves was automatically blocked by her. She could only hear the touching words of the fourth prince, and his eyes that reflected his own face. Don't be so serious, I'm not used to it. Qin Qianqian tugged at his sleeve. I just want to try if men really like that kind of woman, but you also know my personality, I can't pretend at all, didn't Offing tell you today? The fourth prince nodded. I did, remember the attack weakness I taught you, but with Offing here, you can let him do it, and you don't have to dirty your feet. Well, now I've made it clear enough, you know I don't like that. The fourth prince approached her, raised his hand to push the hair off her cheek. I came here to tell you clearly, so you don't have to think too much. Now I should go back and continue to work. Chapter 506. Looking at the back of the fourth prince leaving, Qin Qianqian responded, and covered her face with a silly smile. She found that Yu Hengrui seemed to be more charming today than before. Miss, why are you smiling silly alone? Are you not pretending to be a gentlewoman today? The maid walked to Qin Qianqian's side, and looked in the direction she was looking, but there was nothing. What are you pretending for? I can't pretend like your lady, so I won't pretend anymore. She actually wanted to tease the fourth prince, but she didn't expect that in return he made such a serious statement, which made her feel a little guilty. That's good. The fourth prince and the young lady have known each other since childhood. I say something unpleasant. The moment you stick your butt out, the fourth prince knows what you're going to do. There's really no need to pretend. Xin Qianqian, She glanced at the maid. Your words are quite unpleasant. The next day, with the emperor's permission, the fourth prince and Mo Kong carried the two training puppets to the military camp. Jin Tingen had received the news early, so he wasn't surprised to see him bring them. On the contrary, the new recruits were curious about what the fourth prince had brought, but due to military regulations, they could only stand still and didn't dare to look around. The fourth prince ordered the two training puppets to be arranged. Just as he was about to say something, he looked up and saw the emperor and a group of ministers coming over here. The emperor has arrived. Instantly, the army camp knelt down. Long live the emperor. The voice echoed throughout the camp, and the new soldiers were excited. Some people may not see the emperor until they die. Not only did they see the General Jin they admired, but now they also saw the emperor. It was worth their hard training to come to the capital. Even if they could not stay, they would have no regrets in this life. The emperor walked to the platform and stood still. Everyone stand up. Compared to the doubts of the recruits, the ministers were not much better. After the morning court, they thought they would leave as usual, but after the business was over, the emperor said he would take them to the military camp. The military officers were excited, and the civil officials were not interested, but they did not dare to disobey. Some ministers even secretly reflected in their hearts whether the emperor was setting a trap for them by bringing them to the military camp. Not everyone can come to the military camp. Now suddenly bringing everyone here, isn't it obvious that there is a trap? Could it be that someone has bad intentions, and the emperor is taking this opportunity to induce that person to make a mistake and then eliminate him? If the emperor and Yue Lua knew what these ministers were thinking, they would definitely give a thumbs up to their imagination. Thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone stood up, and the emperor looked at Eunuch Chao. Eunuch Chao stepped forward and said loudly, Don't be nervous, everyone. The emperor came to the military camp today to see the training puppets made by Prince Mo and the little princess General Jean. But these two? Prime Minister Li looked at the two puppets placed beside the fourth prince, walked forward and circled around them. He didn't see anything special, but since it was made by Master Mo, it would not be simple. That's it. The emperor looked at Jin Tingen with a smile. You come and demonstrate it. Show them the special features of this puppet. Jin Tingen stepped forward, clasped his fists, and said yes, asking everyone around to step back a little, and walked forward to press the switch of the puppet. With a click, the originally lifeless puppet instantly moved. As if alive, it began to attack Jin Tingen with its hands and feet, and its moves were coherent, without being clumsy and slow because it was a puppet. The new soldiers and ministers below were all dumbfounded. Isn't this the move of Lian Chong? An old soldier who had been on the battlefield exclaimed. No wonder it is called a training puppet. It is really a good training tool. This saves more time than letting these new soldiers practice with the general. In order to make these people familiar with the moves of the two countries, the general has to practice with these new soldiers every day. The effect is good, but it is very physically demanding and time-consuming. Now with this training puppet, the general can be less tired. After a set of moves, the training puppet stopped attacking, and Jin Tingen bowed to the emperor. What do you think, Your Majesty? The emperor nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, the movements are coherent, the moves are proficient, I am very satisfied. Some things are really smooth. The fourth prince finally stood up. Jin Tingen looked at the fourth prince. This is all thanks to the fourth prince. When I went to Xingling County, I saw that the fourth prince did not forget to study how to make the puppet attack people without slowness. He said this not to help the fourth prince to win credit, but because he really saw the fourth prince's intentions. On the way back to Beijing from Xingling County, the fourth prince had discussed this with him. After this, the ministers looked at the fourth prince differently. The fourth prince also received a reward from the emperor when he returned from Xingling County last time, and now he has made this magical puppet. It seems that the fourth prince has been valued by the emperor. The second and third princes are out of reach now, but the fourth prince might let his daughter try to get close to him. Although they heard that the fourth prince and the daughter of the Qin family were in contact, the two were not engaged yet, and their daughter's marriage to the fourth prince was not considered as stealing someone's marriage. If you want to blame someone, blame Minister Qin for not asking for permission earlier. General Jin, you are too kind. The fourth prince accepted everyone's different gazes frankly and said truthfully, I did participate, but this is not my own credit. It's my grandfather's, General Jin's, Lure's, and my grandfather's adopted son Mo Kang's. My grandfather could have come, but he told him that he was not feeling well and asked him to come. In fact, he knew. The reason why he came was just to let everyone focus on him. If my grandfather was here, everyone would probably think that my grandfather wanted to help him improve his status, so he said he participated. Yuilua looked at the fourth prince, who was full of confidence, and raised her lips. Suddenly, I felt that the image of the fourth prince became much more majestic. As expected, people still have to have goals to be more attractive. The emperor looked at the fourth prince with some surprise, and the corners of his mouth also rose. Not greedy for merit, not proud, he has really grown a lot after returning from a trip to Xingling County. The fourth prince has achieved such achievements at such a young age. We admire him. The ministers complimented him as if they were free, complimenting all the participants, of course. They focused on complimenting the fourth prince and Yuilua. They were not blind, and they naturally saw the satisfaction in the emperor's eyes. The fourth prince is really going to turn things around now. Old Mo has no son, and the Mo family's mechanical skills will definitely be handed over to him in the future, and his status will rise accordingly. Now that the emperor is still here, the princes are naturally friendly and respectful to each other. If the emperor is gone, the princes don't know what will happen, but if the fourth prince has the Mo family's mechanical skills, no matter who ascends the throne, no one will be stupid enough to touch him. Father, Mo Kong also contributed to the production of this training puppet. Grandfather's hands can't do fine assembly, many of them were instructed by Uncle Kong, so in his opinion, Mo Kong contributed the most. I have heard of you. The emperor looked at Mo Kong. What reward do you want? Chapter 507. Your Majesty, I don't ask for anything, I just want to do something for Tianqi. He said this from the bottom of his heart, without any hypocrisy. I used to waste my time, but fortunately my adoptive father didn't despise me, and gave me a meaning to live. He did this not for reward, but to make his mother feel at ease in Jiuquan. I have always been clear about rewards and punishments. This is the emperor's order. Mo Kong couldn't refuse and thanked him. Your Majesty, I have something else to say. You say. I am here today to tell you that Mr. Mo will no longer be able to make fine mechanical devices. As soon as these words came out, the joy on the faces of the ministers disappeared instantly, and their expressions became serious. If he couldn't make fine mechanical devices, wouldn't that tell them that Mr. Mo's hands were useless? They were still expecting Mr. Mo to make something more powerful to sweep across the two countries, but now they are saying that Mr. Mo's hands are useless? How could this be possible? Looking at the minister's incredulous expressions, Mo Kong pursed his lips. Mr. Mo is old, and it is expected that his hands are not working. Others may not know why he chose to say this at this time, but the fourth prince knows it very well. The reason why my grandfather said this at this time is to pave the way for him. Once this news came out, it stopped people from questioning whether the training puppet was his fame in the name of my grandfather. Don't worry, my grandfather is in good condition now. With me here, the Mo family's mechanical art will not stop here. The fourth prince spoke loudly, without a trace of fear on his face. He knew in his heart that once he said this today, it was equivalent to taking on a burden in front of all the ministers, and there was no way back after taking on this burden. Okay. The emperor smiled and said, it is said that the waves behind push the waves ahead. I will see how you, the wave behind, perform. The fourth prince really risked his life, and put himself on the fire. He had to put in 100% effort. It seems that Mr. Mo felt that the fourth prince had grown a lot, and could bear the heavy burden of the Mo family's mechanical art, so he asked Mo Kong to tell him about his broken hand today. After the group left the military camp, the emperor called the fourth prince to the imperial study. Do you understand your grandfather's intention now? The fourth prince nodded. I understand. I have no way out after saying this today. It's good that you understand. These old foxes have heard what you said today, plus the training puppets you just made. Do you have anything to say? The fourth prince thought seriously. I won't let them have the opportunity to laugh at me. The emperor, my silly fourth brother, today, Master Mo made you proud, and Daddy praised you, which proves that you have become a popular person from being despised. According to the nature of these ministers, they must want to find someone for you, a single dog. Although there is no daughter who can be the main wife, a concubine is also okay. Still don't understand? The emperor looked at the fourth prince, and thought that Luor still understood these old foxes. Your son understands. Then what reward do you want? The fourth prince said without hesitation, I don't ask for anything else. I just ask my father to grant me and Qin Qianqian a marriage. Daddy knows the old foxes in the court, and directly predicted their predictions. Okay, go see your mother before leaving the palace. The fourth prince left the imperial study, and went straight to the bedroom of concubine Shu. Because concubine Da and concubine Xian sometimes come to visit, there is no trap in concubine Shu's bedroom now. The fourth prince walked to the door of the bedroom safely, and asked Tao Yi at the door, "Is your mother here? The queen has heard about your highness's affairs." The queen said that if your highness doesn't want to be remembered, you should take this opportunity to ask the emperor for a marriage decree. Father has agreed. The fourth emperor saw that Tao Yi still had no intention of letting him in, and asked, "Is mother not in the palace?" After the words fell, the voice of concubine Shu was heard in the palace. "Since your father has agreed, you can leave the palace now. I eat well and sleep well, so I don't need you to watch me." She paused and continued, "When your father issues the imperial decree to grant marriage, bring Qin Qianqian to see me." At the same time, Mr. Qin rushed back to the Qin mansion, got off the carriage, and went straight to the main hall. "Madam, we were wrong." Madam Qin and Qin Qianqian were talking. Seeing him rush in and say some nonsense, they were puzzled and asked, "What's going on?" Master Qin took the tea from Madam Qin's hand and drank it before saying, "The fourth prince has really become a hot commodity now. Those guys looked down on the fourth prince before, and after today's incident, their minds must have become active." "What hot commodity?" "Master, please explain it clearly." So Master Qin told the details of what happened today. After listening, Qin Qianqian raised her lips and said, "I saw the puppet training that day and knew it would be like this." "Lord Qin, Qianqian, the point now is not this, the point is that you may have a competitor. You said that the fourth prince does not have a wife. If someone is thick-skinned and asks for the position of concubine, the emperor will probably not refuse." Mrs. Qin nodded in agreement. "I should have let you get engaged to the fourth prince earlier. After all, she is a simple concubine, and the emperor should not give face to the minister." Qin Qianqian looked distressed. "What should I do? Should I ask the emperor to grant me marriage now?" "No, she promised to wait for him. How can she break her promise?" "No, the fourth prince has a heavier burden now. I can't make things worse." Mrs. Qin was silent for a while, and suddenly looked at the silent Lord Qin. "Master, why don't you be shameless and ask the emperor for marriage?" "How can that be possible?" Lord Qin refused immediately. "It's fine if the fourth prince goes to ask. I'm too eager to go. Oh, for the happiness of our daughter, I risk my face and go once." When Lord Qin was hesitating whether to go or not, a voice sounded at the door. "The imperial edict has arrived." The three looked at each other, and hurriedly stood up and left the main hall to kneel on the ground to receive the edict. When Eunuch Chao finished reading the imperial edict and handed it to Qin Qianqian was still confused. It turned out to be an imperial edict granting marriage. Lord Qin looked at his daughter's silly look and lowered his voice to remind her, "Hurry up and thank the emperor." Qin Qianqian came back to her senses. The minister thanks the emperor for his grace. "Miss Qin, Lord Qin, there is no need to be polite. Get up quickly." "Eunuch Chao, is it the edict requested by the fourth prince?" Qin Qianqian stood up and asked expectantly. "Who else could it be if not the fourth prince?" Eunuch Chao left this sentence and said goodbye with the people who followed him. "Dad, Mother, did you hear it? It turned out to be an imperial edict granting marriage, which means that the emperor also recognizes me." Chapter 508. Qin Qianqian held the imperial edict with a silly smile on her face, wishing she could go and ask the fourth prince why he suddenly wanted to ask for the imperial edict for marriage, but she gave up the idea because she thought he should be very busy now. "Qianqian, please restrain yourself." Mrs. Qin held her forehead. "Mother, do you think the emperor also thinks that my straightforward personality is a good match for the fourth prince, so he granted the marriage?" Mr. Qin coughed lightly. "To put it simply, he probably thinks that you two have similar tastes. The fourth prince now has the burden of Maha's mechanical arts, so it is better to marry a simple-minded queen than a quick-witted one." Qin Qianqian, Eunuch Chao returned to the palace with his men, but was stopped before he reached the imperial study. He stopped and turned to look at the two of them. "What do you want to ask me, my lords?" "Eunuch Chao, are you coming back from outside the palace?" Eunuch Chao knew that the two were testing him, and smiled and said, "That's right, the emperor wants to make things even better, so he asked me to go to the Qin mansion to issue the imperial decree to grant marriage." The two of them had a subtle change in their expressions. They came here to see if the emperor had any signs of loosening up on the fourth prince's marriage. If so, they could take the opportunity to tell him their purpose. But before they even saw the emperor, Eunuch Chao gave them a slap on the head. Eunuch Chao pretended not to notice the change in their expressions. "Do you two have something to ask the emperor?" The two of them were not stupid. The emperor had already issued an order, so why would they go in and get close to him? It's okay. Something fell into the palace. Let's look for it. Will I help you to look for it? The two waved their hands hurriedly. No. It's more important for Eunuch Chao to go back and report to the emperor. Eunuch Chao entered the imperial study, and the emperor didn't even raise his eyelids. Did you meet someone? Your Majesty is wise, but he has gone back now. The emperor snorted coldly. How could I not know the little thoughts of those people? Dad is strangling everything in the cradle. Not bad. You go down first. After letting Eunuch Chao leave, the emperor called out the secret guards. How is the investigation of Shiran? Hey, Daddy actually investigated Shiran, and wanted her to be the crown princess just like in the book. However, the crown prince has sacrificed too much to be the crown prince, so it's better to choose a crown princess that the other party will not resist. It seems cruel to let a girl stay in the deep palace for a lifetime. This is the information I found. Please take a look, Your Majesty. The secret guard presented the information to the emperor with both hands and retreated. The emperor flipped through the information above, which recorded everything about Shiran from birth to the present. There is nothing unusual. She just studies and practices calligraphy on weekdays. She doesn't go out to play like other noble ladies. Yuilua poked her head out and looked at the records above. TSK, what a boring life. Apart from eating and sleeping, she studies and practices calligraphy and plays the piano. Not to mention, she is quite similar to her brother the crown prince. Both of them are people with no fun. The emperor asked the secret guards to withdraw, put the information aside, and asked Yuilua, does your brother the crown prince really not resist? That depends on whether the girl resists or not. Yuilua blinked her eyes. Several of my brothers have girls they like, and since my brother the crown prince doesn't have one, at least there should be one who is willing to enter the palace. The emperor raised his hand and pinched Yuilua's little face. Your brother the crown prince is the crown prince, and love is a bondage to him. He doesn't need it. Yuilua didn't argue with the emperor. This thing is not something that people can control. Yes, you are right. The crown prince should marry a bunch of people you don't love, and people who don't love you, just like you. Fortunately, mother is sober enough, otherwise you go to Zuehua Palace all day. What's the difference between that and flirting, Emperor, You don't refute him verbally, but you can make up stories about him in your heart, right? Why, you don't agree with me? Yuilua shook her head. No, Daddy is right. Bullshit, right? Is there a conflict between having someone you like and being an excellent emperor? It's not like you have to give up love to practice the goddess of goddess kung fu. There have been emperors who are good at both love and career since ancient times. Besides, the crown prince's character would not neglect state affairs because of his love affair. The emperor, Dad, I have something to do, I'm leaving now. Yuilua stood up and waved away. There is a generation gap, so I won't talk about it. I've left Qianju in the inn for a few days, go check it out, otherwise I look like a scumbag. The emperor frowned. Doesn't Qianju like Mu Shui? Could it be that he wanted to get revenge on the third brother because he couldn't get Mu Shui and deliberately approached Luer? Qianju didn't come to the palace banquet. He thought he had left, but he didn't expect that he was staying in the inn waiting for Luer. You are so shameless at your age. You are lying to a child. Qinfeng Qingrong, you two follow the little princess. Yuilua went to the inn and asked the shopkeeper. After learning where Qianju lived, she went straight up to the second floor and found the room at the end. Before she raised her hand to push the door, Mu Shui's voice came from inside. Brother, why didn't you tell me that you were still in the capital? Good guy, he actually took advantage of me when I was away to hook up with my sister-in-law, that's too much. Yuilua didn't push the door in immediately, but continued to listen. If you want to experience the prosperity of the capital, you don't have to think too much. Qianju handed the things he had found in the past few days to Mu Shui. Please check if the places I marked on these ancient books are useful. Mu Shui was a little surprised and hesitated to take the ancient books from Qianju. Brother, you know everything? Yes, I know everything, but this is all I can do. There is no other way. Qianju put the ancient books in front of her and said with a smile, I asked you to come up for this matter, so don't think too much. When he went out, he met Mu Shui on the street. He didn't want to call her, but he remembered the ancient book and called her up. He could feel Mu Shui's discomfort along the way, so he explained it deliberately. Brother. Mu Shui was silent for a while, looking at Qianju's gentle face. I know your feelings for me, I knew it when I came to the capital, so I deliberately let you see those portraits, deliberately said that you were too fierce, but in fact. Actually, you are telling me the answer. Qianju interrupted him and forced a smile. You don't need to say these things, as long as you are happy, I will always be your brother. Emotions are so unreasonable. Even if he spends more time with his junior sister, it can't compare to the third prince. Seeing that Mu Shui didn't say anything, Qianju pretended to be relaxed and said, "Okay, take the ancient book and leave quickly, so that the third prince won't know and think too much." Mu Shui stood up and walked to the door. She turned around and looked at Qianju standing by the window and smiled. "Brother, you are really good. I hope you can meet a girl who loves you even when she is being yourself. I know you are not a gentle person. Just be yourself." After saying this, Mu Shui felt more relaxed than ever before. But the moment she opened the door, she met Yuiluo's round eyes. Chapter 509. Yuiluo looked up at Mu Shui, third sister-in-law. "Why are you here?" Qianju was still immersed in Mu Shui's smile, but when he heard Yuiluo's voice, he hurriedly walked from the window to Mu Shui's side. "I asked my junior sister to give her some ancient books. Last time, he was tricked by the little princess, and he didn't want her to talk nonsense in front of the third prince. Although he was not a gentleman, he didn't want his junior sister and the third prince to have a rift because of him. Since his junior sister had said so much, he knew that he really had no chance. Indeed, Mu Shui raised the ancient book in her hand and said softly, "Luo, what's the matter with you here?" Yuiluo moved her eyes to Qianju. "Tsk, he is indeed the god of war under the car. Are you so anxious to explain yourself because you are worried that I will misunderstand you? I have something to do with Mr. Qin. You should go back first, third princess." Seeing that Mu Shui seemed worried, Yuiluo said again, "I have secret guards with me. It's okay. Okay, Luo, come to the third prince's mansion to play after you finish your business." Mu Shui's back completely disappeared, and Yuiluo walked in without any courtesy. "Little princess, what can I do for you?" Qianju leaned against the door, raised his eyebrows, and looked at her sitting on the low stool. "Come and sit. Why are you trying to be cool? The heroine is not here again, and you are still posing." Qianju walked over and sat on the chair next to her. "Can you come to me to set off for the country?" Yuiluo shook her head. "No, I just came to see if you have run away." Qianju, She has a beautiful face. Why does she talk so much that makes people want to beat her up?" He frowned slightly. "Then when can we go to the country? If it's too late, the queen will use it, which will harm innocent people." Yuiluo looked calm. "No hurry, wait for me to make plans." She smiled at Qianju. "If you are really bored, why not dye my hair? The previous one will fade." Qianju's mouth twitched. "What if I'm not bored?" "You have to dye it even if you are not bored. Aren't you still waiting for me to help you get your things back?" Seeing that she was sure of himself, Qianju did not speak. She is so threatening at such a young age. What will happen when she grows up? Her husband will have a hard time in the future. "It's just dyeing, it's easy for you." Yuiluo blinked. "Bring this when you decide to dye it." Yuiluo took out a handkerchief and handed it to Qianju. "It has my scent on it. Bye won't bite you." Qianju took her handkerchief and stared at her with some suspicion. "Can you really go to the country? Would the emperor allow a child like her to go to another country?" He foolishly agreed before, and now it seems that he trusted her too much and forgot that she was still a baby. If she wants to go to the country without any obstacles, she must let the emperor know. If the emperor knows, he will definitely not let the little princess go. So in the end, it is all in vain. It is not difficult for him to go alone with martial arts, but he will definitely not be able to sneak into the imperial capital of the country with the little princess as a burden. "Can I still lie to you?" Seeing that he was still staring at her suspiciously, Yuiluo held her chin with her hand. "Don't worry, just let someone kidnap us to the country. When the time comes, let alone the imperial capital, we can go directly to the princess's residence. Who has the courage to kidnap you? Unless she is extremely brave. The princess of the country, if she is scared and doesn't kidnap me, you can use the beauty trap, take a bath outside like you did when you came to the capital, and let her see you. She will definitely kidnap you. The princess of the country is a pervert. It would be strange if she didn't kidnap a handsome man. This is the purpose of bringing the second male lead along, double guarantee, you will definitely enter the Li Kingdom. Please don't mention the bathing matter again, little princess." Qianju said this with almost gritted teeth. "Is this matter unresolvable? It doesn't matter if you don't want to bathe, showing your face will definitely work. You said I was a lecher before, let me show you that the princess is a real lecher." Qianju, He seriously suspected that the little princess was deliberately taking revenge on him. "I've said what I should say. Remember to dye my hair red." Yuiluo stood up and said to the ear, "Don't tell Dad what I said today. Stay away from me next time, and don't eavesdrop. I don't want my plan to be disrupted." I was finally captured and rescued. Qingrong and Qinfeng looked at each other in the dark. The little princess could actually sense that they were very close to her now. The emperor asked them to follow the little princess and obey her orders, so they obeyed the little princess and kept it secret from the emperor, which should not be considered as disobeying the emperor. After all, it was the little princess who didn't allow her to say it. After leaving the inn, the sunlight made Yuilua squint her eyes. When she was hesitating whether to go back to the palace or to congratulate Qin Qianqian, a shadow suddenly covered her. Then Li Yunhe's gentle voice sounded. "Why is your highness here alone?" Yuilua looked up at his handsome face. "Just walking around. Is there something?" Li Yunhe nodded. "Yes, there is something, but this is not the place to talk." So the two went to a restaurant with relatively few people. Li Yunhe requested a private room, ordered dishes, and poured water for Yuilua. "Your highness must be hungry, so you talk while eating." Yuilua took the water and took a sip. "You didn't come here to wait for me, did you? We just happened to meet." Li Yunhe looked at Yuilua with a smile and asked frankly, "Your highness is avoiding me? Why should I avoid you? I don't care what you said at all. Anyway, I'm not your master now." Li Yunhe's smile widened. It was good that he didn't avoid him. Then Yuilua said, "Is this what you mean? This kid must be a traitor who wants to rebel against his superiors. Fortunately, I don't have any memories. But it doesn't matter if I have memories, as long as I'm not embarrassed." It's Li Yunhe who is embarrassed. Yes. Li Yunhe didn't make excuses. He was worried that Yuilua would get up and leave after saying this, but Yuilua still sat there. As if she could see what he was thinking, Yuilua raised her eyebrows. "You don't think I leave, do you? I'm here now, so I have to eat something. I'm just hungry, it would be a waste if I don't eat." The waiter quickly brought in the delicious dishes, and then closed the door and left. Yuilua looked at the table full of delicious food and picked up the chopsticks. "Be careful of the heat," Li Yunhe said gently while picking dishes for her. The two of them ate quietly, and didn't talk about anything else. "I should be busy in a while, because I have to take the exams for students to enter the academy." After the meal, Li Yunhe said casually, "Thank you for troubling me, Lordly. Please pay more attention to the exams, and strive for fairness and justice." "I will definitely live up to your trust, Princess." Chapter 510. Even if the princess didn't say anything, he wouldn't allow this to happen. After leaving the private room, Li Yunhe paid the bill and went downstairs. When the two walked to the street, Yuilua saw a group of people clamoring to go to the Rongguogong mansion. Yuilua listened for a while, but couldn't figure out why these people wanted to go to the Rongguogong mansion. Li Yunhe was also confused, and took Yuilua to stop a citizen who was watching the excitement. "Annie, what's going on?" The lady looked at Li Yunhe. "Oh, the young master doesn't even know this. These people are going to find Rongguogong to pay the money." The old lady told the whole story, and Yuilua summarized it directly. To put it simply, someone came to the pharmacy with a prescription given by Duke Rong to buy medicine. Seeing the high demand, the pharmacy bought more medicine. As a result, after it was revealed that Duke Rong's child was not his, the people who ordered the medicine no longer wanted it, and the medicine warehouse was overstocked and could not sell it. Li Yunhe felt a little sympathetic to Duke Rong. Not only did everyone know about his family scandal, but now the shopkeeper and clerk of the pharmacy asked him to pay compensation. Let's go and take a look. Duke Rong's mansion. Duke Rong had never left his mansion since his son became his grandson, not even for the palace banquet a few days ago. At this moment, he was leaning on a recliner watching Yuan Ming practice martial arts, when suddenly a servant came running in. "Duke, it's bad, those people in the medicine shop are yelling outside for you to pay for the money." Duke Rong stood up immediately after hearing this. "What? Where did they get the face to say that when they were making money? It wasn't him who asked them to sell, who made these people greedy, and had to buy so many medicinal materials, and now they can't sell them, and ask him to pay for the money. How can they be so thick-skinned? I see they are coming aggressively. Duke, what do you say we should do?" "Drive them away." Duke Rong frowned, walked to the door with his servants, and took a look through the crack in the door. There seemed to be more than a dozen people outside, constantly shouting for compensation. Yuilua, who was watching from the side, raised her hand and pinched her chin. "There is something fishy about this." Li Yunhe nodded. "Your Highness is smart. These people must have been instructed by someone to do this." Duke Rong gave people prescriptions, but most of them were officials, and the purchasing power of those officials was not so strong that these medicine shops would stock up on medicinal materials at all costs. "Who do you think is behind this?" Yuilua still looked at the noisy people and the closed door. Yuan Kim was kicked out of the Duke's mansion. "He is a certain suspect." After saying this, Li Yunhe glanced at Yuan Qian, who was hidden in the crowd, and chuckled. Your Highness, look, the suspect is watching the show in the crowd. Yuan Qian, who was wearing a straw hat in the crowd, pressed down the brim of his hat and raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Since the position of the prince does not belong to him, no one else can get it. Anyway, he will not let his stupid brother take advantage of it. If he doesn't have a life of luxury, they won't have one either. Yuan Qian quietly left the crowd. Let's make a fuss. Let's make a big fuss so that his good father will also become penniless like him. Yui Luo walked aside. Qi Feng, go follow Yuan Qian. Yuan Qian's move would never just cause the Ronghua mansion to lose money. How could a person with such a strong sense of revenge do something small? Ronghua Duke paced behind the door for a long time and ordered the servants. Open the door. If they are forced to go back, it will only make a bigger fuss. Just give them money to get rid of them. You can get rid of them with money. Don't these people want money? Duke Rong thought this method was feasible and turned back to the main hall to wait for the result. The door was slowly opened, and the dozen people at the door said excitedly, It's out, it's out. Yui Luo was held by Li Yunhe, and looked at the people who came out. Yuan Qian has calculated that his father will definitely use money to get rid of these people. In this way, Duke Rong will probably fall into his second trap. Lure, I knew I'd meet you here. The sixth princess came over with a red dress, and looked at Yui Luo excitedly. Wherever there is a bustle, there is lure. We were planning to go and congratulate Qin Qianqian. We heard that someone was causing trouble here, so we came here. But it should be resolved soon. Jing Zhaoyin Pan has brought people here. As the sixth princess said, the Ronghua mansion had just given silver to get rid of the troublemakers, and Jing Zhaoyin came over with people right after. Who told you to cause trouble here? Lord Pan straightened his official hat that had been tilted in his haste, and looked at the troublemakers. I have heard about the incident. You all said it was because of Duke Rong, but whether your pharmacy really has a backlog of medicinal materials is not something you can tell by just your words. Lord Pan took a deep breath, and was glad that he made it in time. Otherwise, he would have to watch the people making trouble at the gate of the Duke's mansion, and forget about his official hat. The troublemakers looked at Lord Pan, and the Yamen runners, who suddenly appeared, and their faces turned pale. Someone told them that they could get a sum of money by taking advantage of this incident, and they would not be held accountable. They didn't believe it at first. After all, this was the Duke's mansion. But the man said that this matter was shameful, and the Duke would choose to solve it with silver. As long as they didn't ask for too much, they would definitely get the silver. Sure enough, they really got the silver, but the man didn't say that Jing Zhaoyin would come. They did take some medicinal materials, but they were all businessmen and didn't take much. Sir, we were wrong, we will return the silver now. Duke Rong, who was waiting for the result in the main hall, stood up quickly after hearing the situation outside. You said Jing Zhaoyin came? The servant nodded, yes, now those people said they want to return the silver. Duke Rong cursed Jing Zhaoyin in his heart. He wished that this matter would be over quickly, but this person came directly to make a bigger fuss. He walked quickly to the door. Lord Pan saw him coming out and bowed. It was my fault that these people offended you, Duke. Now the silver has been returned. Don't worry, Duke, I will ask someone to verify the situation. If it is not true, they will be guilty of a greater crime. No need, Lord Pan, please go back and spare these people. The dozen people kneeling on the ground dared not ask for money after hearing this, and stood up to leave. Wait, Lord Pan glanced at them, and then smiled at Duke Rong. Duke, don't feel that you are bothering me. This is what I should do. You should go back to the mansion and rest. I will definitely handle it properly. Duke Rong frowned tightly. This Jing Zhaoyin really couldn't understand his expression at all. No wonder he was still Jing Zhaoyin after so long. Which I could tell that he was afraid of bothering him. He didn't want to bring up the past again, so he should just go over there quickly. Yui Luo, who was watching the fun, almost laughed like crazy. Lord Pan didn't know how to read the cues at all, and Duke Rong's frown was so strong that it could kill a fly. The sixth princess didn't understand. Lord Pan is helping Duke Rong. Why is he not happy at all? Chapter 511. With Jing Zhaoyin intervening and interrogating several people, our Duke Rong will have to relive the incident of being cheated by his son again, and he will definitely not be happy. Hurry up and take the Duke in, and leave the rest to me. Lord Pan noticed that Duke Rong was unhappy, but he just thought that he was unhappy because he was late. So after saying this, he didn't give Duke Rong a chance to speak at all, and ordered people to take the troublemakers away directly, intending to behave well. In this way, even if Duke Rong wanted to report him to the Emperor, he couldn't do it. Duke Rong looked at the people taken away by Lord Pan, and his chest kept rising and falling with anger. But the people had been taken away, and he couldn't go to get them back. Duke, it's a good thing that Jing Xiaoyin came in time. These people are really bold. Duke Rong glared at the person who spoke. Come in time, shit. The servant looked at Duke Rong cautiously. He thought to himself that he was not wrong. Why was the Duke still unhappy? Back in the main hall, Duke Rong sat on the chair, picked up the tea, and was about to bring it to his mouth, but his action paused. Just now, he just wanted to get rid of these people, and let the scandal pass quickly, but now, he calmed down, and found that this matter was really a bit strange. It has been almost a month, since he was cheated by his rebellious son. Why did these people come to do this today? And it is true that these people were scared when they saw Jing Xiaoyin just now. So is it really just to get the money? Everything has been handed over to Lord Pan. Why is the Duke still frowning? The Duke's wife came in from outside, and sat next to Duke Rong. I heard that Lord Pan was careless in his work, but he came quickly today. Yes, he came just in time. Duke Rong snorted coldly. It seems that the rebellious son did what happened today. Yuan Can? The Duke's wife was surprised. Does he think that the Duke was not embarrassed enough that day, so he made you embarrassed again? Duke Rong, It won't be that simple. We will know what the rebellious son wants to do soon. At this time, Yuan Can, afraid of being discovered by others, hurried to a cloth shop with his hat brim pressed down. Boss, is the cloth you left for me still there? Yuan Can asked loudly, as he entered the cloth shop. The man who was calculating on the abacus paused and raised his head. Of course there is. I am a man of integrity. I will not break my promise if I leave it for you. He walked out from the counter, told others to entertain the guests in the store, and took Yuan Can up to the second floor. The two of them went up to the second floor, and the man opened the door for Yuan Can to enter, and then he followed in and closed the door. What brought Master Yuan here today? The man sat down casually and motioned Yuan Can to sit down as well. Yuan Can sat down opposite him and raised his hand to take off the straw hat on his head. Does what you said before still count? The man poured him a cup of tea, with a strong displeasure on his face full of flesh. I said that Mr. Yuan is always welcome to join us. Does Mr. Yuan think I was joking with you before? He knew that this person would come to him sooner or later. No, I just want to confirm again. Is there really someone from Tianqi around the princess? Yuan Can took the tea, but didn't drink it immediately. A few days after he was driven out, this man came to him and confessed his identity. This man promised him that as long as he could reveal useful information about Tianqi to the princess and help her achieve great things, he would give him the official title he wanted. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to believe these promises, but in order to be more convincing, this man showed him a portrait and said that the man was also from Tianqi. At a glance, he saw that the man was the Prince Duan that Tianqi had been looking for. I'm afraid the Emperor would never dream that Prince Duan is hiding in Lingua. Didn't I show you the portrait last time? What are you still doubting? The man stood up and took the portrait. This man is very popular with the princess. If you want to learn from him and please the princess, you can, although you can't sit on the position of the legal husband. Yuan can, He doesn't want the bullshit position of the legal husband. Even if it's the princess, so what? Hey, take a look. After confirming that the person in the portrait is indeed the Prince Duan, with a good appearance, Yuan Can handed the portrait to the man, and said firmly, I can help the princess, but I can't stay in Tianqi. He refused before because he didn't want to take risks, thinking that his father would take him back when he calmed down, but after so long, his father didn't even come to see him, let alone take him back. The other party had already done this, so he didn't need to consider the relationship anymore. He couldn't stay in Tianqi any longer, and he was not interested in what the person in front of him promised. Anyway, it has been confirmed that the person in the painting is Prince Duan. He just needs to help Prince Duan well, and when Prince Duan comes back, he will be a great hero, and who dares to mention treason? Prince Duan is determined to go to Li country at the risk of his life. It is impossible that he is just trying to be a male concubine for the princess. So he must be working hard. The man put away the painting and glanced at Yuan Can. It is not enough for Master Yuan to just say he will help. I have shown my sincerity, so Master Yuan must also show some sincerity. Yuan Can frowned slightly. What is sincerity? Of course, it is to make the princess believe that you really intend to help her. If the princess does not believe it, Master Yuan, you can't go to Li country. You were the one who did the action at the Duke of Rong's mansion today, right? What would your father do if he guessed it was you? Yuan Can knew that he had no bargaining chips, so he pretended to be calm and said, Aren't you worried that I would tell the Emperor that you are a spy of the Li Kingdom? Worried? The man looked at Yuan Ken as if he was a fool. The crown prince had someone check on me, and I am still here, which proves that my identity is fine. So if you say I am a spy, you have to have evidence. To be honest, I really have to thank Feng Hongyu. He was still worried before, but now that the prince is checked, his heart is finally at ease. I just want to try whether it is safe here. Yuan Ken took a sip of tea. It seems to be really safe. I feel relieved. Reassured, what about sincerity? The man didn't want to listen to his nonsense, and continued to ask. Tianqi has recently developed a training puppet, which is very magical. If I can get this and present it to the princess, does it count as sincerity? Yuan Ken thought about what he had heard and asked with a smile. This thing has only been out for a day, and it has spread all over the streets and alleys. It is so magical that he doesn't believe that this thing can't make the people in front of him believe him. Forget it. The man picked up the tea and clinked it with Yuan Ken. Mr. Yuan is so brave. This thing is in the military camp. I am waiting for good news from Mr. Yuan. Yuan Ken picked up the straw hat and put it on his head. I will definitely not let the princess down. He walked to the door, and the man called him and handed him a folded note. This is for Mr. Yuan. Whether Duke Rong can escape the disaster depends on whether Mr. Yuan will show mercy. Chapter 512. Yuan Ken opened the note and took a look. His hands gradually tightened and his expression was cold. Show mercy? He would not show mercy. Originally, he only wanted to use some forbidden drugs to convict his good father. Now that he had this thing, wouldn't it be more severe to use the crime of treason? Qin Feng saw Yuan Ken leave the cloth shop and also left. After watching the excitement, Yui Luo went to Qin's house with the sixth princess in red clothes. Not long after the two arrived, the fifth princess also came with the white clothes. Qin Qianqian, are you excited now? The sixth princess looked at Qin Qianqian with a smile. I thought the fourth prince would wait for a long time, but it was so sudden. Qin Qianqian pretended to be shy. You are annoying. Yui Luo, The sixth princess's mouth twitched. Qin Qianqian, don't be like this. It's like you are possessed. It's creepy. The fifth princess chuckled. Qianqian is so happy, but since my father has granted the marriage, shouldn't I go to the palace to see the concubine tomorrow? Speaking of this, the smile on Qin Qianqian's face completely collapsed. This? So soon? She was not ready yet. She had never met the concubine Shu alone. She would be so nervous when the time came. The ugly daughter-in-law always has to meet her parents-in-law. The sixth princess patted her shoulder. It's okay, don't be nervous. Qin Qianqian nodded. Yes, I'm not nervous. She suddenly noticed the guards around the two people, and her face instantly changed to a gossipy expression. What's the situation with these two people around you? Male favorite. The sixth princess and the fifth princess said in unison. Not a male favorite, but a guard. Qin Qianqian looked like she understood. It's okay, there are only a few of us here. If you say he is a guard, then he is a guard. He is a guard, Qin Qianqian. What are you thinking? The sixth princess snorted. My father chose him. After that, she glanced at Hong Yi who said, Is he my guard? Hong Yi nodded. I am the princess's guard. The princess has softened her attitude towards him recently, so he has to obey her. Your guard is so handsome. Qin Qianqian looked envious. Your majesty has a good eye. He must feel better if he has such a handsome guard by his side every day. The sixth princess thought of what Hong Yi had done and glanced at Hong Yi. That may not be the case. Oh, what's going on with the look between the two of them? Is there a story behind it? Yui Luo glanced at Bai and the fifth princess again. It seemed that there was no spark between the two of them. No way, it's been so long, and the fifth princess still hasn't found out that Bai Yi is her savior? How stubborn is Bai Yi? He has a mouth, but doesn't know what to say. If he had said it earlier, the fifth princess probably wouldn't have met Qi Xian, that scumbag. The fifth princess heard Yui Luo's voice, and narrowed her eyes. Bai Yi's mouth is indeed hard to pry open. With something on her mind, the fifth princess looked absent-minded no matter what the others said next. After helping Qin Qianqian pick out clothes for tomorrow, the fourth prince came to tell Qin Qianqian that she would go to the palace to see concubine Shu tomorrow. Yui Luo wanted to see the two of them getting close, but she felt that Qin Feng had returned and there was something more important, so she got up and left the Qin mansion. In the carriage, after listening to what Qin Feng had heard, Yui Luo was silent for a while, then smiled slyly. Young Master Yuan wants to steal the training puppet, so we naturally have to prepare a unique one for him. Qin Feng, follow Yuan Ken and teach him what it means to steal the sky and change the day, and spread the news about the training puppet. The more exaggerated, the better. Qin Feng replied, and Yui Luo ordered the driver to return to Qin's house, and wait for the fourth prince to come out at the gate. After waiting for a while, the fourth prince came out with a happy face. Fourth brother, get in the carriage. The fourth prince raised his eyebrows and got in the carriage. Why is Luor back again? Is there something? Yuilua sat close to the fourth prince. Indeed, there is something. I want you to make a special training puppet. The fourth prince looked suspicious. Is there anything more sophisticated than the one in the military camp? No, Yuilua approached the fourth prince and whispered about the training puppet she was going to make. Luor, are you going to use this to trick people? Yuilua gave a thumbs up. Fourth prince is smart. This difficult task is left to you. Oh, the training puppet I want is relatively rough. It doesn't need to be so delicate. Yuan-kan doesn't know martial arts, so he certainly won't be stupid enough to go to the military camp to take risks, so he can only come to the Emo mansion. One by one, they rushed to help me bring gifts to the princess. How could I waste this opportunity? Luor, can we try a different trick? The fourth prince had a bitter face. The things inside are a bit embarrassing for my brother. Yuilua pretended to wipe her tears. What my brother can do for his wife, can't he do it for his lovely sister? Okay, my brother will help you. Stop pretending to cry, you don't even have tears. The fourth prince looked helpless, looking at Yuilua, who was wiping his tears. I knew my brother was the best. Feeling the carriage stop, Yuilua lifted the curtain. We're here, my brother, go get busy, don't forget to put the things inside. Seeing the fourth prince enter the palace, Yuilua ordered the driver to drive back to the palace. Arriving at the palace, Yuilua went straight to the imperial study. When she reached the door of the imperial study, she heard the emperor's unhappy voice. Check for me, and see which daring person dared to spread rumors under my nose. Eunuch Chao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Your Majesty, calm down. Your Majesty, calm down. Daddy? Yuilua walked in with her short legs, and the emperor, who was unhappy, instantly changed his face to a smile. Luor, do you have something to ask Daddy? Luor probably didn't see how angry he was just now. Luor hasn't called her a tyrant for a long time, but she can't call him a tyrant again because of what happened just now. Daddy, do you want to investigate the person who spread the rumor? The emperor took her to sit down. Luor knows? How could she not know? I asked someone to spread the rumor. I know. Yuilua looked obedient. I asked someone to spread it. The emperor, You also spread the rumor that this training puppet can fight 1 against 100? Yuilua nodded, yes. How could Yuan-kan try his best to steal without spreading the news like this? No need to check. The emperor said to the heir, and looked at Yuilua. So what happened in the Ronghua mansion today was done by Yuan-kan. He just got the news, and knew that Luor was also there. Yes, Daddy, don't worry about Yuan-kan. It won't be a big deal. Yuan-kan, who was said by Yuilua to be a big deal, was now holding a note, and going to the medicine store where Ronghua Duke often went to buy medicine. He found a dog hole and crawled in, hid the note in the medicine, and left with satisfaction. Chapter 513. Now that Jing Zhao-yin has taken the initiative to calm the situation, even if he helps the Ronghua mansion get the silver back, it is necessary to check whether these people's medicine shops really have medicinal materials. He just needs to wait for Jing Zhao-yin to find this note when checking the medicinal materials. No, this play can only be performed successfully if he finds some old guys who don't like his father. Yuan-kan rolled his eyes and made a plan in his mind. He had to complete this matter first, so that he could plan to steal the training puppet and present it to the Princess of Ligua, and then take the opportunity to get in touch with Prince Duan. Yuan-kan was thinking about his bright future, but he didn't know that the evidence he put down was taken away and replaced by Qi Feng. Qi Feng followed Yuan-kan all the way until dinner time, when he returned to the palace to report to Yuilua. After dinner, Yuilua sent away the servants around him, and called Qi Feng out. Did you get the things? Qi Feng took out the things on his body. As the princess expected, Yuan-kan really wanted to use this to frame Duke Rong. His subordinates followed him all the time, and he also secretly slipped notes to 2 assistant ministers, who were not on good terms with Duke Rong. Yuilua didn't mean to avoid concubine Xian at all, and smiled and said, How did he get in? Through the dog hole? Thinking of Yuan-kan's embarrassed look at that time, Qi Feng suppressed his smile and nodded. Yuan-kan didn't know martial arts, only some simple punches and kicks. If he hadn't followed him, Yuan-kan would have been discovered long ago, and he wouldn't have been able to stuff the note into the two's house. Thank you for your hard work, go down. Concubine Xian stood up and rubbed Yuilua's head. Okay, now that things have been dealt with, isn't it time to rest? Yuilua nodded obediently and followed Concubine Xian to lie on the couch. Mother, do you want to find out the identity of your grandmother? The moonlight poured in from the window, and shone on Concubine Xian's face. Yuilua tilted her head, and nudged into Concubine Xian's arms. Yes, but as a concubine, mother can't leave the palace, so there is a limit to what she can do. She naturally wanted to find out her mother's identity, and if she wanted to find out, she had to go to the country. How could the emperor be willing for a concubine to go to another country for no reason? Don't worry, mother. Yuilua held Concubine Xian's hand. I can take you to the country, mother, just wait for the right time. Concubine Xian frowned when she heard this. Luor, there is no rush for this matter. Let's talk about it when you grow up. Other countries are not like her own country. She is happy to find out her mother's identity, but she can't let Luor take risks. According to Luor, the princess of the country is ambitious. If they really go to someone else's territory, it would be a foolish dream to protect Luor. It's okay, someone is with us. Not to mention that there is a free thug in the second male lead. Once she is successfully abducted by the princess, she will be safe. A favored princess and concubine, she will definitely protect them well, and use them to negotiate with her father. Concubine Xian, No wonder she was abducted by the princess. Luor is really thoughtful. Just trust me, mother. Listening to the little guy's voice gradually getting smaller, and finally heard a long breath, Concubine Xian stopped her and smiled and closed her eyes. The next day, Yuilua finished her breakfast leisurely, and then slipped away to Concubine Shu's palace. Concubine Shu had completely forgotten about meeting Qin Qianqian. When she saw Yuilua coming in, she stood up and hugged her, then gave her a big kiss on her fair face. Why did Luor want to come to Auntie's place today? Oh, Taoya, bring the delicious food to Luor, and bring the toys that I made for children. Taoya stood there hesitantly. Your Majesty, do you want the little princess to eat first or play first? Or eat and play at the same time? Auntie, I've eaten. Yuilua was still held by Concubine Shu, whispering, Have you eaten? Then bring the toys over. Soon, Taoyi came over with a bunch of children's toys. Yuilua looked at the wooden toys that Taoyi brought over, and her mouth twitched. She raised her hand and grabbed a wooden pony, and Concubine Shu's eyes lit up instantly, and looked at Taoyi. Look, I said Luor would definitely like it, but you insisted the girls don't like horses. Luor fell in love with a wooden horse at first sight, and she didn't even look at the rabbits. If she didn't like them, then what would she do? Yuilua, After all, it was Concubine Shu's intention. She didn't want to disappoint her. Concubine Shu was so happy. She said she liked it, so she liked it. Auntie, when will the fourth brother come? Concubine Shu put Yuilua down and slapped her head. Taoyi, why didn't you remind me? If Luor hadn't said it, she would have almost forgotten about it. It doesn't matter if she doesn't clean it up at other times, but today she is meeting her daughter-in-law, so she can't be casual. My queen, aren't you like this all the time? Stop talking, you play with Luor. I'm going to change into a palace dress. At this moment, Qin Qianqian and the fourth prince were coming here together. Qin Qianqian kept taking deep breaths along the way, and the fourth prince laughed. Why are you nervous? Mother is really not a scary person. Just keep getting along with me the way you usually do. Qin Qianqian looked at the bedroom in front of her, took another deep breath, and pulled the fourth prince, who was about to move forward. Wait for me to slow down. The fourth prince let her pull his sleeves. It's really okay. Maybe mother has forgotten that she wants to see us today. Don't be nervous. What if the concubine Shu asks me a question? When asked a question, you should answer it as you think. It's not a test. There is no correct answer. But, don't worry, there is no but. The fourth prince took Qin Qianqian's hand and said, Let's go. I'm here, don't be nervous. Qin Qianqian looked at his smiling face, and felt the warmth from his big palm. She felt relieved instantly. When the two walked to the door, the fourth prince said, Mother, Qin Qianqian and I are here to see you. Before Qin Qianqian could react, she was dragged into the bedroom by the fourth prince. Luor, the fourth prince looked at Yuilua, who was playing with a wooden horse, and walked over. Where did you buy this ugly thing? The concubine Shu came out after changing into her palace clothes. When she heard this, the smile on her face disappeared instantly. Taoyi saw concubine Shu coming over, and winked at the fourth prince. The fourth prince didn't understand and continued to comment. It's really ugly, and the workmanship is crude. It's obviously a scam for people like you who don't know anything. The fourth prince asked Yuilua, Luor, who bought you these ugly things? TSK, fourth brother, you better pray for yourself. Yuhengrui, do you want to die? This is what I made for Luor. The voice of concubine Shu sounded behind him, and the fourth prince turned around slowly and forced a smile. Mother, if I say that I just said that because I was too nervous to bring Qianqian to see you, do you believe it? I don't believe it. Concubine Shu grabbed the fourth prince's ear, then remembered that Qianqian was there, and let go. Qianqian is here today, so I won't bother with you. Chapter 514. After saying that, she put on a friendly smile and pulled Qianqian up. Qianqian, don't be nervous. Come and sit with me. The fourth prince touched his nose. Thank you, madam. After Qianqian sat down, she subconsciously straightened her body. Seeing her nervousness, Concubine Shu said softly, I asked you to come to the palace with this brat to chat. I have heard a lot about you. You are a very interesting girl. You can also use a whip, right? Qianqian glanced at the fourth prince and nodded. Thank you, madam, for the compliment. I can indeed use a whip. Did you carry that whip? Qianqian shook her head. No. Where did she dare to carry it when she knew she was going to enter the palace? Forget it, I want to see you use the whip. After getting married to this kid, he would greet him with the whip. He is solid, so it would be okay to slap him for a few times. However, I am not slouched often. To be honest, I haven't seen the fourth prince beaten for a long time, and I miss him a little. Fourth prince, eh? Qianqian's mind was turning quickly, thinking to herself, was the Empress Shufei testing her? Your Majesty, the fourth prince is very good, and has never made me unhappy. The fourth prince walked over and sat down, coughing lightly. Mother, I am not a tough person at all, and you have seen that Qianqian said that I did not make her unhappy. Shufei rolled her eyes at him. You took Qianqian's polite words seriously? Who is the one who made people angry every other day? Your Majesty, I am telling the truth. Maybe in the eyes of others, the fourth prince is not as good as other princes, but in my heart, he is really good. Qianqian looked open-minded, and her eyes were clear. Everyone has his own strengths, just like the mechanical skills that the fourth prince knows, which are not known to everyone. He is working hard now, and will be better in the future. Shufei's eyes moved between the two of them, and she was more and more satisfied with Qianqian. This kid has such awareness now, and you have contributed to it, Qianqian. Qianqian was stunned for a moment, and wanted to say something, but Shufei had already asked Tao Yi to see them off. Watching the two people leaving, Shufei was in a very good mood and picked up the tea, knowing that they are protecting each other. They really have a sympathetic understanding. Aunt, I'm leaving first. Yuilua put down the wooden horse in her hand, and followed the two out. Shufei stood up and looked at the things Yuilua put down, then turned to ask Tao Yi. Is it really ugly? Luor didn't take it away. Tao Yi pondered. The little princess probably forgot to take it away. After leaving Shufei's bedroom, Qianqian noticed that the fourth prince had been staring at her, and she finally couldn't stand it anymore. Why are you staring at me? Just now, she didn't know why, but those words came out without thinking. I didn't expect that I was so good to you. The fourth prince seemed not to notice her anger, and said softly. Thank you, Qianqian. Thank me for what? Qianqian didn't look at her and walked ahead by herself, but the corners of her mouth couldn't stop rising. Thank you for being by my side when I was useless. Thank you for not leaving me when I made you angry. Thank you for letting me know what responsibility is. Yuilua followed the two. Oh, even parallel sentences were used. I have to walk more lightly, so as not to ruin the sweet atmosphere of the couple. The fourth prince, It has been ruined, okay? You are not bad, no need to thank me. I will never make you angry again. The fourth prince quickly followed Qianqian. Really, if I make you angry, you can whip me with a whip like mother said. You are an ordinary person. Won't it hurt you if I whip you? Qianqian said unhappily. My whip is for bad people, not for you. By the way, did you really get beaten often before? The fourth prince scratched his head. I really deserve to be beaten. Do you think mother is very cruel to me? No, it's just that the way she expresses it is different. Sure enough, people in love only have each other. I didn't notice it all the way. We're already at the palace gate, but she turned around to look at me. Your Highness, Miss Qin, little princess. Often, who was waiting at the palace gate, bowed when he saw several people coming out. Luor? Qianqian turned her head, and noticed Yuilua. Luor, are you going to leave the palace? Just come with me. I'm going to Jing Xiaoyinfu. Often you protect them, I go back first. The things that Luor asked me to do haven't been done yet. The two of them went to Jing Xiaoyinfu together. There were some people gathered in front of the hall, and there were faint cries coming from inside. Lord Pan sat in the middle, and two people in the uniforms of the minister sat beside him. Lord Pan, you can judge your case. Don't worry about us too. Yesterday, someone inexplicably slipped them a note, saying that there was evidence against Duke Rong. The two of them checked, and found that it was indeed as the note said. Duke Rong would go to the pharmacy regularly every month to buy medicine, and he would go there in person. There was nothing strange. Why did he go there every month? Lord Pan, is the minister so idle that he actually has time to watch him try a case? Why did you guys go to Duke Rong's mansion to cause trouble? Were you instructed by someone? The kneeling people below trembled. Sir, I just coveted the money, and I was not instructed by anyone. They knew that if they just said they were greedy for money, they would be able to get out soon. After all, they had already returned the money, and Duke Rong had no intention of pursuing them. But if they said they were instructed by someone, the more involved they were, the harder it would be for them to get out, or even that they could not get out. Not instructed by someone, then why did you take so long to cause trouble? What did you do before? I didn't organize the good people before. The two assistant ministers looked at each other, and one of them said, Sir Pan, I think we should first have people search the shops of these unruly people to see if they really hoarded medicinal materials as they said. We have sent someone to search. At this time, a yeoman runner came in quickly. Sir, Duke Rong is here. Duke Rong walked in from the door, looked at the two people sitting next to Lord Pan, and snorted coldly. The two assistant ministers are in a good mood. They actually have time to come here to watch people try a case. Several people stood up at the same time and bowed. Greetings, Duke Rong. Lord Pan looked back and forth at the three people. Just now, he thought that these two people were Duke Rong's men who came to watch him try a case. But now it seems that they are not what he thought. Bring me a chair. He wanted to see how the rebellious son wanted to harm him. The people beside him hurriedly brought a chair over, and Duke Rong put it aside. Continue the trial. Yui Luo saw that the time was almost up, and walked out. Today's Jing Xiaoyingfu is really lively. When the yeoman runner saw a child breaking in, he subconsciously wanted to stop him, but often raised his sword and blocked it in front of the yeoman runner at the door. The little princess has arrived. You must not be presumptuous. Chapter 515. The people sitting at the top of the hall stood up hurriedly. Everyone, please leave. Lord Pan ordered the yeoman runners to leave, and walked quickly from the top to Yui Luo. I greet the little princess. Duke Rong and the others also bowed to Yui Luo, and at the same time wondered in their hearts why Yui Luo was here. No need to be polite. Yui Luo looked up at the two assistant ministers. Don't you have any official business? How do you have time to come to Jing Xiaoyingfu? The two looked at each other, and were about to say something when they heard Yui Luo say, Since you have official duties, go and do them. Two people, They didn't say they had official duties, but they couldn't refute the little princess. Given how favored the little princess was, if she wanted to kill someone, the emperor would definitely be the one to hand her the knife. Was it the emperor's intention to let them leave? Yes, I do have official duties, so I take my leave first. Yui Luo nodded, turned her head, and glanced at the door. Yuan Kan in the crowd gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and cursed in his heart. How could the little princess suddenly appear here to ruin his business? Why would a little brat not stay in the palace to drink milk and run out all day? No, we can't let these two leave. We have to find a way to keep them here, as they are needed for the next thing. The reason why I gave the note to them is that in addition to some friction with the Duke of Rong, they also have an upright heart. If they were given a little clue that the Duke of Rong might betray Tianqi, even the little princess would not be able to stop them. But he couldn't be exposed now. What should he do? When the two were about to leave, a yeoman runner came in quickly. Your Excellency, I took people to search the medicine shops of several people, and they didn't have too many medicinal materials in their medicine shops. Little princess, Duke Rong, you. Before Lord Pan finished speaking, Yui Luo interrupted directly. You continue the interrogation. Yes, I will continue. Lord Pan sat down again in his seat, feeling annoyed that he should have pretended not to know earlier. Now, the little princess has been invited here. I wonder if the little princess came here because she alarmed the emperor. Duke Rong, these unruly people are really deceiving you. Lord Pan looked at Duke Rong with a cold face, and seeing that he ignored him, he looked away awkwardly. Besides this, have you found anything else? Yui Luo walked to Lord Pan and sat down, asking the yeoman runners below. Yuan Kan, who was already desperate at the door, was delighted. This little princess really helped him by accident. Yes, the yeoman runner took out the things he had found and presented them with both hands. This was found in the drugstore that Duke Rong often visited. Please have a look, my lord and princess. The two assistants who were about to leave paused and turned back without hesitation. Yui Luo took the note from the yeoman runner. Have you seen what's on this note? What is it? Yuan Kan was so excited when he heard this. As soon as this note was opened, his father would be finished. I dare not say. The Yamen runner looked terrified and knelt on the ground. Duke Rong frowned and began to wonder what was in the note. What are you afraid to say? Yuilua slowly opened the note and handed it to Lord Pan with his fingers between his fingers. Lord Pan, take a look at what's on it. Lord Pan took it and read the contents of the note. His expression changed. Asshole, why did you bring such a thing back? Lord, you said that everything found in the search should be brought back as evidence. The two ministers who came back looked puzzled, wondering why Lord Pan had that expression. I heard that Duke Rong would go to this pharmacy regularly. Is there any shameful secret? One of the ministers stood in the middle of the hall with his hands behind his back, looking at Duke Rong. Yuilua held her forehead. I let the two go because I didn't want them to continue to wade through the water, but I didn't expect them to come back to add to the drama. Duke Rong snorted coldly. What secrets can I have? I just went to buy medicine. What exactly was written on the note? Why didn't you tell me, Lord Pan? Seeing that Lord Pan was still hesitating, Yuilua took the note, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it to the two ministers standing below. Take a look. After reading the content, the two blushed. How could it be a record of the belly bands that the girls in the brothel like to wear? Qin Feng really has some vulgar temperament. How could it be? Yuan Ken at the door froze in place. He put a note with the Li Country logo. Once the note came out, combined with his father's habit of going to the pharmacy regularly, treason was a foregone conclusion. How could it become like this? He had confirmed it at the time, and there was no one following him. So why did he fail? So that's how it is. Yuilua glanced at the door with a half-smile. I thought that Duke Rong had treasoned, which made Lord Pan's expression change so drastically. Treason? The people present were all shocked. Especially Lord Pan, who began to sweat coldly on his back. From the beginning, he seemed to be pushed by others when he rushed there. If the things found out were other things, such as the evidence of treason mentioned by the little princess, then he would be the indispensable pusher who personally dragged Duke Rong into this storm. In addition, the two ministers who appeared may have been used as pawns just like him. Yuilua glanced at a few people and stood up. Now that I have reminded you to this extent, you should understand what I mean. By the way, I have to remind Lord Pan that you cannot arrest Yuan Ken, the delivery man, still has to help me deliver the express and cannot be offline. Lord Pan, since it is a misunderstanding, let these people pay some mental damages to Duke Rong and let it go. Lord Pan stood up and bowed. I obey your command. Watching the backs of Yuilua and the others leaving, Lord Pan still had lingering fears. The little princess was so young that she couldn't possibly be able to do all this, so was the so-called evidence replaced by the emperor, so that the person who pushed all this didn't succeed. But since he knew there was such a person, why did the emperor ask him not to investigate further, dealing with the next matter according to what Yuilua said, and letting the troublemakers go? Lord Pan looked at Duke Rong, who was still sitting still, and laughed dryly. Duke, I didn't know it would be like this. If he hadn't intervened, Duke Rong would have used money to send these people away, and the subsequent events would not have been pushed forward. He suddenly remembered the look in Duke Rong's eyes yesterday, and suddenly understood in his heart that Duke Rong's expression at that time was because he didn't want to make a big deal, not because he was late. Forget it, next time you should be more considerate. If it weren't for the little princess this time, your position as Jing Zhao Ying would have come to an end. He stood up and looked at the two people who were still there. You are so stupid, and you still have the nerve to find fault with me. You are being played around by my rebellious son, who I kicked out of the house, and you still think you are protecting Tianqi. Chapter 516. Does the Duke mean that all this was done by the eldest son you drove out? The two were surprised. That was too cruel. How much hatred must he have for framing his own father for treason? They suddenly felt sympathy for Duke Rong. Not only was he cheated on by his own son, but now he was also framed by his son. Who else can know the exact time I went to the pharmacy if not him? What is the Duke going to do? Duke Rong glanced at the two. Didn't you understand what the little princess meant just now? Pretend not to know. The emperor can do whatever he wants to do. After today, the life and death of the rebellious son has nothing to do with him. Leaving behind these words, Duke Rong walked away, followed by two assistants. Looking at the carriage parked at the door, Duke Rong stepped forward. Thank you, little princess, for what happened today. Yuilua was waiting for a few people. Hearing this, she took out the note that Qin Feng had exchanged and handed it to Duke Rong. No thanks, that thing was taken away by my secret guards. Duke Rong will deal with it. Duke Rong was surprised. How could the little princess know that the rebellious son would do this? Yuilua narrowed her eyes. I was watching the fun yesterday, and happened to see Yuan Ken, so I asked the secret guard to follow him. So it was a lucky coincidence. A lucky coincidence? Duke Rong didn't believe it was true. He thought it was the emperor's intention, but now it seems that it was the little princess's intention. The little princess knew that the rebellious son would do this, so she asked the secret guard to change the note, leaving the rebellious son with nothing. But since he knew that the follow-up would develop like this, why didn't he stop it immediately? Yui Lua saw through Duke Rong's thoughts and said with a smile, I came here just to see that Master Yuan was happy for nothing. Duke Rong, don't worry, after today, he won't have the chance to frame you again. The two assistant ministers following Duke Rong were horrified after hearing the conversation between the two. Yuan Kin would never have dreamed that his actions were all controlled by a child. The two ministers thanked the little princess. The two stepped forward and bowed to express their gratitude. Yui Lua raised her hand and patted the two on the shoulders, looking mature. Although you two are here for Tianqi, you should also think about the source of the note, right? The little princess taught me that. It wasn't until the carriage completely disappeared that the two reacted. They were just taught how to do things by a baby. Yuan Kin returned to the second floor of the cloth shop with a lot of anger. He drank a cup of tea, but still couldn't suppress his anger. Which bastard ruined his plan? Everything was going well, but at the critical moment, the thing turned into something else. I've heard about the interrogation results of Rongwa Mansion. The man looked at Yuan Kin with a sullen face. You are really too soft-hearted. You didn't know how to make good use of the things given to you. You missed such a good opportunity. He thought Yuan Kin was a ruthless person, but he didn't expect that he was just thundering, but not raining. Well, your father can't do it. I understand you. Now think about how to steal the training puppet. Hearing that he mistakenly thought that he was soft-hearted and couldn't do it, rather than that he failed, Yuan Kin didn't explain and tacitly agreed with the man's words. I already have an idea. Yuan Kin held the cup tightly. I can't enter the military camp, but I can start from the Emo Mansion. Compared to the military camp, there will definitely be more opportunities to start from the Emo Mansion. Start from the Emo Mansion? The man sneered. If this thing is really as magical as the outside world says, would the Emo Mansion be stupid enough to put it out for you to steal? Of course not, but I will find a way. Then you should do it as soon as possible. Your father will know that it is you who is responsible for the Ronggong Mansion. You will not stay in Tianqi for long. In the next 2 days, through the efforts of the fourth prince, a unique training puppet was finally made. Yui Lua looked at the training puppet in front of him. Fourth brother, are you sure the things have been put in it? The fourth prince patted his chest. Of course, my brother will not forget what Luer told me. Well? Yui Lua smiled cunningly. Let's wait for Yuan Kin to steal tonight. Yuan Kin has been disguising himself outside the Emo Mansion for the past 2 days to scout the situation. He learned from the servants that a new training puppet was made today, so he decided to do it tonight. Patiently waiting for the night to fall, Yuan Kin changed into a nightgown, wrapped himself from head to toe, and then headed for the Emo Mansion. The fourth prince and Yui Lua had already hidden on the roof, waiting for Yuan Kin's arrival. Luer, will Yuan Kin really come? Yui Lua said with certainty, of course he will come. I still want to meet with Prince Duan and conspire for something big together. What a pity my hope is going to be destroyed by me again, what a poor thing. As soon as Yui Lua finished speaking, a black shadow broke into her sight. She raised her hand and pointed at the black shadow that was drilling a dog hole skillfully. Look, here it comes. This dog hole drilling action is really skillful. After entering the yard, hearing footsteps, Yuan Kin hid behind the green plants on the side and held his breath. The fourth prince said that he would hang this training puppet in the yard to dry today. You should be alert and don't doze off. What are you worried about? Who would dare to come and steal it? Even if they steal it, it won't work. What's the use? What don't you mean it won't work? Didn't the fourth prince give you a method to use it? It turns out to be so complicated. So is the method of use also on the puppet? Yuan Kin pricked up his ears and listened carefully to the conversation between the two. Hide the method of use, stop talking nonsense. The footsteps of the two were getting closer and closer. Yuan Kin grabbed the sleeping pills he had prepared and threw them at the two at the right time. Hearing 2 bangs, he raised the corner of his mouth, stood up and kicked the two, and after confirming that there was no reaction, he squatted down and fumbled on the two. He found what he wanted, put the thing in his arms after confirming that it was correct, and walked quickly towards the puppet in the middle of the yard. Approaching the puppet, Yuan Kin picked up the puppet without any hesitation and went in the direction they came from. When he arrived at the dog hole, Yuan Kin looked at the big body of the training puppet and then looked at the dog hole, with a look of difficulty on his face. He didn't know Qigong, so it was impossible for him to take the puppet over the wall. He thought he could get out through the dog hole, but the puppet was bigger than him. Damn, Why did the fourth prince make this puppet so big? Now you know that it won't work without Qigong. The fourth prince glanced at Yui Luo beside him, thinking that it was no wonder that Luo asked someone to make the dog hole smaller. It turned out that she was waiting for Yuan Can here. Yuan Can didn't know that his every move was in the sight of the two people on the roof. He put down the training puppet, got out first, and then reached out from the outside to grab the puppet's feet. He passed smoothly in the front, but got stuck when he reached the upper body. Yuan Can struggled for a long time, sweating anxiously, but still couldn't get the puppet out. Chapter 517. He wanted to use brute force to get the puppet out, but he was worried about damaging it. Yui Luo watched Yuan Can tossing and turning around at the dog hole, and tried to hold back his laughter. Fortunately, the puppet made by the fourth prince was well made, otherwise it would have fallen apart. Luo, do you think his eyesight is not very good? There is a ladder next to him. Why doesn't he use it? The fourth prince lowered his voice, quite puzzled. It may also be that his brain is not very good. Oh, if the puppet is not taken away quickly, the people who were knocked unconscious on the ground will wake up. This is what Yuan Can himself is worried about. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and couldn't help but greet the fourth prince again in his heart. He wanted to kick the puppet to vent his anger, but because this was his last resort, he silently retracted his leg. Forget it, Offing, go help him. If this man doesn't leave, Luo won't go back to sleep. Offing nodded, took out a small stone from his body, and threw it towards the ladder. Yuan Can suddenly heard the noise, and was so scared that his hair stood on end, and his body quickly shrank into the corner. After hearing no movement for a long time, he poked his head out, and looked at the place where the sound had just been made. The latter place there caught his eye under the moonlight, and he was so excited that he almost cried out. When did you get the stone? The fourth prince looked at a phone with a slanted look. Just now I saw Master Yuan tossing around, so I went down to pick up a small stone. Yuan Can in the yard saw the ladder, as if he had seen a savior, and he quickly went back to the yard, got up to set up the stairs, and let out a heavy breath. Then he happily held the puppet, and climbed up the ladder, and stood on the wall. When Yui Luo thought he would put the puppet aside, and pick up the ladder to move to the other side, he saw Yuan Can holding the puppet tightly, and falling down directly. When he fell, Yui Luo clearly heard a muffled groan. Luo, with the brain of this young Master Yuan, can he catch the eye of the Princess of Li Country? Obviously, he could reach the ladder by squatting on the wall and leaning over. Wouldn't it be better to move the ladder to the other side, and then move it back? The loud groan just now must have been caused by a heavy fall. It's a bit difficult. Yui Luo stared at Yuan Can, who had crawled back from the dog hole and limped to put the ladder back to its original place. Yuan Can placed the ladder, raised his hand, and rubbed his buttocks, feeling lucky that he was lying on his back and the puppet was fine. After confirming that Yuan Can had left, Yui Luo stood up and said, "You can go back and rest." The fourth prince stood up and looked at Yui Luo with a face that asked for praise. "Luo, I completed the task you entrusted to me in 2 days. Shouldn't you praise me?" Yui Luo nodded seriously, and spoke in the expectation of the fourth prince. "Fourth brother, you are really amazing." The fourth prince's mouth twitched. "Luo, can we not be so perfunctory?" "Perfunctory?" Yui Luo asked Offing beside him. "Not perfunctory, your highness probably wants to hear you, the princess, praise him for being extremely smart, suave, and so on." The fourth prince, Shut up. The fourth prince stretched out his hand to Yui Luo. "Brother will carry you down." Thinking of the fourth prince's light work, Yui Luo resisted, "Or let Offing take me down. I asked you to take me, but I was afraid that I would fall face first." The capital city was very quiet at night. Yuan Can left the Mo mansion, carrying the puppet, and walking quickly towards the alley where he had agreed with the secret agent of Li Country. The people waiting in the alley were almost impatient, and then they saw a dark shadow staggering towards them in the distance. The people around the carriage were on guard when they saw this, and the man walked forward. "It's Yuan Can." The people withdrew their hands that were pulling out the daggers. "Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time." Yuan Can was panting heavily, with a puppet bigger than him on his back, which looked a little weird at night. "Are you sure?" The man glanced at the puppet behind him and motioned him to get on the carriage. "It's correct. Someone was watching this puppet. I charmed them and stole it. We have to leave now without delay. Otherwise, when those people wake up and find that the puppet is gone, it will be difficult for him to leave the city." The man ordered people to carefully move the puppet to the box prepared behind the carriage, and got into the carriage with Yuan Can. Entering the carriage, the man looked at the embarrassed Yuan Can and asked with a frown, "If he was not drugged, why is Mr. Yuan so embarrassed?" "If I didn't know, I would have thought that he was so embarrassed because he had been fighting with others for a long time. Yuan Can naturally would not tell the person in front of him that he was so embarrassed because the dog hole was too small for the puppet to drill. He only vaguely said that he was a little embarrassed because he was worried about damaging the puppet. The man's purpose was to train the puppet, so he didn't ask him any more relevant questions. By the way, there is a method for using this puppet. Yuan Can took out a piece of paper with the method written on it, and frowned after reading the method. What's wrong? He handed the method in his hand to the man sitting opposite him. Isn't this method too strange? The handwriting is indeed that of the fourth prince. Yuan Can said confidently, it can't be fake. Although I don't know why it is so strange, don't worry, I will check it carefully before sending it to the princess. The man sent Yuan Can out of the city, and got off the carriage. I will continue to stay in Tianqi. You go to Li Kingdom with him. The princess will meet you. Yuan Can nodded, and looked out to see the capital city shrouded in the night. He slowly lowered the curtain and closed his eyes until the shadow of the capital city completely disappeared in the night. He left in humiliation now, and he must come back with his head held high one day. Yui Luo stayed in the Mo mansion directly after Yuan Can left. When he woke up the next day, he heard the servants of the Mo mansion discussing the theft of the puppet. Yui Luo raised his eyebrows. Not bad, the fourth prince is quite quick, and the news spread all over the capital so quickly. After Qingrong dressed and washed Yui Luo, she said softly, Little princess, the fourth prince has just come once, and he must be calling you for breakfast. Okay, I know. After the words fell, the voice of the fourth prince sounded at the door. Luo, are you awake? I'm coming in. Awake. When the fourth prince heard that Yui Luo was awake, he raised his hand to push open the door, looked at her hair that had been tied up, and raised his eyebrows. Your hair is already tied up. I told you to ask the maid to help you tie it up. Yui Luo followed the fourth prince out. It was tied up by the secret guards. What happened outside must have been done by the fourth prince. The fourth prince raised his eyebrows. As expected of Luo, you know all this. Yui Luo and the fourth prince went to the main hall. Qingrong, who stayed in the room, glanced at the beams. Qi Feng, get down here. Qi Feng jumped down from above and stood in front of Qingrong. Sister Rong, why are you so angry so early in the morning? What for? Qingrong raised her hand and hit him in the face. The little princess asked you to change the day, but she didn't ask you to change such a dirty note. Chapter 518. Qi Feng was slapped hard, and after a moment of hesitation, he realized what Qingrong was talking about, and said with a smile. So that's what's going on. Sister Rong is so angry, is she jealous? Jealous ass. Qingrong glared at him. The little princess is still a child. Do you think it's appropriate to show such a dirty thing in front of a child? I made it up. Qi Feng looked innocent. I thought the little princess likes to watch the fun, so I wrote this randomly. I'm with Sister Rong all day, and I don't have time to go to the brothel. The little princess was too smart, so he ignored the fact that she was just a child. Sister Rong, please believe me, Qi Feng saw that Qingrong no longer paid attention to him, so he chased after her and said, I haven't even touched a girl's hand, I'm really not vulgar. Yui Luo was having breakfast happily in the Mo mansion. The palace court was dead silent. The news of the puppet being stolen spread throughout the capital, and the ministers were worried about being suspected by the emperor, so they hurriedly stood up to show that the matter had nothing to do with them. How could the emperor not know the reason for this? But he had to help his little girl act, so he had to give orders with a sullen face. Prince, please find out who is so audacious. The prince stepped forward. Your son obeys your order. He had someone keep an eye on the secret agents of the Li Kingdom, so he naturally knew who was responsible for this. The emperor was worried that others would find out something, so he handed it over to him. Let's stop here today, and leave the court. The ministers watched the emperor leave, and after leaving the hall, they secretly speculated on what the emperor meant by this move. Recently, they have not forced the emperor to take a concubine, nor have they petitioned the emperor to marry the prince to a princess. They have been so obedient, the emperor should not deal with them. In their opinion, the training puppet was probably not stolen, and it was more likely that the emperor wanted to stage a play directed and performed by them. Although all the adults did go to the military camp that day, there is no need to panic. This matter will be investigated by the palace. The prince's gentle voice sounded behind the ministers, looking at them with a smile, expressing their worries in their hearts. Thank you, your highness. Lin Shi followed the prince, and asked the question in his heart, when he walked far to the empty palace road. Your highness, yesterday I saw Yuan Can leaving the capital. Didn't I really stop him? If he was stopped, it would still be in time. No need. Luo let Yuan Can go without hesitation. He must be planning something bad. If he had someone catch Yuan Can back, wouldn't it ruin Luo's plan? Yuan Can is not a big deal, so it's okay to let him go. The prince walked halfway and turned around. Leave the palace now. If he guessed correctly, Luo should still be in the Mo mansion. The puppet was lost in the Mo mansion, so it was reasonable for him to go to the Mo mansion. When the two arrived at the Mo mansion, they happened to meet Yuilua and the fourth prince coming out together. Crown Prince, are you out to investigate the puppet? Yuilua ran to the Crown Prince and looked up and asked. Yes. The Crown Prince leaned over to support her. Father has entrusted this matter to me to investigate. Is Luo going back to the palace now? No, I'm going to the third prince's house to see him now. The prince took Yuilua and said, it just so happens that my brother is free now. Let's go see my third brother with Luo. So they got on the carriage and went to the third prince's mansion. Does my brother know what I did? After getting on the carriage, Yuilua sat next to the prince and asked with black grape-like eyes. Dad must know it too, otherwise he wouldn't have asked my brother to investigate this matter. Why do I feel like everyone is covering up for me? I know a little bit. My brother had someone follow the secret agent of the Li Kingdom, so he knew it? The fourth prince leaned back without any image. Fortunately, the prince didn't catch the man, otherwise Luo and I would have worked in vain. After saying that, seeing that the prince didn't seem to want to ask what he and Luo did, the fourth prince stood up. Prince, aren't you curious about what Luo and I did? The prince looked normal. I'm not curious. When the puppet arrives in the country, it will naturally know what you did. The fourth prince curled his lips and thought it was meaningless. If it were him, he would definitely be curious to death and would break the casserole to get to the bottom of it. As they were talking, the carriage had already stopped at the door of the third prince. After getting off the carriage, the fourth prince looked at his empty hands. Luo, Crown Prince, we come to visit empty-handed. Is this really appropriate? We are brothers. We don't care about these empty formalities. After the Crown Prince finished speaking, he took Yuilua and walked inside. The fourth prince was stunned for a moment, followed Lin Qi and asked in a low voice. When did Crown Prince become so shameless? Entering the gate of the third prince's mansion, Mu Shui was drying herbs in the yard. Seeing the few people, she hurriedly walked up and bowed. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and the fourth prince. No need to be polite, third brother's wife. How is third brother doing lately? Mu Shui led a few people to the main hall. His Royal Highness is in good health. The second and third princes in the main hall heard the voices, looked up at the door, and immediately stood up and said in unison. Greetings to brother Crown Prince. No need to be polite, get up. Mu Shui asked Qing'er to serve tea, smiled, and walked towards Yuilua, holding out her hand. Luo, I take you to pick something. Yuilua stretched out her hand, okay. As the two of them left, the fourth prince immediately noticed the black stuff on the small table between the second prince and the third prince. What are you drinking? The second prince smiled inconspicuously, shook his fan, and handed the black stuff to the fourth prince. This is a new drink developed by the third prince's mansion. Fourth brother, try it. The fourth prince took it and looked at the second prince with suspicion. Second brother, are you sure? The second prince nodded very seriously. Sure, try it. I think it tastes good. The fourth prince took a sip with doubt and licked his lips. Why does it taste weird? Really? The second prince held back his laughter and pushed another bowl in front of the fourth prince. Try this one. I guess that bowl doesn't taste the way you like it. The fourth prince hesitated for a moment, took a sip, and his expression instantly became ferocious. The second prince couldn't hold back any longer and laughed out loud. Fourth brother, is it delicious? The fourth prince realized that he was teased by the second prince, glared at him fiercely, and then pitifully complained to the third prince beside him. Third brother, the second brother bullied me, you helped me beat him up. The second prince stopped laughing. Fourth brother, I am older than the third brother, you should complain to the crown prince. Luo said that the third brother is the hero, and you are just a dead cannon fodder. Aren't you also a cannon fodder? The second prince raised his eyebrows. According to Luo, you are more cannon fodder than me. The crown prince and the third prince, you two should hold back. Be careful not to be heard by Luo. The fourth prince snorted, picked up the drink he had just drunk and asked the third prince, what is this? Chapter 519. Yuilua and Mu Shui walked out of the main hall together, walked along the corridor, and stopped at the door of a locked house. We are here. Inside is where His Highness keeps rare treasures. My dowry, and the betrothal gifts from His Highness are also inside. Luo, you can take whatever you like. Mu Shui let go of Yuilua's hand, and took out the key to open the door. The door was pushed open, and all kinds of rare treasures packed in boxes inside were exposed to Yuilua's sight. The third brother was quite rich, and I thought he would become a poor ghost after giving the betrothal gift, but I didn't expect it to be completely different from what I thought. Walking to the box, Mu Shui hesitated for a moment and picked up an exquisite hairpin. Does Luor like this? Without waiting for Yuilua to speak, Mu Shui put the hairpin back. No, Luor is still young now. This is not suitable for Luor to wear, and when she grows up, the style will be out of date. She didn't know what children were interested in, especially children like Yuilua, who were different from other children. Third sister-in-law, you don't have to worry too much about the third brother. Looking at the tiredness on Mu Shui's face, Yuilua spoke softly. Before she finished speaking, Mu Shui squatted down, put her hand on her shoulder, and looked at her level. She raised a faint smile. Who told Luor about this? Don't worry, Luor, I won't let His Highness get into trouble. As soon as these words came out, Yuilua was immediately confused. I was obviously comforting others. Why did the heroine comfort me in return? Has the third emperor's sister-in-law found a way? Yuilua looked at Mu Shui. Not yet. But she believed that she would find a way. Yuilua wanted to say something else, but Mu Shui had already taken her by the hand. Let's not talk about this. I don't know what children like. Can Luor choose it herself? Yuilua nodded, and waited for Mu Shui to see what she had chosen, and was stunned. That's it? No more. Yuilua held a jade bowl and a pair of jade chopsticks. No more. You can't really empty the third prince's mansion. These two are enough for dinner. But this is too little. Mu Shui turned around and took out a lot of pure gold ornaments from the box. Luor, take these to fill your own coffers. Qinger, pack these for Luor. Yuilua wanted to refuse, but Mu Shui didn't give him a chance. The two returned to the main hall, and the fourth prince stood up and walked towards Yuilua as if he saw a savior. Luor, the second prince bullied the weak and made me drink that unknown stuff. Yuilua, Fourth prince, are you kidding me? I'm still a baby. Is it appropriate to complain to me? Luor, come and see if I'm okay. The fourth prince squatted down and hugged Yuilua. Wow, I don't know what you drank. What if I can't see Luor again? Yuilua pushed the crying fourth prince. Stop pretending. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Actor, even more so than me. Drink? Mu Shui then noticed that the thing she had placed on the small table had indeed been moved. She stepped forward, picked up the bowl, and looked at the fourth prince. Fourth prince, did you drink this? The fourth prince was a little panicked. Third sister-in-law, is this the poison you prepared? Mu Shui shook her head. That's not the case. These two bowls are made by boiling earthworms and medicine to nourish the medicinal materials. The fourth prince breathed a sigh of relief. Then, after hearing the second half of Mu Shui's words, the good words that the fourth prince wanted to say were stuck in his throat, and then he quickly stood up and ran out to the door to find water to rinse his mouth. Earthworms, such a disgusting thing, he still drank it. The fourth prince found water, and kept rinsing his mouth while warning himself not to think about it. If he thought about it again, he would vomit what he had eaten. Second brother, why are you teasing the fourth brother? Yuilua looked at the fourth prince, who looked like he was about to vomit, and walked to the second prince and glanced at him. The second prince coughed lightly, secretly cursing the fourth prince for being shameless, and for even complaining to Luor. He smiled and said, I didn't know it was this thing, and I thought he drank it when my third brother didn't say anything. When Yuilua looked over, the third prince explained, I didn't have time to say anything, and my fourth brother drank it. The crown prince can testify to this. The crown prince, After rinsing his mouth, the fourth prince strode in and glared at the second prince. You are so evil, huh? Mu Shui asked apologetically. I left it here and forgot to take it away. Is the fourth prince feeling better now? It's okay, third princess. Fourth brother, this is called learning from failure. The second prince stood up and patted the fourth prince's shoulder. Remember not to trust others in the future. Take your claws away. The fourth prince slapped the second prince's hand away and looked at the third prince. How are you feeling recently? Nothing is wrong. The third prince raised his hand and placed it on the table. As soon as he finished speaking, he started coughing uncontrollably. The hand that was covering his lips was already stained with a hint of red. Your Highness. Mu Shui stepped forward quickly, grabbed the third prince's hand, and turned pale after taking his pulse. No, how could this happen? Third prince's wife. What happened to third prince? Yuilua looked at Mu Shui's reaction, and her expression suddenly became serious. When I took His Highness' pulse this morning, he was fine, but now I found that his organs are beginning to show signs of failure. Chinger waved away the irrelevant people before Mu Shui came forward to take his pulse and close the door. The faces of the people in the room all looked bad when they heard this. It's out of control again. The third prince's 20th birthday hasn't arrived yet. How come it's advanced again? Yui Lua frowned, and suddenly had a guess in her mind. The prince handed the handkerchief to the third prince. According to what the third brother said, he should have died on his 20th birthday. Are you sure the diagnosis is correct? It can't be wrong, otherwise His Highness wouldn't cough up blood for no reason. Yui Lua walked to the third prince, put his hand on his wrist without leaving a trace, and released his divine power. Third brother, are you okay? Feeling that the divine power she released was absorbed, Yui Lua breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately it worked. Don't worry, I'm fine. The third prince forced a smile, and his pale face made his words seem unconvincing. Yui Lua said divine power for a while, and found that the divine power was indeed absorbed by the third prince, but the third prince's face was still pale, and did not change. Is it useless? Yui Lua tightened her face. Third sister-in-law, please help the third brother's pulse again. Mu Shui diagnosed again. Same, I didn't make a mistake. How could it be useless? It was clearly absorbed. Yui Lua withdrew her hand, and felt the frustration for the first time. Since coming here, she has been trying to change everything as much as possible. The smooth experience before made her think that as long as she knew the direction in advance, she could protect her family and let lovers get married. Now it seems that she can't even protect the lives of her family. So how can she talk about helping lovers get married? Chapter 520. Don't worry, Master Changyan said this is destiny. As expected, the third prince accepted it calmly, but he couldn't bear to see Mu Shui sad for him. Bullshit destiny. Yui Lua exuded a low pressure all over her body. Even if it is destiny, I won't let anything happen to you. Fuck your destiny. I don't care who you are if you dare to snatch people from me. Third brother's wife, help third brother to rest first. The prince said, and pulled Yui Lua over, knowing that she must be holding back her anger, and rubbed her head. Luor, be good. Besides that, the prince didn't know what to say. Mu Shui had no idea what to do during this period, and he didn't have the confidence to think he could help. Yui Lua calmed down and thought about the sudden change. Just like the previous levee collapse, everything was pushed by others. Ordinary people don't have this ability, so what about the people in the fairy world? She stood up. I have something to go out for. Lin Chi, you go out with Luor. Seeing that Yui Lua didn't refuse, Lin Chi followed Yui Lua out of the third prince's mansion. As the two left, the fourth prince was worried. Luor doesn't look well. She always thought she could save her third brother, but now she can't do anything. She must feel bad. The second prince laughed at himself. We adults are not as good as a child. Now is not the time to complain. The prince stood up. Let's go see how the third brother is. Several people went to the third prince's room. The third prince was half lying on the bed. He looked up and said to the prince who came in, please keep an eye on Luor, my prince. It is said that caring too much will lead to confusion. Luor is now in a state of shock. If she does something they cannot predict, he will die without peace of mind. Don't worry, I'm here with Luor. Since you are suddenly in such a state, the people you employ in the mansion must be extremely cautious. Don't worry, Your Highness, your health problem will not be known to outsiders. Mu Shui understood what the prince meant and spoke. How long can the third prince last according to his current condition? The fourth prince asked the question that Mu Shui did not want to face. 3 months at most, Mu Shui said in a low voice. Even if I take medicine to prolong my life, I can only last 3 months. Now she didn't dare to say that there would be a way. Don't worry about it. All organs suddenly failed. Is this fate? Yui Lua took Lin Chi out of the third prince's mansion, and ordered Lin Chi to drive the carriage to the prime minister's mansion. Lin Chi was puzzled, but didn't ask any more questions. The little princess kept giving off cold air all the way, which was even more terrifying than the crown prince. Arriving at the gate of the prime minister's mansion, Yui Lua got off the carriage and asked without waiting for the people at the gate to ask, is Li Yunha at the mansion? This is the little princess. Lin Chi saw that the two did not seem to know Yui Lua, and opened his mouth to explain. The two immediately bowed respectfully before answering the question Yui Lua asked. The young master is not at the mansion. He is busy with the entrance examination of the academy recently. He should be in the academy. Princess, wait here, I will go and invite Lord Li back. After weighing the pros and cons, Yui Lua signaled Lin Chi to go, and come back quickly. Lin Chi rushed to the academy with Qigong. Li Yunha was busy, and when he heard someone report that the guards around the prince were looking for him, he put down what he was doing, stood up and walked out. What's wrong with the prince? Seeing that Lin Chi seemed very anxious, Li Yunhe thought that the prince had something urgent to tell him. It's the little princess, who wants to see Lordly. Lordly, please go to the Prime Minister's mansion with me quickly. What's wrong with the princess? Li Yunhe's voice was a little trembling. Hurry, let's go to the Prime Minister's mansion now. The little princess is fine, Lordly, don't worry. Seeing Li Yunhe's nervous look, Lin Chi hurriedly explained. That's good. Li Yunhe breathed a sigh of relief, and the two of them rushed back to the Prime Minister's mansion together with Qi Gong. If there was nothing wrong, he wouldn't be so anxious to find her. Her Highness the Princess must have encountered something. Mother, where is the princess? Li Yunhe entered the main hall, and didn't see Yuilua, so he asked Madame Li, who was sitting on the chair. In the study. Madame Li wanted to ask something else, but Li Yunhe had already turned around and left the main hall. Master, I just saw that the little princess was not quite right, and now my son seems to be wrong too. Yuilua was sitting in the study. When she heard the knock on the door, she said, come in. Li Yunhe pushed the door open and bowed. I am here to see your Highness the Princess. Don't be so empty. Yuilua waved at him. Come here, I have something to ask you. Princess, please speak. Li Yunhe walked up to her obediently, and sat on the empty chair next to her. You said I am the reincarnation of the goddess of resurrection, so do you know a lot about my previous life in the fairy world? Li Yunhe said truthfully, most of them are known, but I don't know if it can help what the princess wants to ask. Did I have any enemies when I was in the fairy world? Enemy? Li Yunhe shook his head. The princess was admired by everyone in the fairy world. There was no one in the fairy world who didn't like the princess, so there was no way she had any enemies. Apart from the people in the fairy world, who else could do things so quietly? Just because everyone admires you doesn't mean that no one hates you. Yuilua frowned slightly, and a powerful existence suddenly popped up in her mind when she was watching the fairy drama before. Heaven's Way. Feeling that she seemed not satisfied with this answer, Li Yunhe asked, why did the princess suddenly ask about this? What about Heaven's Way? Will it interfere with the affairs of ordinary people? No one was offended, and the time-traveling girl who led all this was no longer in this world, so it was only Heaven's Way. No. Li Yunhe said what he knew. As far as I know, every world will have a male and female protagonist, and their luck is different from others. As long as Heaven's Way interferes with the direction of the world, it will disappear completely. So since ancient times, the Heavenly Tao has never dared to interfere in the affairs of the lower world. The existence of the Heavenly Tao is also used to restrain the immortals in the immortal world, not ordinary people. So my guess is wrong? Yuilua always feels that something is wrong, but she can't put it into words for a while. Seeing that she didn't speak, Li Yunhe was silent for a while, then stood up and poured her a glass of water. If there is something that your Highness the Princess doesn't understand, you can think about it slowly, without forcing yourself. Maybe if you relax a little, you will figure out the things that you don't understand right now. Since Her Royal Highness Princess didn't intend to tell him why she asked this question, he couldn't help her even if he wanted to, so he could only comfort her verbally and tell her not to worry. That makes sense. Yuilua took a sip of water and reviewed everything that had happened since she was born in this world. When she came to the story of the hero and heroine, Yuilua paused while drinking water. How could such an important thing be overlooked? He put down the cup and looked up at Li Yunhe. Thank you, Lordly, for today. I leave first. Chapter 521. Li Yunhe stood up and escorted Yuilua out of the house. Yuilua walked to the carriage, turned back, and looked at Li Yunhe solemnly. No need to escort me, thank you today. Although it is still unknown whether her guess is correct, whether it is right or not, Li Yunhe did provide help. Li Yunhe rubbed his forehead. His face did not look good. Your Highness, there is no need to thank me. Yuilua asked puzzledly, noticing his abnormality. What's wrong? It's okay, Li Yunhe said softly, trying to suppress his discomfort. Princess, be careful on the road. The carriage went away, and Li Yunhe could no longer hold on. He staggered and raised his hand to support himself by the door before he could stand firm. Sir, what's wrong with you? The servant at the door quickly stepped forward to support Li Yunhe and asked anxiously. It's okay, my head hurts a little, just take a rest. Recently my head hurts from time to time, but before, it would stop hurting after a while, unlike now when it hurts as if it is about to split. Madame Li and Prime Minister Li saw the servant supporting Li Yunhe, and stood up and walked out without even drinking tea. I'm fine, just take a rest. Li Yunhe blocked the two's questions, so they had to tell the servant to help him go to the room to rest. You lie down well, mother has asked someone to call the doctor. Madame Li tucked him in and started to talk. I'm talking to you, I told you not to be so tired. You have to supervise the repairs of the academy yourself, and now you are busy with enrollment. You can ask others to do the unnecessary things. Seeing Li Yunhe frowning, Prime Minister Li said, Madam, please stop talking. My son has a headache. If you keep talking like this, it will hurt more. As he spoke, the doctor came in with a medicine box on his back. He didn't even have time to salute before Madame Li urged him to help Li Yunhe take his pulse. How is it? Madame Li saw the doctor withdraw his hand and asked impatiently. The young master is fine. He will be fine after resting more. It's really fine, Dad and Mom, you can go out. The two of them left the house with the doctor and closed the door. The moment the door closed, Li Yunhe's head hurt again. He raised his hand to cover his head, his face pale. At this time, a large number of memories quickly flooded into his mind. He bit his lips tightly to prevent himself from making a sound of pain. After receiving the memories, the pain gradually disappeared, and Li Yunhe was able to breathe. The grandson of the emperor has now become an ordinary person. How ridiculous. Li Yunhe raised his hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead, his expression cold. The voice in his head continued. How is it? Now as a mortal, you can't help the person you love. You feel powerless, right? Do you need me to help you recover your divine power? You have done so much, but the goddess of resurrection doesn't know about it. Even if she knows, she won't even look at you. Am I ridiculous? Li Yunhe opened the quilt, got out of bed, sat at the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and said slowly, Now I have become an ordinary person. Even if you are the way of heaven, you still have no ability to interfere with me helping her. You are so anxious to show up. How afraid are you that she will guess that everything is your fault? The voice in my head was silent for a moment, and snorted coldly. What if you know? Li Yunhe drank a sip of tea. If you know, you can't do anything to her, just like you can't do anything to me now. I can't do anything to you. The voice of Tian Dao was furious. I am afraid of you, a mortal, it's ridiculous. If you are not afraid, you can try. It's better to wipe out both me and her directly. Otherwise, with her temperament, after she returns to the fairyland, your Tian Dao will no longer be necessary. Oh, by the way, I forgot that you can't attack ordinary people. You are hateful. Li Yunhe waited for a moment, and there was no more extra voice in his mind. He said with regret. It's a pity that you didn't fall for it. Thinking of the memory he just received, Li Yunhe laughed at himself again, opened the door, and walked out. He had to finish the entrance examination of the academy as soon as possible so that he could take time out to go out and clear the obstacles for her trip to Li country. You want to use provocation to provoke me, but it's useless. Oh, you came back just to talk about this? Li Yunhe said calmly. Also, the goddess of resurrection thought she had mastered the script and her relatives could read her mind and change her fate. I tell you, she was dreaming. Li Yunhe, who was unaware of the situation, chuckled. Then I have to thank you for telling me that her mind was read, otherwise I wouldn't know. Tian Dao forgot that Li Yunhe didn't know about this, and it seemed like he was helping Li Yunhe, which made him so angry that he wanted to kill Li Yunhe directly. No wonder the princess looked at him strangely before. The princess must have said something to him in her heart. After returning to the palace, Yuilua sat by the window in a daze. Damn dog heaven, is it trying to warn me that even if I hold the script, I can't change my fate? Master Changyun, the bald donkey, is not in the capital again, damn it. What is he running around for? They are all troublesome. Concubine Xian walked to Yuilua and handed her the peeled fruit. You've been sitting for so long, are you unhappy to leave the palace? Yuilua shook her head. No, it's probably because of the weather. Empress Xian didn't ask any more questions, sat next to her, raised her hand, and touched her head. I make your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs later. Okay. Yuilua smiled and added, Thank you, mother. I can't pass on bad emotions to my mother. When I return to the fairyland, I will beat the dog head of the heavenly way. When Master Changyun comes back, there should be a way to save the third emperor. Yuilua waited for more than half a month. Master Changyun had not yet returned to the capital, but he had received the news that Yuankin had arrived in Li country. Good boy, got it. Yuilua let go of the bird in her hand, and her mood improved. I don't know if the princess likes my gift, but Yuankin must deliver it to her as soon as possible. Yuankin was bathing in an inn at this time. In order to get to Li country as soon as possible in the past half-month, he had not eaten anything delicious, and his mouth was almost tasteless from eating dry food every day. Master Yuan, are you okay? I'm going to see the princess. There was a knock on the door, and Yuan Kan, who was still taking a bath, had to wipe himself and change into clean clothes. Okay, Yuan can open the door. I can't go to see the princess now. The man at the door said unhappily. Why? We have to check if there is any problem with the puppet. If we send it without checking, it will be like cutting off our own retreat if something goes wrong. It's too late. The princess asked you to see her now, the man said, and dragged Yuan Can out directly. Yuan Can, who had no ability to resist, was taken to the princess's house like this, without giving him a chance to check the puppet. Princess, Yuan Can is here. Yuan Can followed the man, standing in the middle of the room and secretly looking up at the so-called princess. She had a beautiful appearance and a body that looked stronger than him, with a man on each side. Chapter 522. Yuan Can, who had heard of the Li national style a long time ago, was still shocked by this scene. The man looked extremely delicate and dressed like a brothel girl. Are you Yuan Can? Feng Qingqing pushed away the two male favorites beside her and looked up at Yuan Can, who was lowering his head. Raise your head, I will take a good look at the man of Tianqi. For some reason, Yuan Can felt humiliated, but still raised his head obediently. The Prince Duan, who was sitting expressionless next to him, raised his eyelids when he heard the name and looked at Yuan Can. Nothing special, not as strong as me. Feng Qingqing looked him up and down, and said calmly, I heard that you brought me something good, where is it? She was in a good mood recently because she got the city defense map of Tianqi. Feng Hongyu, that useless guy, was still very useful. The thing is outside, but I was in a hurry and didn't have time to try it. No problem, Feng Qingqing waved her hand and ordered someone to bring the thing in. The guard at the door took the order, moved the wrap training puppet in, put it in the middle of the room, and raised his hand to tear off the cloth wrapped on it. Is this the thing? Feng Qingqing stood up, walked to the training puppet, and said disdainfully, It doesn't look special. You know if it's special or not after you take a look. Prince Duan suddenly spoke up, and was also curious whether this thing was as powerful as the rumor said. Oh, you are willing to talk today. Feng Qingqing said and instructed Yuan Can, Let's start, let me see how powerful this thing is. My lady, I haven't tried this thing, what if there is any danger? Yuan Can hesitated and stood still. The people of Tianqi can't predict the future, so how could they know that you would steal this thing? So since it's something you use, how can it be dangerous? Those people probably don't know that Tianqi has her spies. When she ascends the throne, she will get rid of Tianqi first and unify the three kingdoms. The Mother Queen doesn't have this ambition, but she does. Yuan Can thought what she said made sense, took out the instructions written by the fourth prince, and said, Then I start. Wait, Feng Qingqing looked at the guards at the door. Close the door. Don't let the queen know about what happened today. Whoever spreads it will be beheaded. The door was closed, and Feng Qingqing signaled Yuan Can to start. She retreated to a distance and watched leisurely. Yuan Can activated the training puppet according to the fourth prince's instructions. Under everyone's gaze, the puppet slowly raised its hands and legs and performed a set of movements. It was this set of movements that made Feng Qingqing's face turn green. Why do these movements look familiar? The servants in the room were talking in low voices. Yes, and it doesn't look that powerful. Are you pigs? Feng Qingqing said in a deep voice. This is a move commonly used by the Li Kingdom. She looked at Yuan Can coldly. Mr. Yuan really gave a good gift. Do we need to learn the moves of our country from this broken puppet? 1 against 100? Ridiculous. Yuan Can's mind was already in a mess. It was said that 1 against 100. Why can't he just do some fancy tricks? Wait a minute, my lady, we can change the attack method. Feeling that he could still save it, Yuan Can hurried forward. I change its attack method now. After changing it, he stepped back a few steps, nervously waiting for the puppet to change. After a moment, the puppet suddenly turned violently. The people staring at the puppet stared at it without blinking, fearing that they would miss any big scene. Yuan Can's uneasy mood was relieved a lot after seeing this scene. Before he could be happy, the puppet turned faster and faster. Except for speed, there was no other attack change. Feng Qingqing frowned so much that she could pinch a fly to death. Are you planning to use it to stun the enemy? After the words were spoken, the puppet cracked, and the people in the room shouted to protect the princess. The moment the puppet cracked, the wasps that the fourth prince had placed inside seemed to break free from their restraints, and they all rushed out of the nest, a black mass of them quickly flying towards the princess. This incident caused chaos in the room. Are you blind? Come and help me drive away these wasps. Feng Qingqing raised her hand to drive away the wasps that were circling around her, while scolding the stunned servants. The attendant reacted and rushed forward to help her drive away the wasps. But she smelled too much of perfume powder, so driving away the wasps was useless, and she was stung even harder by the wasps around her. Waste. Feng Qingqing was stung on the face several times, and she was so angry that she started to curse. Are you pigs? Don't you know how to open the door? Yuan Can, who was hiding under the table, grabbed the tablecloth tightly, fearing that he would be stung too. He didn't even have the extra energy to think about what to do later, so that the princess would not blame him. The chaos caused by the wasp was finally calmed down after the door was opened. The princess' hair was disheveled, and there were several red spots on her face from being stung. She looked extremely embarrassed. Yuan Can, get out of here. The princess walked towards the round wooden table and overturned it with a murderous look on her face. Without anything to cover her, Yuan Can hesitated for a moment and stood up carefully. Please calm down, princess. I don't know why this wasp only stung you. Why did the wasp only sting me? Is this what you want to say? She was stung like this. Shouldn't he reflect on why there was a wasp inside? Feng Qingqing raised her hand and pinched his neck, her face gloomy. I don't know why there was a wasp inside, princess. Let me go first. Yuan Can was pinched by the neck, and said these words intermittently, struggling to let Feng Qingqing let go. Do you think I will let you go? Feng Qingqing increased the strength of her hand. The person who plotted against me deserves to be dead. Breathing became more and more difficult, and realizing that Feng Qingqing had no intention of letting him go, Yuan Can had to put his last hope on Prince Duan. He turned his head with great effort, and found that Prince Duan was walking towards him. Princess, let him go, he is still useful. Feng Qingqing released some of her strength, and kicked Yuan Can aside. Tell me what he is useful for. If you tell me, I will be unhappy and you will die. This man has been more disciplined recently, which made her happy, but now he dares to disobey her. Since he is the son of the Duke's mansion, he must know a lot about Tianqi. Doesn't the princess want to unify the three kingdoms? With him here, you can know yourself and your enemy. This thing should be made by the fourth prince for fun. Princess, please keep me. I promise to help you with your great cause. Yuan Can took a breath and knelt on the ground to beg. Help? Feng Qingqing sneered, then go and kidnap the little princess of Tianqi to me now. Let me see your ability. This? Yuan Can pursed his lips. The little princess has secret guards around her. I don't know how to fight, so I can't kidnap the little princess. Then you still dare to say you can help? Feng Qingqing was just trying to test it casually. Seeing Yuan Can so cowardly, the killing intent surfaced again. She originally planned to kidnap the little princess of Tianqi herself. She was worried about letting others kidnap her. Chapter 523. Although I can't help you with force, I can help you with intelligence. My lady, let the doctor take a look at your face first. Prince Duan was worried that Yuan Can would anger Feng Qingqing again, so he spoke up. Feng Qingqing touched her face, walked back to the top and sat down. Hurry up and let the doctor come. For your sake, I will spare Yuan Can's life, but you have to be good and take off the thorns on your body, understand? I understand. Prince Duan suppressed his anger and said softly. If there was no one around him who could be used, he wouldn't have saved Yuan Can, a fool. The two male favorites beside him shrank when they saw the red envelope on Feng Qingqing's face. Why do you dislike me? Feng Qingqing noticed the two subtle movements, stood up and kicked them viciously. I told you to dislike me, but if you dislike me like this, there's no need for you to live. The two's faces instantly lost color when they heard this, and they quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to beg for mercy. It's too late. Feng Qingqing ignored the two's pleas for mercy. Come on, drag these two annoying things down and chop them off. There are as many male favorites as she wants, and if she makes her angry, she deserves to die. My lady, you have killed 5 this month. If the emperor knows about it, I'm afraid. The female guard who came in from the door said carefully, and met Feng Qingqing's eyes that seemed to be tortured by her, and knelt on the ground with a bang. I'm sorry for talking too much. Please forgive me, my lady. Feng Qingqing snorted coldly. You know you're talking too much, but why don't you do it? It's just a worthless life. Just don't alarm the Queen Mother. She glanced at everyone in the room dimly. If you want to tell the Queen Mother, it's okay. Everyone was silent, but they understood in their hearts. Even if the Emperor knew, given how much he doted on the princess, at most he would just reprimand her a few words. The princess had done a lot of vicious things since she was a child, but the Emperor doted on her, and still helped her clean up the mess after scolding her. Even if they were angry in their hearts over the years, they didn't dare to say much. It was only a matter of time before the princess inherited the throne. If you displease her now, you will be dealt with before the princess takes that position. Yuan Can was still feeling lucky that he had escaped, but when he saw Feng Qingqing was about to chop 2 people alive without blinking, he regretted coming to this place even more. The two were dragged away from Yuan Can crying, and soon, The crying completely disappeared. Yuan Kan's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, his legs couldn't stop trembling, and he kept doubting his choice. 2 lives were lost. Was the road ahead really his way out? Princess, it has been dealt with. The guard came in with a knife, which was still stained with bright red blood, indicating that it had just killed 2 people. Okay, clean it up. Don't scare the imperial physician who will come later. Feng Qingqing's tone was very light, as if the people killed were not 2 people, but 2 chickens. By the way, Feng Qingqing looked at Yuan Kan, whose face was a little pale. Tell me how favored your little princess of Tianqi is. There were rumors outside, but she didn't think so. Tianqi is a place where men are respected. Even if a princess is favored, she is still overshadowed by the crown prince and the princes. There are still people who are blind enough to compare her with that little brat. She is the crown princess, and will be the emperor in the future. How can she, a princess who only knows how to please others, be compared with her? The little princess is actually more favored than the rumors outside. Yuan Kan hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. When she was 1 year old, she was given the title of Princess Dinghua, plus the Royal Academy and 10 houses. That's all? Feng Qingqing sneered. It's just a title without real power plus some silver. I have as much silver as I want. Do you have more? Tell me something I don't know. The princesses and princes of the royal family also dote on the little princess. They will grant her every request. Master Chongyun also said that the little princess is not an ordinary person. Not an ordinary person. Feng Qingqing was even more disdainful. What that bald donkey said is worth believing. You Tianqi believe these things, but we in Ligua don't. 3 years ago, that person traveled here. The Queen Mother had heard of his reputation, and specially asked him to help her look in her face. But the bald donkey said that her future would change drastically, and she would not be able to get the throne. Now 2 years have passed, and her life is still comfortable and carefree, without any change at all. As for not being able to get the throne, it is even more nonsense. She knows better than anyone how much the Queen Mother loves her. If she doesn't give her the throne, will she give it to Feng Hongyu, that useless thing? Yuan Kan was speechless, not knowing how to answer. Master Chongyun had never made a mistake in reading faces. No wonder Prince Duan chose to lie dormant beside her. She was ruthless, but had no brains, and she was arrogant. It would be strange if she didn't fall into Prince Duan's hands. My lady, the imperial physician is here. The imperial physician put down the medicine box, bowed respectfully, and was stunned after seeing the wound. Why are you stunned? You better keep your mouth shut. Yes, I will prescribe a prescription for you, my lady. After prescribing the prescription, and taking a bottle of external medicine, the imperial physician left quickly with the medicine box. Okay, all of you go away. After saying that, Feng Qingqing glanced at Prince Duan, who stood up and added a sentence. Since you saved Yuan Kan, you take him away and teach him the rules of the princess's mansion. The crowd retreated as if they had been pardoned. Prince Duan took Yuan Kan to the backyard wing room. When they reached a deserted place, Yuan Kan bowed. Thank you for rescuing me just now, your highness. Prince Duan didn't even look at him, but opened the door and walked in. Come in and talk, there are too many people outside. Yuan Kan followed him into the house, and closed the door. From today on, you have only one identity, that is, the man in the princess' backyard, or the male concubine. Male concubine? Yuan Kan raised his voice, and approached Prince Duan. How can a man of 7 feet tall be her male concubine? And I am a counselor. He traveled thousands of miles, not to be a male concubine. And the princess did not regard the male concubine as a human being at all, and he did not want to dress himself up like that. Counselor? Prince Duan said sarcastically, if I hadn't spoken up just now, do you think you would still be alive? If you don't learn your lesson, I won't be able to protect you next time. Then, your majesty, are you also the concubine of the princess? Yuan Kan pursed his lips and asked bravely. I am being humble now. Prince Duan didn't answer directly. The princess doesn't like men who are too strong. You have to control your temper in Tianqi. He was also released because he learned some etiquette of the Li Kingdom during this period. Otherwise, he would have been locked up in the woodshed before. Thank you for your teachings. How can I help you? You have also learned about the princess's temperament just now. She is bloodthirsty, brave but not wise, and arrogant. We just need to stay in the princess's mansion, and wait for her to take that position before we can take action. Chapter 524. But how long do we have to wait for her to take that position? The Queen of Li Country is only in her 30s. They will have to wait for a long time until she dies. Decades? If they die earlier, they might die before the Queen. This question stumped Prince Duan. He was silent for a moment, walked to Yuan Can, raised his hand, and patted his shoulder. You don't have to wait for the queen to die, but it depends on you. He couldn't bring himself to seduce the princess, and Yuan Can happened to come. It seemed like a good choice to let Yuan Can go. Rely on me? Yuan Can didn't know what Prince Duan was thinking yet. He raised his hand and pointed at himself, shaking his head frantically. I can't do it. I don't know martial arts. I can't assassinate the empress. Prince Duan, He was really worried that he would become stupid if he stayed with Yuan Can and the princess for a long time. I didn't ask you to assassinate the empress. You go and seduce the princess. As long as she pampers you, you can blow pillow talk. And when she solves the empress, she can naturally ascend the throne. And then we will seize her military power, capture the country, and kill back to Tianqi. Yuan Can had already forgotten his dignity as a man, and continued with a face full of fighting spirit. The Li kingdom is in our pocket. We will fight back to Tianqi, and finally deal with the Chang kingdom, and the three kingdoms can be unified directly. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He was a great contributor to the unification of the three kingdoms, and he would definitely go down in history. That's right, so you should perform well, and make the best use of everything. Sometimes it's not a bad thing to have a better body than a better brain. Prince Duan smiled a little, but he was calculating in his heart. It was enough to let Yuan Can, who was not very smart, deal with the princess, so that it would not be in vain to save this person. At least he could learn those disgusting etiquette instead of him. That's it. Be careful and don't let anyone know that we knew each other. I have someone send you some clothes, and let the people around you teach you etiquette. Yuan Can stood there for a long time, and let out a heavy breath. He encouraged himself in his heart. For the sake of the great cause, and for the sake of being remembered in history, it doesn't matter. At the same time, Master Changyun was rushing to the third prince's mansion. After getting off the carriage, he was taken into the third prince's mansion by the people waiting at the door before he even had time to breathe. He shook his sleeves, walked to the door of the room where the third prince rested, and said loudly, I am here. Is the third prince's married life going well? Finally arrived, but it was so slow. Entering the room, looking at the third prince half lying in the room, with disheveled hair and pale face, Master Changyun coughed lightly. It doesn't look good. Young people should also be restrained. You won't live long anyway. Mu Shui, Master Changyun misunderstood. Master Changyun walked to the third prince's bed, raised his hand to feel his pulse, and then his expression froze. How could this happen? It shouldn't be. You haven't died yet. Doesn't God keep his word? So you asked me to return to Beijing just for this? Master Changyun sat on the chair and stroked his beard. I have never encountered such a thing before. By the way, you should prepare some food for me. I am too hungry after traveling so fast. Mu Shui got up and went out. She told people to prepare the food and then came back. The third prince propped himself up. Luer asked you to come back. I have something to ask you. Hey, little princess is here too. If I can save your third brother, can you agree to be my apprentice? Yui rolled her eyes. Hey, you just saw me. It's strange that you can save the third brother. If you can, you wouldn't have that expression just now. You're still trying to fool me. You're dreaming. Little princess, would you consider it? If you become my apprentice, I can take you to eat delicious food, drink spicy drinks, and travel around the other two countries to see the scenery of the two countries. With me here, you will be a guest of honor wherever you go. Master Changyun was so excited when he spoke, but unfortunately Yui Lua's expression didn't even change. Oh, a distinguished guest, who was driven out of the palace by the Queen of the country 3 years ago? That was because they were not satisfied with what I said and became angry. This year, the Queen of the country begged me again to help her tell fortunes to find someone. Yui Lua continued, You refused? Of course, I am a petty person, so I didn't tell fortunes for her. The Queen of the country told fortunes to find someone. Did she know? No, that bastard Tiandao will only cause trouble for me. It is impossible for him to let the Queen of the country know about this in advance. After all, the sooner the Queen of the country knows about this, the less obstacles I will face. So it can't be the person I want to find. Who is it? Little princess, think about it. Master Changyun saw that she didn't say anything and continued. As long as you learn these skills of mine, everyone will admire you. If others provoke you, you will cause trouble for them. When they ask you to tell the fortune to see what will happen in the future, you can directly refuse. Yui Lua, It's a pity that he didn't become the leader of a pyramid scheme. It seems that he was restrained when he saw me in the palace last time. Now this is his true nature. Don't brainwash me. You can't help the third prince at all. Prince's wife, the food is here. Xinger's voice sounded outside. Mu Shui stood up after hearing it, opened the door, and brought the food in. Master Chongyun, please. I eat first and talk while eating. Master Chongyun picked up the chopsticks, put some rice in his mouth, chewed it, and sighed. There is really nothing we can do about the third prince's situation. Others say they don't believe in destiny, but he does. He really doesn't have the ability to fight against the sky for his life. You don't have to think of a way. Yui Lua said seriously, I know you can't do it, so I just want to ask you something. Master Chongyun was hit by her serious look, but recovered quickly. Little princess, do you have a way? Yui Lua smiled, and walked to sit opposite Master Chongyun. Not yet. When you helped the third sister-in-law to be reborn, it was equivalent to using the life of the third brother. So did the third brother's luck also go to the third sister-in-law? Master Chongyun had a black line on his forehead, but he still looked confident. Luck? He frowned, and after a moment, he seemed to remember something, and his brows relaxed. That's right, it could have been used, but the third prince wanted to give his beloved some more luck to be more secure. That's right. No wonder that dog thing Tian Dao can use the shackles without restraint. Before, I actually thought that the third prince had the aura of a male protagonist. Oh my god, it's a good thing that I didn't let the third prince do something dangerous, otherwise I would have lost my life. Then do you know how to get these luck back? Yui Lua continued to ask. Master Chongyun picked up the chicken leg, took a bite, and said vaguely, it can't be taken back, and the third prince won't live long. Even if it can be taken, it's a waste. It's better to use it on the third prince's wife. Chapter 525. Yui Lua, The third prince Mu Shui next to him, It sounds reasonable. Could it be that the third prince's behavior is related to his luck? Yes. Does the little princess have a solution? Yui Lua nodded, yes, but the premise is to get back the third prince's luck first. Master Chongyun's expectant expression turned into despair after hearing what she said. That's the same thing again. If there is no way to get back the luck, then this premise does not exist, which means there is no way. He bit the chicken leg hard and looked at the third prince beside him. There's no other way, so you two should cherish the days ahead. Yui Lua, You're just going to give up if you can't, right? You're amazing. If you can take it away, you can take it back. Yui Lua stared at Master Chongyun, who was eating heartily. Have you finished eating? You can go back and rest after you've finished eating. Master Chongyun put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth and said, do you really not need my help? You don't have a solution, do you? Yui Lua was speechless. That's true. I believe the little princess will find a way. I'm leaving first. He stood up, walked to the door, and then returned to the third prince's bed, saying solemnly, I can't help the third prince, but I have a suggestion. The third prince can have a child with the princess, so that even if he really dies in the end, the princess will have something to think about. As for him, he really couldn't stay in the third prince's mansion for a long time. If he did, others would pay more attention to the third prince's mansion because of him, and the news that the third prince was sick might spread quickly. Thank you for your advice, but I will not give up saving His Highness until the last moment. Master Chongyun said nothing more, and left another sentence before turning around. I will be in Baiyun Temple these days. If the little princess and the third prince need me, just let them find me. As soon as he left, the crown prince and the second prince came to the third prince's house. The two did not alarm too many people, and went directly to the third prince's room. Third brother, are you okay? The crown prince closed the door, and felt the heavy atmosphere in the room, and he had some guesses in his mind. Master Chongyun has no solution? Father can't come to see you, so he asked me to come and see you and let you rest well. I'm fine. Please tell my father for me. The third prince stood up and got off the couch. It's just that I can't use martial arts. I'm not as weak as you think. Aksu insisted that he lie down, so he lay down obediently, otherwise it wasn't exaggerated to the point of having to rest on the couch. Now I know where the problem is. Wait for me to think about how to solve the problem, so that the third prince can be saved. Yui Lua spoke up. Our little lure is the one who is away, better than Master Chongyun. The second prince walked to Yui Lua and sat down, puffing on her. Second brother. The crown prince glanced at the second prince, with a warning in his eyes. The second prince shut up obediently. He realized that his words were putting invisible pressure on Luor. I heard from Empress Xian and my father that Luor hasn't had a good rest recently. Luor should go back and rest with my brother first. Yui Lua thought that she couldn't help much if she stayed here, so she got up obediently, walked to Mu Shui, and squeezed her hand. Third sister-in-law, you should also take good care of yourself. I'm leaving first. Mu Shui smiled and nodded. Okay, Luor, go back soon. The prince came here on the orders of the emperor to see if Master Changyun has any solution. Now that the answer is known, he did not stay any longer. The three of them left the house, and the prince took the worried Yuilua and parted ways with the second prince at the door. After getting on the carriage, the prince asked gently, "Luor, what are you thinking about? You are so absent-minded." Yuilua raised her eyes. "How do you want to help the third brother? By the way, it's been half a month. Isn't it time for the prince to give a result in the investigation of the theft of the puppet?" Seeing that she mentioned other things, the crown prince smiled. "This matter will have a result tomorrow. Father wants to sacrifice the fourth brother. The fourth brother has no objection. Luor can go to the morning court tomorrow to see it." Yuilua agreed immediately. "It has been a long time since I went to the morning court with my father. Crown prince, if I can't save the third brother, then—" The crown prince raised his hand and rubbed her head, interrupting her. "Luor, you are just a child. There are many things that we adults can't do. Even if there is really no way, no one will blame you, and no one dares to blame you. Do you understand? Without Luor, they wouldn't even have a glimmer of hope." Yuilua didn't say anything, but greeted the heavenly Tao again in her heart, and then she felt relieved. The carriage was moving slowly, and Yuilua felt sleepy, closed her eyes, and fell asleep little by little. The prince noticed that the little guy next to him had no sound, and turned his head to find that he had fallen asleep. She seemed to be sleeping uncomfortably, and her brows were tightly furrowed. The prince chuckled, raised his hand, and carefully picked her up to lie in his arms. Because she found a comfortable place, Yuilua's brows relaxed, and she shrank into the prince's arms and fell asleep. "It's because my brother is useless, and can't help Luor share the burden, that makes Luor live such a hard life." The prince tidied the hair on her face, and said softly. The carriage slowly drove to the palace gate. Lin Chi reined in the horse, and got off the carriage. He bowed to the prince in the carriage and said, "Your Highness, we're here." The prince carried Yuilua out of the carriage, and signaled Lin Chi to speak softly. Lin Chi quickly shut up, and asked the prince in a low voice, "Your Highness, are you going to send the little princess to Zuehua Palace?" The prince nodded, and walked steadily towards Zuehua Palace, holding Yuilua. When concubine Xian heard that the prince had brought Yuilua back, she stood up quickly. Seeing Yuilua curled up in the prince's arms, she subconsciously thought her daughter was injured and asked nervously, "Your Highness, what happened to Luor?" The prince lowered his voice, "Don't worry, concubine Xian, Luor just fell asleep." Concubine Xian breathed a sigh of relief and raised her hand to take Yuilua. "Thank you, Your Highness, Your Highness. Wait a moment, I will take Luor to bed first." After putting Yuilua to sleep on the couch, concubine Xian covered her with a blanket and walked out. "Thank you, Your Highness, for sending Luor back. I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Empress Xian dismissed the servants around her and continued, "Luor has been looking for a way to save the third prince recently, so she can fall asleep while sitting." The prince lowered his eyes. "You don't have to be polite, Empress Xian. I still have to discuss with my father, so I take my leave first." After leaving Zuehua Palace, the prince asked Lin Chi as he walked, "What did Luor say to Li Yunhe when she went to the prime minister's mansion that day? I didn't get close to you, so I don't know what the little princess said to Lordly, but Lordly was very strange. When I went to find him, he seemed to have mistakenly thought that something had happened to the little princess, and he was particularly nervous." Chapter 526. The prince did not ask any more questions, and quickened his pace towards the imperial study. I will tell you in detail when we return to the East Palace. When they arrived at the imperial study, Eunuch Chao, who was waiting at the door, bowed and invited the prince in directly. "Your son pays respects to your father." The emperor signaled Eunuch Chao to step down, and asked the prince to stand up. "What did Master Changyun say?" "Your Majesty, your son did not see Master Changyun, but in the end, Master Changyun had no way to help." The emperor was silent for a while and sighed. "What about Luor? Has she been hit again?" "Luor is still the same as before. I guess she won't give up. Stubborn." The emperor put down the memorial in his hand. When the third son made this choice, he should have known the result. It's just hard for Mu Shui. The emperor stood up, walked to the side of the prince, and patted his shoulder. "Go back. You don't have to feel useless about the third son's affairs. Yes, I take my leave." The emperor watched the prince's back disappear at the door of the imperial study, and sat down in front of the long table, as if talking to himself, or sighing. Being too sentimental is not necessarily a good thing. Eunuch Chao bowed and walked in, holding a cup of tea and handing it to the emperor. "Your Majesty, please have some tea." The emperor took the tea and took a sip, then handed it back to Eunuch Chao. "Tell me, Is it a good thing or a bad thing that the prince is too sentimental? Eunuch Chow looked terrified when he heard this, and his hand holding the tea paused, almost dropping it to the ground. Your Majesty, I dare not speak ill of His Royal Highness the Prince. What are you terrified about? The Emperor glanced at him. I forgive you, speak. Yes. Eunuch Chow did not dare to hesitate for a moment, and said softly, Your Majesty is very caring towards the princesses and princes. It is a good thing for the prince to be like you. After saying this, Eunuch Chow secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You have become more capable and more adept at smoothing things over. The Emperor's tone was flat, and it was hard to tell what emotion he was feeling. What I said came from my heart. Your Majesty governs the country with benevolence. If the prince is like you, it is a blessing for the people and the people. Okay, I just asked casually. The Emperor interrupted him, picked up the letter at hand, and opened it to take a look. Li Yunhe handed over a letter, which contains the list of candidates for the Academy's enrollment. He handed the letter to Eunuch Chow. Take a look at the people on it, and see if you know them. Eunuch Chow hesitated for a moment, put down his tea, respectfully took the letter, and opened it with fear and trepidation. After reading the list, Eunuch Chow wondered, these people are not from noble families, nor are they young talents that I know. The Emperor nodded, continue. Could they be scholars from poor families? Where did Li Yunhe find these people? Could he want to build his own power? No, Li Yunhe is so smart that he would never hand over the handle to the Emperor, and the Emperor didn't look unhappy. What does Lord Li want to do by doing this? To cultivate talents for the court. Eunuch Chow looked at the Emperor cautiously. Lord Li is really thoughtful. Is it really to cultivate talents? Why does he feel that it is not what the Emperor said? It's true that you have a heart. Eunuch Chow was even more confused. He could understand every word the Emperor said, but it didn't feel like what he thought. The Emperor took the letter from Eunuch Chow and said, Go and summon Li Yunhe to see me. It was really bold to use this letter to test his attitude towards Luor. At the same time, the prince and Lin Qi had returned to the East Palace. As soon as they arrived at the door of the main hall, they saw Feng Hongyu standing at the door. She heard footsteps and turned around to bow. What's the matter? The prince motioned Feng Hongyu to stand up and asked in a gentle voice. Feng Hongyu stood up and handed over the book in her hand. I have finished reading the book I took before, and I came to return it to His Royal Highness the Prince. Lin Qi took the book she handed over and retreated behind the prince. Is there anything else you want to read? Feng Hongyu looked up in surprise and met the prince's eyes. She couldn't hide her excitement and said, Is it okay? Lin Qi, find a book to send to the concubine later. After the prince said that, he took Lin Qi to the study room on the pretext of having something to do. Feng Hongyu stood there, staring at his receding figure, and it took a long time for her to come back to her senses. Concubine, I told you that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince would definitely agree if you mentioned it. The maid was happy for her. If he knew that I had stolen the city defense map, would he still be so friendly? Feng Hongyu's eyes dimmed, and the joy just now disappeared. What she didn't know was that the Crown Prince had already known about it. Lin Qi followed the Crown Prince into the study, closed the door, and described in detail the changes that happened to Yuiluo when she went to see Li Yunhe that day. The prince had been wondering why Li Yunhe treated Yuiluo so differently before, but now after listening to Lin Qi's words, the doubts in his heart were solved. Li Yunhe must have known Luor before, and he knew a lot of things. They had never heard of the heavenly Tao mentioned in Luor's voice, but Li Yunhe knew it and could help Luor. So Luor went to find Li Yunhe as soon as possible that day, knowing that the third brother was like this now because of Li Yunhe. Thinking about it this way, Li Yunhe's abnormality can be explained. Knowing Luor's ability, he went to rescue Luor when she was kidnapped during the sacrifice ceremony. He helped Luor go to Xingling County, and was more concerned than anyone else about his father's arrangement for him to manage the academy for Luor. Your Highness, what's wrong? Lin Qi saw that the prince was silent, thinking that he had said something wrong. It's okay, I haven't chatted with Brother Yunhe for a long time, you go and ask him to come over. Since he knows so much, can we learn more from him, and help Luor share some of the burden? Yes, I will go and ask him right away. Li Yunhe, who the two mentioned, was being led to the imperial study by Eunuch Chow. Entering the imperial study, Li Yunhe bowed respectfully. The emperor's voice sounded from above. Do you know why I called you here? Li Yunhe kept bowing. I know, because of the list. You are so bold, you dare to test me. The emperor snorted coldly. Prime Minister Li is so cautious, but he actually taught you such a bold and reckless son. Eunuch Chow on the side lowered his head, confused by what he heard. Eunuch Chow, you leave first. Yes. Eunuch Chow bowed and left, and the emperor asked Li Yunhe to stand up. I dare to ask the emperor if you want to punish me or approve my behavior. It will be known anyway, so it is better to hand the memorial to the emperor openly, so that everything can proceed smoothly. Why do you choose these people for Luor? I am Luor's father. How can I not protect Luor? Why do you, an outsider, worry so much about Luor's affairs? Your Highness is an old friend of mine. Li Yunhe did not mean to hide it. Since the emperor and several princes could read the prince's mind, it was no longer a secret that he and the princess knew each other before. Chapter 527. Old friend? The emperor looked Li Yunhe up and down. What kind of old friend is worthy of your attention? Is it a relationship between a man and a woman? No, if it was a relationship between a man and a woman, why didn't Luor mention it before? Li Yunhe smiled bitterly. No, I owe her. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't be targeted by the heavenly Tao. Before he recovered all his memories, he felt that he was not qualified to look up to her. Now that he is recovered, he is even less qualified, and he is not even worthy of calling her master. Yes, I know you are not Luor's important person. I have never heard Luor mention knowing you. If she is an important person, she would not have mentioned it. Li Yunhe did not refute. He was indeed not her important person. You know that this action has already offended me and the prince. Luor is my daughter. I and the prince will naturally protect her. You actually questioned his favor for Luor, which made him angry. I know my crime, and I also believe that the emperor and the prince doted on the princess, so I have the courage to submit this list. The emperor's face softened a little after hearing this. What makes you think Luor will need these people? I dare to assume that if something happens to Tianqi in the future, the princess will naturally need these people. These people were recruited by him. On the surface, others would think they were his people, but in fact, they should be grateful to the princess. The emperor snorted coldly. As long as I am here, Tianqi will not be in chaos. Even if I am gone, there is still the prince. The prince's ability is not inferior to his. The ministers in the court, who are restless, have been dealt with. How can there be any change? Your Majesty, after reading the princess's thoughts, do you really believe that things will be stable in the future? The third prince's case is an example. If Heavenly Tao exploits a loophole that he doesn't understand and attacks him or the princess's relatives, the people he has trained will support the princess to the end. It's not that he is worrying too much. They can't predict what will happen next. The emperor looked at Li Yunhe for a long time and said, You have really thought it through. Maybe one day when we really leave, Luor will have no one to rely on. Li Yunhe was surprised at the emperor's acceptance. He now dared to directly affirm that the emperor's favor for the princess was not mixed with calculations, but real love. Don't worry, Your Majesty, these people are absolutely reliable. Retracting his thoughts, Li Yunhe said in a gentle voice. These poor scholars with clean family backgrounds and talents were specially selected to enter the princess's academy, just to let them remember the princess's kindness. In the future, when they enter the court, if the princess really encounters troubles in government affairs, these people can be used by the princess. He has known these people's character. They value friendship and loyalty, dare to speak and act, and will definitely become talents that Tianqi can use in the future. If these people dare to have a different heart towards Tianqi in the future, he will also deal with them. Not only these people, but also others. While he can still help her, he will try his best to clear obstacles for her. Okay. The emperor smiled heartily. But since you are training civil officials, are you also preparing for military generals? Your Majesty, Li Yunhe said frankly, I think I have some connections in the world. These people will not enter the court, but they can still help me when I need them. The emperor snorted and laughed. You are honest. Since you are so strategic, why don't you sit in this position yourself, or support Luor to become the empress? Li Yunhe said sincerely, a minister will always be a minister. I learned how to assist the emperor, not how to rebel. Besides, Your Majesty is good at governing the country, and my strategy is just a show of skill in front of you. As for the emperor's question about why I don't support the princess to be the empress, based on my understanding of her, she doesn't like to be constrained and doesn't want to sit in this position. The emperor raised his eyebrows and tapped his hands on the long table. No wonder Luor thinks you can inherit your father's position. You are very clear-headed and know where you should stand. Your master taught you well. You know Luor well enough. Luor really doesn't want to sit in this position. Otherwise, why not let her sit in this position? This position is a popular one in other countries, but they are all unwilling to sit here, making it like a hot potato. Thank you for the compliment, Your Majesty. The emperor waved his hand. You can leave now. Don't think that you can kidnap my Luor by doing these for her. I have said clearly that you are not of the right age. Even if an old cow eats tender grass, he still has to ask if he agrees. I dare not. I will take my leave. Li Yunhe bowed and left the imperial study. When he came out, he saw Lin Chi standing at the bottom of the steps. He sighed in his heart. The prince really came to him to ask about the princess. Let's go. Li Yunhe walked to Lin Chi and said directly, Does Lord Li know that I am waiting for you? Lin Chi followed Li Yunhe. Li Yunhe raised his eyebrows. Is there anyone else here? The two entered the East Palace, and Lin Chi took Li Yunhe directly to the study. Stopping at the door of the study, Lin Chi pushed open the door. Lord Li, please come in. Li Yunhe nodded and walked in. The prince was wearing a moon-white gold brocade robe and sitting in front of the long table, smiling at Li Yunhe who came in. Come, sit down. I greet your highness the prince. Brother Yunhe, there is no need to be polite, sit down. Li Yunhe stood up and walked to the chair beside him and sat down. The prince asked me to come here to ask about the princess, or about the third prince. The prince poured a cup of tea and handed it to Li Yunhe. I want to ask you something. You know Luor in her past, right? Li Yunhe thanked her and took the tea, without any surprise on his face. I do know her. Her royal highness was the goddess of resurrection in her past life. The prince paused while holding the tea, surprised in his heart, but not showing it on his face. No matter what Luor was in her past life, she is now just my sister, the princess of Tianqi. Your highness is right. Since you and I both know it, I won't beat around the bush. Luor wants to help my third brother now. Do you know how to help Luor? I have no other options. Li Yunhe lowered his eyes. The third prince's affairs can only be handled by the princess herself. If there was a way, he would want to help her. You have no other options. The prince looked disappointed. Luor said that as long as she could find a way to get back the third brother's luck, she could save him. That's true, because the third prince doesn't have the male protagonist's luck now, and the princess wants to inject divine power into him to repair his body, but will be blocked by the heavenly Tao. But as long as she gets back the third prince's male protagonist's luck, the heavenly Tao will not be able to stop the princess. Not to mention that he is just an ordinary person now. Even if he really has magic power, he can't use it. The princess is not bound only because the world today is the result of her sacrifice. If the heavenly Tao takes action to deal with the princess because she uses her divine power, the world will completely collapse. Chapter 528. I see. Your highness can trust the princess. She can do whatever she wants. Li Yunhe said with a smile. I know. Go ahead. Seeing Li Yunhe didn't move, the prince raised his eyebrows. Anything else? I have recruited many people to join the little princess's academy. The prince looked normal. This is a good thing. Luor said that the academy given to her by her father should be used to train talents for the court and enrich the court. If these people are grateful to the princess because they are valued in the princess's academy and are even willing to work for the princess, how will your highness view these people? Are you asking me a question? The prince smiled at Li Yunhe. Since when did Brother Yunhe need to be around the bush? You just want to say that these people were trained for Luor, or that you don't trust me and my father. I don't know what will happen in the future, so I want to give the princess more protection. Thinking of the so-called heavenly way, the prince suppressed his smile. I am not as thoughtful as you. Just do it. If someone dares to talk too much, I and my father will deal with it. I thank His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Li Yunhe smiled, raised his tea to the Crown Prince, and drank it all. You don't have to thank me. I did this because I hope to do something for Luor. You plan for Luor. It's better because you admire Luor, not because you have other thoughts. Otherwise, I won't be so polite to you in the future. He didn't even know what kind of existence Luor's enemy was. It was ridiculous that the Crown Prince, who was so high in the eyes of others, couldn't help Luor at all at this moment. Li Yunhe, who was warned again, smiled bitterly. Don't worry, Your Highness, the Emperor has already warned me. It's good to know. You are old, and you are not a good match for Luor. Li Yunhe, Although it was the truth, Your Highness didn't have to poke him in the heart like this. Then I take my leave first. The prince nodded, and called Li Yunhe when he walked to the door. I heard that you are very busy recently. You can take a proper rest. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, I understand. Li Yunhe opened the door and walked out, and Lin Chi walked in quickly. Your Highness, the book has been delivered to the concubine. The prince rubbed his brows and stood up. To the library. Lin Chi followed the prince out of the East Palace with doubts, and walked along the palace road towards the library. Isn't that Empress Xian? They seemed to be heading to the library as well. The prince looked up, and saw that it was indeed Empress Xian and her personal maid, and they were heading in the same direction as him. It seems that Empress Xian also wants to help Luor. Several people met in front of the library. Concubine Xian nodded and greeted. then took out her token to show the guard and entered. The prince also took out his badge and followed him in. It was the first time for concubine Xian to come to the library. The towering bookshelves were filled with all kinds of books, and the sun was pouring down from the top. The scent of ink and paper lingered in the nose. When concubine Xian was wondering how to start looking, the prince walked to her side and asked, "Are you looking for a book for Luor?" Because there were people managing and organizing the books in the library, the prince didn't say it too directly, but concubine Xian quickly understood what he meant. "Yes, this is my first time here, and I'm not familiar with the placement of the books." "Concubine Xian, your highness, I help you find the books you two want. I'm familiar with the location of these books, and I know what kind of books Luor likes. I help concubine Xian find them, and you can do what you need to do." "Yes, your highness, concubine Xian, take your time to choose." The person who was talking stood far away, feeling annoyed at himself for being nosy. When he was young, the crown prince spent half of his time in the library, and half in the martial arts training ground. He might be more familiar with the placement of books in the library than he was. Why would he need his help? Empress Xian and the crown prince walked upstairs side by side. The crown prince said in a gentle voice, "The books that Empress Xian thinks of are generally not read often, so they are placed at the top. Is your highness the crown prince the same as me?" Empress Xian looked around at the bookshelves filled with books. There was a ladder next to the bookshelf for easy access to books on high places. "Yes." Walking to the third floor, the prince stood still and looked up to the highest point. "Please wait for a moment, Empress Xian. I will go up to get the books." After the prince finished speaking, Empress Xian saw him jump directly to the highest point, raised his hand, and quickly pulled out a few yellowed books, put them in his arms, and fell back to the original place. Seeing this, Empress Xian was surprised. It is said that the third prince is proficient in both civil and military strategies. Now it seems that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is no less inferior. How can a person with weak internal strength be so relaxed? Take a look at these first. I wonder if there are any useful records. Concubine Xian took the book and thanked him with a smile. The prince brushed off the dust on his arm. "You are welcome, Concubine Xian. The library has a rule that, except for my father, no one else can take more than 5 books. I will stay in there for a while, and send them to Luor if I find any useful ones." Concubine Xian was worried that Yui Luo would wake up, so she thanked the prince and went downstairs to leave the library first. The prince jumped up again, quickly took a stack of books and put them in his arms, and fell back to the original place. He walked to a wooden table and placed the books aside. He picked up a book on it, shook off the dust, and sat on the round wooden stool to read. As soon as he looked out, he saw that it was getting dark outside. The people in the library lit candles for the prince and whispered, "Your Highness, it's already late. I will leave in a while." The prince picked up a pen and marked the useful places without looking up. Yes. Another hour passed, and the prince remembered that Lin Qi was still waiting outside. He blew out the candle, stood up, and went downstairs with the books on the table. Lin Qi, who was waiting outside, looked up at the sky countless times, and finally heard footsteps. He turned around and saw the prince coming out, and he hurriedly stepped forward respectfully. "Your Highness, you must be hungry." When the prince finished speaking, Lin Qi's stomach gave him the answer directly. "I thought your Highness would come down soon." Lin Qi smiled to hide his embarrassment and followed the prince. "I forgot the time for a while, and caused you trouble." The night breeze was blowing gently. The two walked for a while. The palace lantern suddenly changed after the prince's festival. A small figure was seen from afar, and moved quickly towards him. He smiled and quickened his pace. "My brother, the prince?" Yui Luo smoothed the hair that was blown on her face by the wind, and said with sparkling eyes, "I knew that the crown prince would stay for a long time, so I brought the food made by my mother to send to the crown prince. The timing is just right. Fortunately my mother told me, otherwise I would not know that the crown prince was reading in the library." Huarui, who was holding a food box in one hand and a palace lantern in the other, bowed behind her. "Your servant greets His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Get up." Chapter 529. The prince looked at Yui Luo's delicate face, and his heart was warmed. When he was a child, he studied until very late, and when he came back, only Queen Fong blamed him for not studying hard enough. "It's over. Did I bring up the bad memories of my brother, the prince?" Yui Luo observed the prince's expression, feeling annoyed. It backfired. It was meant to be a warm gesture. The bad memories were dispelled by Yui Luo's voice in his ears. The prince reached out to hold Yui Luo's hand, but realized that his hand was stained with dust and had not been washed, so he withdrew his hand. I forgot that my brother's hands were covered with dust. Why are you running so fast? Yuilua opened her arms. I'm afraid the food will get cold. Prince, hold me. Let's go back to the East Palace quickly. Seeing the prince hesitate, Yuilua shook her hands. It's okay. I don't mind that my brother's hands are covered with dust. I haven't eaten yet. I'm starving. The prince handed the book to Lin Chi, leaned over and picked up Yuilua and walked towards the East Palace. Madame Chang, who was waiting at the door, saw the prince holding Yuilua back. She was surprised for a moment, and quickly stepped forward to salute. Madam, you don't have to be so polite. Get up quickly. Your Highness, wait a minute. I have someone reheat the food. No need. Luor has brought the food. The prince carried Yuilua into the main hall, put her down, and went to wash her hands. Huarui opened the food box swiftly and stepped aside. The prince came back from washing his hands and sat next to Yuilua, picking up food for her. When Madame Chang saw the scene, her eyes were a little wet. Even though the queen was gone, there were still people who cared about His Highness the Prince. Mammy, you go down and have a rest first. You don't need to serve me here. Mammy Chang nodded. Okay, I take my leave. After Yuilua and the prince finished their meal, the prince dismissed the others and handed the book to Yuilua. Luor, take a look at these. They are useful. They are the places marked by my brother. My brother, don't read so late. Yuilua looked at the book in front of her. If my mother hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that my brother, was in the library and forgot to eat and sleep. Humph, it's all for my third brother. When my third brother gets better, I must enslave him well. There are too few relevant records. I read for a long time before I found this one with some strange records. The prince looked at Yuilua with a smile. My brother can't do much. Luor is still growing up. Don't stay up late to read. Leave the reading to my brother. My brother reads fast. Okay, I got it. Yuilua turned to the place marked by the prince and tapped his chin with his index finger after reading. There is actually a way to change one's fate, but this method is too cruel. After flipping down again, Yuilua's face wrinkled slightly. As expected, we should not hold too high hopes and waste the time of the Crown Prince. Crown Prince, you should rest early. I will go back first. Yuilua motioned Huarui to pick up the book and stood up. Okay, Luo'er should rest early too. Yuilua walked to the door and asked Huarui to take the other books that the Crown Prince brought out. This way, the Crown Prince can rest well. Let's go! The Crown Prince shook his head and laughed. How could Luo'er know that he would continue to read? Lin Chi, send Luo'er back. Back at Zuehua Palace, Yuilua smiled and threw herself into the arms of Concubine Xian, who was reading a book. Mother, I'm back. Concubine Xian pressed the pages of the book with her hand and said with a smile, You are so happy. Go to bed early today, okay? I leave the rest to you. That won't work. Yuilua shook her head. Mother, you also need to have a good rest. Staying up late will make you ugly. Concubine Xian tapped her nose lightly. Mother won't read too late. Tianchi has very few books about strange stories. Hearing this, Concubine Xian said subconsciously, Luor, do other countries have these books? Yuilua's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't I think of it? The Queen of Li country wanted to revive her lover, and is said to have collected a lot of books about strange stories. It seems that I have to plan a trip to Li country in advance. The third brother can't wait. The next day, the ministers still came to the morning court with a nervous mood. Mr. Qin yawned while walking side by side with Qi into the Golden Palace. Master Qin. Hearing someone calling him, Master Qin stopped and looked at the people walking towards him. What do you want to do? The people looked around and confirmed that they were the last to walk, then asked in a low voice. What does the Emperor want to do this time? Half a month has passed, and with the prince's ability, it is impossible that he still can't find the person who stole the training puppet, so they are uneasy and more suspicious that the Emperor is preparing a big move. Every time the Emperor is calmer, someone will be unlucky. What? Master Qin looked at the others in confusion. You all confuse me. They are asking about the training puppets, right? Qian slowed down his pace and walked side by side with the others, saying, So that's what it is. Master Qin glanced at the others. Are you feeling guilty? What are you feeling guilty about? Did you steal the puppet? The others shook their heads quickly. No, of course not. Since you didn't steal it, what are you afraid of? When the ministers in front heard what Qian said, they all turned around and looked at the others. They wanted to cover Qian's loud mouth. Master Qi, don't say anything nonsense. Since you are upright, what are you afraid of? Master Qi nodded in agreement. That's right. Our emperor will not wrongly accuse anyone. Seeing that they were about to reach the white jade steps, the others stopped talking and followed the others into the golden palace in an orderly manner. After the ceremony, the emperor asked everyone to stand up and look at the prince. Prince, it has been more than half a month since the puppet was stolen. What is the result? The prince stepped forward and bowed. Father, I have already found out the truth. Oh! The emperor raised his eyebrows. Tell me about it. The puppet was made by my fourth brother for fun. It is not a real puppet. The person who stole the puppet is Yuan Can, but he has already fled to the country with the puppet and surrendered. I took the initiative to release Yuan Can. The ministers who were worried were relieved and secretly felt relieved. It turns out that the emperor is not dealing with them this time, but someone else. In this case, they are relieved. I wonder what kind of puppet that is. Prime Minister Li asked curiously. There is nothing special about it. It just puts a hornet's nest that releases venom when stinging people. I don't know how long the princess will face the pig's head. I believe that it won't be long before the Li Kingdom will give you the answer. The prince did not answer directly, leaving it in suspense. The emperor and the prince sang the same tune. It seems that the fourth brother has made a contribution by accident. Indeed, the people under my son's hand found out that Yuan can send the things to the princess of Li Kingdom. Chapter 530. As soon as this was said, the ministers quickly agreed. The fourth prince has really made a great contribution. Although they didn't know what kind of puppet it was, they knew in their hearts that it would definitely trick the princess, otherwise why would the prince let Yuan Can escape to Li country? As long as they were not the unlucky ones this time, they would be happy. The prince usually looked bright and clear, but he was unexpectedly a man who would secretly trick people. Why did the old man seem to be secretly relieved? Did he think that the target of the trick was himself? So he was worried. In the past, when my father was in a bad mood, they were all very brave, but now they are afraid of him because he is in a good mood. Jean Tingen stepped out and said sincerely, Your Majesty, the soldiers have indeed made rapid progress recently, and the Mo family, and the fourth prince have made great contributions. Good, it's a good thing. The emperor laughed happily. If you have nothing else to do, please leave the court. After seeing the emperor off, the ministers walked out of the golden palace one after another, discussing with each other what kind of puppet the puppet was. The prince was just teasing them by not saying anything. At the same time, the princess's mansion in Li country. Feng Qingqing put on her clothes and looked at herself in the bronze mirror with a swollen face like a pig. She was furious. Princess, are you okay? It's time to go to court. Feng Qingqing grabbed a vase and smashed it against the door. Why are you urging me? Get out of here. The person at the door shrank his neck when he heard the noise in the room. Princess, the emperor's men asked me to invite you. She didn't want to come either. She was stung by a wasp yesterday, and she would definitely not go out today. But the empress herself sent someone to urge her, so she dared not disobey. Go tell the empress mother that I am not feeling well today, and will not go to court. At this time, a female voice sounded at the door. Princess, have you forgotten what you promised the emperor? Feng Qingqing frowned when she heard the familiar voice. After a moment of silence, she raised her voice and said, Come in. That imperial physician is really useless. Not only did the medicine not help, but it also made her swollen like this. It's really useless. And that damn fourth prince, what a crappy hobby, putting wasps in there, he really has nothing to do. I don't know where the wasp came from, but it's so poisonous. It seems that the queen mother can't hide it anymore. As a princess, she can't not go to the morning court. Those people in the court are already dissatisfied with her. If she doesn't go again, those people will impeach her endlessly. The maid at the door pushed the door open and looked at Feng Qingqing's appearance. She almost didn't recognize her. If the clothes on her body were not indeed what a princess should wear, she would think that some bold thief broke into the princess's mansion. Princess. The maid pretended to be calm and called in a low voice. Bring me a veil. The maid quickly brought a veil over. After Feng Qingqing put it on, only her swollen forehead and slit eyes were exposed. She became even more irritable. Prince, are you okay? Feng Qingqing walked out with a gloomy face. The people at the door saw her, and their expressions did not change. If Feng Qingqing had not just seen her face in the bronze mirror, she would have really thought that her face was really the same as usual. This person is indeed trained by the Mother Queen. He is calm and composed, and he is not afraid of her. The ministers waiting in the hall were dissatisfied, but the queen was waiting, so they had to wait patiently for Feng Qingqing to come to court. The Queen of Li Kingdom, who was sitting at the top, sat upright. Her expression was hard to tell whether she was happy or angry. She was wearing a bright yellow dragon robe, which made her sharp features more majestic. The princess has arrived. Feng Qingqing walked into the hall, under the gaze of everyone, and stood at the front. I've kept you waiting for a long time. The depressing atmosphere in the hall improved because of the princess' arrival, and the queen at the top glanced at her indifferently. It's even more outrageous to make you wait for me and the ministers. The ministers in the court were already dissatisfied with her as a princess, and she was still so ignorant. When she returned to the world after 100 years, would she really be able to see him with peace of mind? He would blame her for teaching their children like this. I know my mistakes, and I won't dare to do it again next time. The ministers sneered at her words in their hearts. This statement was not made every time the princess made a mistake, but it did not affect her from making it again. With such a princess, their country was ruined. I just hope that the queen can live longer, and not let the princess ruin the foundation of the country. Let's start. The ministers were silent. Feng Qingqing hadn't heard anyone speak for a long time, so she spoke. Mother Queen, I have something to say. I ask you to withdraw your order to let the ministers learn Tianqi dialect. Since Feng Hongyu led people to marry, the Queen Mother didn't know what was wrong. She actually ordered the ministers to learn Tianqi dialect, and even popularized Tianqi dialect in the court. Isn't this a sign of bowing to Tianqi? Why should they learn Tianqi dialect instead of Tianqi learning their Lingua dialect? According to the mother's intention, will the people of the kingdom also learn the Tianqi language in the future? She still can't understand why the mother has no ambition at all, and only wants to defend the small piece of land in front of her. We have enough soldiers and food in Li Kingdom now. If Qitian wants to attack, we can send troops to fight. Moreover, I heard that Mo Lao of Tianqi has been abolished, so Tianqi is even less to be feared. Your Highness is wrong. The Prime Minister disagreed. Learning the language of Tianqi is not to bow down. Tianqi built a large number of waterways last year, not only for convenient transportation, but also to open up commercial exchanges between the three countries. Tianqi has vast land and rich country. When the commercial road between the three countries is opened, our people can have business dealings with them, and the people can make money. There will be fewer and fewer people and refugees who can't eat. The Prime Minister is right. The Queen rubbed her eyebrows and stood up. Let's leave the court. The princess will follow me. The ministers saw the Queen off, and shook their heads when they left the hall. Our country of Li has a princess. Sooner or later, it will be over. Who said it wasn't? Look at the Prince of Tianqi, and then look at our princess. She still wants to attack Tianqi. I don't know where she got the confidence from. Yes, just now I saw that the exposed part of her face was so red and swollen. I don't know what evil she did. The Prime Minister coughed lightly behind him, and everyone fell silent. You guys are also talking about the princess casually? The Prime Minister glanced at a few people and warned them. After the Prime Minister left, a few people whispered again. Usually, the Prime Minister impeached the princess the most harshly, and he still blamed us. In their opinion, after the princess took the throne, the first person to be chopped off must be the Prime Minister. Feng Qingqing followed the Empress into the imperial study, and after closing the door, she began to complain. Mother, I don't know why you are so afraid of Tianqi. Take off your veil. What's wrong with your face? The Queen sat at the top and asked instead of answering. Feng Qingqing took off her veil reluctantly and whispered, I went up the mountain and was stung by a wasp by accident. Of course, she didn't dare to say it was because of Tianqi's puppet, because then the Queen would definitely expose her plan. Let the imperial physician take a good look at it. Don't go to the mountain normally. Don't let this happen again. The ministers in the court are already dissatisfied with you. You should restrain yourself. Chapter 531. Feng Qingqing agreed, but she didn't agree in her heart. There were many ministers in the court who were dissatisfied with her, but so what? No matter how dissatisfied they were, they had to respectfully call her the princess when they saw her. It didn't matter if they didn't listen to her when she ascended the throne. If they didn't listen, they would just kill them. She didn't believe that these guys were not afraid of death. Even if they really weren't afraid of death, didn't they care about the life and death of their families? Also, you are the princess. You not only need to win the hearts of the people, but also the support of the ministers. When I am gone, you will have to rely on them for assistance. Her daughter was a person of courage but no strategy. She knew it very well, so she wanted her to restrain herself, so that even if she was incompetent, as long as the Prime Minister was there, the country of Li would not be destroyed in her hands. But although the Prime Minister was loyal, he was only loyal to a capable and wise ruler. If her daughter continued to be so reckless and brainless, the Prime Minister would definitely not be willing to assist her. The Queen Mother is in good health, so she won't leave me so early. Feng Qingqing suppressed her impatience. Every time she made a mistake, The Queen Mother said that she needed the support of these people, and her ears were almost calloused. The ministers look down on her now, but she will find a chance to change their view of her. When she captures the favored little princess of Tianqi, the emperor of Tianqi really dotes on the little princess, and will do what she asks. At that time, she will let these ministers, who look down on her, know that she can make the feared Tianqi bow down and obey without spending a single soldier. Don't talk nonsense. The queen sighed and said earnestly, what the prime minister said in the court today is reasonable. Don't think about war all day long. The people will suffer in the war. Besides, the treaty I signed with Tianqi has not expired yet, so I can't be a person who doesn't keep his word. If the Li Kingdom is not peaceful now, her daughter will face not only internal troubles, but also external troubles after her death. I will follow your mother's teachings. Don't worry, I will prove my ability to them. The queen was not reassured by her words, but became more worried. Recently, she has been busy with other things, and has not had much time to watch her daughter. She only hopes that she can really understand her painstaking efforts. You are not young anymore. When I finish the things at hand, I will choose a husband for you who can assist you. After saying that, the queen waved her hand. Okay, you can leave now, and apply the medicine. Is your mother busy recently? What are you busy with? Can I help you? Feng Qingqing hid the joy in her eyes, and asked with pretended concern. You don't need to help, please leave now. Princess, please. Ling Lu stepped forward and made a gesture of invitation, inviting Feng Qingqing out. Feng Qingqing was sure that her mother was really busy with something important, and she didn't want her to know about it, so she had a plan in mind. She didn't care what the Queen Mother wanted to do. It was just right that she could plan to kidnap the little princess of Tianqi without worrying about it, since the Queen Mother had no time to look after her. After sending Feng Qingqing away, Ling Lu came back, closed the door, and said softly, Your Majesty, the princess has grown up now, and has her own ideas. She may not take your words to heart. The queen rubbed her eyebrows. I know that I spoiled her too much in the past. It is impossible to change her mind now. Thinking of the fact that she had asked Master Chanyun for help but was rejected, the Empress's brows were filled with worry. Master Chanyun refused to help me. I can only rely on me to investigate the current situation slowly. Why don't I ask Master Chanyun again? Ling Lu hesitated for a while and asked. It's useless for me to ask, and it won't be useful for you to ask. I offended him 3 years ago, so it's reasonable that he doesn't want to help me. Master Chanyun is such a petty person? The Emperor just asked him to leave the palace back then, but he actually holds a grudge like this. He has long transcended the secular world and does whatever he wants. I'm afraid that even if I kneel before him and beg him, he will still refuse. Although Master Chanyun was only asked to leave the palace, in the eyes of a capable person like Master Chanyun, it was a slap in the face. Feng Qingqing left the imperial study and returned to the princess's mansion. She finally vented her anger on the people in the mansion. The people in the mansion dared not breathe. They hung their heads and pretended to be dead, fearing that if they raised their heads a little higher, they would attract Feng Qingqing's attention and be pulled out to beat her up. After venting her anger, Feng Qingqing ordered someone to call Prince Duan over. Prince Duan quickly followed the maid and walked in. Looking at Feng Qingqing's pig-headed face that was as dark as the bottom of a pot, he hid the disgust in his eyes and stepped forward to salute. He didn't even need to ask. The fool princess must have been scolded by the queen again. Since he came to the princess's mansion, he has never seen the princess come back from court with a smile. Get up, all of you go out. Feng Qingqing sent the people in the room away, stood up and walked towards Prince Duan, raising her hand to pinch Prince Duan's chin. You, serve me in bed now to make me happy. Prince Duan slowly tightened his hanging hands, and finally he could not help strangling Feng Qingqing to death. Last time he just used some drugs to make him serve him in bed, but this person was thinking about him. Before he had no choice, but now that he had Yuanqin as bait, he did not want to touch the broken-down princess. Why is the princess unhappy? How can I know how to please her if you don't tell me? Prince Duan smiled, and tried to soften his voice. Just like last time, you do whatever I ask you to do. At first, this man looked like a chaste and virtuous man, but after being locked up in the woodshed, he not only learned to be obedient, but also served her comfortably. He did whatever she asked him to do. Although she liked well-behaved people, she would get tired of them if they were always well-behaved. Although this man in front of her had a temper, he was extremely well-behaved when serving in bed, which was indeed more interesting than others. Looking at Feng Qingqing's obscene expression, Prince Duan felt sick. The drug he used last time was a hallucinogen. This man must have thought of something obscene to be like this. No wonder she let Yuan can go so easily. It turns out she still misses him. My lady, you are unhappy. Is there a minister in the court who is dissatisfied with you? Fearing that he would really be dragged to the bedchamber, Prince Tuan quickly changed the subject. Sure enough, when talking about this, Feng Qingqing's charming thoughts were directly replaced by anger. She released the person who clamped Prince Tuan's chin and said unhappily, "Who else could it be? It's those old guys who look down on me. I now have an idea to prove myself, but I have encountered some difficulties." Prince Tuan, whose innocence was preserved, secretly breathed a sigh of relief and flattered him. "You are mighty and brave, and you will inherit the throne in the future. They are just ministers. They dare to disrespect you, which is simply treason." Feng Qingqing, who always likes to be flattered, felt much better and glanced at Prince Tuan. "You are still good at talking. But the princess has encountered some problems. Let's see if I can help you solve your worries." Feng Qingqing did not hesitate at all. She kept the man in front of her not only because of his face, but also because he had brains. Chapter 532. I had heard some of this man's words before, and the Queen Mother did praise her. And she had checked this man's identity, and there was nothing unusual, he was just a miserable man. So Feng Qingqing spoke out her troubles without any scruples. "I want to kidnap the little princess of Tianqi. As long as the Emperor of Tianqi really loves this daughter, I can bargain at will. The Emperor of Tianqi really loves this little princess. This is not false. If his brother really doesn't like someone, he won't even bother to pretend. So how could he do so much for this little princess with such fanfare?" It was obvious that this was a loving father making plans for his daughter's future. He still remembered the embarrassment and the pain of his face being burned when he left Tianqi. Although he couldn't go back to take revenge now, it must be very satisfying to see his brother struggling helplessly. "How can you be sure it's not fake?" Feng Qingqing glanced at Prince Tuan, waiting for him to explain. "According to what Yuan Can said, it can't be fake, and the people of Tianqi believe in Master Chongyun's words the most. Master Chongyun praised the little princess, and the Emperor of Tianqi will only favor the little princess more, not less. But the problem now is how to capture the person. This is what worries her. A child will not run around for no reason. If the person does not come out, she will not find a chance to attack. Did you forget, princess? During the last flood in Tianqi, the little princess ran to get involved, so we can wait for the opportunity." Feng Qingqing frowned. "How long do we have to wait? I can't wait. You should think of a way for me. If she waits any longer, she will not have the chance to act after the Queen Mother finishes her work." What the two didn't know was that Yuilua was also thinking about how to make a bigger noise, so that Feng Qingqing could kidnap her. But before she could think of a solution, Qianju came to her door first. "How dare you climb over the wall to the palace?" Yuilua looked at Qianju, who jumped in from the window, and said lightly, "Thanks to the little princess, those people pretended not to see me, otherwise it would not be so easy to break into the palace." He slowly adjusted his clothes, and sat opposite Yuilua. "Is your third brother dying?" Yuilua glared at Qianju. "Are you here to gloat over someone else's misfortune?" Qianju waved his hands quickly. "No, I'm here to help you with some useful things, not to gloat over someone else's misfortune." Seeing Yuilua's disbelief, Qianju quickly proved himself. "Didn't you hear me last time? I've given up. I understand that a forced melon is not sweet." He also didn't want to make the relationship too ugly, and make his master feel unpopular. "What if you want to eat it with sugar?" Yuilua joked. Qianju, Tell me, what can you offer? I've been to the Li Kingdom Palace before, and heard from the palace servants that the Queen of Li Kingdom is keen on collecting all kinds of strange stories and ancient books, and maybe she can find a way to save your third brother." After saying this, worried that Yuilua would doubt him, Qianju added, "This is absolutely true, and it's not made up to trick you into going to Li Kingdom with me earlier. I know about this." "You know?" Qianju instantly felt like a clown. Then my trip to the palace would be in vain. Why do I feel like I've been fooled by a little kid? I'm so unhappy. Forget it, now is not the time to talk about this. Anyway, your third brother is dying. You should be more anxious than me. It's okay, there are still more than 2 months. More than 2 months, it will take at least 1 month to go to Li country, and the round-trip time will add up to 2 months, which is equivalent to half a month left. Qianju looked serious, and you are not absolutely sure that you can find a way. Besides, whether the princess will kidnap you is just your guess. Yuilua thought for a moment and nodded. That's true. The former is uncertain, but the latter is. Since you went to Li country, you should have known the reputation of the princess. The more she is looked down upon, the more she wants to prove herself. She can use other methods to prove herself. No wonder the third emperor's wife looks down on you. It turns out that you are not as smart as the third emperor. Qianju, who was despised, pointed at the tip of his nose. I am not as smart as your third emperor? I know medical skills, but your third emperor doesn't. Don't get excited. The princess of Li country is a brave, but not wise person. She can't do anything else but kidnap me, a favored little princess, to suppress the prestige of Tianqi. And Prince Duan is by her side. With his hatred for Tianqi, he would be happy for her to kidnap me and make Dad unhappy. Qianju stared at Yui Luo blankly. What's in your little head? How can you be so smart? I'm pretending to be smart. Yui Luo smiled and said, Prince Duan was able to enter the princess's mansion thanks to you curing his face. Feeling that this was not a good thing to say, Qianju touched his nose. Don't worry, I will destroy his face this time, and you can do whatever you want with the rest. He did not interfere. Yui Luo stood up. Let's go, I take you out of the palace. Qianju stood up and heard Yui Luo ask, Did you dye my white tiger? Thinking of this, Qianju's face turned pale. He took out the handkerchief that Yui Luo gave her last time and handed it to her. The aura on your handkerchief is too weak, and I almost died in the mouth of the white tiger. Fortunately, although it was weak, the white tiger finally smelled it out after a while and became obedient. Mother, I'm leaving the palace for a while. Yui Luo said hello to concubine Xian and took Qianju out of the palace directly. After leaving the palace, Yui Luo and Qianju went their separate ways to the Prime Minister's mansion. She wanted to ask Li Yunhe something, but was told that Li Yunhe was not at home and seemed to have something to do. At the same time, on the roof of an inconspicuous attic in the capital, Li Yunhe was sitting opposite a man. I thought Brother Li had forgotten about me after he entered the court. Why did you suddenly remember me today? The man sat casually, with a dragon-head beard on his face, looking at Li Yunhe with a half-smile. Do you suddenly feel that the court is not as interesting as the martial arts world, and plan to return to the martial arts world? Or have you been bullied? I really need help from Brother Lu. Lu Chong stood up with interest. You are worse than me, the leader of the martial arts world, in terms of martial arts, and I am not as good as you in terms of strategy. How can I help you? Everyone knows that Li Yunhe is Min Lao's student, but they don't know that his reputation in the martial arts world is as good as that of Min Lao's student. Help me protect someone to go to Li country. Protect someone? Lu Chong looked gossipy. Who? A confidant, or a girl you like? Li Yunhe looked very upset, the little princess of the dynasty. Brother Li, I didn't expect you to be such a person, you are really a beast. You misunderstood. Just say whether you will help or not. Help? Of course not. Isn't it just the little princess? I will find some brothers who look kinder, so they won't scare the little princess. Chapter 533. It's rare for a good brother to ask him for something. How could he refuse? Besides, he was also very curious about what the little princess looked like. Was she really as cute as the rumor said? Then it's settled. I will notify you when the princess leaves. You must protect her safety. Lu Chong picked up the wine and drank it all. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. He put down the wine glass and stood up, walked to the attic with his hands behind his back. I have been in the capital for a few days, and found that there are spies from the Li kingdom in the capital. Do you need help to solve it? Li Yunhe stood up and walked to his side. No need, you can find out. How can the prince and the emperor not know? There is a reason to keep these people. Yes, I was wondering how you could not find such a small army. It turns out you have other plans. Lu Chong stretched. In this case, I will go back and let the brothers prepare, and then secretly escort the little princess to Li country. Thank you, Brother Lu. Remember, as long as the little princess is not in danger, you should not act rashly. I know. Leaving the attic, Li Yunhe went straight back to the Prime Minister's mansion. As soon as he reached the door, he heard a childish and familiar voice coming from the main hall. Li Yunhe paused, thinking he had misheard. When he got closer, he found that Yui Luo was indeed sitting in the room. Here is back. Mrs. Li saw her, and waved with a smile. Coming quickly, the little princess wants to see you for something. Yui Luo put down the fruit in her hand, stood up and walked towards Li Yunhe. Let's talk in the study. Li Yunhe nodded, and went to the study room together after she came out. What does the princess want to ask me for? Entering the study room, Li Yunhe closed the door and asked softly. Do you have a way to talk to Tian Dao? No, he appeared when the princess came to see me last time, but he didn't appear again afterwards. Li Yunhe said truthfully. Did I guess his intentions, and he was desperate? Li Yunhe agreed with a smile. Maybe. Does the princess have anything else to do besides this? Isn't it just a desperate dog that almost jumped over the wall? He was so angry that he almost jumped up. There are indeed other things. I will go to Li country. Please help take care of the court. If there is any change, inform me as soon as possible. I know you have connections in the martial arts world and can spread news quickly. I will take good care of Tianchi. Princess, do whatever you want. Yuilua nodded. You should know about the third brother's affairs after meeting the crown prince. Please take care of him to prevent some people from taking the opportunity to cause trouble. Okay, I will do my best to do what the princess asked me to do. Li Yunhe took out a jade pendant from his arms and handed it to Yuilua. Princess, take it, maybe it can be used. Yuilua accepted the jade pendant and raised the corner of her mouth. Thank you, you are busy, I will go back to the palace first. Go back to the palace and prepare well, and set off in 2 days. It's a headache. I have to think of a reason to convince my father, and let his future mother go with me. I also have to go to see the third prince. After leaving the prime minister's mansion, Yuilua went to the third prince's mansion. Mu Shui had just finished feeding the third prince medicine, and when she heard Yuilua coming, she hurriedly opened the door to let him in. Third sister-in-law, I'm here to see my third brother. My third brother is fine, Lord, don't worry. The third prince walked to the table and sat down, saying softly, I came here to tell you something. Time was running out, Qianju was right, and they really had to leave quickly. Mu Shui sat on her other side. What does Luo want to say? I plan to go to Li country to see if there is any way to help my third brother. No. Almost immediately after Yuilua's words came out, Mu Shui and the third prince rejected them in unison. Luo, don't go to Ligua. I found a medicine here that can help His Highness extend his time by 1 month. Don't take risks. I will continue to find other ways. This is what Mu Shui got from studying the medical canon of Qian Shini all night recently. She was planning to pack up and take His Highness to find this medicine. Luo, listen to your brother, don't go. Since this so-called heavenly way can deal with him, Luo will be in even greater danger. He felt guilty for not being able to help Luo, and didn't want Luo to risk her life because of him. Listen to me first, Yuilua said with a serious face. I went to the kingdom not just for my third brother, I also have selfish motives. I'm not sure if I can find a way. Since my sister-in-law has a way to extend my third brother's life, I have more time to find a way. Yuilua grabbed their hands and held them together. I know you are worried about me, but didn't Master Chongyun say that I am not an ordinary child, and nothing will happen to me? Don't feel guilty, third brother, I'm still waiting for you to get better and enslave you well. And I really have other things to do, such as my grandmother's identity and the second male lead. I can't break my promise. So my brother taking medicine well is the best help for me. Did the emperor agree? The third prince saw that she was determined and didn't persuade her anymore. No, I tell you later. I could have taken my mother away and killed her first and reported to her later, but I thought better of it. What if my father was worried and believed the princess's lies? Then, the situation would not be in my plan. After returning to the palace, Yuilua deliberately chose the time of dinner to go to the imperial study. The emperor saw her sneakily sticking her head out, pretending not to see it, and continued to look at the memorial in his hand. Daddy? Yuilua stepped in, smiling sweetly in front of the emperor. Haven't you eaten yet? I eat with you. The emperor put down the memorial in his hand, just to eat? He looked like he had something to do. Yes, just to eat, not to take your collection of treasures. Let's talk about it after dinner. There's nothing wrong with my ambiguous answer. The emperor, It's true that no one comes to the palace for no reason. Eunuch Chao served the meal. Eunuch Chao left, and soon came back with the prepared meal, and put it on the table beside him. The emperor stood up, washed his hands, and then held Yuilua on the chair, and then sat down next to her. Daddy, eat this. Yuilua used a spoon to scoop a piece of meat, and put it in the emperor's bowl. This spoon is really hard to use. I really want to grab it directly. The emperor suppressed his mouth. You eat it yourself. Yuilua scooped another piece of meat into the emperor's bowl. How can that be? I'm here to show my courtesy. After a meal, Yuilua was struggling to scoop food for the emperor. Daddy, how was the meal today? Yuilua asked with blinking eyes. Very good. The food picked up by the little cotton jacket is delicious, right? The emperor, Are you going to set a trap for him? If you have something to say, just say it directly. Yuilua looked up at the emperor. Will Daddy agree if I say it? Of course I want to say it directly. Isn't it because I'm afraid you won't agree? It depends on what it is. Yuilua thought for a while. I want to go to Li country. Chapter 534. The emperor refused without hesitation. No. Father, you told me to tell you if I had anything to say. I knew you wouldn't agree. Change someone. I want to take my mother to go to the country with me. The emperor stared at Yuilua. One is more excessive than the other. Why don't you say you take my concubines with you? It was supposed to be a trip, but you still knew to tell him instead of running away and doing it first and asking for permission later. Father, you told me to change someone. Yuilua looked aggrieved. I did change someone, and you know about the third brother's situation. I just wanted to help him, so I planned to go to the country. Your third brother's situation can't be helped. He knows it himself. Yuilua, Daddy, can you bear to watch your own son die? Oh my God, is it finally my turn to morally blackmail others? Everyone will die. It's just a matter of dying earlier or later, and your third brother doesn't want to see you take risks. The emperor looked calm. Besides, you are younger than your third brother. You are the hope of Tianqi's future, so you must not get into trouble. It's not that he doesn't want to save his son, but there is no definite way at the moment, and Luor is taking a risk. Going to the country is always someone else's territory, and he can't protect Luor even if he wants to. Daddy, just promise me. Yuilua pulled the emperor's sleeve and acted like a spoiled child. I will be fine, I promise you, and Qianju is with me, he can protect me. Besides, I'm so smart that I won't get hurt. Just promise me. Seeing that the emperor was still indifferent, Yuilua pouted and started to cry. Daddy really doesn't like Luor anymore. He won't agree to such a small request. It's true that the imperial family is the most ruthless. Woo. The emperor's head hurt because of her crying. The humming sound kept echoing in his ears, making him frown tightly. If I were really ruthless, I wouldn't care about you. The emperor pulled her over. Don't cry, it's giving me a headache, and you are the most ruthless imperial family, you can say anything. Then father, have you agreed to me? Yuilua's eyes were red, and she asked while sniffing, looking very aggrieved. What if I don't agree? You continue to cry. Yuilua shook her head. If father, you don't agree, I will run away with mother. The emperor rubbed his temple. So you are here to inform me, right? I can't refuse. So daddy agreed? Yuilua smiled instantly. Daddy is the best. The emperor was helpless. Promise daddy that nothing will happen, understand? Okay. Yuilua nodded obediently. I have a plan. Nothing will happen. I have a life-saving card in my hand. When the princess wants to do something to me, she will throw out the life-saving card. As long as nothing happens on the road, I will be safe in the country. I am such a life-loving person. Of course, I will not joke with my own life. Hearing this, the emperor felt relieved. Don't you want me to send someone to escort you? No, I wait for the princess of the country to kidnap me. She will protect me. The emperor, At this point, Yuilua said seriously, Dad, those people expelled from Chong country and others wandering around the border, you must have people pay close attention to them, and don't let anything happen. There are always people watching, don't worry. He has issued an order that as long as those people threaten Tianqi, the soldiers guarding the border can be killed directly. Then I go back to bed, and don't stay up too late, Daddy. After getting the emperor's permission, Yuilua returned to Zuehua Palace and told concubine Xian the news as soon as possible. Did the emperor agree so easily? This is not like the emperor's character. Not easy at all. Yuilua opened her eyes wide and leaned in front of concubine Xian. Mom, you see my eyes are red from crying, and I cried, made a scene, and even threatened to hang myself before Daddy agreed. Concubine Xian touched her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I'm sorry, Luor, I have people start packing things tomorrow. The next day, Yuilua told Qianju the good news and had dinner with Qianju. When the two of them went downstairs and walked to the door, Yuilua, who was walking in front, was about to step out of the inn with her short legs, but was suddenly pulled back by Qianju. Don't go out yet, that person seems to be the prince's concubine. Yuilua steadied herself. It's okay. She walked out directly, and Feng Hongyu just got off the carriage. Seeing her, she smiled and greeted her. Are you also going out of the palace to visit? Yuilua asked knowingly. The owner of the cloth shop left me the right cloth. Is that so? Then you guys go quickly. Feng Hongyu saw Yuilua's innocent look, as if she didn't care where she went, and felt relieved. When she first arrived in Tianqi, she saw the ability of this little princess in the hall, and the last time in Xingling County, she thought that this little princess should not be underestimated. Now it seems that she can control beasts, but her mind is just that of a child. If it were someone else who met her, they would definitely ask to go with her to see it. But it's good. After meeting the little princess, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will not suspect that she has other purposes. Then I go first. Are you sure she is just looking at the cloth? Qianju stared at Yuilua with suspicion, or do you know that you don't care? Pack your things. I'm leaving first. Yuilua did not answer and left gracefully. Feng Hongyu went to the cloth shop with the maid. The man who had been waiting for a long time saw her come in and smiled and said, "Madam is here. The cloth I left for you is upstairs. Wait for me here. Boss Shu and I will go to look at the cloth and will be down soon." Feng Hongyu told the maid to stay and followed Lao Zhu upstairs. "This is what the princess told me." Lao Zhu took out a note and handed it to Feng Hongyu. Feng Hongyu took the note, and her face changed instantly after reading it. Her hand holding the note was shaking. "Let me assassinate the prince?" The princess actually asked her to kill the prince. Is she crazy? Lao Zhu saw her frightened look and sneered. "Are you scared? Still reluctant? This mission is combined with the previous one. The princess gave you more time because you are her sister." Feng Hongyu sneered in his heart. How can a murderous person like Feng Qingqing show mercy to others? In her eyes, all lives are for her to trample. This mission was given to her today, probably because she wanted to wait for her to gain the trust of the prince, so that the chances of success would be higher. I know what to do. Feng Hongyu put away other thoughts and handed the note back to Lao Zhu. "Is my father okay?" "As long as you are obedient, your father will be fine." "Okay, give me some time to plan. This mission will be more difficult. The princess said to give you more time, so you should grasp it well." Chapter 535. Feng Hongyu returned to the East Palace absent-mindedly, still thinking about what Feng Qingqing had told her. If she didn't do what Feng Qingqing had told her, her father would be in trouble. But how could she bring herself to murder him? Feng Hongyu frowned at the feeling of being caught in the middle, not knowing what to do to keep her father safe without hurting the prince. "Concubine, what's wrong with you? You've been in a daze since you came back." The maid walked up to Feng Hongyu and asked softly. "It's okay. Anyway, there's no rush. Wait until you can think of a way to have the best of both worlds before you act." Thinking of this, Feng Hongyu's frown relaxed. "What has the crown prince been doing recently?" The maid hurriedly said, "The crown prince has been out of the palace a lot recently. He must be very busy." Out of the palace a lot? Feng Hongyu couldn't help but think of the smell of medicine on the crown prince's body when she went to get a book from him last time. She narrowed her eyes. She didn't think much about it before, but now she had a hunch that this might be a big deal, and it was related to the crown prince's frequent outings recently. "I understand. You can leave now." After dismissing the maid, Feng Hongyu began to seriously think about where the smell of medicine on the prince came from. The person who could make the prince smell the medicine must be someone close to the prince. Feng Hongyu propped up her chin and began to rule out the people close to the prince one by one. The emperor went to the morning court every day, so he was fine. She had just seen the little princess today and didn't see that she was sick. Then it must be the other princes. Thinking of this, Feng Hongyu stood up suddenly. If this is really the case, can I tell Feng Qingqing this news to change her mind about wanting me to assassinate the prince? Feng Qingqing calmed down and sat back in her chair. Feng Qingqing was not stupid enough to not be able to tell which was more important, the prince or the crown prince. Unless this person was on par with the crown prince. What Feng Hongyu didn't know was that after she left the cloth shop, Lao Zhu gathered a few people to discuss how to visit the palace at night. "Lao Zhu, this is not good. Why are we visiting the palace at night?" One of them echoed, "Yes, the crown princess didn't instruct us." Lao Zhu glanced at the two of them. "We have to try to see if the city defense map is real. If it's fake, wouldn't it harm the crown princess? But if it's true, wouldn't we alert the enemy if we go? The princess has ordered you to listen to me." Old Zhu's face sank. "Prepare the bows and arrows tomorrow night. We won't get close, but first explore the defense of the Tianqi Palace." He thought carefully about Feng Hongyu's performance today. If she really has feelings for the prince, it is possible that she will take the opportunity to trick them. The princess is far away in Li country, and the news is not timely. He can only try for the princess in advance. Yuilo returned to Zuehua Palace and walked to the door and heard the emperor's voice from inside. She walked in, and the emperor waved at her with a smile. "Luor is back. Come here quickly. Your mother and I have discussed a family dinner tomorrow night. I wish you and your mother a smooth trip." "Okay." Yuilua looked happy. "Let the brothers come too, so that we can have fun together. It's just right to see what Feng Hongyu's mission is this time." "Eunuch Chao, did you hear that? Go and inform the princes and princesses to come to concubine Xian's place for dinner tomorrow night." "Yes, I do it right away." Eunuch Chao turned and walked out, heading for the East Palace first. When the prince received the news, he knew why the emperor did this. He thought Luor had confirmed the time to go to Li country. His father wanted to hold this family banquet, but in fact, He was seeing Luor off. Excuse me, Eunuch Chow. I know. No trouble. I still have to inform the other princes. I take my leave first. As soon as Eunuch Chow left, the prince said to Lin Chi, "Go, and tell the concubine to come with me." Feng Hongyu was just worrying about how to judge whether her guess was correct when she received a message from Lin Chi. She suppressed her excitement and secretly told herself that this was a good opportunity. Since it was a family banquet, the princes would definitely attend. The one who didn't attend was the sick person. Thank you, Guard Lin. Will the other princes' wives also attend? Feng Hongyu came back to her senses and asked softly. Of course, the other two princesses will also attend. The concubine doesn't need to feel uncomfortable. That's good. Feng Hongyu pretended to be relieved and sent Lin Chi out. Lin Chi looked calm, but he felt that Feng Hongyu was too strange. With the strangeness in his heart, he went to the study to report to the prince. Your Highness, why did the concubine ask other princes' wives whether they would participate? Isn't her mission to assassinate you? Why ask other princes' wives to assassinate your Highness? She will not kill me unless it is absolutely necessary. The prince practiced calligraphy seriously, without even raising his eyelids. Now I think she has changed her target, and wants to deal with someone else. So it seems that the concubine really has feelings for the prince? That's why she couldn't bear to kill him. The prince chuckled. Lin Chi, I taught you that you can't just look at the surface. If Feng Hongyu really kills me, do you think she can still live? She may not kill him, because she really has feelings for him. But more importantly, she doesn't want to die. Who is she trying to deal with now? Lin Chi was confused. He used to think he was quite smart, but why did he seem to have no brains in front of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? The prince put down the pen in his hand, and walked aside to wash his hands. When was the last time Feng Hongyu contacted me? You came back from visiting the third prince. She was waiting at the door to borrow a book from you, Your Highness. That's right. The prince wiped his hands slowly. She should have discovered the smell of medicine on me that time. In addition, I have been out of the palace frequently recently, so she may have guessed it in her mind. The third brother often takes medicine, and the room is full of medicine smell. It is understandable that he has it on him. Since Feng Hongyu wanted to verify, he gave her the opportunity to verify. Third brother has not shown up recently, it is time for him to show up, so as to avoid suspicion from others. I understand, it seems that the concubine is not stupid. The prince looked up at Lin Chi. Never underestimate your opponent at any time. I will remember the teachings of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. He did underestimate Feng Hongyu before, but now it seems that he has to re-examine Feng Hongyu. Those secret agents of Li Country, if they want to break into the palace, they can break in, which is a good opportunity for the Imperial Guards to practice. Yes, I understand. At dinner time on the second day, the palace lanterns were lit one by one, and Concubine Xian and Concubine Shu ordered the palace servants to put the food on the long table outside. The night breeze was cool, and all kinds of dishes were placed on the long table. Looking at it, it was delicious. Yuilua stood aside, watching Concubine Xian and others arranging the dishes, the emperor sitting in the middle of the table, and the second and fourth princes whispering beside him. There was also the sixth princess, who couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks, but was stopped by the fifth princess. Everyone's face was full of smiles, and Yuilua suddenly had the idea that it would be nice to freeze time here. Chapter 536. The emperor looked at Yuilua, who was in a daze, stood up and walked to her side, and put his big hand on her head. What are you thinking about? Why are you so absent-minded? Thinking about how delicious these things are. Yuilua grinned and walked to her seat at the table. Why haven't the prince and his brother come yet? As soon as he finished speaking, the prince's clear voice sounded not far away. Are you hungry waiting for Luor? The prince came over with Feng Hongyu and bowed to the emperor. No need to be polite. Everyone sit down, and have a family dinner as comfortable as you want. Okay, the dishes are all served. Xu Fei came over with a smile. The dishes are all served, and everyone is almost here. She waved to Concubine Xian and the others. Sister De Fei, Sister Xian Fei, Sister Rupin, come and sit down. It's almost here. Pick up your chopsticks. Don't let our little Luor go hungry. The emperor laughed loudly. Concubine Xian sat next to Yuilua and picked up some food for her. It's because you've been waiting for the crown prince for too long. The sixth princess curled her lips, peeled a shrimp, and handed it to Yuilua. Look how hungry Luor is. It's my brother's fault. Luor can order me around if she wants to eat something. The crown prince smiled and lifted his sleeves, as if waiting for Yuilua to order him around. Come on, my brother, you are so far away from Luor. The fourth prince raised the shrimp he had peeled. Lure, look at what my brother peeled. Isn't it very clean? The concubine Shu glanced at him. Pick up some food for Qianqian. I will take care of Lure. That's right, Lure has me. The sixth princess snorted proudly. Qianqian, don't be shy. Father said that tonight is a family dinner. You will marry the fourth prince sooner or later. Just eat as much as you want. Come on, eat more. The fourth prince took a chopstick and put it in Qianqian's bowl, lowering his voice and whispering, This is your favorite. Eat it quickly. Even if Qianqian was usually thick-skinned, her face was flushed at this moment, and she pushed the fourth prince. Be careful. The emperor and others are still here. It's okay. Look, isn't the second brother whispering in his ear? The fifth princess was next to Feng Hongyu, asking in confusion, Why doesn't concubine Feng eat? Is it because the Tianqi dishes don't suit your taste? Feng Hongyu quickly shook her head, and picked up a dish closest to her. No, the dishes are delicious. It's just that she was thinking about something. The atmosphere that everyone seemed to be in harmony made her envious to the point that she forgot that she was having dinner with the king of a country. It was clearly a king and a minister, but it was so warm that she, an outsider, felt that they were not a king and a minister at this moment, but a real family. She actually didn't understand why there was no hostility between these princes and princesses who were divided into legitimate and illegitimate. The favored little princess was not envied. If it was Feng Qingqing, she would be tortured if the queen mother talked to her. Not to mention favoritism and concern. Putting away her envy, Feng Hongyu ate the food slowly. Her eyes fell on the two empty chairs. The third prince and the third prince's wife didn't come. Could it be that the third prince was sick? Looking at the other people who didn't mention the two of them at all, Feng Hongyu's heartbeat accelerated rapidly. If it is really the third prince, then this must be a bargaining chip for negotiation. The third prince is a man on par with the crown prince. If the third prince is critically ill, the Li Kingdom will lose a strong enemy, so she won't have to actively hurt others and feel guilty. Huarui, bring those two Li Kingdom dishes to concubine Feng. Concubine Xian's voice brought Feng Hongyu back to her thoughts, and she hurriedly thanked her. Thank you, concubine Xian. It's okay. Seeing that you keep picking up the dishes in front of you, I specially asked someone to make two Li Kingdom dishes. I don't know if they are authentic. Facing the gentle smile of concubine Xian, Feng Hongyu thanked her sincerely again. Why did Feng Hongyu keep staring at the empty seat of the third brother? Was the target this time the third brother? That shouldn't be the case. According to Feng Qingqing's simple and rough personality, she should have ordered Feng Hongyu to kill the crown prince directly. It seems that Feng Hongyu privately didn't want to touch the crown prince. Why haven't the third brother and the third sister-in-law come yet? Wait a minute, all the delicious food will be eaten up. Yuilu said, observing Feng Hongyu inconspicuously. Seeing Feng Hongyu pause in picking up the food, she thought to herself. The target is really the third brother. Well, the third brother hasn't come out recently, and while he can still support himself, it's good to show up and reduce some suspicion. So you plan to leave some leftovers for the emperor? The third prince came in a purple robe with Mu Shui, and teased Yuiluo with a smile. Father, I'm late. The third prince walked to the side of the emperor and bowed. The emperor waved his hand. Hurry up and sit down. If you come late, you can only eat leftovers. The two of them sat down hand in hand. The third prince exchanged glances with the crown prince without leaving any trace, and then slowly withdrew his gaze. Feng Hongyu's mind was already in a mess when the third prince appeared. According to her observation, the third prince looked very healthy, and did not look sick at all. So she guessed wrong? Third brother, the smell of medicine on you is too strong. Yuilua smiled slyly, her eyes moving between him and Mu Shui. Third sister-in-law, have you researched some interesting medicine again, and used it on third brother to test it? The two received the message from the prince before entering the palace. Mu Shui understood what he meant and remained silent with shame. It was the third prince who answered for her. Lure, why do you feel a little gloating? Last time you and the prince went there, you should have let the prince try it too. Feng Hongyu lowered her head. So that's how the smell of medicine came from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. She actually ignored the fact that the third prince's wife knew medicine. TSK for love, the third prince is still. The sixth princess didn't finish her words, and she felt the red dress behind her pulling her. She didn't understand what this meant, but she didn't continue. The second prince also wanted to make a joke, but before he could open his mouth, his foot was stepped on by Du Shuyan under the table. He endured the pain and said in a low voice, Ian, you heard me. Du Shuyan kept smiling and whispered in the same low voice, eat more and talk less. After that, he lifted his legs. Fei looked at the sticky appearance of the young couple and was very satisfied. The son and daughter-in-law are loving, and the niece and nephew-in-law have a good relationship. It's perfect. After dinner, concubine Xian ordered people to take away the food and let everyone go into the bedroom to sit. The emperor picked up Yuilua and said, "Let's go in and rest." Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded in the silent night. Yuilua shouted, "Everyone be careful, there is an arrow." Before everyone could react, they saw an arrow flashing with cold light shooting straight towards them, pointing in the direction of the emperor and Yuilua. The pupils of concubine Xian shrank. The arrow shot at them flashed with cold light in the moonlight, and she could no longer care about anything else. She moved in front of the emperor, with her nimble body as fast as a shadow. Chapter 537. Seeing the arrow getting closer, concubine Xian quickly pulled out the hairpin from her hair, raised her hand, and threw it in the direction of the arrow. With a sound of ding, the flying arrow collided with the hairpin and fell to the ground immediately. "Luor, are you scared?" Concubine Xian turned her head and looked at Yuilua in the emperor's arms and asked softly, "Mother, little." Before Yuilua finished her reminder, concubine Xian noticed another arrow flying in from the corner of her eye. The tenderness on her face disappeared completely. When the arrow was about to approach, she raised her hand and firmly clamped the sharp arrow. The whole action was done in one go, as if it was not an arrow that pierced the air. Everyone who wanted to help was dumbfounded. Concubine Ro asked concubine De and concubine Shu beside her in a daze. "Sisters, is the person who just shot down the arrow with a hairpin and caught the arrow with bare hands really concubine Xian? Am I seeing it right? Didn't you say that concubine Xian doesn't know martial arts? I'm not seeing it wrong." Concubine Shu looked at concubine Xian steadily. "Look at concubine Xian's smooth movements just now. Not only does she know how to do it, but she's also very powerful. Anyway, I can't fight her for more than 3 moves. No wonder when we were playing mahjong before, concubine Xian heard someone outside, but we didn't notice it." Fei excitedly pulled concubine Shu. "Concubine Xian is the hidden master." "Ah, is mother so powerful?" The emperor's mind was on concubine Xian, whose hair was flying and the arrow was clamped on her slender fingertips. His first reaction was not that concubine Xian was deceiving the emperor, but why concubine Xian was so powerful. Are all the concubines in his harem so crouching tigers and hidden dragons? Concubine Xian has been in the palace for so many years, and he has never noticed that concubine Xian knows martial arts, and Jean Tingen and General Jean don't seem to know that concubine Xian knows martial arts. "Luor, it's okay." Empress Xian turned her head and looked at Yuilua, who was sitting in the emperor's arms with her eyes wide open and not saying anything, with a worried look on her face. Was she frightened? "Oh my god, I'm shocked. My mother actually knows martial arts, and she's so powerful? How come I didn't notice it at all? Her skillful moves just now show that she's a master. It seems that I don't have to worry about my mother when I go to the country, and I can still hold my mother's thighs tightly. Ah, it's a pity that I don't have a camera. The scene just now was so cool. My mother was a hero saving the beauty, and my father was dumbfounded. It was really interesting. I wonder who is better between mother and father." Concubine Xian, fighting with the emperor, Luor really thought of it. Fortunately, Luor was not scared. At this time, a burst of hurried footsteps gradually approached. Wang Yu, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, came with a team of Imperial Guards, walked in front of the emperor, and knelt on one knee. "I am late to rescue you. Please punish me, Your Majesty." The emperor glanced at the arrow on the ground. "What happened?" "Your Majesty, someone tried to break into the palace. The other party was carrying a bow and arrow. This arrow was shot when they attacked other brothers and flew to the Zuehua palace of concubine Xian, disturbing the emperor. Have they caught them? All the others who were caught have committed suicide by biting themselves with poison. The remaining one did manage to get some information, but he only said one word, Chong State, and then bit his tongue and committed suicide." The emperor did not allow Wang Yu to continue investigating, and waved his hand to let him leave. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Feng Hongyu clasped her hands tightly together in front of her, feeling a little uneasy. She always felt that these people were related to the Li state. If they were really from the Chong state, they would not be stupid enough to reveal their identities. Is this spy from the Li state seriously ill? He could have hidden himself, but he had to break into the palace. Now, he has lost his life. I had turned a blind eye to let you live longer, but you still rushed to die. Xu Fei, you leave first. The princes and I have something to talk about. Yes. Although Shufei had many questions in her mind, she also knew that this was not the time for them to chat. Wait for Shufei and Defei to leave. Only concubine Xian, Yuilua, the emperor, and several princes were left in Zuehua Palace. As soon as they left, the third prince could no longer hold back and started coughing violently. Third brother, are you okay? The second prince supported him. It's okay. The third prince waved his hand. Luckily, Empress Xian reacted quickly, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Empress Xian bowed her head and apologized. I do know martial arts, but I didn't hide it because of my mother's request. When she was very young, her mother started to teach her martial arts, but it was all done in secret, even from her father and brother. She didn't know why her mother asked her to do this, and she just did it obediently over the years. If Luor hadn't been in danger just now, she would probably have continued to hide. Her mother never told her why she had to hide the martial arts competition until her death. Get up, I don't blame you. Wait for a chance to fight with me. Concubine Xian stood up in surprise and nodded in agreement. After entering the palace, there were many people and eyes, and she had less time to practice martial arts, so her sensitivity decreased a lot. She shouldn't hurt the emperor by fighting with him. Daddy really wants to compete with mother. Don't lose to mother, and make yourself emo again. But my grandmother taught my mother martial arts. Why didn't she let her use it? And she also hid it from my grandfather and uncle. Could it be related to my grandmother's life experience? No matter, I go to the country to find out once and for all. Father, those who broke into the palace at night are from Li country. I knew it but didn't stop them, and almost hurt Luor and you. The prince blamed himself on the side. That arrow can't hurt me and Luor. He's not a fool, he will naturally dodge it. At that time, he thought he could finally show off in front of Luor, but who knew that concubine Xian? Swoosh. She was in front of him in an instant, faster than the arrow, not giving him a chance to show off. It was because I wanted to keep those people, so the crown prince didn't touch them. Yuilua said quickly, the crown prince doesn't have to blame himself. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have known that my mother was such a big thigh. I really love my mother to death, a great beauty who is both civil and military. After today, I feel that my father is even less worthy of my mother. The emperor, Luor, do you still want to keep these people? Yuilua put her hand on her chin, thought for a moment and nodded. Keep it, there shouldn't be many left. At the same time, I told you to stay well, but you refused to listen. Now, all the brothers are dead. The thin man standing opposite Lao Zhu was accusing Lao Zhu with an angry face. Don't play dead. Now tell me what to do. Our brothers are dead, and it's not safe for us to stay here. If the emperor finds out about us, it will be a real failure. Calm down first. Don't we still have Feng Hongyu? Old Zhu handed him a glass of water. Do you think Feng Hongyu will not be implicated if our identities are really discovered? You mean if we are really suspected, Feng Hongyu will help us? Old Zhu nodded. And didn't you say that the brothers didn't reveal anything? Chapter 538. Seeing that he didn't speak, Lao Zhu frowned. Did the brothers confess? Don't they have poison in their mouths? They have been trained to end their lives if they fall into the hands of others, so as not to implicate their family and friends. I will let the brothers blame the Chong Kingdom if they are caught. Are you a pig? Do you think you are smart? Who would reveal their identity when doing bad things? Do you think the Emperor of Tianqi is a fool? Lao Zhu punched the man holding the water directly, and his chest heaved with anger. That's it, you're just trying to cover up the truth. You had to break into the palace, and now you have the nerve to blame me. The two of them immediately fought each other, and blamed each other. Okay, now is not the time to shirk responsibility. Old Zhu kicked the thin man away. Then you ask Feng Hongyu to leave the palace and ask her what's going on. The man got up from the ground, and was kicked by Old Zhu again. You're a pig, but you don't have a brain. Asking Feng Hongyu out at this time makes people suspect that she is related to this incident, right? Feng Hongyu, who was mentioned by the two, felt more and more uneasy after returning to the East Palace. If these people were really from the Li Kingdom, she would definitely be implicated. It was a small matter for her to be implicated, but Feng Qingqing knew that it was a big deal to take it out on her father because the secret agent was gone. Now she was counting on Feng Qingqing to keep doing stupid things and anger Tianqi. As long as Tianqi took action against the Li Kingdom, what Feng Qingqing did could not be hidden, and her father could also be out of Feng Qingqing's control. Concubine, the crown prince is here. The maid's voice interrupted Feng Hongyu's thoughts, and she stood up, and the crown prince pushed the door open. I meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Get up, are you scared? Feng Hongyu stood up and said softly, No, These people are really brave, they dared to break into the palace. How could the crown prince not hear her test, and smiled. Some desperate people often break into the palace, and the result is always death. Often? Feng Hongyu pretended to be surprised, so they said it was the Chong Kingdom, but they are actually framing it? The crown prince nodded, yes, it might be the Li Kingdom. This light sentence made Feng Hongyu's heart rise to her throat. Li Kingdom? Impossible. Feng Hongyu pretended to be calm. The Queen Mother is the most trustworthy person. The treaty signed between Li Kingdom and Tianqi is still within the deadline. The Queen Mother will never let anyone offend Tianqi. What she said was true. The Queen of Li Kingdom could indeed do it, but the Crown Princess could not. However, the Crown Prince did not refute, but said lightly, the Queen of Li Kingdom that I know is indeed like this, and it is just a guess at present. Have a good rest. The prince walked to the door, looked back at Feng Hongyu, and added, when you first came to Tianqi, I kept my promise to you. As long as you behave yourself, I will protect you, but if you have other thoughts, I will not be soft-hearted. Feng Hongyu did not speak, but stood up and walked to the door. She looked at the prince's back blending into the night, and smiled bitterly. She wanted to live a peaceful life, but there were many things she could not control. She did not want to hurt innocent people, because in that case, she would be no different from Feng Qingqing and those who bullied her. But he couldn't ignore his father's life or death. Feng Hongyu slowly raised his hand to close the door, slid down the door, and sat on the ground, his eyes empty like a lifeless puppet. The next day, Yuilua got up early and washed up, checked whether she had brought everything, and jumped to concubine Xian humming a tuneless little song. Mother, you will teach me martial arts in the future. Concubine Xian smiled and rubbed her head, but learning martial arts is very tiring. Luor, are you sure you want to learn it? Yuilua nodded. Learn. Wait until Luor grows up. Empress Xian took her to the table and said, eat first. After they finished eating, Huarui, who was standing beside her, asked with red eyes. Madam, can't you take me with you? Both the madam and the little princess need to be served. If they are not around, who will serve the madam and the little princess? No, just stay in Zuihua Palace. Empress Xian looked at her with a smile. I have something to do, and it will be too inconvenient for you to follow me. Then the queen and the little princess must take good care of themselves. Huarui wiped her tears and said, I will wait for you to come back and take good care of the queen's flowers. The queen has been stuck in the palace for these years. You should be happy when you go out. Why are you crying? We should be happy for the queen to leave the palace. Don't cry. Nanny Zhang teased Huarui. The little princess is not as crybaby as you. You are so old, aren't you ashamed? Then let's go. Yuilua and concubine Xian left the palace and waved to the two people standing at the door. Empress Xian, little princess. Eunuch Chao walked towards the two of them in a hurry and bowed. Empress Xian saw that he came in a hurry and asked, does the emperor have something to tell you? The emperor just received an urgent message and can't come to see you and the little princess off. Urgent message? What urgent message? Yuilua frowned and asked anxiously. There is a locust plague in Chanshan County. Go tell my father that I have a way to solve it, and I will leave right away. Anyway, they have to leave the palace, so it is more reasonable to use this opportunity to let Feng Qingqing know that she is in Chanshan. The emperor laughed when he heard the news. Mu Chun, take your people and lure to Chanshan to solve the locust plague problem. Mu Chun stepped forward and bowed, saying, I obey your order. Chanshan County encountered a locust plague, so the tax will be reduced this year, as well as Xingling County. Your Majesty is wise. The loud voice echoed above the hall, and the emperor stood up. Withdraw the court. He was still busy sending Luor off. So everyone saw the emperor quickly walk out of the Golden Palace and head towards the palace gate. Someone who didn't know what was going on asked in confusion. Is the emperor going to leave the palace? Are you stupid? The emperor is going to see the little princess off. As he walked, the emperor said to Eunuch Chao, Concubine Da and Concubine Shu should also want to see Concubine Xian off. Let them come too. Anyway, the ministers will know that Concubine Xian is going to leave the palace together, so there is no need to hide it. When the ministers walked to the palace gate, they saw the emperor talking to Yuilua. As for Concubine Xian standing next to Yuilua, they didn't think much about it, and thought that Concubine Xian was also coming to see Yuilua off. Sister Xinfei, we know you are leaving the palace, so we are here to see you off. When Concubine Shu said this, the ministers turned to look at her instantly. She raised her hand and touched her hair, feeling puzzled. She didn't have her hair disheveled, and her clothes were fine, but why did everyone seem to be quiet, and their expressions were strange? What's wrong, lords? Concubine Shu approached with Concubine De and Concubine Ro, looking at the ministers around in confusion. One of the ministers reacted and said, "Your Majesty, how can Concubine Xian leave the palace?" Chapter 539. After these words came out, Concubine Shu realized that it was not her image that was the problem, but that these ministers did not know that Concubine Xian's sister was going to leave the palace. She was about to say something to block the mouth of the person who was talking, but she did not expect the emperor to ask first. Why can't Concubine Xian leave the palace? The minister glanced at the prime minister next to him, and cast a look for help. Prime Minister, since ancient times, have concubines not been able to leave the palace at will? Prime Minister Li was suddenly dragged into the water and nodded. Yes, but the rules are set by the emperor. Since the emperor has agreed, the minister should obey. Minister, you said you were upright. Why are you flattering the emperor? But it is not right for Concubine Xian to leave the palace, and disaster relief is not a joke. The emperor raised his eyebrows. Why is it not right? It is okay for Concubine Xian not to leave the palace. You can leave the palace with the little princess. I don't want you to help with disaster relief. You are only responsible for tying the little princess's hair, feeding her, bathing her and coaxing her to sleep. If you can do it, I will agree that Concubine Xian will not leave the palace. The minister who was speaking wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and shut up. He almost forgot that the little princess was still a baby who needed to drink milk. He couldn't take care of the little princess even if he was beaten to death. Moreover, the little princess was so precious that if something happened to her, he wouldn't have enough heads to chop off. Your Majesty is wise. He bowed his hands and said seriously, the little princess does need the Empress Xian to accompany her to take care of her. I have no objection. Those who wanted to watch the fun silently despised him in their hearts, and thought it was boring. Since no one objects, let's do it. The emperor was very satisfied. Sister Concubine Xian. Xu Fei stepped forward and pulled Concubine Xian aside. We all heard what the emperor said. Although we are relieved that you know martial arts, you still have to protect yourself and lure. We will wait for you to come back. Xu Fei took out a small dagger from her sleeve and handed it to Concubine Xian. Take this. There is a mechanism on the handle, and there is a poison needle hidden inside. She specially asked Mu Shui to apply the deadly poison on it, and now it can be used. Thank you, Sister Xu Fei. Empress Xian put the dagger into her sleeve and thanked her sincerely. Why are you being polite? Although I don't know what you and Luo are doing in Li Country this time, the princess of Li Country is a dangerous person. This dagger is small and easy for you to hide. Empress Da and Concubine Ro walked to the two of them and said, Yes, Concubine Xian, you must protect yourself well. We are still waiting for you to come back and fight with Concubine Shu. Yeah. Concubine Ro nodded and took out the small soft pillow she made and handed it to Concubine Xian. I don't have anything to protect myself for Sister Xian, only this soft pillow. Sister Xian, bring it for the little princess to use when she sleeps. It's very soft. I appreciate the kindness of Sister Rupin. Luor will definitely like it. I have prepared food for you and Luor. Da Fei took out the food she had prepared. Luor must have suffered from the long journey. Save these for the road. Thank you, Aunt Da Fei, Aunt Xu Fei, Aunt Rupin. Yui Lu appeared from the side and thanked with a sweet smile. Luor just thanked you verbally. Xu Fei squatted down and pinched her little face. No other expression. Yui Lu thought for a while. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly kissed Xu Fei on the face. Does this mean that Aunt Xu Fei likes it? Xu Fei smiled so much that her eyes curved into crescents and said with a smile, I like it. Luor, you can't be partial to one and ignore the other. Da Fei squatted down. Your Aunt Rupin and I are also waiting for your expression. In order to ensure fairness, Yui Lu kissed the two again. I feel like a bad woman, kissing this and that. Hey, why do I feel a sudden chill on my back? Yui Lu turned her head and found that the emperor came over with a dark face and looked at her expressionlessly. It's over. Daddy is jealous again. Daddy? Yui Lu walked to the emperor. Do you need to send someone to go with me? I think Muchin is just right. It's also good to let the two people in a long-distance relationship meet each other, and I can also have someone to help me. He went back to pack his things. Daddy is wise. Yui Lu gave a thumbs up. Don't miss me too much when I leave. The emperor snorted and laughed, squatted down and pointed at his face. Yui Lu looked helpless and kissed him. Let's go. Qingrong and Qifeng, I stay here. Wait for my mother, and I to come back. He waved and got on the carriage. The emperor stood up and looked at Concubine Xian. Be careful on your way. General Jean and the old general are waiting for you to come back and explain martial arts to them. I understand. It's sunny outside. Your Majesty, please go back. The two got on the carriage, which slowly drove away from the palace gate. The emperor stood at the palace gate, motionless, watching the slowly leaving carriage. Your Majesty, go back. Eunuch Chow whispered. Suddenly, the carriage stopped, and Yuilua poked her head out and shouted, Daddy, you must remember what I said, go back quickly. The emperor raised his lips and waved at her, waiting for the carriage to move again before turning and walking towards the palace. Father, Luor is gone. The prince rushed over after finishing the things the emperor had told him to do, and the palace gate was empty. She's gone, but she still has to wait for Mu Qian. Go if you have something to say to her. The prince bowed and took Lin Qi to chase Yuilua's carriage. The two caught up with Yuilua at an inn in the market. Qian Ju, who was driving the carriage, saw the prince and stopped the carriage. Little princess, someone is chasing us. Yuilua lifted the curtain and looked at the prince standing next to the carriage, surprised. Prince, why are you here? The prince walked a few steps closer to the carriage and raised his hand to rub her head. I came to see Luor off. Luor is going far away, so my brother must come to see her off. I was busy with other things just now. When I came here, you had already left the palace. Fortunately, I caught up with you. Then take care of yourself, my brother the crown prince. Okay. The crown prince took back his hand and said with a smile, I will take care of everything in the capital. Luor, just do what you want to do, but remember to put your own safety first. After saying goodbye to the crown prince, Qian Ju drove the carriage lazily. I have been waiting for so long, and I thought everything that should be sent had been delivered. Be patient, we still have to wait for Mu Qian later. Qian Ju thought he had heard wrongly. Still waiting for Mu Qian? Are we going with 3 people? How come this team is getting bigger and bigger? And Mu Qian doesn't know martial arts, so his burden is heavier. Yes, let's go to Changshan County first. The carriage left the city smoothly, and Qian Ju stopped the carriage. Why do we have to go to Changshan County? Can your third brother afford to delay? There is a locust plague in Changshan County. It's better to go there to help solve it, and wait for the princess of the country. Before leaving, she had told people to spread the news that she was going to Changshan County. If the princess of the country received it, she would set off to wait for her. Chapter 540. Mu Qian went back to the house to pack up his things, and left the room with his personal attendant, and saw Mu's father and mother standing at the door. Dad, Mom, the little princess is still waiting for me. Chinner, since you and Xiner have reconciled, bring Xiner back this time. I don't know if she is living well in Changshan alone. Mom is really worried. Mom, Xiner also has her own things to do. Mu Qian frowned slightly. I can't restrict her just because he and I have reconciled. That's not what I meant. I know you're worried about Xiner, but I've let her down. Don't you want to know why she broke off the engagement? It was actually because of me. Mu's father was surprised. Because of you? Why? Because I offended Xiner and didn't apologize in time. So she broke off the engagement in a rage. Mu Qian looked up at Mu's mother. Mom, I let Xiner down, so don't ask Xiner about the breakup anymore. Please support her in whatever she wants to do. He knew his mother's personality. Although she liked Xiner, if she didn't say that she broke off the engagement because of Xiner, she would be unhappy if he and Xiner really got married in the future. Now that he said this, his mother would only feel more guilty towards Xiner and blame him. You are such a bastard. Mu's father said angrily. What did you do earlier? You are so embarrassed to meet people like this. If I were you, I would be too embarrassed to meet people. Mu's mother agreed. Yes, why didn't you say it before? I know Xiner. If you didn't really annoy her, how could she be so angry that she broke off the engagement? She thought that Xiner really didn't like her son. It turned out that it was her own rascal who annoyed the girl. If you had made it clear earlier, I wouldn't have blindly matched you in Xiao Xiao. Now you are reconciled, and I don't know if Xiner has any knots in her heart. Thinking of this, Mu's mother looked regretful. I think you should not go to Changshan. Xiner is reluctant to come back after reconciling with you. I guess she is still angry. I'm afraid that when she sees you, she will remember the things you did to make her angry before. I support your mother this time. Mu's father echoed. A real man should be responsible. You have been blaming a girl for so long, and now you blame yourself. I think you should think of a way to apologize before you go, and coax her back. Mu Qian, how can I disobey the emperor's order? I'm leaving, and I promise to coax Xiner this time. After saying that, he snatched the bag from the servant's hand and ran away. Master, how do you think I will face Xiner in the future? Mu's mother looked sad. In the end, it's my son's fault. I was also a blind matchmaker and asked Eavesdropping to come to the house more often. Now I think that what I said at that time was hurting the child's heart. Didn't I persuade you at that time that children and grandchildren would have their own blessings, but you didn't listen. Master, you should have persuaded me more at that time. Mu's mother sighed. I am too embarrassed to see Eavesdropping and my future in-laws. Mu Chin took his bag and left the city to meet Yuilua, completely unaware that his words had directly made Mu's mother emo. I'm sorry to have kept Empress Xian and the little princess waiting for so long. I'm late. Qianju urged. Hurry up and ride your horse. If you delay any longer, the locusts will eat up all the food in Chanshan. Mu Chin didn't dare to delay any longer, so he climbed on his horse and followed Yuilua. Little princess, Empress Xian, is it okay for me to drive faster? Qianju raised his whip and asked loudly. No problem, go as fast as you want. Yuilua leaned in Empress Xian's arms and said to Qianju. Okay, then you sit tight. The carriage began to run fast on the official road. Yuilua got on the carriage and closed her eyes to sleep because she was bored. It took them 10 days to reach Changshan County. Lu Chong followed them with a group of selected brothers, exhausted. Brother, is the little princess really sitting inside? She is not tired after traveling for so many days? We are here now. Don't you practice martial arts more often? Lu Chong threw a water bag to them. Drink it. Brotherly finally asked us for something. We must do it well. Brother, why don't you shave your beard? A bald man said with a smile. If the little princess sees you like this, she will think you are a bandit. Yes, brother, you do look like one. No. Lu Chong protected his beard. It's manly like this. Without a beard, I look like a pretty boy. What if he enters Li country and is favored by those women? He is a married man. Let's talk business. Our main task this time is to escort the little princess to Li country. Remember that? Remember, and do it beautifully. Qianju drove the carriage into Changshan County and stretched his body. Finally, we're here. The people following behind us must be exhausted. Seeing that Yuilua didn't respond, Qianju jumped off the carriage. Little princess, do you know that someone is following us? Yuilua and concubine Xiang got off the carriage together. Yes, there are 4 people. They have no ill intentions. If they want to follow, they can follow. You actually know? Qianju glanced at Yuilua. How did he know? These people were far away from them, and he didn't even know how many there were, but the little princess knew it so clearly. I heard it. Mu-chan, are you okay? Qianju didn't want to be hit again, so he turned and walked towards Mu-chin. It's okay, I go ask where the county government is now. The emperor hadn't issued an order to Changshan County, so Kaizei didn't know that someone would come from the capital. Mu-chin stopped a passerby and asked where the county government was. After that, the few people followed the direction pointed by the man. When the few people arrived at the county government, they were stopped by the yamen runners at the door. Who are you? We are here to help. This is Empress Xian and the little princess. I am the minister of the Ministry of Revenue. The yamen runner looked at Qianju. Before Qianju could speak, Yuilua said, he is the driver. Qianju, Kaizei, who was discussing how to solve the locust plague in the hall, stood up and greeted them after hearing the report. Your subordinate greets Empress Xian, the little princess, and Minister Mu. Get up quickly. Empress Xian raised her hand. Go in and talk. After entering the hall, Kaizei introduced the origins of several people and bowed again. We haven't received any documents from Changshan. I don't know if the queen, the princess, and Minister Mu will come. Kaizei ordered tea to be served and said softly, let's talk about the current situation first. Have you thought of a solution? Yuilua asked. Others had heard of Yuilua, and they were secretly surprised when they saw her asking this. Could the little princess really help Changshan County? Kaizei looked distressed. There are too many locusts. All the crops have been eaten up wherever they pass. I haven't thought of a solution yet. The people and the yamen runners went out to fight the locusts, but they were exhausted and it was useless. Does the princess have a way to deal with these locusts? Kaizei looked at Yuilua with hope. Chapter 541. Feng Qingqing was so happy when she learned that Yuilua was going to Changshan County. She was just worried about how to lure Yuilua out, but she didn't expect that Yuilua would foolishly run out first. This was just like someone handing a pillow to you when you were sleepy. I know you can leave now. Feng Qingqing waved her hand to let the person who came in to report this leave, and stood up and ordered someone to prepare the carriage. Prince Duan whispered to the side, Princess, you must be careful when you go. In fact, he was very worried. His good brother doted on his daughter so much. There must be someone protecting her. With Feng Qingqing's brain and martial arts, could she really kidnap someone? He couldn't go. If his identity was exposed, he would have no place to stand in Li country. She's just a little kid. Do you think I can't kidnap her? Feng Qingqing didn't think so. If the little princess of Tianqi was really capable, she wouldn't let everyone in the world know that she went to Chanshan. Wouldn't this give those who wanted to touch her a chance? Better safe than sorry. Although you are brave, the people of Tianqi are good at cheating. I am also worried about you. I know. It is not your turn to teach me how to do things. Feng Qingqing looked impatient. Soon, the people who went to prepare the carriage came back to report. Princess, the carriage is ready. Shall we set off now? Feng Qingqing nodded, went out of the house to pick 10 elite soldiers, and waved her hand. Let's go. If she didn't set off quickly, the little princess of Tianqi would run back to the palace when she arrived in Chanshan, so she would have no chance to capture anyone. Princess, be careful along the way. If the queen asks about it, I'll be there. Don't worry. Prince Duan waved at Feng Qingqing, with a genuine smile on his face. Finally, he didn't have to worry about Feng Qingqing asking him to sleep with him every day. After making sure that Feng Qingqing had left with her people, Prince Duan returned to the mansion to find Yuan Can. Yuan Can was relieved to hear that Feng Qingqing was not at the mansion. Prince Duan stared at him unhappily. I thought you could behave well in front of her while her face was still swollen, but what's wrong with you? You haven't made any move for so long. Such a good opportunity missed. It's not that I don't want to show off. Yuan Can said bitterly. Her face was swollen before, and it was difficult to say something nice to that pig-like face. He felt that he couldn't do it, and was worried that if he didn't show off well, it would be counterproductive. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to wait until Feng Qingqing's pig-like face disappeared before showing his courtesy. Don't be upset, Your Majesty. I will show off well when she comes back. Recently, he has not been idle. He has learned about Feng Qingqing's preferences and read some storybooks. When Feng Qingqing comes back, he will definitely win her over. You'd better keep your word, otherwise no one can tell whether Feng Qingqing will keep you. Yes, I know. Yuan Can nodded repeatedly. Prince, drink some tea first. Will the queen know that the princess left this time? No. Prince Duan took the tea. I have inquired, and the queen seems to have other things to do, so she won't find out for the time being. The queen had no idea that Feng Qingqing had kidnapped someone. Ling Lu, who was standing beside her and serving her, came forward with tea and asked, Your Majesty, do you want me to send someone to keep an eye on the princess? The queen shook her head. No, every time she is scolded by me, she will behave herself for a while. Your Majesty, why did you take out this letter again? Ling Lu put the tea next to the queen's hand, and put away the letter on the long table. I don't know who wrote this letter, it's so ridiculous. Yes. The queen stood up and shook her sleeves. The content of the letter is indeed ridiculous, but after so long, I can't find out who sent this letter to my imperial study. She naturally didn't believe the contents of the letter. She was more interested in the person who delivered the letter than what the letter said. She was very curious about how this person could quietly deliver the letter to the palace without being discovered. Could it be someone who is dissatisfied with the princess? Ling Lu couldn't think of any other purpose. Whatever this person's purpose is, time will give the answer. The queen walked to the window inside. There is no clue about this matter. I have been investigating the matter that my mother told me when she passed away for so long, but I have not gained anything. Ling Lu looked at the queen's back, hesitated for a moment, and said, Why not let the Dali Temple investigate? No. The queen turned around, her expression cold. Except for my secret guards, this matter must not be investigated by the ministers in the court. This was what the queen mother meant at the beginning. Although the court situation seems stable now, she can't guarantee whether there are still remnants involved in the original incident. So this matter can only be investigated by her people. You step down, so that the Dali Temple does not need to investigate the letter anymore. Anyway, there was no result. After searching again and again, it proved that the letter seemed to appear out of thin air. Yuilua, who delivered the letter, didn't know that she just wanted to tell the Empress something, but she made the Dali Temple busy for half a month without any results. At this moment, she was discussing with Kaizei and others how to solve the locust plague. Seeing everyone looking at her expectantly, Yuilua smiled and said, I have a way. When the other people in the hall heard Yuilua say that there was a way, their voices became excited. Little princess, do you really have a solution? Then what do we need to prepare? Yuilua shook her head and looked at Kaizei. Take me to the wheat field now. Little princess, why don't you take a rest first and eat something before going to see it? Although Kaizei also wanted to solve the problem as soon as possible, he also knew that Yuilua and the others had come here after a long journey and had not even had time to rest. County Magistrate Kai, have someone prepare some milk for Luor, and go to the field first. Empress Yin picked up Yuilua. The longer we delay, the less crops will be left. Okay, I order someone to prepare. When the group reached the middle of the mountain, they looked down and saw that the golden wheat fields that were supposed to have a good harvest were left with only bare wheat stalks standing in the rice fields. The wheat ears were all eaten clean by locusts, and the destruction was extensive. It's so serious. Muchin frowned. There's not much wheat left. There are too many locusts. They can eat several wheat fields in one morning. Kaizei pointed to a wheat field below. That's the last one. The only remaining wheat field swayed in the wind, and a dark mass of things in the distance was moving quickly towards this side. Seeing this, the people sitting on the ridges of the field shouted that the locusts were coming again, and quickly stood up and raised the sticks tied to their clothes in their hands to attack the locusts. Yuilua narrowed her eyes. Now. Mother, let me down. Little princess, what should we do now? The locusts are coming again. Kaizei looked at the locusts getting closer and closer to the wheat field and asked anxiously. Yuilua stood on the ground, without saying a word, raised her hand to her mouth and blew. Xianju looked around curiously. I thought, is this the little princess's way of summoning? County Magistrate Kai, just wait, the little princess is calling for help. The yamen runners looked puzzled. Sir, what helper? The little princess didn't bring anyone with her when she entered the county government. If she did, why didn't she come with her? Hey, isn't she here? Chapter 542. As the whistle ended, bursts of bird calls came from the surrounding mountains and trees, as if responding to the whistle. Everyone looked in the direction Qianju pointed, and a group of birds of different colors were flying towards them quickly. It's a flock of birds, all kinds of birds. One of the yamen runners said excitedly, Are these birds here to catch locusts? But they don't all eat locusts. Yuilua raised her lips. It's okay if they can be killed. It doesn't matter whether they eat them or not. A huge flock of birds flew to Yuilua, surrounded her, and one of them landed on her shoulder. Yuilua raised her hand and pointed at the black mass of locusts, and said coldly, Go, get rid of them all. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding birds flapped their wings quickly and flew towards the locusts. The yamen runners were so surprised that their eyes almost fell to the ground. They were not mistaken. The flock of birds just now were really summoned by the little princess. It turned out that these were the little princess's helpers. Others were not much better. The angry people on the ridges saw the locusts getting closer and closer, and raised their weapons to attack. Suddenly, one of the people shouted, Look, a lot of birds suddenly appeared. Are these birds coming to eat the wheat? No, you see, the birds are eating the locusts. They are not coming to eat our wheat. The people observed for a while, and found that it was true. Everyone put down their sticks and jumped excitedly on the ridges, shouting as they jumped. We have saved our wheat field, saved it. We have food to eat, so we don't have to starve. After working hard for a season, and looking forward to the harvest, they were all eaten by locusts. They were so angry that their hearts ached, but there was nothing they could do. Fortunately, these birds suddenly appeared and saved the last wheat field for them. Why do you think these birds come to eat locusts? Is it the little princess who has come? Some people have heard about Yuilua in Xingling County, and expressed their guesses. It's impossible. If the little princess came, there would be no news at all. They were still arguing when a childish voice sounded from above. Hey, don't be stupid and eat them all. Just bite them to death. Otherwise, there are too many locusts and you will be full. Yuilua watched the stupid bird she summoned eat all the locusts stupidly, and couldn't help but remind them. The birds, whose stomachs were bulging with food, heard Yuilua's order and spit out the locusts in their mouths. They started to bite them one by one, and threw them down after they were killed. That's right, keep them for everyone to supplement protein. Come and eat the people's food, leave your life, in exchange. Empress Xian's mouth twitched. Did Luor want them to eat this thing too? Mr. County Magistrate, is that the little princess up there? The people on the ridge heard Yuilua's voice, put their hands to their mouths like a trumpet, and asked loudly to Kaizei, who was standing halfway up the mountain. Yes, it's the little princess, the locusts will be eliminated soon. Kaizei also raised his voice to respond to the people who asked the question. It's really the little princess. The little princess came to help Chanshan. The people below were excited again. Under the attack of the flock of birds, the locusts were quickly wiped out, and Kaizei led a few people down the mountain. Go to the field ridge just now. Kaizei was confused. Hasn't the locust been dealt with? The little princess and Empress Xian go back to rest first, and leave the rest to me. Yuilua continued. It's okay, take me down, those locusts are useful. Qianju became interested and raised his eyebrows to ask. What's the use? Yuilua smiled at him, and kept it a secret. You know in a moment. When they reached the edge of the field, the people quickly gathered around and knelt on the ground. We have no way to repay the little princess's kindness. Hurry up. Yuilua looked at the people on the ground whose skin was tanned by the sun. You are the people of Tianqi, and it is only right for the court to send people to solve the problem. Hurry up and help me with something, don't kneel down. Hearing that Yuilua had something for them to do, the people hurriedly stood up and patted their chests. Princess, just follow my orders. I will do whatever I want. Yuilua laughed. Please pick up all the locusts on the ground and bring them back to the county government office. The people were curious, but did not ask any more questions. When they finished picking them up, Yuilua's eyes were bent with laughter. There are so many, all protein, let everyone taste them later. Since the locusts have been dealt with, everyone should go back and rest. Mu Qin remembered what the emperor said in the court, and said, Princess, I have something to tell you. Yuilua nodded. You tell me. When the princess, concubine Xian and I came here, the emperor said that Changshan County suffered from a locust plague, so this year's taxes will be reduced. The people cheered instantly, and then they all knelt on the ground to pay homage. Long live the emperor. Back at the county government, Qianju came to Yuilua again. What on earth are you keeping those locusts for? Yuilua raised her eyebrows. For you to eat. After saying that, she turned around and asked Kai Zhe without caring about Qianju's expression. Why aren't Li Qian and Yang Xian here? They're busy researching new products lately. The two wanted to help him, but he felt they couldn't do much, so he just let them do their own thing. As they were talking, Li Qian and Yang Xian walked in with a smile and bowed to concubine Xian and Yuilua. Greetings to concubine Xian, little princess. Concubine Xian put the empty bowl aside and said softly, Get up quickly. I heard that the locust plague has been resolved, and we hurried back when we heard that the little princess and concubine Xian were here. It's solved. Yuilua looked at Yang Xian mischievously, and Lord Mu is here too. Lord Mu is next to us. Kai Zhe said at the right time. Sister Yang, go quickly. Li Qian winked at Yang Xian, signaling her to find Mu Qin. Yang Xian blushed a little after being teased by several people, and hurriedly changed the subject. Empress Xian and the little princess should stay a few more days this time, and have a good rest. When Sister Li and I finish the new products, we will bring them back to you. It is true that they have to stay a few more days. I don't know if the princess has received the news now. She had to get there quickly, and not walk one day and rest the next, which would waste a lot of time. I stay for a few days. After chatting for a while, Yuilua learned that the two of them now had 2 restaurants, as well as a special fruit canning store and a rouge and powder store. By the way, I brought back something good. You can roast it later. It's delicious. Under Yuilua's guidance, Yang Xian opened the wrapped locusts and was speechless for a long time. Little princess, are you sure it's this? Yes, you can roast some now, and take the rest to the restaurant to roast and sell. It's very popular. Chapter 543. Qianju's mouth twitched at the side. The little princess was not joking. She really wanted to roast it and eat it. Li Qian accepted it very quickly. After listening to Yuilua, she took the locusts to the kitchen in the backyard of the county government and started to work. Mother, you can try it later. It's delicious. It's a pity that I can't eat it. Facing Yuilua's eager eyes, concubine Xian nodded. Okay, mother will try it later. Luor wanted to eat it so much, it must be very delicious. It looks a bit scary, but it doesn't hurt to try it. Seeing Yuilua's eyes looking at him, Qianju hurriedly said, I won't eat it. Although the thing is not poisonous, it is too ugly, so he won't eat it. You said you won't eat it, don't slap me later. Yuilua took concubine Xian's hand. Mother, let's go and watch them roast it. When Li Qian took the locusts to the backyard, Yang Xian also followed Li Qian to work. The two of them were quick and skillful. When Yuilua arrived, they had already started a fire and cleaned the locusts. Little princess, can we roast them directly after washing them? It was the first time for the two to come into contact with this thing, and they didn't know how to really handle it cleanly. Find some wooden sticks, string them together, brush them with oil and grill them, and sprinkle some seasoning on them after grilling. Under Yuilua's guidance, the two of them got busy again, and the county yamen runners also came to help. When Qianju, Mu Qin and Kai Zhe from the front yard came to the backyard, they saw a group of yamen runners squatting on the side, and stringing locusts carefully, and some were cutting bamboo sticks. Everyone was busy very seriously, and the atmosphere seemed to be very harmonious. In the kitchen, Li Qian was baking while Yang Xian was helping. Mu Chen stared at the genuine smile on Yang Xian's face, and gave up the idea of letting her go back to the capital with him. Xianer was truly happy like this. Empress Yin, little princess. Kai Zhe stepped forward to greet them, and the Yamen runners noticed their arrival. They stood up somewhat at a loss, and quickly hid the things in their hands behind their backs. Sir, the county magistrate. The little princess ordered you to do what you are doing. Everyone has been working hard recently, so relax for a while. Seeing their helpless expressions, Kai Zhe smiled. The Yamen runners relaxed after hearing this, and continued to work on their tasks. Empress Yen, little princess, wait a minute, it will be ready soon. Yang Xian put the roasted locusts on the plate while walking towards the door. As soon as she stepped out, she noticed Mu Chen beside Kai Zhe. She smiled at Mu Chen and walked to Empress Yen with the plate. Empress Yen, please try it. Empress Yen hesitated for a moment, picked up a string under the expectant eyes of everyone, and took a bite after preparing herself mentally. Yui Luo stared at concubine Yen without blinking, observing her reaction. Seeing her swallow it, she asked with a smile. Mother, how is it? Is it crunchy? Very delicious, crispy and chewy. Li Qian's cooking skills are quite good. It seems that mother is eating it very deliciously. Is it really delicious? Li Qian in the kitchen was paying attention to the movement outside. After hearing concubine Xian's evaluation, her voice was very excited. It's good if it's delicious. I was worried that I didn't make it delicious. Yang Xian held the plate and distributed the baked ones to everyone one by one. Everyone took a skewer, except Qianju, who didn't mean to reach out for it. The Yamen runners couldn't wait to put the food in their mouths, and they ate while sighing at how delicious it was. Qianju walked to the stone steps and sat down. The sound of crunching beside his ears made him hesitate. Is it really so delicious? Hey, you really don't want to eat it? Yui Luo walked to Qianju and said, if you miss this village, you will never have this shop again. It's really delicious, young master, try it. The Yamen runners also persuaded him, and some were still chewing, and the oil on their mouths had not been wiped off. You guys eat it. I don't want to eat it. Qianju was a little shaken at first, but when he saw Shang Yuilu's dark eyes, he always felt that she was waiting for him to slap himself in the face. So he said very firmly, no need, you guys eat. Kai Zhe picked up a skewer from the plate and strode to the kitchen. Li Qian heard the footsteps and thought it was Yang Xian coming in, but turned around and found it was Kai Zhe. She asked with a smile. What are you doing here? Kai Zhe walked closer to her, handed the roasted locust in his hand to her mouth, and said softly, Madam roasted it so hard, try it first. Li Qian bit one from his hand. Her eyes lit up. It's really delicious, you should try it too. Kai Zhe took a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off her forehead before biting one into his mouth. After eating, he praised, Madam's cooking is very good, it's delicious. Li Qian blushed a little at his praise and urged him to go out. You should go out quickly, don't stay here. Let Miss Yang talk to Lord Mu, it's the same if I help you here. The two of them quickly finished a string. One by one, Kai Zhe washed his hands and went out to get the plate. I helped the madam, Miss Yang, take a rest first. The Yamen runners subconsciously wanted to make fun of her, but they didn't dare. Yang Xian nodded to Kai Zhe and walked to the bamboo chair next to Mu Chen and sat down. When will you return to the capital? Mu Chen tilted his head to look at her. I don't know yet, you've lost weight. Yang Xian touched her face. I've been busy recently, and it's hot. I've eaten well, you don't have to worry. No matter how busy you are, you have to eat well. Your uncle and aunt are all very good, you don't have to worry. I know, I wrote to them. The two were silent for a moment, then spoke at the same time. You? Brother Mu, you go first. I told my mother about the breakup because I pissed you off. Give me your confession first. Otherwise, when Xiana returns to Beijing and her mother brings it up, she will still be confused. Yang Xian knew the reason very well. She knew that Mu Chen said this because he didn't want there to be any rift between her and Mu's mother. Even if she didn't explain the reason, he never asked, and even considered it for her. Yang Xian just stared at Mu Chen, and the voices of the Yamen runners were automatically blocked by her. Mu Chen felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, and looked away. I did this not to force you to tell the real reason, Xianer, but I just didn't want my mother to have other opinions about you. I didn't handle many things well before. Now Xianer, you are still willing to be with me. I will handle everything, and let you be happy with me. Whenever he was quiet, he thought, If he had been more determined and didn't marry Shishio's cousin, would he be able to face Xiner more openly? She didn't know why Xiner broke off the engagement, but since she still liked her, she would not feel better than herself when the engagement was broken off. Yang Xian's eyes were slightly sour. She wanted to throw herself into Mu Qian's arms and tell him that breaking off the engagement was not her intention, and she was also in pain. But when the words came to her lips, she couldn't say them. She had always been able to clearly feel Mu Qian's feelings for her, and since the matter had passed, she would not let him suffer with her. Chapter 544. Brother Mu, do you really not want to know the reason why I broke off the engagement? Yang Xian asked in a low voice. No. Mu Qian looked serious. As long as I know your affection for me, Xiner, nothing else matters. Yang Xian chuckled. You put all the responsibility on yourself. Did you get scolded? It doesn't matter if I get scolded a few times. Mu Qian raised the corner of his mouth. You can do what you want in Chanshan with peace of mind. I wait for you to come back in Beijing. The two smiled at each other, and Yang Xian nodded. Okay. Master Mu, don't think about abducting Sister Yang again. Li Qian brought the plate over and handed it to the two of them. Is it okay to disturb you? I've been waiting for a long time. No, Sister Li, don't worry. As long as you are in Chanshan, I will continue to stay here. Yang Xian picked up a string. Are there still a lot left? Yes, there are still a lot left. Li Qian said while eating. I don't think they are hateful now. They are all silver. Li Qian was a little excited. How do you think this is priced? How much is a bunch? Yang Xian stood up. How about asking the little princess? Kai Zhe, who was completely ignored, stepped forward and patted Mu Qian, who was also ignored. Master Mu, just get used to it. When the two of them talk about these things, others will just ignore them. Xiner is in Chanshan. Thank you for taking care of her. Kai Zhe sat down next to him. It's not that we take care of Miss Yang, it's obviously she who helps us more. After Miss Yang came, she taught Madame a lot, and also helped the people solve the problem of how to deal with the uneaten fruits. Although Yang Xian is a rich lady, she is not arrogant, nor is she the kind of delicate person who needs to be taken care of all the time. No wonder she is so happy here. Mu Qian sighed in a low voice. Everyone will live happily if they find their own value. Kai Zhe glanced in the direction of Li Qian. I used to think the girls are all delicate, but after marrying Madame, I found that it is not the case. When the road was being repaired, it was Madame who ran to bring him food despite the sun, and brought him an umbrella when it rained. Because of the affairs of the people of Chanshan, she ignored Madame too much, but it was Madame who always tolerated him. He has always been very glad that he changed his marriage and married a lady, which made him know how happy it is to be accompanied by a beautiful woman. No matter how tired he is, when he comes back to see her, all the fatigue in his body is miraculously swept away. Are you showing off to me, Lord Kai? Mu Qian joked. If you keep talking, I will really want to take Xiner back. Yui Luo looked at Qianju, who was eating with greasy mouth, and teased. Aren't you not eating? Isn't this eating happily? Qianju rested his elbows on his knees, raised his eyelids, and looked at Yui Luo. His face was not red. Not eating? Who isn't eating? TSK, you are such a male second. You are shameless and invincible. It's true. Yui Luo rolled her eyes. You are really letting yourself go more and more now. Letting yourself go? Qianju continued to eat, and asked vaguely, what do you mean? I'm praising you. Yui Luo was too lazy to explain, and sat on the stone steps with her face in her hands. It's enough to know that you are praising me, although you don't look like it. Qianju suddenly stopped chewing, and handed the golden roasted locust in his hand to Yui Luo's mouth. Eat one. Yui Luo opened her mouth and pointed at her little baby teeth. Do you think I can eat it? Qianju silently took it back. I forgot. I saw you were so excited that I thought you could eat it. After eating, Qianju wiped his mouth clean. I don't know if the Princess of Li Country is left, and what letter did you send to the Queen of Li Country? It doesn't matter. Yui Luo narrowed her eyes, and said lazily, there is no movement from the Queen of Li Country. It doesn't matter if she doesn't believe it, she will believe it. Little princess, how should we price those locusts? Yang Xian and Li Qian came to Yui Luo, and sat on the stone steps with her. Yui Luo thought for a moment. 20 cents a bunch, 6 on top. 20 cents? The two said in unison. Is it too expensive? No, you can try it first. Yui Luo waved to the two, motioning them to come closer, and after whispering, she said confidently, just do what I say, it will sell well. The next day, when Li Qian and Yang Xian arrived at the restaurant, the storyteller was fanning himself and telling the story of how Yui Luo eliminated the locusts. As soon as the little princess called, birds all over the sky flew towards her and circled around her. And then guess what happened? The storyteller deliberately kept the topic a secret, and only continued after being politely urged by the people eating around him. These birds completely eliminated the locusts that ate the crops. Good. The people eating in the restaurant applauded, praising Yuiluo. Yang Xian nodded to the storyteller, walked to the position where he was telling the story and stood still. Actually, what everyone doesn't know is that locusts can be eaten. The people eating didn't care. Boss, how can those pests be eaten? No one has ever eaten them. You are fooling us. Li Qian stepped forward. How did I fool you? This was told by the little princess. We ate it yesterday. It was delicious. Some people who were skeptical stood up when they heard it. Really? Try one now. Li Qian waved, and the waiter of the restaurant quickly brought over the roasted locusts. She raised her hand and picked up a string. Everyone, look, are these locusts? Everyone came forward and saw that they were indeed locusts and said, Indeed, we will believe you if you eat them. Li Qian took a bite without hesitation, and asked with a smile after eating it. How about it? Now everyone believes it. This locust ate our crops, so we must let it go without return. As soon as this was said, people began to echo excitedly. Yes, let it eat the people's crops, and we will eat it. Boss, I want a bunch. Okay, but you have to tell everyone the price. The price is 20 won per bunch, 6 on top. But today, to celebrate the end of the locust plague, I will give you one more, 7 for 20 won. At first, some people shouted that it was expensive, but when they saw others praising it after eating it, they didn't care whether it was expensive or not. After all, it was a new food, and everyone wanted to try it and brag to others when they went out. Li Qian and Yang Xian went upstairs and sighed at the guys who were busy working. We were worried that it was too expensive, but we didn't expect it to be so easy to sell. In just one day, the news that locusts were not only edible, but also delicious spread. Lu Chong and his friends, who were secretly watching Yuiluo, were a little moved. Brother, how about we go buy some to try? Lu Chong hesitated for a moment and asked someone to buy a few strings. After eating, everyone was still reluctant to leave. Lu Chong licked the bamboo sticks. Don't buy any more. On the other side, Feng Qingqing was worried that Yuiluo would return to the capital too quickly, so she hurried all the way. Chapter 545. The sun was blazing. Feng Qingqing was sitting in the carriage, feeling extremely hot. She fanned herself with a palm leaf fan, but the more she fanned, the hotter she got. She threw the fan aside, lifted the carriage curtain, and poked her head out with a sullen face. Why are you so slow? The disguised guard hurried forward upon hearing this, wiping the sweat off his forehead while saying, My lady, the weather is too hot, and the horses have not rested since leaving the kingdom of Li. They have been on the road all the time, and they eat simply, so they should be tired now. Didn't you prepare horse feed? The guard was stunned and shook his head. Where are your brains? You prepare horses, but not horse feed. If the horses starve to death, how can I go to Chanshan? After Feng Qingqing finished speaking, the carriage jolted violently. She raised her hand to hold the window to steady herself. What's wrong? You can't even drive a carriage properly. The horse fell down due to exhaustion. The guard said carefully and added another sentence. It's not that I didn't prepare horse feed, it's because the princess left in a hurry and didn't have time to prepare it. The other guards around looked at the horse lying on the ground, not daring to breathe. The princess had a bad temper to begin with, and now that the horse was dead, how could they continue on their journey? They were standing in a place that was far from the village and far from the shop, so they couldn't buy a horse at all. Feng Qingqing had a gloomy face, got off the crooked carriage, walked to the horse lying on the ground, and kicked it. Get up, get up. After kicking the horse a few times without any response, she turned around and glanced at the guards, who were bowing their heads and not saying a word. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Find a way to keep going. It was really a bad start. She almost lost half her life after just one day of traveling. To save time, she took shortcuts along the way. But was almost broken. As a result, the horse was tired again. My lady, I have observed that there are no houses nearby, nor any inns. So you mean to let me travel with my legs? Feng Qingqing pointed at her legs and interrupted the guard. I dare not. I will find a way right now. Feng Qingqing walked to a big tree and sat down on the ground without any image. The slight breeze blew the leaves, bringing a slight chill. She raised her sleeves to wipe the sweat on her face and began to back down. Princess, the journey is still long. How about we return to Li country? The guard walked slowly to Feng Qingqing and asked carefully. Go back? How can I go back when I haven't finished what I want to do? She glanced at the guard coldly. If I hear you mention this again, I will chop you directly. They have already come out, and they cannot go back. No matter how much hardship they have to endure, she must take Yuilua back, otherwise the suffering she is going through now will be in vain. Yes, I know I was wrong, and I won't mention it again. The guard said in panic, and suddenly noticed a snake crawling on the tree trunk behind Feng Qingqing. The color of the snake was very similar to that of the tree trunk. If the snake hadn't stuck its head out and spit out its tongue, she wouldn't have noticed that there was a snake on the tree. Seeing the guard staring, Feng Qingqing frowned. What are you doing? Think of a way. The guard raised his hand and pointed at her back. Madam, snake. As she opened her mouth to remind him, the snake suddenly attacked Feng Qingqing's arm. Feng Qingqing felt a stinging pain in her hand and subconsciously shook her hand, throwing the snake away. The guard reacted and quickly stepped forward to draw his sword and cut the snake into several pieces, then walked to Feng Qingqing to check her injuries. Madam, don't worry, this snake is not poisonous. The guard breathed a sigh of relief after checking the wound. Feng Qingqing stood up silently, raised her sword, and went to finish off the snake that had been broken into several pieces, venting her anger. My lady, there are many snakes outside in this weather. You should be careful, and don't get bitten again. You saw the snake and stood there stupidly. Are you waiting for me to get bitten? Feng Qingqing subconsciously moved away from the bushes and asked dissatisfiedly. I dare not. Please leave now, and start your journey. The guard was worried that Feng Qingqing would get angry, so he quickly changed the subject. Have you thought of a solution? My lady, you should stay on the horse and we will pull the carriage. The guard knew that Feng Qingqing would not walk with them, so this was the only solution at the moment. That's more or less. Feng Qingqing was very satisfied and got on the carriage again, urging the guards to hurry up. She was happy, but the guards' arms and shoulders were rubbed with blisters by the ropes, and with the hot weather, they were soon exhausted and gasping for breath. The sun set, the sky gradually darkened, and the heat covering the earth was blown away by the evening breeze. Feng Qingqing rubbed her rumbling stomach and lifted the curtain. Is there still no place to rest? I'm hungry. The guards pulling the carriage stopped and walked to her window, panting, Madam, there is still no place to rest ahead. If you are hungry, I will find a way to get you something to eat. They brought little food with them, and they had already eaten all the food since yesterday's journey. They thought they would soon find an inn to eat, but they still hadn't seen anyone after walking for a whole day. Go quickly, I'm starving. Soon, the guards came back with food. They started to make a fire outside, and when the food was roasted, they brought it to Feng Qingqing. Feng Qingqing looked at the mushrooms in the guard's hand and said in disbelief, You're just giving me this to eat? She felt pitiful enough for eating cakes yesterday, but today there was no cake left, only mushrooms. Please bear with me, my lady, and eat something to fill your stomach. Hard-willedness could not stop her from being hungry, and Feng Qingqing finally ate the mushrooms. She looked at the mushrooms in her hand with deep hatred, and finally imagined the mushrooms as Yuilua, and ate them fiercely. When I capture the little princess of Tianqi, I will make her suffer. She had never been so embarrassed in her life. Please, my lady, don't you plan to take the little princess as a hostage? If something happens to her, the Emperor of Tianqi will not negotiate with you. The guard gnawed the mushroom in his hand and reminded in a low voice. The little princess is less than 2 years old and can't stand the torture. If she is tortured to death, it would be a waste of time. Feng Qingqing bit the mushroom fiercely and said nothing. You can't torture her, right? Then wait until she gets what she wants, and then torture this useless little princess. Yuilua waited in Chanshan County for half a month, and finally received the news that Feng Qingqing arrived in Chanshan. At this time, she sat by the window and raised her hand to let the bird fly away. Mother, you can pack up now. Yuilua got down from the chair and said to concubine Xian before going out to find Qianju. When she reached the door, she saw Qianju walking towards her. You're here, go pack up now. Qianju raised his eyebrows. Someone's here? Yuilua nodded and glanced at Qianju. Why don't you change into something more handsome? Qianju lowered his head and looked at his clothes, puzzled. Why? You want to use the beauty trap to let Feng Qingqing kidnap you. Chapter 546. Qianju, Yuilua looked up at him speechlessly and blinked. Do you think I'm kidding you? If I go with you, won't she be taken with me? Qianju was resistant. The little princess must be avenging him for calling her a lecher. That's different. You have to pretend that you don't know us. As the saying goes, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. Don't you understand this principle at your age? If I don't go with you, What if the princess hurts you? Qianju frowned. You and concubine Xian are leaving the palace with me. If something happens to you, it will make me look incompetent. Don't worry, my mother knows martial arts, and I'm a hostage. If something happens to the hostage, how can I get what I want? Yuilua's face was tense. Listen to me. If you go with us, you are worthless. Feng Qingqing will be the first to attack you. Don't forget that we still have important things to do. It will be more trouble than gain if we make the princess's mansion a mess too early and invite the queen. How could the queen let Feng Qingqing mess around if she knew we were going to Li country too early? It would also affect my investigation of other things. Since Empress Xian knows martial arts, I feel relieved. That's right. Yuilua smiled and showed a few small milk teeth. We go first, you follow? Feng Qingqing couldn't wait to find a restaurant to eat after entering Changshan County. The people around looked at the beggar-like people with disgust. If it were normal, Feng Qingqing would definitely teach these people a lesson, but now she was so hungry that she had no time to care about the people around her. She didn't care about her image. She started to eat heartily after the dishes were served. After finishing, she touched her stomach with satisfaction and burped. Lu Chong and others, who had also waited for half a month, were now sitting next to Feng Qingqing. He was about to get up to pay the bill when he heard the voices from the next door and paused. My lady, now that we have arrived in Changshan, can we find an inn to take a bath first? Feng Qingqing put down her chopsticks and looked at the person who was talking. Take a bath? Didn't I take a bath either? Now that you have finished eating, hurry up and ask me where the little princess is. If she escapes while you are taking a bath, we will have to chase her. Another guard said, Princess, when we entered Changshan County, we heard the people praising the little princess. If so, how can she leave without being seen off by the people? Lu Chong next door signaled to the others with his eyes, stood up and left the private room. Brother, are we going to get rid of them now? Lu Chong was silent for a while. If the princess of Li country gets into trouble in Changshan, it will provoke conflicts between the two countries. We can't do that. After leaving the restaurant, they discussed and decided to knock Feng Qingqing unconscious after she left Changshan, and then escort the little princess to Li country. Empress Xian packed up her things and took Yuilua to say goodbye to Li Qian and Yang Xian. Yang Xian and Li Qian were very reluctant to leave, and wanted to persuade them to stay but knew it was impossible. Empress Xian, little princess, these are the new things we made, you can take them back and use them. Yang Xian stuffed the newly made lipstick and perfume to the two, and said, I wish Empress Xian and little princess a safe journey. Perfume, lipstick, Yang Xian is amazing, these things will be snapped up in the capital. We have other things to do, so we won't take these things. Concubine Xian handed the things back to the two of them. Yang Xian didn't persuade them, nor did she ask more questions. No wonder Brother Mu left, but concubine Xian and the little princess stayed in Changshan. It turned out that there were other things. Then I have someone prepare a carriage for concubine Xian and the little princess. Li Qian said softly. Okay. Yuilua said, there is another thing I need your help with. Let someone spread the news that my mother and I left Changshan. She was worried about missing Feng Qingqing again and wasting time. Okay, I asked someone to do it. The next day, the people of Changshan County got up early to see Yuilua and concubine Xian off. Yuilua, who had experienced it once, was particularly familiar with it. She waved goodbye to everyone and then got into the carriage. Feng Qingqing knew that Yuilua was leaving today, so she found an inn to stay in yesterday. At this moment, she was still immersed in a beautiful dream and had no idea that Yuilua had left. The guards at the door looked at each other, and no one dared to go in and call Feng Qingqing. Let's play finger guessing. Whoever loses goes to call for help. After a few rounds, the losing guard walked forward with a sad face, opened the door, and walked to Feng Qingqing's bed. Princess, princess. Feng Qingqing turned over and continued to sleep. The guard raised his voice again, Princess, get up. The little princess of Tianqi left. What? Feng Qingqing got up from the bed, put on her shoes quickly, and blamed. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? Where is the person? I think they have left Changshan. Let's chase them now. Feng Qingqing was busy chasing after Yuilua, so she put on her shoes and walked out with the guards. After meeting up with other guards, the group left the inn and led the horses out of Changshan County. After leaving Changshan County, Feng Qingqing jumped on the horse and followed the traces of the carriage. Halfway through, she suddenly stopped. Prince, what's wrong? Feng Qingqing frowned. The little princess left with such a big fanfare. Could it be a trick? Prince is wise. My subordinates went to inquire yesterday, and the little princess of Tianqi was accompanied by concubine Xian alone, without anyone else, so this must be a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. But I did see the little princess get on the carriage and leave. One of the guards expressed his doubts. It's impossible for her to get on the carriage and then change carriages. Why is it impossible? Feng Qingqing pulled the reins. You also said yesterday that the people in Changshan County spread rumors about this little princess. We should be careful. The group of Lu Chang who followed Feng Qingqing saw that the people who followed them suddenly stopped, and they also stopped. Brother, why did they stop? How about we start now? Lu Chang waved his hand. You can't do it now. Brotherly didn't want the little princess to know about his good deeds, and as a brother, he should help him. So of course, he had to do it in front of the little princess. At the same time, Yui Lua, who was waiting in the carriage, was almost asleep, and Feng Qingqing didn't come chasing after her. Damn, didn't she oversleep? This kidnapping is too unprofessional. I can't eat even if the food is right in front of my mouth. I give up. Empress Yen lifted the curtain of the carriage and said to the yeoman runner, who changed into casual clothes and drove them out of the county, You drive back along this road now. The yeoman runner answered yes, turned the carriage around, and drove it back. Feng Qingqing and others, who were still discussing countermeasures, heard the sound of the carriage, and the guard, who saw Yui Lua leaving, immediately said excitedly, It's really a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Their carriage is back again. Chapter 547. The guard's voice was loud, and Yui Lua had good hearing, so she immediately frowned when she heard this. The plan of luring the tiger away from the mountain is a fart. No wonder I can't wait for anyone. It turns out that you guys are so smart that you make things complicated. Feng Qingqing looked at the carriage getting closer and closer, and the corners of her mouth curled up. Sure enough, just as she thought, the carriage came back. Princess, what should we do now? Feng Qingqing glanced at the guard who was talking. Let's get out of the way first, ambush here, and wait for the carriage to pick up the people before we take action. So when the carriage was getting closer, Yui Lua found that Feng Qingqing not only did not make a move, but also rode aside to let their carriage pass. She was very polite. Yui Lua held her forehead, and wanted to know what was in Feng Qingqing's mind. Could it be that she was bitten by a snake when she was taking a shit in Tianqi, and the poison damaged her brain? Since you know it's my carriage, you should at least check if there is anyone in it. Stop. Yui Lua stopped the carriage, lifted the curtain, and looked at Feng Qingqing, who was riding on the horse. But Feng Qingqing just looked back at her expressionlessly without moving. Lu Chang and the others in the dark were also confused. Brother, why is this Ligua princess so stupid? Why doesn't she do anything when the little princess is in front of her? Lu Chang slapped the person who spoke on the head. Do you want the little princess to be kidnapped? I guess she has never seen the little princess, so she doesn't know that the person in front of her is the little princess. Feng Qingqing really didn't know Yui Lua. Seeing that Yui Lua in the carriage was staring at her, she glared at Yui Lua fiercely. The guards who had seen Yui Lua walked to Feng Qingqing's side, wanting to remind her that the person in front of her was the one they wanted to kidnap. Not wanting Feng Qingqing to misunderstand that she wanted her to stop causing trouble, she raised her hand and asked the guard to leave without giving him a chance to speak. They had been traveling for half a month, and the guard said the most to her not to kill people and cause trouble. In fact, the people she wanted to kill the most were these annoying guards, but now these people were still useful. If she killed them, no one would protect her, so she endured and kept them. No, I'm in front of you. Why don't you do it? Damn, you don't know me, right? You should at least do your homework before kidnapping someone. Seeing the child in the carriage still staring at her, Feng Qingqing deliberately drew her sword to scare him. The guard was very anxious, but Feng Qingqing didn't give her a chance to speak. Who are you? Yui Lua's patience ran out, and she asked Feng Qingqing with her big eyes blinking. Who do you care who I am? Hurry up and leave. Feng Qingqing replied impatiently. It seems that I have to make a stupid speech, otherwise this idiot really doesn't know me. Concubine Xian was a little amused and helpless, and she supported Yui Lua to prevent her from falling. I am the princess, you are a cunning person. Feng Qingqing narrowed her eyes and sneered. She was well prepared, and someone pretended to be her and sat in the carriage. She couldn't help but feel lucky that she was cautious enough, otherwise she would have taken a fake person back, and it would have been a waste of time. The tough guy in the mansion was right. The people of Tianqi are really cunning. No reaction? What the hell? I call myself a princess. Do I have to show something to prove my identity? Yui Lua wanted to vomit blood, looking at Feng Qingqing, who was just sneering. Damn, I am a captive. Do captives need to prove their identities? No wonder the Queen of Li country in the original novel wanted to kill loyal ministers for your smooth ascension to the throne. Yes, How can this brain control those old foxes in the court? No matter who you are, leave quickly. Lu Chang in the dark couldn't understand the current situation. Just now, the little princess called herself the princess, so why didn't the Li country princess take action? Did they sense that we were in the dark? Lu Chang shook his head. Impossible. With these people's abilities, they wouldn't know we were following them. The little princess is smart. She revealed her identity like this, which made the Li Kingdom princess even more unconvinced. Lu Chang, why is her brain circuit the same as the Li Kingdom princess? Seeing that his master was urging Yui Lua to leave, the guard stepped forward again, with Feng Qingqing's murderous eyes, and whispered, "The person in front of you is the little princess." Feng Qingqing was startled and said sternly, "Everyone, come and surround the carriage." They finally want to capture me. It's not easy. The guards received the order, and surrounded Yui Lua's carriage. Before Yui Lua could be happy, several people appeared from behind the rocks nearby, and knocked down the guards surrounding the carriage in a few strokes. Feng Qingqing, who was riding on the horse, was so angry that she couldn't speak clearly. She stared at the people who suddenly appeared in horror. Before she could say anything, she was hit by the stone thrown by Lu Chang. Which bastard ruined my business again? Yui Lua's face was puffed up with anger. Looking at Feng Qingqing, who fell straight off the horse's back, she cursed in her heart. I let you slack off, and now a bunch of unknown people show up to intercept. It's really hard to eat shit. Bah, I was so angry that I didn't know how to curse myself and my mother. After Lu Chang dealt with Feng Qingqing and her group, he showed a smile that he thought was gentle, and walked to Yui Lua's window. Little princess, you are not scared, right? Now the person has been dealt with. Don't worry, the person is not dead, just knocked unconscious. Now we will escort you to Li country. Yui Lua, It was that idiot who brought us here to cause trouble. Who brought you here? We are good friends with brother Li Yunhe, and he asked us to escort the little princess to Li country safely. Yui Lua suddenly remembered that the people who followed them when they first entered Chanshan were these people. After Lu Chang finished speaking, he was thinking that he must let Li Yunhe praise him when he returned. After all, it was he who let the little princess know that he was a good person silently. Forget it, they were also kind-hearted. What else could he say? Yui Lua forced a smile. No need, it's been tiring watching me for half a month, you can go home. Little princess, we haven't finished what brotherly asked us to do, how can we go home? Qianju came over with a bag on his back, glanced at the people lying on the ground, and smiled. Master Lu, you are doing more harm than good. The little princess has her own plans. Lu Chang didn't understand. Qianju patiently explained it to him, and turned to look at Yui Lua. It seems that the little princess is quite nervous about being kidnapped. So that's how it is. Lu Chang was a little embarrassed. What should we do now? It's over. I messed up the first time I helped brotherly. It's okay, you leave first, we will handle it. After Lu Chang and the others left, Qianju took out a porcelain bottle from his bag, opened it, and handed it to the people who fell to the ground to let them smell it, and finally put away the bottle, and said to Yui Lua and concubine Xian, they will wake up soon. Chapter 548. Okay, you hide behind the rocks next to them now, and when they wake up and start fighting, you come to help them, and get caught together. Qianju carried his bag, and waved his hand with his back to Yui Lua to show that he understood. The carriage stopped quietly in its original place, and the Yamen runners were sent away by concubine Xian when Feng Qingqing and the others were knocked down. The two waited for a while, and Feng Qingqing and her guards woke up slowly, rubbing their necks and cursing as they stood up. What happened just now? Feng Qingqing walked quickly to the carriage, opened the carriage, and met Yui Lua's eyes. You haven't run away yet? The driver was scared and ran away. He doesn't know how to drive. I didn't expect you to wake up so quickly. Empress Xian looked at Feng Qingqing. Who are you? Feng Qingqing felt relieved. She didn't care who the person who just appeared was. The most important thing now was to kidnap the person to avoid any more mistakes. This must be Empress Xian. Feng Qingqing lowered the curtain. You will know anyway. After saying that, she told the guards, drive the carriage away now. The guard closest to her immediately jumped on the carriage and pulled the reins. A clear male voice sounded not far away. Wait. The guards immediately became alert and made sword-drawing movements with their hands. They looked at Qianju, who came out from behind the stone, as if they were facing a great enemy. Feng Qingqing did not look at the person coming. She frowned and ordered coldly, kill him. Miss, you are so cruel. Qianju walked up to the guards. Let's talk nicely. I just want to help when I see injustice. I won't kill people. You talk too much nonsense, kill. Feng Qingqing turned her head and looked at Qianju, who was tall, handsome and gentle, and her eyes lit up immediately. She raised her hand to signal the guards to put away their knives and smiled. "What do you want to do, sir?" Qianju raised his eyebrows. "Save people." Feng Qingqing asked again, "Do you know the people in the carriage?" Qianju shook his head. "No, I don't know. This is my first time going out." No wonder he looked so easy to bully. Feng Qingqing's smile gradually deepened. She thought that she had many male favorites in her house, but none of them could match the appearance of the man in front of her. Even the tough guy she liked the most was not as attractive as the man in front of her. The natural gentleness of the man in front of her was like being born with it, not sharp, and making people feel very comfortable. If Yuilua knew what Feng Qingqing was thinking, she would definitely let her see her eyes. "Since the young master doesn't know the person in the carriage, I will take him away." Qianju glanced at the guards around her and bowed to the carriage. "I'm sorry, the people inside, I'm really outnumbered." Yuilua, It's a pity that you're not a comedian, you're really acting." Seeing Qianju turn around and leave, Feng Qingqing drew her sword and held it across Qianju's neck. "Sir, since you're here, stay." Qianju lowered his eyes to look at the shining sword, pushed it away and chuckled. "Girl, can't I help you with my sword? You can take your people, and I go mine." Feng Qingqing said in a good-tempered manner, "No, you go up and come with us." How could she bear to let such a handsome man go? But this man really seemed to be going out for the first time, and he naively thought that she would let him go. "Since the lady doesn't kill me, I get on the carriage." Qianju got on the carriage, but was stopped by Feng Qingqing before he got in. His expressionless face raised a smile when he turned his head. "Miss, what's wrong?" Feng Qingqing brought a piece of rope over, and Qianju immediately understood. "Miss, don't tie me up. I don't know martial arts, so there's no need." "You don't know martial arts?" Feng Qingqing stared at him suspiciously. "You want to save people without martial arts?" Qianju touched his nose. "No one said that you have to know martial arts to be a hero." "My lady, I know if he knows martial arts after a try." "Let's try." Qianju extended his hand, and the guard shook his head at Feng Qingqing after taking her pulse. After getting on the carriage, Qianju nodded to concubine Xian, and then winked at Yuilua. Yuilua rolled her eyes at him and whispered, "You have successfully attracted the attention of Feng Qingqing, the female pervert." Qianju put his bag aside and said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter. If she dares to have other ideas about me, I can use her to try out the new medicine I'm researching." The carriage was moving slowly on the road. Feng Qingqing drove the horse to the side of the carriage. She was in an unprecedented good mood. Having kidnapped Tianqi's little princess and concubine Xian, the favorite concubine, and picked up a stunning man, this trip was worth it. Fortunately, she did not back down. Although she encountered some problems on the way and was bitten by a snake, everything is going as she expected. Feng Qingqing imagined in her mind that Tianqi was bowing to her, and the ministers were respectful and praising her non-stop, and the smile on her face became wider and wider. After rushing for half a day, the sun was getting hotter and hotter, and Feng Qingqing could not ride the horse anymore. She lifted the curtain, looked at concubine Xian in the carriage, and ordered, "You get off the horse and let me ride the carriage. Riding a horse is so hot in my butt hurts. It is more comfortable to ride in a carriage, at least there is a place to lean on." Empress Xian didn't even look at her, and said calmly, "I can't ride a horse. If I could, we wouldn't be caught by you." Feng Qingqing, Your brother is a general, and your father is also a general. How can you not ride a horse?" Empress Xian answered, as a matter of course. "Because I can't learn it." Feng Qingqing bit her back teeth and cursed inwardly. "You useless thing, you can't even ride a horse, which is so simple." "Haha, I'm dying of laughter. It's so funny when my mother talks nonsense in a serious manner." Yuilua held back her laughter, watching Feng Qingqing forcefully lower the curtain to vent her dissatisfaction. After rushing for a while, Feng Qingqing felt a little dizzy from the sun. She raised her hand to signal the team to stop, looked at the tea house in front, and ordered the guards, "Go ask if there is a carriage for sale at this tea house, and get me one." The guard said with a bitter face, "My lady, your silver is gone. You forgot that you were bitten on the butt by a snake, and you lost it when you asked someone to help you remove the poison. What about yours? We don't have much either. If we use it, the hostages in the carriage will have nothing to eat." Feng Qingqing's face darkened even more. She had clearly captured the people in the carriage, but why did she feel worse than the hostages? She couldn't ride in the carriage, and she couldn't spend the money. Feng Qingqing, who was full of anger, stretched out her hand. "Give me the money." "Prince, calm down. If the little princess starves to death on the road, our trip would be in vain. I counted the money I have, and it's really not much." Feng Qingqing wanted to say something, But Yuilua poked her head out of the carriage. Yes, if you starve me to death, Daddy will settle the score with you. And we told Daddy that we would leave for Beijing today. If you keep on dragging your feet, Daddy will send someone to rescue us. Chapter 549. In Feng Qingqing's opinion, Yuilua's words were a provocation to her. She got off her horse, and was about to walk towards Yuilua with a gloomy face. Seeing this, the guards around her hurriedly stopped her, and said in a low voice, "Prince, calm down, we can't be impulsive. We are still in Tianqi territory. Otherwise, if you make a fuss, won't the people of Tianqi know that we kidnapped the little princess?" Feng Qingqing stopped and exhaled heavily. You can't beat her or feel wronged, right? She kidnapped a hostage. Why is it like she kidnapped two ancestors now? Now that she has not succeeded in bringing the person back to the country, she really cannot let anyone know in advance that she has kidnapped the little princess. Seeing that Feng Qingqing listened to his words, the guard patiently coaxed her. Please wait for a moment, my lady. I will buy you a bowl of tea to quench your thirst. After saying this, the guard walked quickly towards the tea house, and soon brought a bowl of tea to Feng Qingqing. Feng Qingqing frowned at the bland tea, but she was indeed thirsty, so she didn't say much. She frowned and drank the tea in one gulp, and handed the bowl to the guard. The guard took the bowl, and went back to the tea house to talk with the waiter. When he came back, he was holding another bowl of tea and half a bowl of milk. When he passed by Feng Qingqing's brows relaxed, and she reached out to take the tea and milk from her. Madam, this is for the hostages in the carriage. Feng Qingqing almost vomited blood when she said this. They drink a bowl, and the milk is for me. Feng Qingqing did not withdraw her hand, as if she would kill you if you don't give it to me. Madam, we can't delay any longer. Another guard couldn't stand it anymore, and stepped forward. The hostages in the carriage are crucial to your success. You are a man of great achievements. Why do you care about this little appetite? For a man of great achievements, they are crucial. Feng Qingqing kept brainwashing herself, but her hands were still creaking. The guard saw that she didn't say anything, so he winked at the guard, who was serving milk and tea, signaling him to send the things over quickly. Yuilua was almost happy. She was worried that the journey would be too boring, but now it seems that Feng Qingqing is the source of her happiness. It seems that the journey will not be boring. Here's some water for you. The guard walked to the carriage with something in his hand and shouted. Yuilua looked at the guard with a sweet smile. Sister, you are so kind. You even brought us some drinks. Guard, Looking at her cute appearance, the guard forced a smile, and stuffed the milk in his hand into her hand. Drink it quickly, so you can hurry on your way. After that, he handed another bowl of tea to concubine Xian. This is yours, drink it. Qianju, who was sitting opposite the two of them, just watched them finish drinking, and didn't hear that there was a portion for him. He stuck his head out, and called the guard, who was about to leave with an empty bowl. Big sister, where is mine? The guard looked uneasy when he was called big sister, and turned his head to glance at him. I don't have much silver, you don't have it. This man was picked up on the way, and he is useless. Concubine Xian and the little princess are still useful, so they must be taken good care of. Why is he gone? Feng Qingqing was unhappy. She had two hostages, and this was the pretty boy she liked. Go buy him quickly. The guard didn't understand what she said, so she asked why the princess didn't kill the pretty boy, and it turned out that she liked him. After everyone had tea, Feng Qingqing got on her horse, and ordered to continue on her way. She thought today had been irritating enough, but she didn't expect the next journey would almost drive her crazy. Because the two of them were still useful, they couldn't starve, so she and the guards ate bran and vegetables, and the three people in the carriage ate steamed buns and egg custard. The weather was still hot, and Feng Qingqing even fainted from heat stroke several times, but she was pinched by the guards to wake up and continue on her way. After their continuous journey, they finally arrived at the country 10 days later. Feng Qingqing had lost a lot of weight and was tanned. She rode on the horse, looking at the imperial capital in front of her, and the anger in her heart finally dissipated. Before, she felt that she had suffered a lot on the way there, but compared to the way back, she found that the food she ate on the way there was not bitter at all. At least, she had a carriage to ride in, and she only had mushrooms for a meal. After she came back, the best treatment she got was a bowl of tea, and the rest of the money was spent on the hostages. Especially the little princess, who was so delicate that she couldn't eat anything because her teeth hadn't grown yet, and the food she could eat was very expensive, which made her feel so painful. Feng Qingqing glanced at the carriage beside her with a cold look, and the corners of her lips rose. Back to the princess's mansion, she could torture these two people. She pulled the reins, raised her chin and walked to the city gate, riding her horse to go in. "What are you doing?" The guards guarding the city shouted, and Feng Qingqing was immediately furious, raising her hand to draw her sword. Are these people blind? They didn't recognize her. In fact, it's not the guards' fault. If Feng Qingqing saw her now, she probably wouldn't recognize her. With messy hair, dirty clothes, and dark skin, it is really hard to associate her with the high-ranking princess. The guard hurriedly stepped forward to apologize. "Sir, calm down, my master was too hot and forgot the rules." The guard questioned them, and checked the carriage again before letting them go. Yuan Can and Prince Duan in the princess's mansion had not seen Feng Qingqing for almost a month, and their lives were so comfortable. At this moment, the two were sitting together drinking tea and discussing Yuan Can's learning results. Yuan Can patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, when the princess comes back, within 3 days, she will never forget me." Prince Duan was a little skeptical. 3 days? Yes, 3 days. The men of this Li country are just like the women of Tianqi. I will use the tricks that Tianqi women use to coax men, and I don't worry that she won't be tempted. He also figured it out. Compared with his life, dignity is nothing. After all, he is a man, so he won't suffer any loss. And the princess of the country is not ugly. While the two were talking, the servant who served Prince Duan ran in. Master Yuan, the princess is back." Prince Duan changed his surname to Yu, and everyone in the mansion called him Master Yu. "The princess is back? Is she alone?" Prince Duan stood up and asked excitedly. "No, there is someone else in the carriage. I don't know who it is." Feng Qingqing came back so soon, and brought someone with her. Prince Duan was a little surprised. Feng Qingqing was a princess, and he thought it would take at least more than a month to come and go, but she came back in less than a month. "Bring the veil over here. Let's go out and pick up the princess." Yuan can also put on the veil, and the two of them went out of the house to pick up Feng Qingqing. Feng Qingqing got off the horse, looked up and saw Yuan Can and Prince Duan wearing veils at the door, and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. It seems that during the time she was away, the two of them really learned the rules, and they all knew that they had to wear veils when going out. In fact, what she didn't know was that the two of them were worried that if it was really Yuilua in the carriage, she would be recognized. Chapter 550. Welcome back, princess. The two bowed respectfully. Feng Qingqing nodded indifferently, and then walked to the carriage. "We're here, you can come out now." Empress Yen came out first, holding Yuilua. Prince Duan and Yuan Can's pupils shrank when they saw Yuilua and Empress Yen. They were all a little shocked. Feng Qingqing actually kidnapped someone. But the two looked clean and neatly dressed, not like kidnapped people at all. On the other hand, Feng Qingqing looked very embarrassed and darker, and she looked more like a tortured person than herself. The princess's mansion? Empress Yen got off the carriage, glanced at the words on the plaque, and then withdrew her gaze. "Yes." Feng Qingqing sneered. "You didn't run away on the road, and now you are in my territory, you have no chance to run again. Are you planning to kidnap us to threaten Dad?" Yuilua asked knowingly. "Otherwise, why kidnap you to be my guest?" Feng Qingqing put on a smile, and softened her voice to the people in the carriage. "Sir, we're at my house, please come out." Yuan Can and Prince Duan, who were standing at the door, looked at each other, and instantly became alert. Feng Qingqing actually robbed the man, and her attitude towards the man was too gentle. Who is in the carriage? Not to mention, the appearance of the second male lead can also increase the sense of crisis for Prince Duan. He was arrogant and unwilling to lower his posture before, but with the special existence of the second male lead, he has to learn the male virtues of the Li Kingdom in order to achieve his goal. I am looking forward to it. When he learns well, he finds that he has flattered the wrong person and finally gets nothing. He will be so angry that he will vomit blood. No, it is possible that there is no chance to please him. After all, human nature is mean. Didn't Feng Qingqing indulge him before because she thought he had personality? When Prince Duan and Yuan Kim were curious about who the man in the car was, they saw the curtain of the car was lifted by a slender and well-proportioned big hand, and a man in green clothes walked out. The jade hairpin simply tied up his black hair. Even without seeing his face, he felt that he had an outstanding temperament. When Qianju raised his face, Prince Duan and Yuan Can, who had been staring at him, suddenly changed their expressions. The kidnapped man turned out to be Qianju. Qianju got off the carriage slowly, and looked at Feng Qingqing with a squint. "Are you the princess?" Feng Qingqing nodded. "Yes, you will live in the princess's house from now on, and you will be considered a distinguished guest of this palace. How long will it take for you to let me go?" "You just arrived. Don't be so anxious. My country of Li is no worse than Tianqi. You will like it if you stay here." Feng Qingqing answered ambiguously, and asked someone to take Yuilua and concubine Xian away. Then she had Qianju properly settled. After arranging everything, Feng Qingqing took a bath, changed her clothes, looked at herself in the bronze mirror, and couldn't help but scream. She raised her hand to touch her face, her eyes instantly filled with murderous intent, stood up, and went to the side courtyard where Yuilua and concubine Xian were placed. Yuilua had long expected Feng Qingqing to come to settle accounts with them, but she was not worried. With Feng Qingqing's brain, she could easily fool it. The door was kicked open, and Feng Qingqing walked in with a sword in hand, full of murderous intent, looking at Yuilua and concubine Xian, who were sitting calmly on the chair. The anger grew even more. "What are you doing, princess?" Empress Xian looked up at Feng Qingqing and asked expressionlessly. "What are you doing? You spent my money and let me get sunburned like this, so I have to torture you." "Your words are really funny," Princess Xian fanned Yuilua and said, "If you hadn't kidnapped us, would we have used your money? To be precise, that's not your money, it's your guard's money." "Shut up, you are hostages now, I can do whatever I want." Feng Qingqing was very angry at concubine Xian's nonchalant look, just as annoying as Ling Lu beside the queen mother. She didn't believe that concubine Xian could remain so calm if she was really tortured. "That may not be the case," concubine Xian chuckled, with mockery in her laughter. "You were stopped when you entered the city because the guards didn't know you were leaving the city, so the queen should not know that you kidnapped Tianqi's concubines and princesses. So what? Since the queen doesn't know, if you torture us and make things worse, won't the queen know that we are in your house?" Concubine Xian continued, "And your mother is the most trustworthy. You kidnapped the concubines and princesses of Tianqi during the validity period of the treaty. Do you think she will condone your recklessness because it affects the peace between the two countries?" Feng Qingqing was silent for a while, and snorted coldly. "According to what you said, I have to worship you." "Not really," concubine Xian answered naturally, making Feng Qingqing's chest rise and fall in anger. "Your purpose is to threaten the emperor with me and lure, but now your letter has not been sent out. I calculated that it will take you a month to send the letter to Tianqi and back. During this period, you can treat us as guests. We are here to be guests, and we can live in peace. But if you torture us and alarm the empress, she will release us without hesitation for the sake of peace between the two countries." Feng Qingqing did not deny that what concubine Xian said was indeed what she was worried about. She wanted to kill first and report later, and once everything was settled, the empress mother would not be able to change it. But if the empress mother knew in advance that the two were in the mansion, she would indeed treat them with courtesy and send them away. "You are not very smart now, and you can't learn to ride a horse with such a brain?" Feng Qingqing looked at the black back of her hand and mocked concubine Xian again. "Haha, you little brat, you still hold a grudge." Empress Xian, What you said makes sense, but how can I believe you won't tell my mother?" "Silly child, of course I can believe it, after all, we have other things to investigate." Empress Xian raised her eyebrows. "We are in your princess's mansion, can't you keep an eye on our every move?" "Of course not." Feng Qingqing immediately retorted, "I will keep a close eye on you, and if you dare to do anything else, I will kill you." After threatening concubine Xian, Feng Qingqing left in anger. Going to the main hall, she took a sip of tea, but still felt unhappy. Prince Duan had many things to ask Feng Qingqing, but seeing Feng Qingqing's expression, he didn't know how to ask for a while. "You said, can I torture them?" Feng Qingqing put down the teacup and looked at Prince Duan. Although concubine Xian's words made sense, what if she was lying to her? The man in front of her had some brains and was more trustworthy than concubine Xian. "Did you torture them, my lady?" Prince Duan was shocked, fearing that Feng Qingqing would really do something stupid. "No. I know that the princess is angry, but please bear with it for now. If you torture them and alarm the queen, your plan will fail." And what he didn't understand the most now was that Qianju should know Yuilua and concubine Xian, but when he got off the carriage, he observed and found that Qianju didn't seem to know them. "I know," Feng Qingqing asked about the recent things in the mansion. "Did the queen ask about my absence during this period?" Chapter 551. "The queen's people came to ask, and I evaded them by saying that you were not feeling well." When he lied, Prince Duan was actually worried. He was afraid that the queen's people would ask to see Feng Qingqing. He didn't want them to hear him, so he didn't ask any more questions. He just told Feng Qingqing to have a good rest. "You evaded them so easily?" Feng Qingqing was very surprised. Seeing her so surprised, Prince Duan remained silent, but he knew in his heart why the queen didn't ask any more questions. Maybe they thought Feng Qingqing's pig-headed face was really unsightly, and letting her rest would save her face in the court. "But this is just right. Speaking of other things, Feng Qingqing's anger faded a lot. But she was still obsessed with torturing Yuilua and concubine Xian. The guard said on the way that she couldn't torture them, so she thought she could torture them when she came back. She finally waited to return to her territory, but she couldn't torture them because her mother would know. Everyone told her to endure, and she felt that she was almost enduring like a grandson. Now, the hostage has become a guest again, and she is the one who is frustrated from beginning to end. Lady, who is the young man you brought back? Feeling that Feng Qingqing's mood had changed, Prince Duan took this opportunity to ask. I don't know. Prince Duan, He was going out for the first time, and he wanted to save the hostages I took, so I brought him back with me. Do you think his identity is suspicious? Prince Duan was so upset by Feng Qingqing's question that he wanted to roll his eyes. So he took the man home without even knowing his identity. He was not like this at the beginning. No, I'm just worried that he knows the two people from Tianqi. He didn't directly reveal Qianju's identity, not because Qianju cured his face, but because he was worried that if he linked Qianju to him for no reason, his identity, which he had managed to fool around with, would be checked again. Impossible. Feng Qingqing was very sure. I have observed along the way that they don't know each other at all, and this young man is very simple, and doesn't know martial arts. It's not that she didn't think of this possibility. If the three really knew each other, and this young man didn't know martial arts, what he should do, if he wanted to save people, was to ask for help. Assuming that this young man knew the two, and was good at martial arts, he should have rescued them directly instead of being captured by her foolishly. Is that so? Prince Duan narrowed his eyes, not understanding what the three wanted to do. It seemed that they had deliberately entered the Li Kingdom, otherwise, with Qianju's strength, it would be easy to use drugs to knock down Feng Qingqing and her guards. Is it for Yuan Can? It's impossible. Yuan Can is an insignificant person. If Tianqi sends a letter, the queen will hand him over obediently. There is no need to let concubine Xian and Yuilua take risks. So is it because of me? Thinking of this, Prince Duan felt a chill on his back. He exhaled without leaving a trace, and comforted himself in his heart. No, they couldn't know that he was in Li Country. Qianju had never seen him, and he was rescued in Li Country, so he couldn't know his identity at all. Even if they knew he was in Li Country, these two powerless people shouldn't have come. But if the three people didn't come for him, why? Did Feng Qingqing really get lucky and kidnap someone? What are you doing? Come over here, and give me a massage on my shoulders. Feng Qingqing called Prince Duan a few times, but when he didn't move, she raised her voice in displeasure. Prince Duan's thoughts were pulled back, and he hurriedly stood up and stepped forward to massage Feng Qingqing's shoulders. My lady, how about I call Master Yuan to come over and give you a massage? Feng Qingqing closed her eyes slightly and said lightly, Go and call him. Soon, Yuan Can was called over. At Prince Duan's signal, he slowly stepped forward and massaged Feng Qingqing's shoulders. After just 2 massages, Feng Qingqing suddenly opened her eyes and frowned. Your hand is so strong. Do you want to kill me? Yuan Can took his hand back blankly, feeling a little wronged. He didn't use much force. The princess must be upset with him. Feng Qingqing's attitude successfully aroused Yuan Can's fighting spirit, and he smiled. Princess, calm down, I be gentler. Wait. Feng Qingqing raised her hand to stop him. Go to the door, and come back in for me to see. Yuan Can was delighted. During this period of time, he was spitting and imitating the walking posture of the men of Li Country. Now the princess asked him to walk again. Could it be that the walking posture he learned was effective? Otherwise, the princess wouldn't have asked him to do it again. While he was thinking, Yuan Can had already walked to the door, and Feng Qingqing nodded, indicating that he could start. When Yuilua and concubine Xian came over, they saw Yuan Can twisting his waist, sticking his butt, and walking towards Feng Qingqing step by step with his hands in the shape of orchid fingers. Just looking at the back, Yuilua almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Yuan Can, who was walking towards Feng Qingqing, only wanted to get her heart and then squeeze her hard. So he didn't notice that Feng Qingqing's eyebrows were frowned so hard that they could kill a fly, and they were twisting more and more seductively. Just stand there, don't come over. The smile on Yuan Can's face froze, but fortunately it was covered by the veil, so it was not very obvious. He kept his butt sticking out. My lady, if you are not satisfied, I can go again. No need. Feng Qingqing looked disgusted. If you keep watching, I am worried that I won't be able to eat later. She said that Tianqi men are upright, but now it seems that they are just people who live in disgrace. They are so flattering to please her. Although Yuan Can was not very manly when he first came, he still had some dignity. Now he looks like this. Prince Duan frantically glared at Yuan Can, signaling him to go down. As his peripheral vision turned, he noticed concubine Xian and Yuilu was standing at the door. Did I come at the wrong time? Concubine Xian's tone was flat, but Feng Qingqing felt that she was mocking her for no reason. She snorted and laughed. No, you came at the right time. I have an old acquaintance of yours here. Feng Qingqing hooked her finger at Yuan Can, who stiffened and did not move. What are you afraid of? Feng Qingqing stood up and walked in front of him. They are hostages now. They can't do anything to you. And it doesn't matter if they know your identity. Concubine Xian picked up Yuilu and sat on the empty chair next to her, correcting Feng Qingqing's words. Your Highness, please be careful when you speak. This palace and Luo are guests in your house now. Thinking that she could use Yuan Can to humiliate the two, Feng Qingqing stopped arguing with concubine Xian about the guest hostage. She raised her hand and pulled off Yuan Can's veil, pinched Yuan Can's chin and smiled at concubine Xian. It is said that men in Tianqi are upright, but this palace thinks they are just SOSO. Concubine Xian chuckled and looked up at Yuan Can, who was angry but dared not speak. Oh, what do you mean by this, Your Highness? Feng Qingqing widened her eyes. Concubine Xian doesn't even know this young master Yuan? I heard that he is the legitimate son of Duke Rong. As far as I know, Duke Rong has severed his relationship with this person. Unable to see concubine Xian being humiliated, Feng Qingqing reluctantly let go of Yuan Can's chin and sat back in the chair with a cold snort. Chapter 552. Does concubine Xian know that he stole your country's training puppets and came all the way here to present them to me? How childish. She wants to use Yuan Can to humiliate us. Mother, let's kill her and make her dislike us, but she can't get rid of us. Concubine Xian poured herself a cup of tea, smelled it, raised it, and said to Feng Qingqing, the tea in the princess mansion is indeed better than the tea house on the road. Feng Qingqing subconsciously wanted to say that, but she remembered how frustrated she was all the way back, and glared at concubine Xian. He deliberately mentioned something she didn't want to mention to anger her, damn it. Yuan Can's hands hanging in his sleeves tightened and loosened and tightened again, and he wanted to cut Feng Qingqing, who humiliated him, into pieces. By the way, concubine Xian took a sip of tea, put down the teacup, looked at Feng Qingqing and said word by word, Your Highness, you may not know that the training puppet is specially prepared for you. Looking at Feng Qingqing's constantly changing face, concubine Xian added another sentence. Your Highness should have been swollen for a long time, but fortunately the wasp is not poisonous. If it was as poisonous as the snake that bit you, but when it kidnapped us, you would probably suffer. Ha ha ha, mother, you are too good at talking. Just a few words broke Feng Qingqing's defense. Feng Qingqing couldn't bear it anymore and rushed forward, wanting to tear concubine Xian's mouth. When she walked in front of concubine Xian, with murderous intent, concubine Xian raised her eyebrows. Why, the princess is angry and embarrassed, then kill me. Anyway, I can only be exchanged for the hundreds of thousands of troops in my brother's hands, and Li country should not lack these hundreds of thousands of troops. Feng Qingqing stopped. If it weren't for the fact that your dog life is still useful, I would chop you off now. Everyone knows that the soldiers in the Jin family are all Jingwei. If she can get 10,000 soldiers, she can walk sideways in front of the ministers. If she hadn't heard that Jin Tingen particularly favored this sister, she would have killed the annoying concubine Xian long ago. She was so annoying. With a delicate and moving face, she spoke like a knife. She was even more annoying than Ling Lu, the dead face next to the mother. You can just jump around. When I find out the identity of my grandmother, it will be my turn to deal with you. If I were useless, I wouldn't say that. Empress Xian picked up the tea and changed the subject slowly. By the way, please arrange a new room for me and Luo, preferably a quiet room with good ventilation. We are guests, so we should treat them well, right? Feng Qingqing waved her sleeves fiercely, turned around and walked back to her chair and sat down. Come here, deal with the guards, who accompanied me to Tianqi. Empress Xian also knew that the scandal of her being bitten by a snake on her, but should have been told to Empress Xian by those people. They are traitors. If the two people in front of me cannot be killed, then kill them to vent your anger. Because concubine Xian and Yui Luo were there, Prince Duan didn't dare to speak, fearing that his identity would be exposed. Hearing that Feng Qingqing wanted to kill the guards, he secretly thought it was not good. The queen sent someone over a few days ago, saying that she would send someone over in a few days to help Feng Qingqing train the guards in the palace. If Feng Qingqing killed someone at this critical moment, she would have to go to Tianqi. Whether concubine Xian and Yui Luo were abducted or came with a purpose, he would make sure that they never came back. So the queen must not know that the two were taken to the country. When Prince Duan was thinking about how to remind Feng Qingqing, concubine Xian spoke first. I have no control over the princess's desire to kill the guards, but if the queen is alarmed, you can't blame us for asking for help. As expected, Feng Qingqing calmed down after hearing this. She waved her hand to let the people who came in retreat, and glanced at concubine Xian. Ask for help? You are dreaming. When you lose your value, that will be the day I torture you. I look forward to that day. Don't be so stubborn, Feng Qingqing said quietly. If you lower your attitude, I will consider making things easier for you, but I really hate you now. Really? Concubine Xian raised her hand and pointed at Yuan Can. This young man has lowered his attitude enough, but you don't treat him well. Feng Qingqing didn't want to see concubine Xian again, and was so angry that she drove her away. Concubine Xian didn't get angry either. She stood up, stopped at the door, turned around and said, remember to change rooms, and eat and drink well. Luor is still young and can't stand hardships. It was a wise choice to bring my mother out. She is very smart, strong, and has a lot of mouth. My mother was much more restrained when she was in the palace. Her mouth is as poisonous as my father's. Concubine Xian, Every word and action in the palace involves her family, and she has the help of concubine Shu and her sisters, so she doesn't need to speak. Now in the country, she is the only one around Luor, so she naturally can't let Luor suffer any grievances. You are dreaming. Feng Qingqing said with a stern face, I didn't abuse you, so you can just live in the house. In that case, when the queen sends someone to train your guards, I will say they are hostages, not guests. After saying that, concubine Xian turned around. Stop, what guards are you training? Feng Qingqing stood up and called concubine Xian, a little furious. Don't you know, princess? Concubine Xian looked surprised. I just heard that the queen will send someone to help you train the guards in your mansion in a few days, so I didn't let you kill those guards. You have to thank me. Thank your grandmother's legs. Feng Qingqing finished cursing at her back, and turned to look at Prince Duan. Is this true? Prince Duan nodded, surprised at how well-informed concubine Xian was. She knew about this after only being here for a while. Why didn't you tell me just now? Feng Qingqing raised her hand, and gave him a loud slap. You want to harm me? She then walked down and kicked Yuan Can. Did you and Tianqi deliberately mess with me? Yuan Can kept shouting that he was wronged, but Feng Qingqing had no intention of stopping. Tired of kicking, Feng Qingqing retracted her legs and said nothing. Prince Duan concealed the anger in his eyes, and said softly, Please calm down, princess. Yuan Can was also used by Tianqi's people. Get out of here. I don't want to see you two again. What about the young men you brought back? Prince Duan asked tentatively. You don't need to take care of him. I will arrange it myself. Learn your rules, and don't do anything beyond your authority. The two of them left the main hall, and returned to the courtyard. Prince Duan looked at Yuan Can, who was silent, fearing that he would be humiliated by Feng Qingqing and lose his temper. He said in a rare good temper, Don't be too discouraged. If 3 days won't work, we will spend more time. Once we have her under control, we can take revenge for today's humiliation. Yuan Can patted the footprints on his robe and said in a deep voice, Today's humiliation, I will return it 100-fold one day. He changed the subject. You are out of favor now. What should we do with Qianju? Prince Duan tightened his grip on the cup. The word out of favor sounded really weird. But Feng Qingqing hated him. But Qianju was not easy to deal with. It seemed that Feng Qingqing liked Qianju very much. The people she brought back before were thrown to the steward to arrange, and the first thing was to learn the rules. But he deliberately mentioned it just now, and Feng Qingqing didn't seem to have any intention of letting Qianju learn the rules. Chapter 553. Thinking of this, Prince Duan felt unhappy. Don't worry about Qianju. He regained his composure and warned Yuan Can, remember, don't show that you know Qianju in front of the princess. Yuan Can naturally understood that if Qianju's identity was exposed, it would definitely implicate Prince Duan. He nodded, with a somewhat regretful tone. But if Qianju really wins the princess's heart, our plan will not be able to move forward. That may not be the case. Prince Duan picked up the tea and blew it slowly. The princess is just looking for a temporary novelty. Do you think Qianju will be nice to the princess with his personality? Yuan Can even despise Feng Qingqing, not to mention Qianju, a gifted child. Think carefully about whether you have not learned anything well today. I will go and meet Qianju. He had to ask some questions to see what Qianju's purpose was. Qianju finished his comfortable bath, put on clean clothes, and sat on the chaise longue. Seeing this, the two servants waiting nearby hurriedly came forward with fruits. Sir, This is what the princess asked me to bring to you. Qianju glanced at the fruit and raised his chin, put it on the table. The servant answered yes, and walked to his side to help him fan. At this time, footsteps were heard at the door. Qianju curled his lips imperceptibly. Some people can't sit still. He played with the fruit in his hand, and looked at the door lazily. Prince Duan came with a veil on his face. Looking at Qianju's comfortable look, a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. Stepping into the house, the coldness in his eyes became even worse. The weather is hot now, and if you want to keep the house cool, you have to put a lot of ice cubes. There is not much in his room. When Qianju walked to the door, he could feel the cool air coming, driving away the summer heat, and refreshing his heart. This young master, are you used to it? Prince Duan walked into the room, and asked in a low voice. Qianju threw the fruit he was playing with back into the plate, raised his eyelids lazily, and asked the servant fanning behind him. Who is the person who is talking? Is your princess's husband? The servant hurriedly replied after hearing his question. Sir, no, the princess has no husband, nor a concubine. This is Mr. Yu. He acted like a master. I thought he was the princess's husband, but he turned out to be an unofficial male lover. Qianju's calm tone changed Prince Duan's expression. He waved his hand to signal the two servants to leave, but the two looked at Qianju and did not move. Before, they thought that Mr. Yu was special to the princess, but now compared with the new young man is more favored by the princess. Just by looking at the accommodation arranged by the princess, and the things sent, it was immediately clear who the princess liked more. As servants, they naturally understand the principle of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. I ask you to leave. I have something to say to your young master. Prince Duan raised his voice a few degrees, with a look of deep displeasure on his face. You can leave now. Qianju spoke, and the two bowed and left immediately, closing the door. There was no extra person in the room, so Prince Duan walked to the chair next to Qianju and sat down, saying coldly, Young master is a handsome man. Why do you want to come to the princess's mansion to be a male concubine? Qianju glanced at the veil on his face and sneered. You are a male concubine, so don't bring me into this. Do you think I won't recognize you if you wear a veil? If you want to test my purpose of coming to the princess's mansion, just ask directly. It was within his expectation that Prince Duan would come to see him, and he had no intention of playing dumb with Prince Duan. Mister, Qian has good eyesight. Prince Duan took off his veil with a fake smile. I have to thank Mr. Qian. Don't be so pretentious. Qianju pulled the corner of his mouth and said sarcastically, You didn't look like you were here to thank me just now. Mister, Qian came to the princess's mansion for those two hostages? Who said I was here for them? Qianju sat up straight. I just feel bored in Tianqi, so I want to come to Li country to have some fun. He looked at Prince Duan with a half smile. You don't have to be nervous. The princess is for you to enjoy. I won't fight with you. Prince Duan, It seems like he cares about Feng Qingqing a lot. But does Qianju only know his face, or does he know his identity as Prince Duan? Prince Duan narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking about how to test Qianju to see if he knows his identity as Prince Duan. Mr. Qian is from Tianqi. Don't you want to rescue the two people who were captured? Why save them? Qianju said seriously. They eat, drink and sleep well in the princess's mansion. They don't need me to save them. Besides, I am only here for myself, not for others. Seeing that Qianju didn't seem to be lying, Prince Duan was silent for a long time. The princess hates them. If they lose their value, they will be in danger. Aren't you worried that something will happen to them, and you can't explain to Emperor Tianqi? Prince Duan is very worried about their safety? The light words made Prince Duan's heart surge. Qianju knew he was Prince Duan. Seeing his surprised look, Qianju chuckled. Don't panic, I didn't tell Empress Xian and the little princess that you are Prince Duan. Prince Duan stared at Qianju suspiciously, without saying anything. Since Qianju knew he was Prince Duan, why didn't he tell them, or tell the princess? You don't believe it? Qianju sighed. I've already said that I came out just to see the scenery of Li country. I have no control over the affairs of the royal family, so don't look at me suspiciously. He did not tell them that the man in front of them was Prince Duan, because they knew his identity without him telling them. By the way, Qianju changed the subject. If you want to do anything to the two of you during this period, don't blame the princess for knowing your identity. He said seriously, the little princess is so cute, I can't bear to see her die. Prince Duan's face darkened. He knew that Qianju would not really sit back and do nothing. Don't you worry that your identity will be known by the princess? Qianju spread his hands. What should I worry about? If my identity is known, I can ask the queen for help in the name of concubine Xian and the little princess. If your identity is exposed, there are only two outcomes, either death or being handed over to Tianqi. In fact, the result is death. Prince Duan stood up and didn't want to continue the conversation. Qianju was telling the truth. He was now in a passive situation again. Rather than saying it now, it would be better to say that he has always been the passive party since he came to Li country. I can leave the little princess and concubine Xian alone, but how can I believe that you won't reveal my identity to others? Then what do you want? Qianju looked at Prince Duan desperately, and the smile on his lips gradually widened. Do you have a choice? You have no other choice except to trust me or kill me. Seeing Prince Duan's face turn pale and blue, Qianju felt particularly relieved. No wonder the little princess likes to choke people. It turns out that it's so fun to make others speechless. I hope Mr. Qian will do what he says. Prince Duan's face turned pale, and he left in a huff. Apart from betting that Qianju would not tell his identity to others, he had no other choice. Qianju would not be stupid enough to give him a chance to attack him. Chapter 554. After leaving Qianju's courtyard, Prince Duan's mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about how to get Qianju out of Li country. Only if this person left Li country, he would have a chance to make concubine Xian and Yuilua go without return. Yuilua knew nothing about the confrontation between the two. At this moment, she was sitting by the window in the newly arranged large courtyard, thinking about the next plan. First, check the grandmother's life experience and confirm that the grandmother is really involved with the royal family, so that he can find a way to save the third brother in order to get the ancient books of strange stories collected by the empress. Thinking of this, Yuilua stuck her head out and looked at the maid in the yard. Can you come over here? The maid was stunned for a moment, raised her hand and pointed at herself. Me? After confirming that Yuilua was indeed calling her, the maid walked into the room and came to Yuilua. What do you want, distinguished guest? Before Yuilua could ask, Feng Qingqing's voice sounded outside. If you are dissatisfied, you can tell me. After all, you two are distinguished guests. She came in with a fake smile, gritting her teeth and deliberately emphasizing the word distinguished guest. Oh, you're just in time. You, a fool, must know more than the maid. You can leave now. The maid left, and Feng Qingqing stared at Yuilua. You asked the maid to come here. Are you going to ask the Queen Mother for help? She knew she couldn't let her guard down against the two of them. Talk to someone. Yuilua frowned. Since you asked the maid to leave, then you can talk to me. Feng Qingqing looked at Yuilua like she was a fool. You want me to talk to you? Do you really think you are a distinguished guest? Yuilua said to herself. I heard that your mother is very powerful. Is your mother the only one who is capable in the royal family of the kingdom? Who said that? Feng Qingqing immediately retorted. The uncle of your mother was also a well-known figure in the past, more powerful than your grandfather and uncle. What do you mean that only your mother is capable? After she finished speaking, she added, Prince Rui is still a woman. Your grandfather and uncle are not even as good as women. Yuilua looked her up and down. Why are you so proud? It's not that you are great. It is said that bad shoots come out of good bamboos. You are the bad shoot. What are you bragging about? And didn't the Prince Rui you mention rebel and get killed later? Feng Qingqing was speechless and raised her chin and said, she rebelled, but her ability cannot be denied. Realizing that she was being led by a child, Feng Qingqing snorted coldly. Don't try to find out about things that have nothing to do with you. Stay still. She had just sent a pigeon to Tianqi. After a while, she wouldn't have to endure the big and small annoying guys anymore. Feng Qingqing looked silly and didn't seem to be lying. Could it be that my guess was wrong, and Prince Rui was not the grandmother? Seeing Yuilua didn't say anything, Feng Qingqing felt a little satisfied and turned to leave. At the same time, in Tianqi, Li Yunha's smile disappeared after hearing Lu Chang's words. He supported his forehead. Is the little princess angry? It was his fault that he didn't explain it clearly to them. Fortunately, he didn't ruin the little princess's business. No. Lu Chang looked guilty. We didn't know the little princess's plan. She asked us to leave first. We should have arrived in Li country now. Li Yunha nodded. I know you've worked hard. Lu Chang waved his hand quickly. No. He had no face to say he had worked hard when things were not done. You guys take a rest first. I go to the palace. The few people didn't want to bother Li Yunha, so they didn't stay. Li Yunha saw them off, got on the carriage, and headed straight for the palace. The emperor looked at the memorial in front of him and felt unhappy. He dropped the memorial and asked eunuch Chow. Did the little princess receive a letter? It's been so long, Luer won't be in trouble. The emperor stood up and paced back and forth, feeling a little uneasy. No, I guess the letter is on the way. As he spoke, a message came from outside. Your Majesty, Minister Li wants to see you. The Emperor raised his voice to the door. Send it. Li Yunhe walked in quickly and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, the little princess has arrived safely in Li country, and is now living in the princess's mansion. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry. The Emperor waved his clothes and sat back in the chair, smiling. Okay, Luor is fine. According to Luor's plan, Feng Qingqing's message should be received in a while. Thinking of this, the Emperor was looking forward to it. I don't know how these old guys will react when they know that Luor has been captured. I will pay close attention to the princess's movements and report to you as soon as there is news. Okay. The Emperor looked at Eunuch Chao. Next time Li Yunhe comes, bring him in to see me directly. After leaving the imperial study, Li Yunhe went to the third prince's mansion. Seeing Mu Shui packing up, Li Yunhe asked the third prince in confusion. Is the third prince going out? The third prince put his fist to his lips and coughed, and said softly, Aksu and I are going to go out to find the Yinling grass. Remembering Yui Luo's instructions, Li Yunhe said, The third prince, tell me what this grass looks like, and I will go to find it. You are not in good health, so don't go out. Lord Li, we appreciate your kindness. Mu Shui packed up her things and came over. This Yinling grass must be taken immediately after picking it to be effective. It's okay. Seeing Li Yunhe's concern, the third prince chuckled and said, I will take good care of myself so that you can report to Luor. Then the third prince and the third prince's consort, be careful along the way. The princess has arrived safely in Li country, and is staying at the princess's mansion. You don't have to worry. Okay, I'm relieved now. Yui Luo waited for Feng Qingqing to leave, and quickly summoned a bird. After muttering a few words, she let the bird fly away, holding her little face and sighing. If Grandma is really Prince Rui, why did she fake her death? Empress Xian walked to Yui Luo and sat down, scooping a spoonful of egg custard into her mouth. Luor, eat something first. Mother just asked about Prince Rui. I heard that she was killed by the late emperor because she rebelled. According to the information she had inquired, she felt that Prince Rui and Mother were not the same person. Although Mother knew martial arts, she was virtuous and gentle, unlike the heroic, ruthless, and brave Prince Rui. Mother, you said that your grandmother taught you martial arts, but didn't let you use them. Are you worried that you will be found by the Li Kingdom? Empress Xian gently wiped Yui Luo's mouth. Mother has also considered what Luor said, but if that's the case, why wasn't Feng Qingqing surprised at my appearance? Daddy has said since she was little that she looks very much like her mother. If it is true as Daddy said, Feng Qingqing's first reaction when she saw her should be that she was surprised that she looked like Prince Rui. This really stumped me. There is not much description of Prince Rui in the book. It's okay, I check it slowly. Concubine Xian touched Yui Luo's head. Do you want to sleep for a while? Chapter 555. Yui Luo shook her head. I still have to wait for the bird to come back. Master Changyan said that the queen asked him to help her find someone through divination. I want to see who the queen wants to find. The two waited for half an hour, and the bird flapped its wings and flew in from the window. It walked a few steps on the floor, and then flew to the small table next to Yui Luo and stood. Go ahead. Yui Luo touched its head, and the bird chirped for a while before it quieted down. Thank you for your hard work. Yui Luo fed it some egg custard. Let's go. The bird flew to the window, looked back at Yui Luo for a while, and flapped its wings to fly away. Mother, the queen is investigating Prince Rui. Empress Xian thought for a while. It seems that it is the same as what you said. Luor, Prince Rui did not die back then. The queen secretly investigated it herself instead of letting others investigate. I think there is something hidden. Mother, let's first determine what the queen's attitude is towards Prince Rui. If it is confirmed that she is friendly, then it is time to enter the palace. If it is a friend, you can directly ask the queen with the jade pendant. If it is an enemy, you can first investigate secretly. The next few days, Yui Luo would let the bird monitor the empress every day. After a few days, she finally learned the empress's attitude towards Prince Rui. The weather was good today. The people sent by the empress to train Feng Qingqing's guards were training the guards in the spacious courtyard. Yui Luo and concubine Xiang came out together, and stood on the corridor, to watch the people training in the courtyard. Feng Qingqing was also among them. She had a bitter face under the sun. When she noticed Yui Luo and concubine Xian from the corner of her eye, Feng Qingqing didn't care about the heat, and her heart was in her throat. Could it be that the two wanted to take this opportunity to ask for help again? What about the promise to be obedient? It had only been a short while since she sent the letter, and she couldn't let the two of them wander around. Feng Qingqing kept looking over here, signaling the two to go back, but the two smiled at her without moving, looking very provocative. Ling Lu noticed Feng Qingqing's little move, frowned and said, "Madam, please be more serious." "I know." Feng Qingqing was worried that Ling Lu would notice her abnormality, so she retracted her gaze and trained seriously. Qianju rarely saw Yuilua and concubine Xian, so he strode towards them. "What are you doing here?" His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by Ling Lu. Ling Lu raised his hand to signal everyone to stop and rest, and looked up at the people standing in the corridor. When his eyes met concubine Xian, Ling Lu was dazed and horrified. "Madam, who are they?" Ling Lu retracted his gaze, and tried to remain calm. Feng Qingqing felt a little guilty. "They are guests in my house." After that, Ling Lu did not ask any more questions, but said, "Since they are your guests, shouldn't they go to see the queen?" No, Feng Qingqing realized that she had overreacted and tried to make amends. "In fact, I robbed them. They are too vulgar. Lord Ling, please don't tell the Queen Mother. It is impossible to let the two of them go to the Queen Mother." "Robbed?" Ling Lu raised his voice a little. "The princess is not letting the woman go now. I will take the woman to see the queen now." This person just saw that his mother's reaction was not right. "Did I guess right? It seems that we have to go to the palace to see the Empress in advance. Fortunately, the Empress's attitude towards Prince Rui has been confirmed. We are really her guests." Yuilua spoke in a baby voice, and Ling Lu noticed that there was a child. The child plus the woman, and the man behind the woman, who was only visible from the neck down. Ling Li's forehead was throbbing. Did the princess kidnap the whole family of 3? The queen also said that the princess would be quieter, but in her opinion, she was even more lawless. She only robbed men before, but now she doesn't let go of women and children. Feng Qingqing, Yuilua, and the other two were all upset after hearing this. "Fuck your family of 3, you are really good at giving Qianju a higher generation." I didn't see Qianju's face clearly, so let's give this surprise to the queen and Feng Qingqing later. "Not a family of 3. Feng Qingqing explained weakly. Ling Lu didn't want to listen to her explanation. He just wanted to take concubine Xian to see the queen. "I will take that woman to see the queen." Feng Qingqing failed to stop it, and warned concubine Xian fiercely when she took Yuilua and Ling Lu away. Along the way, Ling Lu did not speak, but looked at concubine Xian from time to time. Concubine Xian sat in the carriage, holding Yuilua, and ignored Ling Li's scrutiny. "Were you really kidnapped by the princess?" The carriage was too quiet, so Ling Lu found something to say. "Why did this gentleman take us to see the Empress?" Concubine Xian did not answer but asked instead. "I have no ill intentions, don't be afraid, you will understand when you see the Empress later." The carriage drove to the palace gate, and several people got off the carriage. Yuilua looked at the palace of Li Kingdom, which looked similar to that of Tianqi. She retracted her gaze, and followed Ling Lu, held by concubine Xian, to the imperial study. "I pay my respects to His Majesty." The Empress reviewed the memorials, but did not look up, and only responded faintly. "But is there something wrong with the princess again?" Ling Lu bowed. "I have brought people to see you." The Empress slowly raised her head, and when her eyes fell on concubine Xian's face, she stood up in surprise, and walked quickly to concubine Xian. She murmured, "Resemblance too much." "Resemblance to what, Prince Rui?" Her hand trembled as she tried to touch concubine Xian's face, but she had to withdraw it halfway because she was afraid of scaring concubine Xian. "Where did you find the person?" The queen took a step back and looked at Ling Lu. "The princess kidnapped the 3 of them." Yuilua, Empress Xian, Qinger is really becoming more and more lawless. The queen comforted Empress Xian. "Don't be afraid, I ask you something, just tell the truth." Asked the queen. "Where's your mother?" "My mother is dead." The queen staggered. "Dead? Did she give you a jade pendant? Where is she buried?" "Is this what the queen is talking about?" Empress Xian took out the jade pendant that was broken into 2 pieces and handed it to the queen. "This is it." The queen's hands were shaking as she held the jade pendant. She stroked it. "It's the jade pendant that the queen mother gave to Uncle Prince Rui. It's a good one. In the royal family, only the crown princess and the queen can use the white jade pendant. The prince and the queen mother have a good relationship, so she gave uncle a piece. My mother is really the daughter of Prince Rui. Then the next thing will be much easier." "Are you sure?" Concubine Xian asked calmly. "No doubt." The queen returned the jade pendant to her. "You look a lot like Uncle Wang." She squatted down and looked at Yuilua. The two stared at each other, and the queen raised her hand and touched Yuilua's little face. "If your mother knew that Uncle Wang's grandson is so big, she would be very happy. If your mother knew that you wanted to bully the loyal minister because of Feng Qingqing, she would be so angry that she would crawl out of the imperial mausoleum. What's the child's name? The queen stood up and rubbed Yuilua's head again. Lure. Chapter 556. Empress Hien does not want to reveal her identity for the time being. Now that she has confirmed that this is the land where her mother once lived, she does not want this land to be destroyed by Feng Qingqing. So the identity cannot be known to the queen. She wants to see what attitude the queen has towards Feng Qingqing. If Lure's trump card is revealed, and the queen still harms the loyal and good people because of Feng Qingqing, she will no longer be polite to the queen. Mother is smart. We cannot completely trust her just because of our grandmother. Lure, the queen repeated, seems like a smart child. I will punish the princess for what she did. You stay in the palace first. I will have someone bring your husband tomorrow. Concubine Xian didn't want to be misunderstood again, so she explained. The queen misunderstood. That man is not my husband. So it was a misunderstanding. The queen laughed and said, then you stay well. You are my cousin. I can choose any man you want. It doesn't matter if the child loses his father. You lost your father. Daddy is still alive and well. Concubine Xian wanted to refuse, but the queen made the decision. Yuilua pulled Concubine Xian's hand, indicating that it was okay. If you want to stay, then stay. It's a good opportunity to find ancient books. Thank you, queen. Linglu, bring a chair for them. Linglu brought the chair over. After Concubine Xian sat down with Yuilua in her arms, she asked softly. It is rumored that Prince Rui rebelled and was killed by the late emperor. The princess did not recognize me when she saw me. Can the queen tell me the secret? The queen sat at the head of the table and recalled. When Uncle Wang was a child, he was cut on the face by a sword while trying to save my mother, so he always wore a mask. So many people didn't know what he looked like. She only knew what Uncle Wang looked like after seeing the portrait given by her mother. As for the rebellion, it was even more of a rumor. The queen's thoughts drifted away. At that time, the court was in turmoil, and some ministers were ambitious to usurp the throne, but they were concerned about Uncle Wang, so they came up with the idea of framing Uncle Wang for rebellion and forced my mother to kill him. The queen mother and Uncle Wang have had a good relationship since childhood, so she naturally didn't believe it. However, because Uncle Wang felt guilty for hurting his face when he saved her when he was a child, she took advantage of the situation and deliberately killed Uncle Wang to keep him away from the disputes temporarily, waiting for her to deal with everything and then take him back to the palace. Unfortunately, it didn't go as planned. The queen took a sip of tea and smiled bitterly. When the queen mother cleared the chaos in the court, she lost the trace of Uncle Wang. She spent the rest of her life looking for Uncle Wang, and was still talking about him until her death. She still remembered that the queen mother hugged Uncle Wang's portrait tightly before her death, and told her to find Uncle Wang. So you secretly investigated mother's affairs, because you were worried that there were still remnants? Yes. The queen praised generously. You are very smart. No wonder my grandmother had arranged for my uncle to marry the troublesome Jiang family early on. I guess she was worried about the so-called marriage in the future. If my uncle married the princess of Li Country, and revealed that he was the son of Li Country's Prince Rui, Tianqi might not be able to tolerate him. Teaching my mother martial arts was to consider that my mother could escape when the matter was exposed. My grandmother was really far-sighted. After leaving the imperial study, Concubine Xian recalled the story of Prince Rui, and her heart ached. Mother worked hard for the country of Li, but ended up rebelling. She could not imagine how sad a female general felt when she was falsely accused of rebellion. Mother, we can clear grandmother's name. Yuilua stepped forward and tugged at Concubine Xian's sleeve. Okay. With Luor here, she will help mother. Yuilua took Concubine Xian's hand and patted it gently. Concubine Xian hugged her into her arms and smiled softly. Thank you, Luor. Thank you, Luor, for coming to her side and accompanying her, letting her experience the joy of being a mother. Feng Qingqing has been very anxious since the two left. She stretched her neck to look outside uneasily, her hands tightly folded together, praying in her heart that Concubine Xian would better not talk nonsense. At this time, a female official hurriedly walked in at the door. Feng Qingqing hurriedly raised her legs and walked out, looking at the person who came, and asked anxiously, "Where are the people Lingla took away? Why didn't they come back?" The female official bowed and said respectfully, "The queen asked me to tell you that the two of them will stay in the palace from today." Stayed? Feng Qingqing thought to herself that it was over. It must be that the two people who didn't keep their promises revealed their identities, so the queen mother let them live in the palace, otherwise how could they have such treatment? Seeing that Feng Qingqing's face was not very good, the female official continued, "The queen asked you to reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors from today. Without her order, You cannot go out without permission. Did the Queen Mother say anything else? Don't worry, the Queen Mother only punished you to reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors, and didn't punish you for anything else. Feng Qingqing frowned fiercely. She didn't have time to care about her punishment at all. I'm asking you if the Queen Mother plans to send them away. If the Queen Mother really sent them away, wouldn't she be a joke? I haven't heard about it. I'm going back to report. The female official left with her people, but Feng Qingqing didn't feel relieved by her words. With such a good opportunity, why didn't the two reveal their identities? If the two revealed their identities, she would never be punished to reflect on her mistakes. After listening to the female official's words, Prince Duan also couldn't figure it out. If the two didn't reveal their identities, what identities did they use to make the queen stay? Could it be that the two are targeting the empress? While Prince Duan was thinking, Feng Qingqing's voice rang in his ears. What are you standing there for? I want to ask you what's going on now. Why did I think this man was smart before? Now he doesn't look that smart. His face is not as good as the people he just captured, and his brain is not much better than Yuan Can. Princess, calm down. The empress let them stay, probably to compensate them. We should find a way to get them back to the princess's mansion to live. Feng Qingqing sneered. Of course I know we have to get them out, but how do you say? It's not that easy to ask the mother for people. And you said you wanted to compensate them. Why don't you use silver to compensate them? And why do you have to live in the palace? Prince Duan didn't expect that her mind was so fast at this time, and he was stunned for a moment and said, Why don't you go to the palace and ask the queen now? You want me to disobey the mother? Feng Qingqing glared angrily. She would make trouble at ordinary times, but she never disobeyed the punishment given by the mother. She knew that disobeying would only result in a heavier punishment. Princess, Minister Jiang wants to see you. A guard came in from the door and bowed. No, I'm busy. But I can't stop you, Jiang. Before the guard finished speaking, a handsome woman came in from behind. She looked about 40 years old and had a square face. Please forgive me, my lady. I do have something important to discuss with you. Chapter 557. She said she was sorry, but her face was not afraid at all. Feng Qingqing sneered, Minister Jiang, do you want to pretend any more? This person had flattered her before, and now this is his true attitude towards her. Please calm down, my lady. I have something important to discuss with you. Minister Jiang glanced at Prince Duan. You go down first. I have something to discuss with the princess. Prince Duan was unmoved. I heard that the princess kidnapped several people to her house, and now the kidnapped women have moved into the palace. As soon as these words came out, Feng Qingqing squinted at Prince Duan and said coldly, You go down first. Prince Duan stood up and bowed to leave. As soon as he left, Feng Qingqing looked at Minister Jiang expressionlessly. Sit down. What did you mean by that just now? Minister Jiang nodded and sat on the chair. The princess knows the identities of the two people very well. If such unclear people live in the palace, the emperor may be in danger. Over the years, she has been paying attention to the princess' every move. According to the queen's temperament, she would not ignore it if the princess did not go to court. Unless the queen had something more difficult to deal with, she investigated and found out that the emperor had been looking for the whereabouts of Prince Rui recently. Because of this, she missed what the princess had been doing during this period. When she learned that she had abducted several people, she had heard that the abducted people had moved into the palace. I abducted them because they were pretty. I don't know their identities. The Queen Mother's safety will be protected by the Imperial Guards. Minister Jiang doesn't need to worry. Feng Qingqing was stupid, but she also knew that Minister Jiang was not someone she could control. How could Minister Jiang, who had been working in the court for many years, come to her for no reason without a purpose? There are indeed Imperial Guards, but I think it would be safer for the Emperor if the two of them lived outside the palace, right? Her sharp eyes stared at Feng Qingqing. The Emperor was investigating Prince Rui recently, and now these two people of unknown origin happened to live in the palace. This was suspicious no matter how you looked at it. If these two were descendants of Prince Rui, it would explain the Emperor's unusual behavior of letting them live in the palace. There were many doubts about the killing of Prince Rui by the previous Emperor. Now it seems that Prince Rui was indeed not dead. Let the two live outside the palace? Does Minister Jiang think they should live in my house or yours? Feng Qingqing was naturally happy to know that Minister Jiang's goal was also to get the people out, because it coincided with her goal. She was worried about how to get the two out of the palace, so that they could be controlled. But why did Minister Jiang help her? She didn't believe that he was really worried about her mother. Of course, it's the princess's house. Minister Jiang smiled. I will not take away someone's love. If these two are really related to Prince Rui, they must not be allowed to stay. Even if they are not, it is better to kill them by mistake than to let them go. The emperor kept them in the palace, presumably to pave the way for the princess. Prince Rui was extremely brave and resourceful back then, and he and General Jean of Tianqi were both figures that the military generals were afraid of. If the two are really the descendants of Prince Rui, then the emperor must have made them the princess's helpers. She would not allow such a thing to happen, otherwise everything she had worked hard for all these years would be ruined. Is Minister Jiang really worried about my mother? Feng Qingqing raised her eyebrows. I didn't realize you cared so much about my mother's safety before, Minister Jiang. Please go back. Seeing Feng Qingqing so calm, Minister Jiang was a little surprised. She thought Feng Qingqing would agree without hesitation, and she didn't even need to talk too much, but now Feng Qingqing actually asked her to go back. Are these two people unimportant to Feng Qingqing, and only that man is important? Feng Qingqing sneered as she watched Minister Jiang disappear from behind. Do you really think she is a fool who only knows how to chop people when she is angry? Minister Jiang left the princess's residence and got on the carriage with a gloomy face. The carriage slowly drove to the Jiang residence and stopped. She got off the carriage and went straight to the study. The attendant saw that she was in a bad mood. After entering the study, he handed her a cup of tea and stepped aside. After taking the tea, Minister Jiang took a sip and said faintly, "Call back all those who are investigating the princess' whereabouts. There is no need to investigate." "Yes, I will go now." "Wait." Minister Jiang stopped her, closely observed the actions of the palace. The guard turned and left the study. A woman dressed in black and holding a sword came in from the door. She came in and bowed, wondering, "Your Excellency has been patient for so many years, but suddenly you can't bear it anymore. Is it because of those two people? According to your plan, it is only a matter of time for you to take that position. Why can't you hold back suddenly? I have a feeling that if you don't deal with those two people, it will affect the big plan." Minister Jiang put down his tea and frowned, saying, "We got nothing from the princess's mansion this time. Those two are in the palace, and we can't do anything. The princess has enjoyed the best since she was born. My lord, why don't you tell her the truth, as long as you tell her?" Before she finished her words, Minister Jiang interrupted her directly. "The time is not right yet. Let's wait for a while." Yui Luo and concubine Xian, who were still unaware that they were being targeted, got the queen's permission and were carefully looking through the ancient books she collected. The queen looked at Yui Luo's serious look. Her small figure sat upright on the chair, with a yellowed ancient book spread out in front of her. Her big black eyes stared at the ancient book seriously. It looked like that was the case. As she read, she couldn't help laughing. Luo is reading so seriously. How many words can she recognize? Tell the ant. Yui Luo's heart skipped a beat. Damn, she read so seriously that she forgot the Empress was still here. She raised her little face and showed a sweet smile. Luo can't recognize the words. Empress, eh? She reads so seriously even though she can't recognize the words? I thought Luo was a little prodigy like the little princess of Tianqi. Yui Luo looked puzzled and blinked. Who is the little princess of Tianqi? Is she very powerful? Luo has never heard of her. Empress Xian raised the corner of her mouth imperceptibly. Luo's acting skills are really amazing. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Luo can't read yet. She just learned to fool people because she saw her mother reading seriously. Children like to imitate others. Empress Xian also joined in. The Empress saw Yui Luo pursing her lips and felt that she was a little wrong for no reason. She walked to her side, sat next to her, and lowered her voice. It doesn't matter. Luo can't read, but you can teach me. You speak so fluently, you are also a little prodigy. Huh, it's a good thing I can act, otherwise I would be exposed. The queen kept my mother in the palace. Does she really care about my cousin? Or does she want to use my mother to help Feng Qingqing, that useless thing? Let's observe first. If she really wants to use my mother, I will turn your Li Kingdom's palace upside down. Chapter 558. By the way, what's your cousin's name? The queen comforted Yui Luo, remembering that she didn't know her cousin's name yet. My mother and father call me Yao. My cousin Yao. The queen smiled. I heard from my mother that Uncle Wang said that if he had a daughter in the future, her name must contain the word Yao. It turns out that he really did it. Have you met my mother? Yes. The queen's tone was a little nostalgic. My martial arts teacher is Uncle Wang. Unfortunately, she cultivated me with great care, but I am far inferior to her. She paused and looked out the window. Uncle Wang's teaching method is different from mother's strictness. She will set rewards for me. If I meet her requirements, she will agree to a request from me. If I don't meet her requirements, she will not scold me. The fingers of concubine Xian pressed on the pages of the book moved. Her mother taught her the same way. Because her brother and father were away all year round, her mother taught her martial arts and gave her massages to relax. Does my cousin know martial arts? The queen changed the subject and looked at concubine Xian's frail body. As expected, she heard the answer. No. Is that so? The queen smiled cheerfully. It doesn't matter, I will. You will live in the palace from now on. I and the imperial guards will protect you, and will not let you and Luor suffer again. She looks very sincere. Is she really not using her mother? Yuilu observed the queen's expression. The sincerity and heartache on her face did not seem fake. And your unfaithful husband? Just forget about him. Concubine Xian was glad that she was not drinking tea. When the queen mentioned her husband, she remembered that her lies were remembered by the queen. Okay, as long as Luor is by my side, concubine Xian didn't want to discuss this issue anymore, so she responded casually. It's good that you can figure it out, cousin Yaoer. The empress looked relieved. When I am sure that there are no remnants of the people who framed my uncle, I will make you a princess. At that time, I will give you a big house, choose a virtuous husband and a few servants, and let them serve you in Luor. Oh, if that's the case, Daddy's expression must be very interesting. Ha ha ha, both of them hugged each other, to see who is stronger. Before, I thought your unfaithful husband was useless, and wanted to catch him and beat him up. Now that he left such a lovely Luor, I won't teach him a lesson. Empress Xian secretly felt lucky that she didn't teach him a lesson, otherwise where would she find an unfaithful man to teach the empress a lesson? She just smiled and responded without saying anything. Does the empress have many husbands? Yuilua held her little face, tilted her head and looked at the empress, asking curiously. The empress has only one husband. The empress patiently explained to Yuilua, Luor is still young, and her husband is the legal husband. Just like the empress of Tianqi, there can only be one. Yuilua nodded, I understand. What about the other male favorites of the empress? Luor wants to see them. The empress looked sad. It's a pity that the queen is gone. He admired the uncle very much and must be happy to see you. She also wanted to see him. During dinner, Yuilua and concubine Xian had dinner together in the empress's bedroom. When the food was served, the empress said to Ling Le beside her, Go and call Ling Chanshi to have dinner together. Ling Chanshi? The empress's harem only had the queen and Feng Hongyu's father, so this Ling Chanshi must be Feng Hongyu's father. We are a family, don't be so reserved. The queen signaled the two to start eating, without any intention of waiting for Ling Chanshi. After the three of them had eaten for a while, Ling Le came in with a man in plain clothes. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Long live the emperor. The man was in his 30s, and bowed respectfully. Get up and have dinner together. The queen didn't look at him, and ate by herself. Her cold attitude was completely different from her warmth towards Yuilua and concubine Xian just now. It was as if he had become a different person. I dare not. Attendant Ling stood up, and did not sit down as the empress said. When he stood up, Yuilua saw his appearance clearly. His appearance was not so stunning, but he was elegant, and gave people a feeling of not fighting or competing. Sit down when I ask you to sit down. The empress raised her eyes, her tone slightly impatient. Don't make me repeat it a second time. It seems that Feng Hongyu's father is really not favored. The empress did not hide her alienated attitude at all. That's not right. Isn't Ling Changshi's finger fine? Then the finger Feng Qingqing used to threaten Feng Hongyu was fake. Ling Changshi sat aside obediently, eating quietly without making any noise. He didn't know why the empress called him over. Since he plotted to have sex with the empress never gave him a good face. Feng Hongyu's personality is really like his father's. He looks like he is easy to bully. Luor, aren't you curious about the male favorites in the harem of the empress? This Ling Chanshi is it? Aunt? Ling Chanshi was surprised, but she didn't ask or look at him. She just lowered her head to eat. Has he always lived in the palace? Yuilua asked in a baby voice. Yes. The queen responded with good temper. But the princess looks so fierce, he is easy to bully. Won't the princess bully him? The queen chuckled. No matter how fierce the princess is, she can't enter my harem. So Feng Qingqing didn't actually control Feng Hongyu's father. She was just trying to get something for nothing. Why did Feng Hongyu believe her? Because of the queen's attitude? Did Luor say that because she was bullied by the princess in the princess's mansion? Yuilua shook her head. No, Luor is afraid that there are bad people in the palace. Everyone in the palace is my people. Luor, don't worry, nothing will happen. Changshiling was surprised by the queen's attitude towards the two of them. Since the queen's death, even the princess has not been treated so patiently and gently by the queen. He had almost finished eating, and observed that the others had not finished eating yet, so he ate slowly. After dinner, the empress asked Ling Chanshi to leave, and took Yuilua and concubine Xian to a palace not far from her bedroom. Cousin Yaoer and Luor will live here first. Lingla pushed open the door, and the empress took them in. This is where the princess lived before she moved out of the palace. You can stay here first. When things settle down, I will grant you a house and send someone to renovate it according to your preferences. TSK, it is worthy of being Feng Qingqing's residence. It looks very luxurious. The golden light is so dazzling that it almost blinds my eyes. After arranging for the two to stay, the empress said that she would have someone come to measure their sizes and make clothes for them tomorrow, and then she took Ling Lu away. Mother, did you gain anything? Yuilua lay on the couch with her arms spread wide, and concubine Xian walked over and picked her up. Aren't you afraid of being uncomfortable lying like this? Nothing. Yuilua had a bitter face and huddled softly in concubine Xian's arms. Me too. Chapter 559. The queen took Ling Lu back to the palace. When she washed, undressed and lay down, she suddenly sat up. Ling Lu, who was about to put out the candle and go out, was startled and looked at the queen. Your Majesty, do you have anything else to tell me? The queen took the pillow and put it behind her back. If I remember correctly, the little princess of Tianqi also has the word Lu in her name? Ling Lu walked forward and stood still, and replied, Your Majesty, are you suspicious? Luor is a childhood name. Is it a coincidence? The queen clasped her hands on the quilt, with a little fatigue on her face. She must have thought too much. How could a princess and a concubine fall into Qing'er's hands so easily? Your Majesty, you should go to bed early. It's getting late. The news of Yaoer's cousin moving into the palace has spread out of the palace. People hiding in the dark will be restless. Tomorrow, you should have people keep an eye on the whereabouts of the ministers, and also have people keep an eye on Qing'er. Qing'er is simple-minded, and she kidnapped the people. The remnants of the gang that framed Uncle Wang began to suspect her cousin's identity, and they would definitely start with Qing'er and get her and Luor out of the palace to get rid of them. Yes, I will do it tomorrow morning. Ling Lu extinguished the other candles, leaving only one candlestick close to the empress in the bright bedroom. The flame flickered in the bedroom that was pressed down in an instant. The empress sighed imperceptibly and called out the secret guards. Go check Qing'er's whereabouts in the past few days. Yuilua finished washing and sat on the bed in a daze. No, I have to clean up Feng Qingqing's mess first. If we don't clean up the mess for her, the empress will soon know our identity. Once our identity is known to the empress, we will become people with ulterior motives, and it will not be so easy to drag Feng Qingqing into the water at that time. I hope that Minister Jiang knows that my mother and I live in the palace, and go to Feng Qingqing as soon as possible, so that we can see how Feng Qingqing makes her choice. Empress Yen listened to Yuilua's voice, and walked to her side. Luor, go to sleep. We talk tomorrow if there's anything. She was worried, but still couldn't resist the sleepiness. Yuilua slept until dawn. After breakfast, the female official sent by the empress to measure their size came with a few people. After measuring the size of the two, Yuilua and Empress Yen left the bedroom and strolled around the palace. When they walked to the imperial garden, they happened to meet the commander of the imperial guards, who came with a group of imperial guards. The woman had her hair tied up in a high ponytail and a sword hanging from her waist. After meeting the two people, she signaled the people behind her to stop and bowed. Hello, two distinguished guests. As he bowed, his eyes moved down, and the commander of the imperial guards, Huang Feiyu, fixed his eyes on the jade pendant on Yuilua's waist. She glanced at it and retracted her eyes without leaving a trace. Yuilua noticed her movements and raised her eyebrows slightly. When Li Yun had gave her this jade pendant, he said that he would use it. Could it be now? Your Excellency, there is no need to be polite. Empress Yen smiled gently, and took Yuilua to walk away from them to the pavilion. Huang Feiyu raised his hand to send away the imperial guards behind him, and walked to the pavilion. She did not beat around the bush, but said directly, Do the two nobles have any instructions? Yuilua heard the voice, and turned to look at her. Do you recognize the jade pendant I am wearing? Yes. She moved her eyes to the jade pendant. The jade pendant must not belong to the noble guest, but since that person gave the jade pendant to the noble guest, he must have thought that the noble guest would use it. She retracted her gaze, and spoke in a serious tone. My dear guest, there is no need to doubt me. I was injured and almost lost my life. Fortunately, the owner of the jade pendant helped me. I don't like to owe others. I promise to repay him when I have the chance. So that's how it is. Yui Luo smiled, and showed a few small milk teeth. Just helped me cover up the whereabouts of the princess some time ago. Seeing that Huang Feiyu didn't speak, concubine Xian chuckled and said, Is this difficult? Don't worry, this matter will not threaten the queen. Huang Feiyu was skeptical, and did not agree immediately. I don't know the two distinguished guests. To be honest, I don't believe you. Just tell me if you are willing or not. It doesn't matter if you are not willing or not. Yui Luo just said it casually. She wanted to see how useful the jade pendant given by Li Yunhe was. In fact, it didn't have to be this person. Are you sure this action will not hurt the queen and innocent people? She asked with pursed lips. Your Excellency is suspicious. You won't believe anything we say. Let's go! Yui Luo walked to the pavilion, and threw fish food into the fish pond. Huang Feiyu saw that the two of them didn't seem to need her, and hesitated for a moment and said, This is easy to do. Why do you two? Before he finished asking, concubine Xian interrupted him directly. My lord, just do what you told me to do. No need to ask any more questions. Realizing that he was talking too much, Huang Feiyu shut up and bowed and left. After the matter was explained, Yui Luo and concubine Xian returned to the palace. She summoned a bird, gave a few instructions, and then let it fly away. Huang Feiyu agreed, but Yui Luo would not be stupid enough to trust her completely. With Huang Feiyu's cover, the people sent by the queen to investigate obtained information that the princess was not at home recently. Instead, she went to travel and was abducted by her on the way. The queen waved her hand to let them leave and frowned. Call the prime minister to the imperial study. The prime minister was quickly led in by Ling Lo, and she bowed respectfully. I wonder why the emperor summoned me. Prime minister, please sit down. The queen raised her hand and motioned for the prime minister to sit aside. The prime minister thanked her and sat aside, but she had a vague idea of the empress's intention in calling her here. I want you to be the princess's teacher, prime minister. Are you going to refuse me this time? As soon as he said this, the prime minister stood up and knelt on the ground. Please take back your order, your majesty. Let her be the princess's teacher? She still wanted to live a few more years, and didn't want to be angry to death. The princess was completely hopeless. She had no ambition, like men, and killed innocent people. She didn't want to waste her energy to educate a useless person. Prime Minister, you don't even listen to my orders now? The queen's face suddenly darkened, and she stared coldly at the prime minister kneeling on the ground. She had mentioned this several times before, and each time the prime minister refused because he was too busy. She thought that after so many times, the prime minister had no more excuses, and would finally agree. I didn't expect that she would refuse directly without any excuses. Qing'er's temperament has been formed now, and she doesn't expect Qing'er to suddenly become a wise ruler. She just wants the prime minister to be her teacher, so that she will not be isolated and helpless in the future. But the prime minister refused such a request with a firm determination. I am terrified. The prime minister touched his forehead to the ground, and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, even if I become the princess's teacher, I may not be able to teach her well. Instead of letting me teach her, your majesty, why not give me a child who is destined to be with the royal family to teach? I will definitely not refuse. The princess is already useless. No matter how hard she tries, she can't be straightened, and I don't know what the queen is obsessed with. A person who is obviously very smart becomes irrational when encountering the princess's affairs. The queen was so angry that her face turned blue. Chapter 560. She slapped the long table heavily and said sternly, I am a daughter. Why should I take a child from a side branch to inherit the throne? The prime minister was still kneeling, knowing that the queen would not listen, and was too lazy to waste words. Anyway, the queen was determined to hand over the country of Li to the princess, and it was useless for her to say anything more. Every time the queen summoned her for the princess, they always parted unhappily, and she was used to it. In fact, she sympathized with the queen. The talented man like the queen, and the child left by the queen, turned out to be such a useless person. I know you look down on Qing'er, but she is the child of the queen. The queen's voice calmed down. I was not by his side before he died. Do you still want me to be so ruthless as to depose the princess? She couldn't do it. Reason told her that Qing'er was indeed not the right person, and she knew all this. But the guilt in her heart prevented her from doing so. The prime minister raised his head and said seriously, if the queen was still alive, would you really be willing to let the princess inherit the throne? The queen did not answer this question. She waved her hand to let the prime minister leave, and sat there without saying anything. Ling Lo stood aside, neither stepping forward nor speaking. The prime minister grew up with the empress since childhood, and now the empress doesn't even listen to the prime minister's words, so she may not listen to her words. Ling Lu, do you think if you were here, I would abolish Qing'er? The Empress asked with a vague voice and a wry smile. Your Majesty, I don't know. You dare not say. The Empress did not ask her, and whispered, he cares about the people, how could he tolerate Qing'er, who has no mercy at all, to sit in that position? Ling Lu did not respond, and remained silent and stood aside. The Queen rubbed her brows. She understood the truth, but the guilty voice in her heart kept telling her that she couldn't do this. She was not there at the last moment of his life, so how could she give up their only daughter again? Abandoning unnecessary thoughts, the Queen tiredly changed the subject. You ask someone to check whether the princess has planted anyone around Ling Changsha. If so, deal with it secretly. Before he left, he asked her that if he left first one day, he must treat the people who served him well. She could turn a blind eye to Qing'er's planting people, but if she really wanted to move Ling Changsha, she would not allow it. Feng Qingqing didn't know that the people she had planted around Ling Changsha had been eliminated. At this moment, she couldn't hold back and slammed the tea on the table. I want to enter the palace. Prince Duan stopped her. Madam, you can't. You can't enter the palace now? Didn't you let me enter the palace before? Feng Qingqing's tone was full of anger, staring at Prince Duan. There was no other way before. That was the worst option. So you have a plan now? Feng Qingqing's tone softened. In half a month, it will be the Emperor's birthday. Princess, you should prepare a birthday gift for the Emperor. When the time comes, the Emperor will reward you for your filial piety. You can take the opportunity to get those two people out. Anyway, the Empress dotes on Feng Qingqing, and Feng Qingqing is acting coquettishly, so the Empress will not refuse. Mr. Yu, this is a very good idea. Xianju came in, with a smile on his face, clapping his hands. Prince Duan's heart skipped a beat, guessing Xianju's intention. Yuan Can's courtesy has been ignored by the princess these days, but Feng Qingqing likes Xianju, a rude guy. You are here, come and sit down. Feng Qingqing smiled, and waved at Xianju. After he sat down, she asked him if he was used to living here recently, if it was hot, and if he wanted ice cubes. Prince Duan and Yuan Can beside him almost bit their back teeth when they heard this. This was not the attitude she had towards them just now. Yuan Can, what are you doing? Hurry up and pour tea for Master Ju. Yuan Can reluctantly walked to Qianju's side, and clearly realized in his heart that Prince Duan really couldn't be relied on. He poured tea and stepped aside. Qianju picked up the tea. The princess and Mr. Yu were just planning how to get someone out of the palace. Did I hear it right? Prince Duan was worried that he would do something bad, and wanted to say no, but Feng Qingqing said quickly. Yes, you said that method is good. Do you think it is feasible? Qianju nodded. Of course it is feasible. The queen dotes on the princess, and it is not easy for just two people to get it out. Seeing Prince Duan's alert look, Qianju felt amused. He really hoped that Yu Yiluo would return to live in the princess's mansion. He didn't know how far the two of them would go after they moved into the palace, and he was still thinking about getting back the things for the Empress. If the two of them came out, it would be convenient to discuss things. Feng Qingqing always came to him for no reason, and he was almost fed up. But the more impatient he was, the more often Feng Qingqing went, giving him a headache. What birthday gift do you think you should prepare for your mother, Master Ju? Qianju looked up at Prince Duan. Ask this, Mr. Yu. The fingers of Prince Duan's sleeves creaked, but he smiled and said, clothes, embroidered with longevity characters. Feng Qingqing frowned. It's a good idea, but who will embroider it? Xianju put down the tea. Whoever came up with the idea should embroider it. It can't be you, the princess, who should embroider it. Then you and Yuan Can should embroider it. Prince Duan was almost vomiting blood in anger. He didn't even want to learn those etiquettes, and now he was asked to hold an embroidery needle. How could a grown man like him embroider it, and he was in such a hurry? Why you don't want to? Seeing that Prince Duan looked unhappy, Feng Qingqing asked with a smile. Yes, yes, leave it to us, princess. Yuan Can winked at Prince Duan and continued. He wanted to seize this opportunity to turn things around and humiliate Feng Qingqing severely. He also wanted to pay back the humiliation he had suffered during this period twice to vent his anger. After returning to the yard and entering the house, Prince Duan questioned Yuan Can with a gloomy face. What do you want to agree to? Do you know how to embroider? He really felt that Yuan Can's recent study of the etiquette of the Li Kingdom had corrupted his brain, and he really thought of himself as a man of the Li Kingdom. He had no control over Yuan Can's mental problems, but he actually dragged him into the water. Calm down. Yuan Can closed the door and whispered, if we perform well this time, are we still worried that the princess will ignore us? We don't know how to embroider. Who will embroider? Prince Duan's face was still not good. Learn, Since it is the princess's own embroidery, it is better not to embroider. For the sake of the big plan, your highness, bear with it. After Yuan Kan's persuasion, Prince Duan calmed down. In the next few days, the two of them studied seriously. Without Yuilua, Qianju would come to tease them for fun. Prince, why did the princess lose interest in you? Yuan Kan said while embroidering clumsily. I have always been rude to her, so of course she doesn't like me. Prince Duan didn't care. If she didn't think Feng Qingqing was dirty, she would have taken Feng Qingqing down long ago. Why don't you pay more attention in the future, Prince? Yuan Kan lobbied carefully. A real man can bend and stretch. We can't let Qianju take advantage of his favor and ruin our business. Chapter 561. You have a point. Prince Duan said absent-mindedly, and his hand was suddenly pricked by a needle. He was so angry that he threw the needle aside. Yuan Kan thought that he had listened to his words, and was happy in his heart. He hurriedly said, It's good that the prince can figure it out. Then when are you going to please the princess? He himself was not liked by the princess, but Prince Duan had at least caught the princess's eye. It would be easier for him to please the princess than him. Pleasure the princess? Prince Duan looked at Yuan Kan strangely. Who told you that I was going to please the princess? You work hard. I will find a way to get Qianju out of the country, so that he won't get in the way in the princess's mansion. What method? Yuan Kan threaded the needle. Our knowledge of Qianju is limited to the fact that he is the disciple of the master of the divine, Dr. Valley, and we know nothing else. I have inquired about it. Prince Duan poured a cup of tea and handed it to Yuan Kan. The master of the divine Dr. Valley has not only Qianju as a disciple, but also a female disciple. I know this. Yuan Kan took the tea, not understanding what Prince Duan meant. The female disciple is Mu Shui, the princess of the Qingyuan Marquis' mansion. What does this have to do with it? We grew up together in the divine Dr. Valley. Qianju saved me because he came to the country to find the Tianshan snow lotus for Mu Shui. Do you think this is really a simple relationship between a senior and a junior brother? Your highness means that Qianju likes his junior sister Mu Shui? Yuan Kan denied Prince Duan's statement. No, Mu Shui has already married the third prince, and Qianju didn't do anything at that time. Prince Duan sneered. Qianju didn't do anything, which only means that he wanted to do it but couldn't do it, but it doesn't mean that he didn't want to do it. He found out that Qianju had made a deal with the queen in order to get the Tianshan snow lotus. If it was just a simple relationship between a senior and a junior, why would Qianju be willing to trade with the queen? Tianshan snow lotus is so precious, the deal must not be simple. Qianju is so casual, and the fact that he is willing to sacrifice everything for a person can only prove that he cares about this person. Maybe Qianju came to the country this time just for the deal with the queen. Be good, I go find Qianju to find out. Once we are sure that he really likes Mu Shui, everything will be easy. Your highness, wait a minute. Yuan Kan called Prince Duan, looking worried. But Mu Shui is already married. Do you still want to snatch her back? He felt that Qianju would not do such a thing. It was not because he knew Qianju well, but because of his intuition. Why not? Prince Duan disagreed. Don't look at him now. He looks like a decent man. Since ancient times, heroes have been unable to resist the temptation of beauty. Qianju is just a secular person. Can he escape the love between men and women? After saying this, Prince Duan stood up and left. Although Yuan Kan was worried, he looked at Prince Duan's confident look and let him go. Prince Duan left the courtyard and walked through the corridor towards Qianju's courtyard. Qianju's courtyard was particularly secluded, with a lush bamboo forest next to it. When he arrived, he saw Qianju lazily lying on a bamboo chair next to the bamboo forest, with his eyes slightly closed, and two servants beside him fanning him. The servants saw Prince Duan, called out Master Yu, and continued to fan Qianju. Prince Duan thought that Qianju would at least open his eyes when he heard him coming, but he didn't expect Qianju to still close his eyes, as if he didn't hear him coming. He suppressed his anger and said loudly, Master Ju really knows how to enjoy himself. You can enjoy yourself too. Qianju slowly opened his eyes, raised his hands to the back of his head, and said jokingly, Master Yu is learning embroidery. Why did you come to my yard? When it comes to this matter, Prince Duan gets angry, his chest rises and falls a few times, and his tone is very bad. This is all thanks to Master Ju. Then are you here to thank me? Qianju seemed not to hear the sarcasm in his tone, and smiled. It's just a small favor. No need to thank me. I'm still waiting for you to help the princess get the people she kidnapped out of the palace. Really? Yes. Qianju narrowed his eyes and sat up. After all, we were captured together, and we are both wanderers in the world. so it is inevitable that we have some feelings. Prince Duan did not comment, raised his eyes, and glanced at the two servants, but he was talking to Qianju. Master Ju, I came to you to talk about something. Oh, Qianju stretched out the tail tone. What is it? Prince Duan walked a few steps closer, leaned over and whispered, Mu Shui. Feeling that the smile on Qianju's face faded, Prince Duan confirmed his guess in his heart, stood up and looked at Qianju's cold face with satisfaction, and a sense of pleasure rose in his heart. You guys go down. After sending the two away, Qianju stood up and walked into the house with his hands behind his back. Prince Duan followed him, and sat down after entering the house. Why is Master Ju unhappy? Qianju looked at him expressionlessly. Isn't there something wrong? Go ahead. Master Ju cares so much about his junior sister. I just mentioned her name, and her face changed drastically. It seems that he is deeply in love with her. So? Qianju's tone was not clear whether he was happy or angry. He tapped the table lightly. Can't you help me? Prince Duan was delighted when he heard this. You cured my face, so it's only right for me to help you. I'm junior sister Xinhua. How can you help me? Qianju looked at Prince Duan with interest, knowing his intentions. Master Ju, if you want to get your junior sister, you have to use some tricks. Tricks? Qianju frowned and cooperated with Prince Duan. What tricks? Will it hurt junior sister? No, Prince Duan saw Qianju listening to him, and said with certainty, if you use my method, you will definitely get the beauty. Seeing Qianju thinking, Prince Duan sneered in his heart. With such a great temptation, Qianju couldn't help being tempted. Look, isn't he eager to know the solution? Tell me first. Qianju said after a moment of silence. Prince Duan finished his plan in one breath, and when he saw Qianju suddenly laughed, he suddenly felt a little unsure. What do you think, Master Ju? What? Qianju stood up, walked step by step to Prince Duan, and looked down at him. Use medicine to make junior sister lose her memory, then let her fake her death and change her identity, and then take her back to the mountains. He said faintly, with a smile on his face, raised his hand to pinch Prince Duan's neck and praised. It's really a good idea. It won't be pursued by the royal family, and it won't bear the stigma of stealing someone's wife. Prince Duan didn't expect Qianju to suddenly attack him. The suffocation made him have no time to listen to what Qianju said, and he just struggled. What are you struggling for? Qianju relaxed his hand a little, with a bloodthirsty coldness on his face. You could have survived with this intact face, but you had to do something else, and set your sights on my junior sister. Who are you to teach me how to do things? Don't you want to take your junior sister back? Prince Duan was a little frightened by Qianju's look, and asked when Qianju was relaxed, asking with courage. No, Qianju looked at Prince Duan coldly, his face flushed, and loosened his hand that was pinching his neck. I like my junior sister, but I won't use despicable means. Chapter 562. He knew how much his junior sister cared about her family. If he made his junior sister lose her memory and become another person, would she still be the junior sister he liked? When Prince Duan mentioned his junior sister, he knew what she was planning, because he wanted to see what she would do to cooperate with him. It didn't hurt her, did it? Prince Duan explained with a big breath. Don't you just want me to leave Li country? Qianju wiped his hands and said sarcastically, I, Qianju, always fight for what I want, and I won't use despicable means even if I lose. Since you dare to plot against my junior sister, such a despicable heart is not worthy of this intact face. If this man hadn't jumped in front of him, he would still have kept his face. What do you want to do? Prince Duan couldn't help but take 2 steps back, looking at Qianju in horror. Qianju laughed out loud at his appearance. I just poisoned your face. Don't be so scared. Anyway, I cured your face. It's not too much for me to take it back. Seeing that Prince Duan was still retreating, Qianju raised his eyebrows and said, I didn't want your life. Why are you so scared? And I have already poisoned you. It's too late for you to be alert now. The poison has just been administered? Prince Duan's mind was buzzing. Looking at Qianju, who was smiling as usual, an endless chill spread down his back. Antidote, give me the antidote. Prince Duan stretched out his hand, approached Qianju, and asked for the antidote with red eyes. I haven't prepared the antidote yet. Qianju raised the corner of his lips. The newly made one will only make your face rotten, but it's not fatal. Give me the antidote. Prince Duan emphasized, make the antidote for me now, or I kill you. Qianju seemed to have heard a joke, walked aside to wash his hands, and dried them slowly. Have you been with Feng Qingqing for so long that your brain is not working well? He went to the front of the chair and took a sip of tea, with a look of enjoyment on his face. I poisoned you and gave you the antidote. Isn't it that I have nothing to do? You? Prince Duan rushed towards Qianju, pretending to attack him. Before he could get close to Qianju, his blood surged in his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood in an instant. It seems that you can't kill me now. Qianju was so angry that he said, I said you can't die. Why do you still want to kill me? Now it's good, the poison has taken effect earlier. Prince Duan covered his chest, and looked at Qianju with red eyes. Why don't you just kill me? His face was ruined, and Feng Qingqing, who cares about face, would definitely drive him out of the house. Qianju didn't kill him, but ruining his face was more painful than killing him. Killing you is so boring. Isn't it more interesting to keep you and watch you please Feng Qingqing? He paused. Besides, the little princess should be happy to watch this excitement. Anyway, the princess can't make any waves, let alone Prince Duan. Everything is under the control of the little princess, so why not keep it to add another crime to Feng Qingqing when she is deposed? Prince Duan calmed down for a while, and when he recovered a lot, he smiled sarcastically. Aren't you afraid that I will tell the princess? You go tell her, I don't care. Qianju said nonchalantly. But if you go to Feng Qingqing with this face, you will probably be thrown out directly. He changed the subject, but I left you some room. Prince Duan staggered out of Qianju's yard, and returned to his room. Looking at his face covered with herpes and pus in the bronze mirror, it was even more terrifying than when he was destroyed before. Although his face was destroyed at that time, it was burned by himself, so there would be no pus. Now he was poisoned. If there is no antidote, he will not get better. Not to mention Feng Qingqing. Even he himself felt sick just looking at it. He stood in front of the bronze mirror for a long time. When he heard Yuan Can's voice outside, he raised his voice and asked someone to come in. Yuan Can pushed the door open, closed it, and walked to the side of Prince Duan. He was going to ask Prince Duan how he talked with Qianju, but he saw a terrifying face. He was so disgusted that he quickly turned his eyes away. Who are you? It's me. Prince Duan spoke, turned his head, and looked at Yuan Can with disdain, his chest heaving. So it's the prince? Yuan Can still didn't look directly at Prince Duan. Why is your face like this? Do you want to ask Qianju to help you? It was Qianju who poisoned me. Prince Duan bit his back teeth. I broke up with him. Yuan Can was glad that he didn't provoke Qianju. What should we do now? Putting away his happiness, Yuan Can worriedly said, I go find a doctor to take a look at you. Prince Duan shook his head. The poison Qianju had given him could not be easily cured by others. Then tell the princess? No, Prince Duan said anxiously. You also know that the princess pays attention to appearance. I went to complain with this face, but I failed to win the case and made her disgusted. Yuan Can scratched his head, a little confused. What should we do now? Prince Duan was silent. You should learn needlework well. Seeing that he didn't speak, Yuan Can sighed, and finally looked at him straight in the eye. Your Highness, you can't use your face now even if you want to. Oh right, Yuan Can thought of something, and suddenly said excitedly, Your Highness, your face is still acceptable with the veil on. Prince Duan looked in the bronze mirror again, and saw that the pus-filled herpes was only on his chin and cheeks, and Qianju's words just now echoed in his mind. Is this the room for maneuver? Your Highness, what did you say? Yuan Can didn't hear what he said clearly, so he asked. Nothing. Your Highness, I have a suggestion. Yuan Can spoke carefully. You say. I know that you, Your Highness, are disgusted by the crown princess and don't want to please her, but your face is actually quite something now, so it's not you who will be disgusted if you please her. The veins on Prince Duan's forehead were throbbing. Yuan Can meant that his face was disgusting enough now, and he was actually disgusting the crown princess by trying to please the crown princess, not the crown princess disgusting him. There is some truth to it, but why does it make people angry when they hear it? We don't know if this poison is fatal or not. Even if it is not fatal, it should be cured as soon as possible. So we have to make the crown princess pay attention to us as soon as possible, so that she will listen to us. When we control the military power of the Li Kingdom, Your Highness, your face can also be cured as soon as possible. On the other side, in the palace, after Yu Ilua heard the news brought by the bird that monitored Huang Feiyu, Ling Lu, who was beside the empress, invited her to the imperial study. When the empress saw the two of them coming, she put down the memorial in her hand, gave them a seat, and then spoke. My birthday is coming soon, and I want to use the birthday event to announce the identities of you and Luo Yao's cousin. She had no intention of holding this banquet, but the secret guard came to report that Minister Jiang had gone to see the princess, and then there was no movement. So she wanted to use the birthday banquet to provoke Minister Jiang, and see what the other party wanted to do. There must be a lot of delicious food on the aunt's birthday. I don't know what Qianju is doing recently, so it's a good opportunity to meet him so that he won't worry. Chapter 563. Looking at Yuilua's innocent smile, the Empress's depressed mood after being rejected by the Prime Minister improved a lot. She chuckled, I will let Luer have enough when the time comes. Then she looked at concubine Xian, I did this to announce your identities and lure the snake out of its hole. I may use my cousin Yao. What do you think, cousin Yao? The Empress directly stated her purpose, not wanting her cousin to think that she just wanted to use her because of this move. Concubine Xian was surprised by the queen's frankness and said gently, the queen will decide. I know that you don't believe me in your heart, cousin. The queen said in a low voice, but it doesn't matter. I will use time to make you and Luer believe that even if the uncle is gone, I can take good care of you. I believe you. Concubine Xian looked at the queen with a smile, I remember your care for me and Luer. She could see that the queen wanted to be good to her and Luer, but she was worried that being too enthusiastic would show ulterior motives, so she restrained herself. The queen's kindness to her and Luer was probably for her mother's sake, or out of guilt. No matter what the reason was, as long as Luer was not hurt, she didn't care. Okay. The queen's eyes were filled with tears, and her voice was a little hoarse, just trust me. Since the queen left, Qinger was the only relative around her. But Qinger was a careless person, who only knew how to get into trouble, and had no idea of her difficulties. Every time she cleaned up the mess for her, the queen's blaming face would appear in her mind. Day after day, Qinger got into trouble, and she cleaned it up. The people complained, and the ministers impeached her in countless memorials. She has been exhausted over the years. Even the prime minister, who accompanied her in childhood, has drifted away from her because of Qinger's affairs. Although Linglu is smart, he is still young and never dares to say anything treasonous in front of her. Now that she has finally found her cousin, she feels that she can finally vent some of the words that have been suppressed in her heart. Yuilua looked at the Empress and felt a little sad. She walked up to the Empress and said, Auntie, you are too old to cry. The Empress was amused by her serious look and put away her sadness. Luer, you are wrong. Auntie is not crying. Yuilua looked up at her for a while, blinked and ran back to concubine Xian. Cousin Yaoer, will you feel resentful because of my punishment of Qinger? Concubine Xian did not answer directly, but said instead, I have heard a lot about the princess during this period. Everyone has complaints about her. How can she not complain? She robbed men and killed innocent people when she was unhappy. She is even more hateful than those bullies. Bullies can still seek justice for their crimes. She is a princess, and she has the support of the Empress. The people can only swallow their anger. No wonder the Prime Minister is unwilling to assist such a princess. I would not be willing to do so either. The Empress is really something. She is usually a smart person. Why did she lose her mind over Feng Qingqing's matter? She only knows how to clean up her mess, and does not know how to solve the problem fundamentally. Such a good achievement was completely destroyed because of Feng Qingqing. No wonder she was abused by the people later. It was not unfair at all. Seeing that the Empress did not speak, concubine Xian continued, Since the Empress treats me as a relative, I dare to say more. What does Yaoer cousin want to say? Is what the princess did true? Concubine Xian stared at the Empress. It's true. If it's true, why doesn't the Empress solve the problem fundamentally? Concubine Xian said calmly, This time she kidnapped me and Luer. Because of my mother, you recognized me, so you rescued us. What about the other people she kidnapped? They don't have powerful relatives, they are just ordinary people. The princess wants to rob them, and kills them if they don't obey. The people outside are complaining, and have nowhere to seek justice. The princess is your daughter, and you can't bear to blame her. Empress Xian paused and continued to ask. What about the people she killed for no reason? They also have mothers, and they are also children loved by their families. Every time you indulge her, there is one more dead soul in the world. Mother, of course the empresses you mentioned know, but we can't wake up a person who pretends to be asleep. It is because of the queen's treatment of Feng Qingqing that I cannot bring out my trump card right away. Although she is very nice to us now, she may not stand on our side when it comes to Feng Qingqing. Ling Lu, who was standing by, felt cold sweat on his back as he listened to concubine Xian's rebellious words. She raised her eyes slightly to glance at the queen, who seemed to be stunned by these words, and sat upright. After a long while, the queen raised her eyes to look at concubine Xian and asked with suppressed anger, What does cousin Yaoer think I should do? Should we kill the princess or depose her? Does the queen think that handing over Li to the princess is a wise choice? Empress Xian was also a little unhappy. Since she had already started, She didn't plan to hold back. You are not just a mother, you are also the ruler of Li. Since you are the ruler, how can you watch their lives being trampled on at will? To put it another way, Queen, in order to be worthy of a person, you have done things that are unfair to the people of Li. Is this really what that person wants to see? She now really understands what Luer said. You can't wake up a person who pretends to be asleep. I say this because I feel sad for my mother, and the people of Li country. Ling Lu, take them away. The queen rubbed her brows and shouted. Ah, angry? No wonder Feng Qingqing is so lawless. No wonder. I was thinking of using some gentle means to let you know the truth. Since you won't listen, I can only use rough means. Ling Lu hurriedly raised his hand to ask concubine Xian and Yui Lua to leave. Concubine Xian had said all she wanted to say. She didn't want to say anything more. She picked up Yui Lua and went out of the imperial study. Dear guest, please speak less in the future. Walking away from the imperial study, Ling Lu whispered, the emperor's Achilles' heel is the princess and the late queen. If it was you who said this today, the queen would probably get angry on the spot. What is your relationship with that Ling Chansher? Empress Xian walked slowly with Yui Lua in her arms, asking casually. No relationship. This was not a secret. Ling Lu did not hide it. The queen's surname is Ling. I am from the side branch of the Ling family. Ling Chansher is a person who has served the queen since childhood. The queen is kind and gave him the surname Ling. Since Ling Chansher is the one who serves the queen, why does the queen dislike him so much? Shouldn't we love the whole family? You don't know. After the queen passed away, the queen wanted to send everyone around him out of the palace, but Ling Chansher refused and took the opportunity to plot against the emperor. The emperor took into account the queen's request before her death and kept Ling Chansher and the second princess. No wonder Feng Hongyu was born even though she was plotted against. It turned out to be because of the queen. Chapter 564. As they were talking, they had already walked a distance, and Ling Lu stopped. Dear guest, go back and rest. I will leave first. Empress Yin nodded, took Yui Lua back to the courtyard, and continued to read the ancient books. The empress came here often these days, and the two of them were worried that the empress would be suspicious, so they didn't read. The empress must be very angry about what my mother said today. Just right. This way no one will disturb us while we are reading ancient books. As Yui Lua thought, in the following days, I don't know whether the empress was busy preparing for the birthday banquet or was still angry, so she didn't come to disturb the two of them. Yui Lua enjoyed her leisure time, and she and concubine Xian read ancient books every day, and read a lot of ancient books collected by the empress. During this period, the empress had decided to hold a birthday banquet. Although Feng Qingqing was under house arrest, she also got the news. Seeing that the birthday banquet was getting closer and closer, she urged Prince Duan and Yuan Can to speed up the progress every day. Prince Duan also thought clearly in the past few days, and decided to please Feng Qingqing after the birthday banquet. He wanted to let Qianju know that even if his face was poisoned, he still had the ability to win Feng Qingqing's heart. When Qianju came uninvited, he saw Prince Duan wearing a veil on his face, and holding an embroidery needle to embroider words. However, he looked unskilled, and was pricked from time to time. On the contrary, Yuan Can, who was opposite him, embroidered very skillfully, which made Qianju admire him a little. How are the two of you preparing this thing? Qianju walked in front of the two people, pulled a chair from the side and sat down, watching Prince Duan embroidering, and couldn't help laughing. TSK, Master Yu's embroidery is really unique. If you don't look carefully, you can't tell that it is the word for longevity. Prince Duan raised his eyes, and glared at him, ignoring him. He thought to himself that it was no wonder that Mu Shui didn't like him. Only a ghost would like him if he was so rude. Oh, Master Yuan embroiders really well. This is really a strong contrast. Yuan Can was praised by him, and the corners of his mouth rose. Every time he pierced a needle, he imagined that he was piercing Feng Qingqing, so the more he embroidered, the more excited he became. Master Ju is really idle. Prince Duan felt that he was an eyesore and couldn't help but mock him. Of course he is idle. There are people to serve him no matter what he does, and he sleeps enough every day. After saying that, he glanced at the dark circles under the two people's eyes. You haven't slept for a long time. He raised his hand to pat Prince Duan's shoulder, but before he touched him, Prince Duan stepped back. There's no poison on my hands, don't be so scared. Qianju raised his hand to support his chin. You guys try harder, the birthday banquet will be here soon, and you be free then. So you're here. Feng Qingqing's voice came from the door. She lifted her legs and came in, looking at Qianju with surprise on her face. How's your embroidery going? When talking to the two, Feng Qingqing put away the smile on her face, and her expression changed very quickly. I promised to finish it before the birthday banquet. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Feng Qingqing rarely liked the two of them. After the birthday banquet, you two should have a good rest. Thank you, madam. Yuan Can smiled and said, I feel honored to help you. Feng Qingqing nodded, glanced at the embroidery of Prince Duan, and frowned. Didn't you learn it with Yuan Can? Why is his embroidery so good, but yours is so unsightly? As expected, Yuan Can is smarter than him. Disgusting? He is a man, and he is already very satisfied that he can embroider like this after learning for a short time. My lady, since it is you who embroidered it, there must be a gradual process. When the time comes, the ugly ones can be said to be because you just learned it, so it is relatively ugly. Later, it will get better and better as you become more skilled. That makes sense. Feng Qingqing smiled and said, this can better reflect my filial piety. She turned her head and looked at Qianju. When the time comes, Master Ju will come to the palace with me. Qianju nodded, okay, I haven't attended the emperor's birthday banquet yet. It's just right for me to go to the palace to see concubine Xian and the little princess. Time flies, and it's the day of the empress's birthday banquet. Yuilua and concubine Xian received the clothes sent by the embroidery workshop early. Concubine Xian washed and dressed Yuilua, and asked the maid to do her hair, and then Ling Lu led her to the birthday banquet venue. The weather was hot, and the birthday banquet was held in the palace next to the lotus pond. When Yuilua and concubine Xian were taken in, they just reached the door, and people's eyes fell on the two of them. Minister Zhang's eyes fell on concubine Xian, and he lowered his eyes and sneered. It seems that they are indeed the descendants of Prince Rui. The two of them are dressed so luxuriously. How could the embroidery workshop dare to make such clothes without the permission of the empress? Concubine Xian was not afraid of the scrutiny of the crowd. She took Yuilua and followed Ling Lu, passing by a group of ministers, and walked to the small long table next to the princess. Dear guest, please take a seat. This is your seat. Feng Qingqing, who was talking to Qianju, heard the voice, and looked up to see concubine Xian, wearing a white gold-woven peony skirt, and holding Yuilua, who was wearing a red brocade skirt. She widened her eyes, and called Ling Lu. You just called them honored guests? Yes, I have something else to do, so I will leave now. Ling Lu did not say much to Feng Qingqing and bowed and left. What did you tell the Queen Mother? Empress Xian took Yuilua to sit down, and Feng Qingqing could not help but ask in a low voice. Did the two tell the Queen Mother about their identities? But if so, they should not be so calm. Don't worry, princess, we didn't say anything. Why did Lord Ling call you honored guests when we didn't say anything? Feng Qingqing didn't believe what concubine Xian said, but she didn't know how to refute it. You will know it later, princess. Qianju took advantage of the time when concubine Xian and Feng Qingqing were talking to wink at Yuilua. He wore a veil, revealing only a pair of eyes that looked at everything affectionately. Yuilua also winked at him. At this time, the queen came in from outside with Ling Lu. Everyone stood up and knelt down to pay homage. The queen sat at the top, raised her hand to let everyone stand up, and after saying some polite words, it was the turn of the ministers to congratulate the queen one by one. After the ministers finished congratulating, Feng Qingqing stood up leisurely, walked to the center of the hall, and bowed. I have prepared a birthday gift for my mother. The queen smiled and was in high spirits. What kind of birthday gift did the princess prepare for me? In previous years, Qing'er's birthday gifts were all valuable things that she had collected, and she didn't have any expectations in her heart. Please wait a moment, mother. Feng Qingqing raised her hands and clapped twice, and a servant came in from the door, holding a tray with a piece of cloth covering the tray to hide the things inside. Do you want her to succeed? Qianju asked as he moved closer to Yuilua. Yes. Yuilua responded, and then heard Qianju say, if she succeeds, she might let you go back to the princess's mansion. It's okay. As the two of them were talking in a low voice, the maid had already walked to Feng Qingqing's side. Feng Qingqing lifted the cloth, took the tray, carried it up the steps, and presented it to the queen. Mother, this is the dress that I made specially for you. Chapter 565. Looking at the clothes in front of her, the queen's eyes were slightly sore. She raised her hand to touch the clothes on the tray, and looked at Feng Qingqing, who was lowering her eyebrows and looking pleasant, and she felt a little relieved. You said you made this dress? Feng Qingqing saw the change in the queen's mood and was secretly happy. She said obediently, replying to the queen, the clothes were made by someone I asked, and the words on them were embroidered by me personally. The queen picked up the clothes on the tray and opened them in front of everyone. Seeing the clothes embroidered with longevity characters, she smiled sincerely and praised repeatedly, Qing'er, you are thoughtful. She didn't mean the princess, but her name. I started preparing a few months ago, but I still don't embroider it very well. Please don't dislike it, mother. Feng Qingqing pursed her lips. I thought that mother had seen too many rare treasures, so I embroidered this dress with longevity characters all over it. I wish you happiness as vast as the East Sea and longevity as great as the South Mountain. Hearing that she started preparing a few months ago, the queen's heart softened. Others said Qing'er was not good, and she thought so too. But when she received this birthday gift today, she suddenly felt that Qing'er might still have a chance to be won over. The child of her and the queen is not useless, and she is also filial. Okay, Qing'er is thoughtful. From now on, your house arrest will be lifted. Feng Qingqing stood in place, and deliberately showed her hand that was pricked by the needle to the queen when she thanked her. Seeing the needle hole on her fingertips, the queen sighed in her heart and called Feng Qingqing, who was about to leave. What reward do you want? Feng Qingqing bowed and said, It is my duty to celebrate my mother's birthday. I dare not ask for a reward. The queen chuckled and looked at the ministers below. Do you think I should reward the princess? When Minister Jiang saw that no one else stood up, he stood up and bowed. Your Majesty, the princess deserves a reward for her filial piety. She had gone to Feng Qingqing before to ask Feng Qingqing to take the two back to her house, by taking advantage of the queen's birthday banquet. Now that there was such a good opportunity, she just prayed that Feng Qingqing would not waste this opportunity to reward. When others saw Minister Jiang stand up, they were not surprised by her behavior. If there was anyone in the court who was most eager to please the princess, it was Minister Jiang. Tell me, Qing'er, what reward do you want? I will grant you all the rewards in front of all the ministers. Feng Qingqing hesitated for a moment and said seriously, I am worried that the people Lord Ling brought into the palace before will threaten your safety if they stay in the palace, so can you let me take them back? Really not stopping it. Qianju lowered his voice and asked Yuilua. Looking at the queen, she will probably agree to it. What will you do with the things you want to find then? Not 9 out of 10, but she will definitely agree. Yuilua had a blank expression on her face. The queen is so moved by Feng Qingqing that she will definitely agree. A jerk suddenly became obedient. The queen probably felt that she had seen hope. The queen was very angry about what my mother said a few days ago. Now that Feng Qingqing said this, the queen would definitely let us live in the princess's mansion, and have more contact with Feng Qingqing in order to resolve the misunderstanding with Feng Qingqing. Seeing Yuilua's nonchalant look, Qianju knew that she knew what was going on, so he didn't say anything more. Sitting up straight, she fixed her eyes on the empress, who had been silent for a long time. The empress at the top was silent for a while, and kindly let Feng Qingqing go first. Her action made Feng Qingqing and Minister Jiang feel a little unsure. Feng Qingqing didn't dare to say more, and retreated to sit back in her seat. The empress waited for her to sit down, cleared her throat and said, Taking advantage of my birthday banquet today, I will announce an important event to all the ministers. When the ministers heard the important event, they all whispered to each other, discussing what the important event was. Feng Qingqing, who was still thinking whether the thing she proposed could be accomplished, came back to her senses and became curious about what this so-called big thing was. Amid everyone's suspicion, the empress's eyes fell on concubine Xian and Yuilua. She pointed at the two with a smile. I guess everyone is curious about who they are. As soon as these words came out, Feng Qingqing stood up faster than her brain. Because she stood up too suddenly, her body hit the table, knocking over the cups on it, and making a noise. Because of the noise, everyone looked at Feng Qingqing, looking puzzled. Feng Qingqing didn't care about anything else. She was sure that the queen was going to announce the identities of Yuilua and concubine Xian. Yuilua curled the corners of her lips imperceptibly. Feng Qingqing thought that the queen was going to announce our identities, so she panicked. Phew, it's really interesting to scare yourself. Prince, what's wrong? The queen looked at Feng Qingqing, who looked unhappy, with doubts and asked with concern. Feng Qingqing's brain was working quickly, but she couldn't think of the right words to cover up the matter. She stood there, anxious but unable to say a word. After holding it in for a long while, he just mumbled, I accidentally spilled tea on myself. Please forgive me, mother. The empress didn't think much about it, waved her hand, and asked her to sit down, and continued, They are the descendants of Prince Rui. Everyone knows that Prince Rui's rebellion was a false accusation. It's a good opportunity to take advantage of this great day, to tell everyone so that everyone can enjoy it with me. When these words came out, it was like water jumping into oil, and everyone exploded instantly. Prince Rui was framed. The case was closed when the former emperor was still alive, but the people involved at the time did not admit that they framed Prince Rui, and he committed suicide, so over the years, some people still believe that Prince Rui did rebel. Because of the deep sisterly love between her and the late emperor, in order to protect her, let her fake her death and escape from Li country, and even sent people to poison and kill all the people involved for her. But he didn't dare to say this in front of the empress. Although Minister Jiang had some guesses in his mind, he was still stunned when he heard it, but he quickly recovered. The prime minister, who had nothing to do with the whole process, changed his expression because of this news. She glanced in the direction of concubine Xian and Yui Luo, and there was a glimmer of hope in her heart. The one who had the biggest reaction was Feng Qingqing. She didn't hear what the empress said at all. She only caught the words that the two were descendants of Prince Rui, and she stood up suddenly. "My lady, what's wrong?" The queen frowned slightly, and looked at Feng Qingqing. "My lord, I was so happy that I lost my composure." Feng Qingqing smiled sincerely, feeling relieved and curious about why the two of them became the descendants of Prince Rui. It was all a misunderstanding before. I didn't know their identities and misunderstood. I was not sure before, and didn't tell you. I don't blame you. The queen smiled and said, "I agree to your request. Luor is your cousin. They will live in your house, and you should take good care of them." "Thank you, my lord." Feng Qingqing thanked the queen quickly, fearing that she would go back on her word. Chapter 566. Qianju gave Yui Luo a thumbs up without leaving any trace. Yui Luo ignored him, and instead observed the expression on Minister Zhang's side, sneering in his heart. "Can't you hold it in? Feng Qingqing's identity is still waiting for you to expose it, so don't commit suicide too quickly. Everyone has seen the efforts of Uncle Wang for the country of Li. My cousin has been wandering outside for many years. Now that she has been found, I will make my cousin a princess and give her a house. Do you have any objections?" The ministers hurriedly said in unison, "Your Majesty is wise, and we have no objection." Seeing the minister so obedient, the queen was not too happy. She remembered that whenever the matter of the princess was mentioned, most of the ministers were opposed. Now it was the cousins' turn, and they were so straightforward. In fact, the queen knew that the minister saw hope in Yao's cousin and Luor, and thought that if they appeared, she might not focus all her energy on Qing'er. Moreover, since the two were descendants of the uncle, they naturally had the right of inheritance. Compared with those unrelated side branches, it was more reasonable for them to inherit the Li kingdom. Thinking of this, the queen's smile faded a little. "Since you all have no objection, let's do this. From now on, Yao, our cousin, is the princess of Li country, and she will live in the princess's residence before the house is repaired." The queen changed her face so quickly, "My mother, and I don't plan to compete with Feng Qingqing for the throne of Li country. When the time comes, we don't need to fight. You will take the initiative to give up the inheritance rights, and beg for it." After the birthday banquet, Yui Luo and concubine Xian were taken to the imperial study by Ling Le. The queen was still smiling, but concubine Xian always felt that her smile was not in her eyes, and she looked more distant than before. Concubine Xian was not a fool. She knew that the queen probably thought that she would threaten Feng Qingqing's identity, so she asked her to come. The purpose was probably to test her. She put away her thoughts and bowed. "What is the queen's business for sending me and Luor here? Cousin Yao, there is no need to be polite." The queen helped concubine Xian up. "Just tell the repairman how you want to decorate your house, and you will live in Qing'er's house for the time being." "Okay. Qing'er is not without merit. I will tell her to get along well with you." Empress Xian still nodded calmly. "The ministers in the court are dissatisfied with the princess, and want me to abolish her and raise a child from a side branch to inherit the throne in the future. What do you think, cousin Yao? You really want to test your mother? TSK, is this the family affection of the royal family? So plastic." Empress Xian looked at the empress. The empress looked at her eyes, that seemed to see through everything, and felt guilty for no reason. She was sincere in wanting to be good to the two of them, but she was the emperor. Although her cousin was a relative, she could not allow her to threaten her daughter's position. She asked her cousin to come here today just to see her attitude. If her cousin had no other thoughts, she would treat her cousin as before. Concubine Xian heard the queen's probing and said directly, "If the queen is worried that Luor and I will threaten the position of the crown princess, just send us away directly. There is no need to test us like this." The queen did not expect her to say it directly, and her face was a little embarrassed. "Luor and I have no idea about this position," Empress Xian said word by word. "Since my mother has left Li country and will never come back, I think she also thinks there is nothing worth staying in Li country. And please take back the position of princess, queen." Empress Xian said this not out of anger. She understood the queen. The queen is a monarch. It is understandable that she is suspicious. Moreover, she and Luo also concealed something from the queen. If the queen really believed her completely because of her mother, she would be so unguarded, which is really unworthy of being the monarch of a country. The empress didn't know what to say for a moment, and rubbed her eyebrows. I have already said it, how can I take it back? If the empress has nothing to do, Luo and I will leave the palace. When concubine Xian walked to the door with Yuelu in her arms, the empress called her hoarsely. Cousin Yao, I know you are interested in the ancient books I collected. If you are bored in the princess's mansion, you can ask someone to come to my place to take them and read them. Thank you, Empress. Concubine Xian did not refuse, and left the imperial study room directly after thanking her. The empress watched her disappear, sat back in her chair, and leaned back with her eyes closed. After concubine Xian and Yuelua left the palace, the carriage prepared by the empress was already waiting at the palace gate. Seeing the two coming, she hurried forward to pay her respects. Meet the princess. Concubine Xian nodded, and was about to get on the carriage when a voice sounded behind her. Princess, please stay. Concubine Xian turned her head and looked at Minister Jiang, who was coming over, and said in confusion, Is there something for this lord? Minister Jiang smiled and approached concubine Xian. My mother often told me about Prince Rui. I didn't expect to have the opportunity to meet you, the descendant of Prince Rui, today. Empress Xian smiled and didn't respond. Seeing that she didn't want to talk to him, Minister Jiang continued to talk to himself. Although the princess has a bad temper, she will be more restrained now that she and the princess are relatives. Thank you for your reminder, sir. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. After saying this, Empress Xian got on the carriage, which slowly left. Minister Jiang stared at the departing carriage with cold eyes, waved his sleeves, and got on his own carriage to return home. After returning to the mansion, the confidant of Minister Jiang said, It seems that the princess helped you by accident today. Minister Jiang sneered, Accidentally? That may not be the case. After entering the study, the confidant closed the door and heard Minister Jiang say, Send someone to check what the princess did recently. Sir, I have already asked someone to check. The princess went out for fun recently. There is nothing unusual. The princess's reaction at the birthday banquet today was too strange. Minister Jiang frowned. At first, I just thought she loved the two of them too much, so she wanted them to go back urgently. But when the emperor told her about their identities today, the expression on the princess' face was panic and fear. When she found out that the two were descendants of Prince Rui, the princess was shocked again. This only meant that the two had another identity, which only the princess knew. Do you want to check their background? Minister Jiang waved his hand. No, the most urgent thing is to deal with them first. The emperor must have asked people to check their identities before giving the princess's location. Since the emperor couldn't find it, our people might not get anything if they checked it. She had just tried to find out nothing, and she didn't know whether Prince Rui had told the princess that the Jiang family had participated in the murder of Prince Rui. Whether there is one or not, only by killing her can the hidden danger be solved. Yuelua and concubine Xian returned to the princess's mansion. Feng Qingqing welcomed the two into the mansion with a smile, and her expression changed immediately after entering the mansion. She waved her hand to let others leave, and looked at concubine Xian. Concubine Xian is really capable. She has become the cousin of the Queen Mother, after not seeing her for a while. Concubine Xian raised her eyebrows. It's just a fact, not a skill. Chapter 567. Is it really true? Feng Qingqing stared at concubine Xian, wondering how Prince Rui was related to concubine Xian. Whether it is true or not, can't you tell from your mother's attitude? Concubine Xian glanced at Feng Qingqing. If there is nothing else, I will take Luo to rest. We can live in the same place as before. It's good. After saying this, concubine Xian took Yuelu away. Feng Qingqing held her breath and watched her leave, her hands clenched into fists, muttering, Let's see how long you can be so arrogant. She calculated the time. Half a month had passed. The reply from Tianqi should be coming soon. Just as she was thinking, a guard came in a hurry. My lady, there's a letter from Tianqi. Feng Qingqing was delighted. She couldn't wait to take the letter and opened it quickly. After reading the content, she smiled and said, It's done. The guard didn't understand what he meant and didn't respond. Feng Qingqing read the letter carefully again and laughed out loud. It's done. It's really done. My lady, here is another one. Feng Qingqing took the letter and laughed even more after reading it. Empress Xian and this little princess are really a golden nugget. Emperor Tianqi not only agreed to her conditions, but also asked her not to hurt Yuelua. If Yuelua was injured, even a little, the deal would be void. The Jin family was also very straightforward. As long as they could get Empress Xian back, they would agree to her conditions. Because of these 2 letters, Feng Qingqing didn't even think about Empress Xian's identity anymore. Whether Empress Xian was the descendant of Prince Rui was no longer important to her at this moment. She lowered her eyes to look at the transaction time and place on the letter, wishing that time would fly to half a month later. Didn't Feng Hongyu have any letter? What's the situation now? Putting the 2 letters in her arms, Feng Qingqing asked the guard. No. The guard whispered. The news from there said that Feng Hongyu fell on her head when she went out to burn incense and lost her memory. Lost her memory? Feng Qingqing sneered. Feng Hongyu doesn't think that you can fool me with these little tricks, right? The princess is wise. Maybe she wants to use the amnesia to get out of your control. Tell Tianqi's secret agents to find out whether Feng Hongyu's amnesia is true, no matter what means they use. She wanted to see whether Feng Hongyu really had amnesia or was faking it. I have already told you. After the guard finished speaking, he looked at Feng Qingqing cautiously, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Anything else? Feng Qingqing noticed her expression and said in a low voice. Speak. The emperor has dealt with the people you placed next to Ling Changshi. What? Feng Qingqing's expression suddenly turned cold, and she punched the table heavily in anger. It seems that the Queen Mother is not completely indifferent to Ling Changshi. She suddenly felt fortunate that she had not rashly touched Ling Changshi before. The Queen Mother dealt with the people she had planted around Ling Changshi, which was a warning to her not to reach out to the harem. Please calm down, princess. It doesn't matter whether Ling Changshi is under your control. Feng Hongyu is far away in Li country, and there is no way to verify whether her father was held hostage by you. You're right, Feng Qingqing laughed after hearing this. What Feng Hongyu saw was the queen's indulgence towards her, and her indifference towards them. Even if she couldn't do anything to Ling Changshi, Feng Hongyu wouldn't know. Therefore, the other party would continue to obey her in the threats she deliberately created. Feng Hongyu knew how much she cared about her father. So even if she had doubts, Feng Hongyu didn't dare to gamble with the safety of her father Ling Changshi. When Feng Qingqing received the letter, Yui Lua and concubine Xian had returned to the courtyard where they lived before. The 2 entered the house and found Qianju waiting inside. Seeing them come in, Qianju nodded to concubine Xian and then spoke impatiently. Little princess, you are amazing. I am curious about what means you used to scare the Queen of Li Kingdom and even confer the title of princess on concubine Xian. Yui Lua rolled her eyes at Qianju. Is there a possibility that this is true? Qianju poured a cup of tea for concubine Xian, and his expression suddenly became serious. If it is true, it will be bad. Why? Yui Lua blinked, not understanding why. Think about it. General Jin's wife suddenly became the prince of Li country, which means that Empress Xian and General Jin are half of Li country's blood. When the emperor knows about this, he will naturally have a grudge. Qianju stood up after saying this. No, you can't admit that you are related to Prince Rui no matter what. If the emperor ignores you and Empress Xian because of this, then you have been busy for so long, and in the end you have got yourself involved, which is not worth it. He had seen the king's suspicion today. At the birthday banquet, when the Queen of Li Kingdom saw the ministers easily agree to make concubine Xian a princess, her face was obviously not good. She was just worried that concubine Xian would threaten Feng Qingqing's position. When the emperor knew about this, wouldn't he suspect that the Jin family had other intentions? So you are worried that daddy will suspect that your uncle's family has other intentions? Yui Lua laughed out loud and praised sincerely. You are quite smart, but don't worry, if daddy suspects, at worst, let your uncle give him the military token. The emperor won't doubt it. Empress Xian spoke directly. Even father doesn't know my mother's identity. As Luor said, if the emperor doubts it, it doesn't matter if the Jin family hands over the military order. You are still worried about us. Yui Lua stared at Qianju with a smile. You seem to have made a plan long ago. I am worrying about nothing. Qianju touched his nose and didn't look at Yui Lua. Do you want to sit on the throne of Li Kingdom? Yui Lua suddenly looked at Qianju seriously. Get Feng Qingqing off the horse, and when you take the throne, you don't have to worry about the queen using the things you gave to harm the loyal ministers. Qianju looked at her serious expression and almost spit out a mouthful of tea. He slowed down and looked back at Yui Lua. Little princess, I want to get that thing back, but there's no need to make such a big deal. Usurping the throne is no small matter. The purpose of the little princess bringing her and concubine Xian to Li country was not to help him get the thing back, then get rid of the princess, and find out the identity of concubine Xian's mother. How come it has become a usurpation of the throne now, and the throne of another country is usurped? Who said we were going to usurp the throne? Yui Luo was speechless. Now that you know that your mother is the daughter of Prince Rui, combined with what I said to you before in Chanshan County, do you have any thoughts in your mind? Seeing that Yui Luo didn't seem to be joking, Qianju thought about what she said in Chanshan. Combined with the identity of concubine Xian, his eyes suddenly widened, and he said in surprise, "You said at that time that we might be relatives. Am I your grandmother's illegitimate child?" Yui Luo resisted the urge to slap him to death. Are there no other relationships in your mind except illegitimate children? Chapter 568. Qianju wanted to say something, but Yui Luo raised her hand to interrupt him. Okay, stop talking. You actually want to be my uncle. What are you thinking? Am I related to the Li Kingdom? Qianju saw Yui Luo was choked by him, and thought for a while before asking again. Yes, didn't I say I would help you find your mother? Thinking of Yui Luo asking him if he wanted to sit on the throne of the Li Kingdom, Qianju was a little uncertain. The queen is my mother? In that case, I would be your cousin, and we are indeed relatives. Qianju frowned as he spoke. Then Feng Qingqing and I would be brother and sister? He looked disgusted. I would rather not have this mother. Feng Qingqing did so many evil things, and the empress still protected her. If she was really her mother, he would be quite disappointed. Concubine Xian said, Mr. Qian, what if Feng Qingqing is not the empress's child? Qianju looked incredulous. Is what concubine Xian said true? Yui Luo was also surprised. I don't think I told my mother. How did she know? Seeing that both of them were looking at her, concubine Xian put down her tea and explained. I have seen the portrait of the queen, and Feng Qingqing doesn't look like the queen. There are many cases of cats replacing princes in the royal family, so I guess this. Concubine Xian looked at Qianju. On the contrary, you, Mr. Qian, look a lot like the queen. Qianju sorted out his thoughts. If this is true, then we can take away Feng Qingqing's position as the crown princess and make her stop doing evil. That's right. Yui Luo smiled and showed her little milk teeth. So this position was originally yours, and it's not usurpation. It depends on whether you are willing or not. What if I don't want to? Qianju looked at Yui Luo. He was a casual person. Maybe many people wanted to sit in that position, but he didn't have this idea. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. Now is not the time to think about it. Qianju laughed. Yes, now we have to collect evidence of Feng Qingqing's true identity. Yui Luo raised her eyebrows. We don't need to collect evidence. Feng Qingqing's identity will be exposed by someone. The queen now thinks that we will threaten Feng Qingqing's position. If we say it in person, she will definitely think that we want to frame Feng Qingqing. Minister Jiang has now confirmed my mother's identity, and he must have been thinking about how to kill me and my mother. If he wants to kill us without dirtying his own hands, he can only use Feng Qingqing. Someone will do it. We just need to wait patiently now. Yui Luo glanced out the window. The letter from Dad must have arrived. Let Feng Qingqing be happy first. Did you gain anything from entering the palace? Remembering the matter of the third prince, Qianju asked. No, I have to keep watching. Seeing Yui Luo's frown, Qianju chuckled. It's okay. Let's have some fun these days. I poisoned Prince Duan. Fearing that Yui Luo might misunderstand, Qianju added. I just disfigured him for the little princess's amusement. It didn't harm the little princess. Prince Duan was a wanted criminal in Tianqi. Feng Qingqing's crime of shielding a criminal from Tianqi was not a small one. He has set his sights on the third emperor's wife. Yui Luo's tone was very firm, not a question. Prince Duan was really something. If he wanted to get rid of the second male lead, he couldn't use the female lead. Who else could you target? Why not target the heroine? Now that his face is ruined and he has lost his pride, he can't even want to flirt with Feng Qingqing. He taught me how to get my junior sister, Qianju said with disdain. He took me for a fool. Yes, a gentleman like you. How could you do such a despicable thing? Yui Luo agreed. Qianju, Why did he feel that this didn't sound like a compliment to him? At the same time, in the Golden Palace of Tianqi, the ministers were discussing how to rescue concubine Xian and Yui Luo. The emperor looked at the ministers. The letter must have been delivered to the Ligua princess. Luo and concubine Xian will be fine. Your Majesty, the Ligua princess is so bold that she dared to kidnap my Tianqi princess and imperial concubine. Why not send troops to Ligua now to rescue the little princess and concubine Xian? That's right, concubine Xian is a weak woman with a little princess. The Ligua princess said she would not hurt them, but who knows if she will go back on her word. Minister Qin bowed and stepped out. Your Majesty, I am willing to lead troops to Ligua now to rescue the little princess and concubine Xian. Every day they stay in Ligua, they are in more danger. Don't worry, Luo and concubine Xian will be fine. The ministers who were originally worried that the emperor would be too concerned were confused. Doesn't the emperor usually love the little princess the most? How come now that he knows that the little princess has been kidnapped, the emperor is the calmest and doesn't worry about the little princess getting hurt at all? Prime Minister Li glanced at the calm prince and Jean Tingen and understood. Concubine Xian and the little princess must be fine, otherwise the prince and General Jean would not be able to be so patient. Your Majesty, are you really going to trade with the princess of Li country in half a month? A minister asked. We see how Luor is doing in half a month, so everyone should leave. The ministers bowed and left the golden palace. When they were about to go down the white jade steps, the prince, Jean Tingen, and Li Yunhe all went to the direction of the imperial study. The emperor had just sat down when he heard the prince asking for an audience, so he raised his hand and asked for the person to come in. The three of them came in together, and the emperor was not surprised at all. Your Highness. My father. The emperor asked the three to stand up and look at the prince. What's the matter? The prince bowed and said, Your Majesty, I have a way to enter the kingdom of Li to protect Luor. The emperor told the ministers not to worry, but he was still worried because they were far away. The emperor raised his eyebrows and told the prince's idea. Take Feng Hongyu back to the country to visit her parents? This is indeed a good idea. Although concubine Xian knows martial arts, he is still worried about standing on someone else's territory. Your Majesty is wise. The emperor nodded and then looked at Jean Tingen and Li Yunhe. General Jean and Minister Li, why did you two come to see me? Your Majesty, I am worried about the princess and concubine Xian. The emperor stood up. I heard that Princess Shitong's brother was imprisoned. You should take Princess Shitong to Chang to rescue him now. Jean Tingen looked at the emperor in surprise, and the emperor laughed. I said that I would let you lead troops to Chang when the time comes. When Jean Tingen arrived in Chang, Luor must have dealt with Feng Qingqing, so they could solve the potential hidden dangers of the two countries directly. Otherwise, he was worried that Luor would take concubine Xian to Chang after solving the problems in Li. After all this trouble, it would take a long time for her to return to Tianqi. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jean Tingen's voice was excited, and he knelt down to thank you. Your Majesty, the latest news I received is that the Queen has made concubine Xian a princess. Princess? Does Minister Li know why? Jean Tingen asked in confusion, and put away the smile on his face. Li Yunhe glanced at the emperor and observed his expression. General Jin's wife is Prince Rui of Ligua. Chapter 569. As soon as these words came out, Jean Tingen and the prince looked at the emperor at the same time. The imperial study suddenly became quiet. The emperor sat down slowly, took the tea handed over by Chao Gonggong, and said lightly, Prince Rui? I know. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the room, how could the emperor not know what the others were thinking? He put down the tea and chuckled. Before Luor went to Ligua, she told me that she wanted to investigate the identity of her grandmother. Do you think I will implicate the Jean family because of this? Li Yunhe said this in advance just to see the emperor's attitude. Seeing the emperor like this, he also laughed. So the princess has already told you, Your Majesty. The emperor glanced at Jean Tingen. I am not a tyrant. I have seen everything the Jean family has done for Tianqi. If the Jean family had any rebellious thoughts, they would have rebelled long ago, with the military order in their hands. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jean Tingen knelt on the ground and cowed out hard. The emperor stood up and went down to help him up. Okay, get up, go back and tell General Jean about this. Remember to leave for Chang tomorrow and solve the Chang issue as soon as possible, otherwise Luor doesn't know when she will come back. Given Luor's love for Shitong and her restlessness, it's impossible for her to sit back and watch Shitong's brother. Yes, I obey your order. Prince, get ready and go to Ligua to see Luor. After leaving the imperial study, he returned to the East Palace. The prince asked Lin Qi to call Feng Hongyu. Lin Qi went for a while, and came back soon. Your Highness, the concubine is out. The prince frowned. Let's talk about it when she comes back. Your Highness, did the concubine really lose her memory? Lin Qi asked while pouring tea for the prince. It's fake. The prince picked up the tea and looked up at Lin Qi. She wants to use her memory loss to get rid of Feng Qingqing's control. It's a coincidence that she lost her memory after falling off the carriage. Go and keep an eye on her now. If she has any problems, help her. Seeing that Lin Qi didn't move, the prince smiled at him. Why, do you still remember that she stole the city defense map? It's true that she stole the city defense map, and she modified it when she gave it away. She was just a poor person who had no ability to resist. It was precisely because he knew this that he wanted to give Feng Hongyu a chance to perform in the future. If Feng Hongyu performed well, He could talk to the Queen of the country and let Feng Hongyu return to her father. At this moment, Feng Hongyu was walking on the street with her personal maid. She avoided the crowds while nervously touching the dagger in her sleeve. Since she planned to get rid of Feng Qingqing's control by losing her memory, she had already thought of the next plan. She lost her memory, and these secret agents would definitely test her. Today, she deliberately took the maid out of the palace to give these people a chance to test her. She touched the dagger hidden in her sleeve and exhaled heavily. When she was about to walk towards the cloth shop, she suddenly heard a clear female voice. She turned around and saw Sharan and Shuyue walking towards her. The two bowed and saluted her. "Monsieur, Miss Second." Feng Hongyu nodded in response to the two. "Thank you, concubine, for saving me and Yue. We are not able to enter the palace to thank you. I hope concubine will forgive us." Shuyue pursed her lips and dared not look at Feng Hongyu. That day, she and her sister went to burn incense. Unexpectedly, the horse got scared and almost fell off the cliff. Fortunately, Feng Hongyu appeared in time and used her carriage to hit the crazy horse, which stopped the horse and prevented her and her sister from being buried at the bottom of the cliff. "It's a small matter, monsieur. Don't take it to heart." Feng Hongyu's eyes fell on Sharan's dignified face. Thinking of what she had heard vaguely, she tightly grasped her sleeves and imagined the person in front of her standing with the prince. She couldn't help but feel a little bitter. One of them was dignified and generous, and the other was as gentle as jade. They should be a perfect match standing together. Sharan had a guess in her mind when she realized that Feng Hongyu had been staring at her in a daze. Could it be that the emperor really intended to grant her a marriage with the prince, so this concubine looked at her like this? "I have something else to do. I leave first." Coming back to her senses, Feng Hongyu smiled and walked away. Arriving at the familiar door of the cloth shop, Feng Hongyu asked the maid to wait for her outside for a while and walked in. When Lao Zhu saw Feng Hongyu coming in, his eyes changed. When he learned that Feng Hongyu had lost her memory, he wanted to test her, but Feng Hongyu had not left the palace since she said she didn't know him. Today, she came to the door by herself. "Madam, what kind of cloth do you need?" Feng Hongyu heard this voice and turned her head to look, and immediately showed horror on her face. You are not." She was interrupted by Lao Zhu before she finished speaking. "Don't be afraid, madam. It was all a misunderstanding before." Feng Hongyu stared at him suspiciously. Obviously, she didn't believe him. She took a step back and wanted to leave. "Madam, I recognize the wrong person. What kind of cloth do you want? As compensation, I will give it to you. Don't be afraid. This boss is a good person." The ladies who were picking cloth helped to speak. Feng Hongyu moved her feet and pursed her lips. "I want the best cloth you have." Seeing her completely different appearance, old Zhu felt a little uncertain. Could it be that Feng Hongyu really lost her memory? What should be done with the things that the princess told her if Feng Hongyu lost her memory? Only 2 of the secret agents were killed. He did not dare to tell the princess about this matter. He planned to make up for his crime after finishing other things. Old Zhu smiled gently and raised his hand to make a gesture of invitation. "Madam, please move upstairs." Feng Hongyu hesitated and did not move. "If you are worried, I will let someone else take you upstairs. Since it's a misunderstanding, don't bother others." After saying that, she followed him up to the 2nd floor. Up to the 2nd floor, before Feng Hongyu could say anything, Lao Zhu covered her mouth and dragged her to the room she had been to before. She struggled desperately, but her strength was no match for the burly Lao Zhu. "Don't suffocate me to death." The thin man in the room looked at the 2 people who came in and stood up. Lao Zhu let go of Feng Hongyu, watched her panting violently, pinched her chin and said, "Does the second princess really not recognize us?" Feng Hongyu took a step back, her lips trembling. "I don't know you. Who are you? Aren't you going to take me to see the fabric? How can you not know us?" Old Zhu's eyes flashed fiercely. "You are the second princess of the country, and you haven't completed the things that the princess asked you to do. I am the prince's concubine. I don't know you, let alone the princess." Feng Hongyu sobbed softly. "If you dare to touch me, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will not let you go." "Old Zhu, it seems that she really doesn't know us." "Shut up." Old Zhu glared at the thin man, and then looked at Feng Hongyu, who was shaking with fear. "Whether she really doesn't know us, you will know later." Chapter 570. He stood up, walked to the brazier nearby, picked up a branding iron, and watched Feng Hongyu slowly put it into the brazier. "Since the second princess refuses to tell the truth, I can only use some tricks." Feng Hongyu's eyes were filled with fear, and she stepped back to open the door. I don't know you, what do you want to do? The thin man pulled Feng Hongyu back and pushed her to the ground. Second princess, I think you'd better tell the truth to avoid suffering. You pretended to have amnesia to get rid of the princess, but it's not easy for us to explain to the princess. Feng Hongyu propped herself up and said with red eyes, What do you mean by pretending to have amnesia? I don't know what you are talking about. I am the concubine of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. You can't do this to me. It seems that the second princess wants to try the feeling of having this red-hot iron fall on her body. Old Zhu held the red-hot iron and walked to Feng Hongyu and squatted down. Second princess, don't pretend if you know what's good for you. Don't forget that your father is still in the hands of the crown princess. Feng Hongyu lowered her eyes to hide the murderous intent in her eyes, sobbed as she looked at the red-hot iron in front of her, and kept shaking her head and backing away. The second princess really refuses to accept a toast and then drinks a forfeit. Old Zhu ran out of patience, stepped forward and tore off Feng Hongyu's clothes, and then brought the red-hot iron in his hand close to Feng Hongyu's fair shoulder. The moment the red-hot iron was put on, the smell of burnt flesh and smoke spread in the air. The burning pain spread from her shoulder to her whole body, and Feng Hongyu screamed in pain. Before she could scream loudly, her mouth was blocked by a piece of cloth. She wanted to avoid the iron, but Old Zhu held her tightly, and she couldn't dodge at all. The second princess is really patient. Old Zhu increased the weight to make the iron closer to her skin. Feng Hongyu's face turned pale with pain, and her forehead was covered with dense beads of sweat mixed with tears. She looked embarrassed and helpless. Lin Chi came just in time to see the scene. When he was about to break the window to come in, he saw Feng Hongyu fainted directly. Old Zhu stood up with cold eyes, kicked Feng Hongyu, and said with disgust, You really deserve to be tortured by the princess. You won't let go even if you are like this. Old Zhu, she won't say anything even if she is like this. She must have really lost her memory. Don't torture her anymore. If the prince knows about her injuries, our identities will be exposed. The two men spoke with their backs to Feng Hongyu, and did not notice that the man who had fainted slowly opened his eyes and stood up, took out the prepared dagger from his sleeve, and approached them. Feng Hongyu moved cautiously, fearing that the noise would alarm the two men. Her hands were shaking as she gripped the hilt of the knife, fear making her ignore the burning pain for a moment. As she got closer and closer to the two men, Feng Hongyu's heart almost jumped out. She had never killed anyone, but if the two men in front of her didn't die, she couldn't explain the injuries on her body, and couldn't clear herself. Only if these two people died, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince would not find out that she had done something to offend him. Although she could not go against her conscience and change the city defense map later, she still stole the map. When Lao Zhu wanted to say something, he noticed a cold light on his face. He turned around quickly, and found Feng Hongyu standing behind them with a dagger. Seeing that the two found him, Feng Hongyu didn't care about anything else and stabbed Lao Zhu with the dagger tightly. Lao Zhu was quick-witted and reached out to grab the knife from her hand. While Old Zhu was trying to grab the knife, Feng Hongyu threw the knife aside, grabbed the inkstone on the table, and smashed it hard on Old Zhu's head. You actually pretended to be unconscious. The thin man reacted and wanted to attack Feng Hongyu. At this time, there was a noise outside the window. Lin Chi broke in through the window, pulled Feng Hongyu away, and kicked the thin man out. The thin man covered his chest, vomited blood, propped himself up, and looked at Lin Chi. Who are you? Lin Chi walked towards him with a sword in hand, pointing the sword at his chest. The personal guard of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. After saying that, he raised his sword and fell, and the thin man died before he could even say anything. Old Zhu, who was not dizzy, had not yet recovered from this incident, and a sword light appeared in front of him. You killed us, don't you want to ask anything? Lin Chi looked at him with disdain. The Crown Prince knows all the people of the country, what is there to ask? Hearing this, Feng Hongyu next to him was stunned. There was only one thought in her head. The Crown Prince knew everything she did. Her eyes were empty, and she could hardly stand. When she recovered, Lin Chi had already wiped Lao Zhu's neck, put the sword back into the scabbard, and walked towards her. Concubine, please go back to the palace first. Sitting in the carriage, listening to Lin Chi instructing others to deal with the follow-up matters, and walking towards the carriage, Feng Hongyu's hands were nervously pinching the fabric of her clothes, and she seemed not to notice that the fabric of her clothes was wrinkled by her. The maid looked at her stunned look, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and asked with concern, Concubine, are you okay? She hadn't spoken since she came back, and no one knew what had happened to her that made her so embarrassed. Feng Hongyu came to her senses. I'm fine. The carriage started moving slowly, and the shaking caused the fabric to rub against the skin on her shoulders that had been burned by the iron, causing her to frown in pain. She closed her eyes and leaned against the back of the carriage until she felt it stop. Then she opened her eyes. After getting off the carriage and going to the East Palace, Lin Chi led Feng Hongyu to the main hall. "Your Highness, the concubine is back." Lin Chi told her what had happened and stepped aside. The prince put down the book in his hand, looked up at the pale Feng Hongyu, and said to Lin Chi in a gentle voice, "Go and ask the imperial physician to come first." Then he said to Feng Hongyu, "You go back to the courtyard first, and wait for the imperial physician to see the injury before talking about other things." Feng Hongyu bowed and left the main hall, feeling mixed emotions. His Royal Highness the Prince did not blame her immediately, but asked her to see the injury first. The imperial physician came quickly. Although he was surprised by Feng Hongyu's injury, he also knew what to ask and what not to ask. She treated Feng Hongyu's wound skillfully, told her what to pay attention to, and left with her medicine box. The prince sat at a round wooden table nearby, but did not speak. Feng Hongyu asked her maid to leave, and said, "Your Highness knows everything." "I know." The prince did not hide anything. "I have had people watching you." "Then how will your Highness deal with me?" "Let's forget about this matter." The prince looked at Feng Hongyu's surprised expression, and said with a smile, "Luo and Empress Yin were taken to Li Country. I am worried, so I have to go to Li Country." Feng Hongyu lowered her eyes, and looked at her hands, her hopes shattered by these words. His Highness the Crown Prince knew what she had done, but pretended not to know. It turned out that he wanted to see if she would do something unforgivable. The Crown Prince stood up and said, "I will take you with me to Li Country, your injury." Hearing that she could return to Li Country, Feng Hongyu said excitedly, "My injury is fine." After saying that, she pursed her lips and added, "It won't affect it." Chapter 571. As long as she can see her father and make sure he is well, she will go with him without hesitation, no matter how badly injured he is. Then you should get ready and leave tomorrow. After saying this, the prince was about to leave when Feng Hongyu called him. "Your Highness, who kidnapped Empress Yin and the little princess." Although she felt disappointed that His Highness took her to Li Country because of the little princess, she couldn't help but feel a little worried when she remembered the dishes that Empress Yin specially prepared for her at the last family dinner. Feng Qingqing. As soon as these words came out, Feng Hongyu subconsciously explained, "Your Highness, this matter has nothing to do with me." The prince looked calm, "I know." After the prince left, Feng Hongyu sat back on the couch, wondering in her heart what Feng Qingqing was planning to do to kidnap concubine Xian and Yui Luo. According to Feng Qingqing's personality, she probably wanted to use concubine Xian and the little princess to threaten the emperor to achieve some purpose, and take this opportunity to make the ministers in the court look up to her. But she couldn't figure out how the Queen Mother could not know that the two were kidnapped. If the Queen Mother knew, why would she sit back and do nothing? Although the Queen Mother doted on the princess, she was more optimistic about the peace between the two countries. Feng Qingqing kidnapped the princess and concubines of Tianqi. Isn't this a clear break with Tianqi? While thinking, the maid walked in happily. "Concubine, that's great. You can go to see your father. How about handing a letter to Ling Chansher now, to let him know that you will return to Li Country?" "No need." Feng Hongyu interrupted the maid, "You go pack some things." She didn't know what the Li Country was like now. The Queen Mother didn't know what the princess had done, so the Crown Prince would probably not let Li Country know that he was rushing to Li Country. So she couldn't rashly send a letter to her father, lest the Crown Prince ruin his plans. Yui Luo knew nothing about the Crown Prince's upcoming trip to Li Country. Although the Queen was worried that she and concubine Xian would threaten Feng Qingqing's position, she was still as good to them as ever in terms of food and clothing. Feng Qingqing was too happy, and hadn't come to Yui Luo and concubine Xian recently. She didn't come to Yui Luo and concubine Xian, but Prince Tuan finally made up his mind, and came to Feng Qingqing every day. "It doesn't seem to be as easy as you think, Your Majesty." Yuan can looked downcast, looking at Prince Tuan, who also looked unhappy. Prince Tuan pulled open his veil, and pounded on the table. He couldn't understand why Feng Qingqing looked down on him now. He had already lowered himself to please her, but she looked disgusted when she saw him. On the other hand, for Qianju, even if she did nothing, the princess could still approach him with a smile. Seeing him pounding the table, Yuan shuddered and whispered, "Prince, didn't you use medicine before? Why don't you continue to use that medicine?" Prince Tuan glanced at him. The red sores and pus on his face made Yuan so sick that he almost vomited the tea he drank. He quickly looked away, wanting to persuade Prince Tuan to wear a veil, but he was afraid that Prince Tuan would take it out on him, so he didn't dare to mention it. Do you think I don't want to? Prince Duan's facial muscles were trembling with anger. The medicine is gone. If it was available, he would have used it long ago. Why would he wait until now? How about you be more gentle, Your Majesty? Yuan can suggested carefully. Don't take too big steps when walking and speak in a softer voice. How can you be more delicate? Prince Duan stood up angrily. Look at Qianju. Is he delicate? The princess also approached him. Maybe your method didn't work. That young Master Qian looks like a banished immortal. We can't compare. Yuan can complained in his heart. If you look comparable to him, then whatever you do will be different in the eyes of the princess. Prince, let's try a few more times. If you are more delicate like I said, with your charm, you will definitely win the princess' heart. Qianju has always been indifferent to the princess, and the princess will also be impatient. You should take this opportunity to perform well. I will try again. Prince Duan took up the veil and put it on, opened the door with a sullen face, and walked towards Feng Qingqing's courtyard. Feng Qingqing heard the guards report that Master Yu was coming, and threw away the fruit in her hand, feeling that her good mood was ruined. I don't know what's wrong with this person these days. He always rushes in front of her. Let someone come in. She wiped her hands, and sat up to look at Prince Duan, who came in. Prince Duan thought of what Yuan Can said, and couldn't help but take smaller steps, and walk towards Feng Qingqing. What's the matter? Feng Qingqing looked at him, and asked expressionlessly. My lady, I've learned massage recently. Can I give you a massage? After getting permission, Prince Duan walked behind Feng Qingqing in small steps, and gave her a massage. His massage technique was very gentle, and Feng Qingqing propped up her head, and closed her eyes, praising him rarely. It's indeed better than Yuan Can's massage technique. Thank you, lady. I learned it especially for you. Feng Qingqing raised her eyebrows. Before, I asked you to sleep with me, but you resisted in every way. Are you willing now? Thinking of the loss she suffered from Qianju, Feng Qingqing had other thoughts. Perhaps it was because she was too gentle to Qianju that he dared to give her the cold shoulder. Look at the man in front of him and Yuan Can, aren't they obedient now? Prince Duan paused his massage hand and smiled. Of course, I am willing to serve the princess. I didn't want to before because I was worried that I was too vulgar, and would make you unhappy. Feng Qingqing was amused by his words, and raised her hand to put on his hand. Now you are indeed much happier, I like it. Prince Duan suppressed his disgust, and squeezed her hand back. You are noble, second only to the emperor, and those who say you are not good are blind. You are still good at saying it. Feng Qingqing chuckled, stood up and pulled Prince Duan to the couch next to her, and put her hand on Prince Duan's belt. Prince Duan held her hand, and said shyly, Prince, this is in broad daylight. You are just trying to make me happy, but you don't want to? Feng Qingqing broke away from his hand, her face instantly cold. No, I want to wait until I am ready to serve you properly at night. Qianju, who was eavesdropping on the roof, almost laughed out loud. Prince Duan was worried that Feng Qingqing would see his disgusting face in the daytime. Prepare for what? Feng Qingqing was in a good mood. The last experience was very good, and she was indeed a little worried, but Qianju's appearance made her divert her attention. Since Qianju didn't give her face, she would let him know what regret was. Feng Qingqing is a princess, so she can have any man she wants. Of course, it's the one the princess likes. I won't let her down. After fooling Feng Qingqing, Prince Duan couldn't be happy when he thought about what would happen in the evening. He absent-mindedly left Feng Qingqing's room and bumped into Qianju, who was leaning against the pillar. Qianju looked at Prince Duan with a smile on his face. Prince Duan wanted to ignore him directly, but his smile was too dazzling, so Prince Duan couldn't ignore him. Chapter 572. He stopped and approached Qianju, whispering mockingly, counting the days. The princess should have received Tianqi's reply. Aren't you worried about concubine Xian and the others? Qianju avoided Prince Duan's approach with disgust. Don't get too close to me. Instead of worrying about concubine Xian and the others, you should worry about yourself first. Prince Duan didn't understand what he meant, and Qianju had already left before he could ask anything. Frowning and walking towards his own courtyard, Prince Duan pondered the deep meaning of his words, but before he could figure it out, Yuan Can appeared from the side. What happened? Did he fail? Why does he look unhappy? Prince Duan came to his senses, and went into the house with Yuan Can and closed the door. It worked. It worked? Yuan Can's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement, as if the maid who served the imperial concubine was happy to see her master being favored. Since it worked, why are you unhappy, your majesty? Prince Duan sat on the chair, and glared at Yuan Can. Are you happy to be the one serving Feng Qingqing? Yuan-kan touched his nose and said nothing to refute. He poured a cup of tea for Prince Duan. The princess really treats the prince differently. Qianju has been arrogant for too long, and the princess is probably tired of him. What does Qianju want to do? Prince Duan murmured in a low voice. He thought Qianju came for the queen, but he had been keeping an eye on Qianju recently. Qianju has been in the mansion, and has not taken any other unusual actions. As he said, it seems that he is just out for fun and doesn't care about anything. Qianju? What did he say to the prince? Being close, Yuan-kan heard his murmurs and asked in confusion. Let me worry about myself. Does he want to expose your identity? Yuan-kan was silent for a while, and then denied this guess. No, Empress Xian and the little princess must have other purposes for not revealing their identities. They will never expose you and drag them into the water. Other purposes. Prince Duan and Yuan-kan looked at each other. Could it be that Empress Xian and the little princess came to Li Kingdom to use the identity of Prince Rui's descendants to seize the throne of Li Kingdom, and bring Li Kingdom back to Tianqi? Apart from this purpose, he really couldn't understand why the two were unwilling to reveal their true identities. Keep an eye on them these days, and don't let them do anything bad. Yuan-kan did not respond, but asked, why don't you just get rid of them? They are protected by the queen's people, and we will be exposed if we take action. Prince Duan had a gloomy face, so keep an eye on them first, and find out what they want to do so that we can deal with them. Since the queen's people are keeping an eye on them, they can't make any trouble. Yuan-kan urged Prince Duan to prepare for the night's bed. Yui Luo was happy for a while when she learned about this from Qianju. Feng Qingqing will probably have a psychological trauma when she finds out what his face looks like now. The second male lead is really a black sesame filling too mean. It's very interesting, right? I take you to see it tonight? Empress Xian coughed lightly. Mr. Qian, Luo shouldn't watch these things. Why not? I can. Qianju touched his nose. What Empress Xian said is true, I neglected it. Who made the little princess act like a little adult? He wanted to take her to have fun and get closer to her. The third prince robbed his junior sister, so he kidnapped the little princess and waited for the little princess to kiss him to see if the third prince would be jealous. He changed the subject. The queen sent a lot of people outside. I don't know if they care about you or monitor you. Yui Luo said indifferently. It doesn't matter, just don't be seen when you go out. There is one thing I don't understand. Qianju looked at Yui Luo seriously. Did you know that I was the queen's child when you were in Tianqi? So you brought me to Li country? Why are you so sure? Yes. Yui Luo admitted openly. I told you that I can tell with my fingers. Qianju didn't believe her lies. Then you can calculate whether the queen will choose me or Feng Qingqing, whom she raised with all her heart and soul, when she knows my identity? Yui Luo held her chin up in a mature manner, and smiled after thinking for a while. You will know soon. She looked up at Qianju. Why? Will you cry if the queen chooses Feng Qingqing? Qianju chuckled. You think I am you, and you still cry. He was picked up and raised by his master. He heard from his master that he used a lot of precious medicines to save him, and it took a lot of effort to save him from freezing to death. If it weren't for his master, he would have died long ago. For a person who has no feelings at all, his emotions can't be affected at all. Although concubine Xian said not to let Yui Luo go, she couldn't stand Yui Luo's noise. She had to let Qianju take Yui Luo with him. Don't worry, concubine Xian, don't let her see what she shouldn't see, and don't let her hear what she shouldn't hear. Yui Luo, Outside, the moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. Qianju took Yui Luo and jumped onto Feng Qingqing's roof, and skillfully lifted a tile. You are quite skilled, you have peaked a lot. Qianju lowered his voice. I have practiced it these past few days. The two people in the room did not notice the person on the roof. Prince Duan walked in, and kept mentally preparing himself. It was he who disgusted Feng Qingqing. It was okay. Feng Qingqing looked at his hesitation and said impatiently, Standing there, are you going to be a wooden man? Is this what you mean by preparation? Prince Duan exhaled, walked towards Feng Qingqing, and slowed down his voice. Don't worry, my lady, he said, as if he was going to die, and lifted his outer robe. Feng Qingqing looked at the gauze inside. Her eyes widened. She smiled with satisfaction, sat on the couch, and hooked her finger at Prince Duan. Come here. Prince Duan walked to Feng Qingqing with a stiff upper lip, and when he saw Feng Qingqing raising her hand, thinking that she was going to take off his veil, he subconsciously took a step back. Why are you hiding? Why are you so shy? Feng Qingqing stood up and put her hand on his chest. I like your outfit very much, but the veil is too annoying. My lady, isn't wearing a veil a kind of fun? Prince Duan pretended to be calm. The gauze-like clothes were prepared by Yuan-kan. To be honest, Feng Qingqing's attention was all on his figure. Since you have been well-behaved recently, I will allow you to wear it now. Lie down. What? Are there other preparations? Seeing that she didn't move, Feng Qingqing raised her eyebrows and asked, Can the candle be extinguished? Prince Duan pretended to be shy and lowered his head. Is this also a hobby? Feng Qingqing did not get angry, and stood up and turned off the lights on her own initiative. Finally, we are getting to the point. Yuilua pricked up her ears, ready to listen carefully, but the expected blushing and heartbeat sound did not come, and her ears were covered by a big hand first. Yuilua stared at Qianju in protest. Qianju was unmoved, raised his lips and smiled, and said with his lips, You can't listen to what you shouldn't listen to. Yuilua, Then what did you bring me here for? You can't see or hear anything. Come out to enjoy the moon? Yuilua looked at Qianju angrily, and after a while, Qianju finally let go of her ears. Chapter 573. Although the hand covering the ear was removed, no sound came as expected. All I could hear was the sound of the wind blowing the leaves and the chirping of insects. Yuilua's face was tense. No way, there was no sound after just a while. Who of them couldn't do it? Seemingly seeing Yuilua's confusion, Qianju explained in a low voice. Feng Qingqing was knocked unconscious by Prince Duan. After saying that, he carried Yuilua away. In the room, Prince Duan lifted the bed curtain and looked at Feng Qingqing, who was knocked unconscious by him in the moonlight, wishing he could strangle her to death right now. It would be fine if they asked him to sleep with them, but they actually wanted to humiliate him. Prince Duan suppressed his anger and calmed down, thinking that he was too impulsive. He got off the bed, put on his clothes and veil, and walked to the door, and said to the people waiting outside, Get some water to wipe the body of the princess. The maid waiting at the door looked at Prince Duan and was surprised. Before, when the princess summoned male favorites to sleep with her, they were tortured and covered with wounds. How could they come out well like Master Yu? Although she was surprised, she didn't dare to ask more questions. She nodded and asked someone to get some water to wipe Feng Qingqing's body. Returning to the courtyard, seeing that the light in Yuan Can's room was still on, Prince Duan walked towards his room, walked to the door, and knocked on it. Yuan Can heard the knock on the door, and quickly stood up and opened it. The door was opened, and feeling the cold air on Prince Duan's body, Yuan Can thought to himself, was he kicked out? He let Prince Duan in, closed the door, poured him a cup of tea, and asked softly, Prince, is it not going well? Prince Duan drank a cup of tea and said coldly, Feng Qingqing, that bitch actually wanted me to serve her. He thought it was a matter of mutual consent, so he just vented his anger, but after hearing Feng Qingqing's disgusting plan, he couldn't help it and raised his hand to knock her out. Seeing Prince Duan so angry, Yuan Can knew that this service was definitely not a simple service, otherwise the prince would not be so embarrassed. How did the prince come back? She was knocked unconscious by me. Prince Duan poured himself another cup of tea, and I hated her in my heart, and had no reaction to her. Yuan Can was stunned. Feng Qingqing was knocked unconscious. How could things get worse and worse? Prince Duan really can't be relied on. No wonder he has no power at all after coming to the country for so long. Won't she come to settle accounts with you tomorrow when she wakes up? Yuan Can came back to his senses, with a sad face. Not only has the situation not progressed, it's getting worse. Prince Duan lowered his eyes, and thought for a while, Don't worry, tomorrow I will say that she fainted from hitting the bed. It was dark at the time, and Feng Qingqing didn't know that he had hit her. The next day, Feng Qingqing woke up, and saw that there was no one around her. She got off the bed, and called the maid. My lady, you're awake. Feng Qingqing shook her aching head, and asked the maid. Where's Mr. Yu? Last night, she was in high spirits, and wanted to try something new, but she suddenly blacked out, and lost consciousness. Mr. Yu left last night, and she asked me to wipe your body. Go and call him over. When Feng Qing finished washing, the maid had brought Prince Duan over. Prince Duan greeted her and asked with concern, My lady, is your head okay? You knocked me out? Feng Qingqing was furious when she heard this, and glared at Prince Duan. My lady is innocent. You knocked me out on the bed. I wouldn't have dared to knock you out even if I had the guts of heaven. Seeing that he was speaking sincerely, Feng Qingqing thought for a moment, and indeed, did not see him take action. She was about to say something when someone came in. My lady, Minister Jiang wants to see you. The Prince Duan beside him breathed a sigh of relief and said, Minister Jiang must have something important to discuss with my lady, so I will leave first. Feng Qingqing had no time to dwell on this matter, so she asked someone to bring Minister Jiang in to see why he came this time. The last time was for concubine Xian and the other two. and now that concubine Xian was already in her house, she wanted to see what else this man could do. Minister Jiang, who was waiting at the door, stood up straight. When he saw the messenger coming out, he made a gesture to invite him in, flicked his sleeves, and walked into the princess's residence. He looked around and didn't see anyone from the empress, so he retracted his gaze and followed the maid to the main hall. Minister Jiang, wait a minute, the princess will come over after she changes her clothes. Minister Jiang waited patiently for a while, and Feng Qingqing came to the main hall with the maid. She didn't talk to her, but asked someone to prepare breakfast. Soon, breakfast was ready, and she sat at the table, as if she had just seen Minister Jiang. What are you doing here so early in the morning, Minister Jiang? Since the princess hasn't had breakfast yet, let's talk about it after breakfast. Feng Qingqing picked up the chopsticks and ate the dishes served by the maid. You can talk about yours, and I will eat my own food. It doesn't matter. It's better to talk about important things in the study. Seeing her stubbornness, Feng Qingqing became more curious about her purpose. After breakfast, Feng Qingqing stood up. Minister Jiang, are we going to the study? The two went to the study. Feng Qingqing sat on the chair and looked up at Minister Jiang. You can talk now. Minister Jiang did not speak. She waited for her confidant to come in and nodded at her before she said, Please forgive me, this matter is very serious. I have to be cautious. It seems to be a big deal. Feng Qingqing leaned back in her chair and pretended to listen attentively. Go ahead, my people didn't follow, and my mother's people didn't dare to get close, so don't worry. Please forgive me, my confidant. This matter is very serious. I have to be cautious. It seems to be a big deal. Feng Qingqing leaned back in her chair and pretended to listen attentively. Go ahead, my people didn't follow, and my mother's people didn't dare to get close, so don't worry. Please forgive me, my confidant. You are not the emperor's child. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Feng Qingqing's lips froze. She sat up straight and said in a deep voice, Minister Jiang, don't say anything careless. If she is not the Queen Mother's child, how could the Queen Mother not know? Every word I said is true. Seeing that she did not believe him, Minister Jiang continued, Prince, because the Queen Mother does not know your identity yet, she is so kind to you. If she knew that you are not her child, do you think she would still protect you? Feng Qingqing sneered. You keep saying that I am not the Queen Mother's child, then tell me, if I am not the Queen Mother's child, whose child is it? It can't be yours. That's right, Minister Jiang stared at Feng Qingqing seriously, tears in his eyes. You are my child. When the Empress gave birth, she gave birth to a stillborn baby. My sister was the one who delivered the baby. She was worried that the Emperor would get angry and implicate the Jiang family, so we took you as a newborn and substituted you for the prince. If you don't believe me, think about the birthmark that disappeared on your ankle. Seeing that Feng Qingqing listened to what he said, Minister Jiang wiped his tears. That was not a birthmark, but a result of my sister's medication. Later, I was worried that the medication would hurt you, so I asked my sister to stop taking your medication, and the birthmark disappeared. Feng Qingqing suddenly laughed, stood up and walked in front of Minister Jiang. You are my mother? Are you worthy? Chapter 574. She said that, but she believed it in her heart. The birthmark on her ankle did disappear. At that time, the Queen Mother asked the imperial physician to ask, and the imperial physician was Jiang Shangshu's sister. The physician said that there are many kinds of birthmarks, and some people's birthmarks will disappear when they grow up, which is normal. And in these years, she has never heard anyone say that she looks like her mother or father. Jiang Shangshu took Feng Qingqing's hand. I said those words in the court before not to compliment you, but because you are my child, and you are the best in my heart. Feng Qingqing shook off her hand, and sneered in her heart. If he really treated her well, he would not come out and tell her this now. I know it's hard for you to accept it. Minister Jiang was not annoyed, and said softly, The last time I came to you, I was worried that the descendants of Prince Rui would threaten your position, so I wanted to get rid of them. Really? Why did you tell me this today? Feng Qingqing stared at Minister Jiang. Do you believe what I said? Minister Jiang did not answer but asked instead. Whether I believe it or not is none of your business. You can't touch the two people living in the mansion. Princess, Minister Jiang saw that she was not convinced, so he said earnestly, Those two are the descendants of Prince Rui. Compared with you who are now in disgrace, the ministers would rather let them inherit the throne. Only by killing them can your position be stable. Feng Qingqing did not speak, but smiled at Minister Jiang. Are you so worried about me? Of course you are my daughter, and I will not allow others to threaten your position. Seeing that Feng Qingqing did not tell the identities of the two as he wanted, Minister Jiang continued to ask questions. Could it be that those two have other identities that you are afraid of? If you are afraid, mother can help you. Are you worthy of being my mother? My mother asked me to take good care of him, and I should naturally listen to her. Feng Qingqing walked back to the chair and sat down. Don't worry about my affairs. It was obvious that he was ordered to leave, but Minister Jiang did not leave. My princess, there is no wall that is impenetrable in the world. Now the emperor does not know your identity, so he naturally loves you. If your identity is exposed one day, will the emperor still hold you in such high esteem? Jiang Shangshu's confidant said, looking at Jiang Shangshu, who was wiping his tears. Besides, the lady is your mother, she won't hurt you. Feng Qingqing admitted that she had enjoyed wealth and glory, and she really didn't want to return from heaven to earth. But in her impression, Jiang Shangshu never spoke to her. If a mother really loves her child, her eyes can't hide it. The two of them sang the same tune, obviously with bad intentions, really treating her as a fool. Don't call me my mother all the time. As long as you don't say it, the mother queen won't know. Feng Qingqing ordered them to leave immediately after she finished speaking. Go away. I will pretend that I have never heard what you said today. If you want to do good for me, please do not mention it again. After sending the two away, Feng Qingqing rubbed her temples and wanted to find someone to talk to, but she found that she had no one to talk to. She stood up and walked out. When she came to her senses, she found that she had walked to the residence of concubine Xian and Yui Luo while she was distracted. She looked up at the yard and finally chose to walk in. If she is not happy now, neither of them will be happy. With this thought in mind, Feng Qingqing walked in. Concubine Xian was holding Yui Luo and reading ancient books by the window. When she heard footsteps, she closed the ancient books and saw that it was Feng Qingqing who came in, and then slowly retracted her gaze. Feng Qingqing was ignored like this and sneered. I am here to tell you a good news. I have received a reply from Tianqi. Did the emperor and brother not agree to your request? Concubine Xian chuckled. You don't look very good. I agree. Feng Qingqing gritted her teeth. When we send you out, you will die. Yui Luo stared at Feng Qingqing and blinked. Daddy and uncle have agreed. Why are you still so angry? Is someone upset with you? Her caring words made Feng Qingqing stunned for a moment, and then she realized that she was making fun of her. Feng Qingqing walked closer to her and glared at her fiercely. You are so annoying when you talk so young, shut up. It seems that Minister Jiang has already found Feng Qingqing. No wonder he came to my mother's yard to vent his anger. You are the one who is annoying. Everyone will shout and beat you if you see a rat crossing the street. Yui Luo snorted. Instead of arguing with Luo here, you might as well think about whether you can make a successful deal with the emperor. Empress Xian glanced at Feng Qingqing calmly. After all, you reacted so strongly when your mother announced my identity. I'm sure some people have already started to have ideas. What ideas? Feng Qingqing was a little annoyed after blurting out the question, but she couldn't take it back. You are worried that Luo and I will threaten your position. Empress Xian said in a leisurely tone. After all, it is easier to control a princess who has no ability when she ascends the throne, isn't it? Listening to Empress Xian's words, Feng Qingqing couldn't help but think of what Minister Jiang and her confidant had just said. Minister Jiang said that the Queen Mother gave birth to a stillborn baby, but if the Queen Mother did not give birth to a stillborn baby, but the Jiang family was ambitious and deliberately killed it, then they would replace the prince with a cat, and after she ascended the throne, they would use her as a puppet and take the position themselves. Although Empress Xian's words were unpleasant to hear, they were the truth. She couldn't beat Minister Jiang, and the ministers in the court didn't obey her. At that time, she would be sidelined by Minister Jiang. No wonder Minister Jiang hadn't made any move before, and only came to find her after Concubine Xian and the other two appeared. It turned out that he was worried that Concubine Xian and the others would shake the position of the crown princess given to her by her mother, and Concubine Xian would be difficult to control. So he was eager to get rid of Concubine Xian to prevent her wishful thinking from falling through. Mother is smart. With this reminder, Feng Qingqing can figure out Minister Jiang's purpose even if her mind is filled with water. Then, Minister Jiang will have people spread rumors to drag Feng Qingqing into the water. Don't worry about my affairs. Feng Qingqing left with a gloomy face. The face of Minister Jiang, who had already returned to the mansion, was not much better. She thought that according to Feng Qingqing's personality, she would be afraid of losing her luxurious life after knowing that she was her daughter, and would listen to her arrangements. As a result, Feng Qingqing actually drove them out. Sir, the princess must be unable to accept it, so she drove us out. Minister Jiang was obviously not comforted. He was about to say something when someone came in. Sir, The Prime Minister seems to be willing to support the princess. Go down. Waving his hand to let them leave, Jiang Shangshu said coldly, since she won't take the soft approach, let's use the hard approach. The Prime Minister wanted to support the princess, but he didn't have time to slowly talk to Feng Qingqing, so he had to use strong means to let Feng Qingqing let her do whatever she wanted while killing the descendants of Prince Rui for her. She lay dormant for so many years just to sit in that position. Find someone to spread the rumor that the princess is not the emperor's child, and remember not to leave any traces for people to find out. When the queen received the news that the person who was watching Jiang Shangshu came out, she raised her eyebrows. Spreading rumors that Qing'er is not my child. Chapter 575. The person who came to report observed the queen's expression, and seeing that she showed no signs of anger, he added cautiously. Prince Jiang had gone to see the princess before doing this, but she had people with her, so we were afraid of alerting her and did not approach her, so we don't know why she went to see the princess. The queen waved her hand and asked them to leave, keep watching, and tell the people in the princess's mansion to protect the princess well. The people left, and Ling Lo on the side said, Your Majesty, is it because the deal with the princess failed that Minister Jiang did this, and he was desperate? The queen snorted coldly, and closed the letter in her hand. Minister Jiang's target is the princess. I guess she wants Qing'er to help her get rid of the princess, but she failed. She took the tea handed to her by Ling Lo. She did this to make me suspect Qing'er, so that I can investigate Qing'er, and then take this opportunity to make me relax so that I can get rid of the princess. Minister Jiang wants to get rid of the princess so much. Is it because Prince Rui has the Jiang family's handle? She is worried that the princess knows something, so she is so eager to get rid of the threat of the princess. It's almost certain. The queen took a sip of tea and put it down. He probably did this to instigate me and my cousin Yao. She was worried that my cousin Yao would threaten Qing'er's position. After this incident, it seemed that the beneficiary was Yao. But what Minister Jiang didn't know was that although she was worried that Yao had this intention, she would try to believe Yao. Even if Yao really wanted that position, she would not touch Yao. The Queen Mother felt guilty towards Uncle Wang. She had promised the Queen Mother that she would treat Uncle Wang and his children well no matter whether they were found. The test that day was indeed a bit hurtful, but she just wanted to see the attitude of Yao's cousin. Does the emperor believe the princess? The queen came back to her senses and smiled at Ling Lu. I believe it. I am afraid that she will threaten Qing'er's position, but I am also afraid that she will be used by others. The ministers who wanted to abolish Qing'er's position as the crown princess would be more active after the identity of Yao's cousin was announced. At that time, it is hard to guarantee that they will not set their sights on Yao's cousin. Although Yao's cousin didn't give her face that day and made her unhappy, she didn't regret it. Yao's cousin was smart and could understand her concerns. Your Majesty is kind. The princess can definitely understand you. Jiang Shangshu's subordinates were very efficient, and the next day, the news that the princess was not the empress's child began to spread. Feng Qingqing was so angry when she knew about this that she smashed a lot of things. Princess, calm down. I will go and chop off those people who are talking nonsense. The guards stood by, fearing that they would be hurt by the things she threw. What are you chopping? Feng Qingqing smashed a vase again. If I really chop people, others will think I am guilty. The guards, who rarely saw Feng Qingqing being smart, breathed a sigh of relief. The princess is wise. It is my subordinates who are not thoughtful. You don't have to investigate this matter. I will find a way myself. I just sent Minister Jiang away yesterday, and this happened today. It is obvious that it was Minister Jiang who did it. She knew that the other party had bad intentions. Yesterday, he pretended to be a loving mother and daughter to her, but she didn't buy it and started to threaten him. The guards wished that they would not be involved in this matter. When they heard Feng Qingqing say that there was no need to investigate, they bowed and retreated. Feng Qingqing held her breath and cursed Jiang Shangshu for being shameless. At this time, Prince Duan came in with snacks. Seeing the mess on the ground, he knew that he came at the wrong time. He raised his leg and wanted to retreat, but was stopped. Come in. Prince Duan had no choice but to walk it around the debris on the ground. Princess, calm down. Fake is always fake. It's useless for those people with ulterior motives to throw dirty water on you. After hearing this, Feng Qingqing's face did not improve, but became even uglier. Fake is always fake. Isn't that what she is talking about? Minister Jiang did this to warn her that if she didn't obey, he would fight her to the death. Prince Duan never doubted Feng Qingqing. When he heard this news, he just thought that someone was trying to make Feng Qingqing unhappy. Could it be the princess and the others who did it? Staring at her unhappy face, Prince Duan asked tentatively. In his opinion, The two were the most likely, which also showed that the two came to the kingdom for the same purpose as him, to seize power. But the two had just arrived, and Qianju was stared at by Yuan Can, so he didn't move at all. There are so many people guarding the door, and they have never gone out. Do you think it's possible? Feng Qingqing rolled her eyes at Prince Duan. Go down. Don't hang around in front of me, it makes me upset. Prince Duan, eh? It was clearly her who asked him to come in, and now he is annoying her. After sending Prince Duan away, Feng Qingqing still felt a little uneasy. Will the Queen Mother believe her this time? Those ministers wished that she was not the Queen Mother's child so that they could depose her and support a capable princess to take the throne. Princess, someone from the palace is here to summon you to the palace. Feng Qingqing stood up and followed the palace servants into the carriage and headed towards the palace. There was no morning court today, but when Feng Qingqing arrived at the palace gate, she found that many carriages were parked. She got off the carriage and happened to see Minister Jiang getting off the carriage. The look he gave her was meaningful, and at the same time a look of watching a good show. Your Highness, I greet you. Minister Jiang bowed to Feng Qingqing in a fake manner. Today is not the morning court. Why are there so many people in the palace? Feng Qingqing glanced at her calmly and asked knowingly. Your Highness, you don't know? Minister Jiang showed a surprised expression. There are rumors that you, Your Highness, are not the Emperor's child. I believe you are asking the Emperor to investigate this matter thoroughly. She smiled and said, But Your Highness, don't worry. Is it possible that the Emperor doesn't know whether you are the Emperor's child? Rumors are always rumors without evidence. You don't need to worry. Hearing her meaningful words, Feng Qingqing said with a fake smile, Thank you, Minister Jiang, for your comfort. Minister Jiang moved closer to Feng Qingqing and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it. This is the last chance for the princess. If you cherish it, send someone to find me later. The other ministers were far away and thought that Minister Jiang was flattering Feng Qingqing again. They took a glance and left. After entering the palace, everyone went to the imperial study. The queen knew everyone's purpose, called everyone in, and said bluntly, I know your purpose. I will have someone investigate this matter thoroughly. You all just need to wait patiently for the result. Your Majesty, this matter concerns the future crown prince. It is very serious. Why not let the Dali Temple investigate? The Prime Minister bowed. Prime Minister, do you not trust me? Do you think I will protect the princess? The Queen said coldly, the princess's identity cannot be questioned. I will have someone investigate it thoroughly. If the Prime Minister is worried, you can join the investigation. Chapter 576. The Prime Minister remained calm. I will just wait for the result. She was the one who looked down on the princess the most. If she really found out something, the Queen would think that she was deliberately fabricating evidence against the princess. The Queen's expression eased a little and looked at Minister Jiang. Leave this matter to Minister Jiang to investigate. Minister Jiang was stunned for a moment and stepped forward quickly. I obey your order. You must thoroughly investigate this matter and find out who is causing trouble. If this is true, I will depose the princess. Your Majesty is wise. Before the ministers left, Minister Jiang glanced at Feng Qingqing again without leaving a trace. Feng Qingqing pretended not to see it and turned away. In an instant, there were only two people left in the huge imperial study. The Queen stood up and slowly walked towards Feng Qingqing, who was standing below. Mother, what happened outside? The Queen held her hand. Qinger, Mother will not let anyone frame you. Feng Qingqing raised her eyes, looked at the tenderness in the Queen's eyes, and asked softly, Does Mother believe in me? The Queen touched her face. Silly child, you were born by me. How could I not know whether you are my daughter or not? Feng Qingqing's eyes were a little sour. Her biological mother only wanted to use her to satisfy her ambition, but the Queen believed her without hesitation. How can the Queen be so sure that I am your daughter? The Queen took back her hand, her expression gentle. The day you were born, what I remember most clearly was the plum blossom birthmark on your ankle when the midwife took you out. At that time, I wanted to see if it was a boy or a girl, but I fainted from exhaustion. Feng Qingqing was still fantasizing in her heart. She wondered if it was Minister Jiang who wanted to use her, so he deliberately made up a lie to deceive her, but now after hearing this, her last bit of fantasy was gone. The Queen Mother fainted after giving birth, and there were too many things that could be done in the meantime. This also verified that Minister Jiang's story of replacing the prince with a cat was indeed true. Thank you, Queen Mother. Feng Qingqing withdrew her thoughts and looked at the Queen seriously. It is your son who has made you worry so much. I am sorry for you. The Queen was a little dazed and felt that the person in front of her seemed to have grown up suddenly. She patted her shoulder. Go down. I will deal with those who spread rumors. Don't kill innocent people. Feng Qingqing walked to the door and heard the queen say, Don't place people around Ling Chansher anymore. He has served your father after all. Yes, I know. It would have been better if the queen didn't mention it. As soon as she mentioned it, Feng Qingqing thought of the people who were cleared out. She left the imperial study and turned to the harem to look for Ling Chansher. Ling Chansher was supported by the attendants to appreciate the flowers in the imperial garden. When he saw Feng Qingqing, he winked at the attendants and raised his legs to leave. But Feng Qingqing had already seen him, so how could she let him leave? She quickly approached Ling Chansher and blocked his way. Madam. Ling Chansher was stopped and had to bow. Feng Qingqing glanced at him and smiled. Madam Ling, would you like to walk with me? Knowing that she couldn't refuse, Ling Chansher nodded. Madam, please. Feng Qingqing walked in front, walked 2 steps, turned back and said to the people following behind, Don't follow me, I want to ask something about my father. These people knew that Feng Qingqing was a domineering person. Although they were worried that she would find fault with her master, they did not dare to refute and could only agree. No one followed her, and Feng Qingqing felt much better. She slowed down her pace and waited for Ling Chansher to catch up with her before saying, Is Ling Chansher so afraid of me, walking so slowly? My lady, you misunderstood. What does my lady want to hear from the queen? Feng Qingqing walked to a pavilion in front and sat down. She motioned Ling Chansher to sit down as well, and said with a smile, I want to talk about my second sister. When she mentioned her daughter, Ling Chansher's expression changed, worried that Feng Qingqing would find out, but he quickly calmed down. What happened to you? He tried his best to pretend to be indifferent, because only in this way, the princess would not use him to threaten her daughter. She is fine, Ling Chansher, don't worry. Ling Chansher secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and saw Feng Qingqing pick up the tea on the stone table, pour a cup and hand it to him. But you, as a father, are too indifferent to your second sister. Fortunately, your second sister is a filial daughter. Feng Qingqing raised her eyebrows, and looked at Ling Chansher, and put the tea in front of him. I just gave my second sister a finger that is the same as your little finger, and asked her to be obedient, and she really obeyed. Do you think it is filial piety or not? Ling Chansher paused with his hand holding the tea, and tried his best to suppress his strange smile. You are the future crown prince, and the eldest sister. It is understandable that Yor listens to you. Although he said so, Ling Chansher had a bad premonition in his heart. He has always been indifferent to his daughter, and he only hopes that his indifference can make the princess stop torturing her daughter, and make her hate him. In this way, even if the princess wants to threaten her daughter with him, she will ignore it. When his daughter went to Tianqi to marry, he felt that he was right. The princess is ambitious, and may use him to threaten her daughter to do something. At this time, his indifference over the years will take effect. But he didn't expect that what he was worried about would happen. Do you really think so, Ling Chansher? Feng Qingqing picked up the tea and blew it slowly, saying lightly, I asked her to find a way to kill the crown prince of Tianqi. Ling Chansher clenched his fists tightly on his legs to prevent himself from losing his composure. You are joking, my lady. I am not joking. Feng Qingqing put down the teacup and put her hand on it. If the second sister fails to complete the task, I will think about what to give her next time. Feng Qingqing was a little disappointed that she could not see Ling Chansher's angry look. If the second sister knew that her father did not care about her, she would be very sad. After saying this, Feng Qingqing stood up and left triumphantly. Ling Chansher returned to his residence absent-mindedly, and the attendant looked at him and asked with concern, What's wrong, master? Did the princess cause you trouble again? Nothing. Attendant Ling lowered his eyes. Feng Qingqing told him about Yor openly because he was sure that he would not dare to tell the empress. He smiled bitterly. The empress hated him. His complaint would not only be ineffective, but would make Yor more difficult. On the other side, Feng Qingqing's entrustment of this matter to Minister Jiang caused dissatisfaction among many people. These people went to the Prime Minister's house together. After entering the house, they looked at the Prime Minister, who was calm and composed, and said angrily, Prime Minister, why didn't you investigate together when the Emperor asked you to? Minister Jiang was originally the lackey of the princess. Now that she is investigating this matter, she will help cover it up even if there is anything. Yes, if this is true, it just supports the princess as the princess. I think the princess is a patient person. You know it after just one meeting? No matter how bad it is, it won't be worse than the princess, right? This statement made it impossible for everyone to refute. Chapter 577. The Prime Minister put down the tea in his hand. If Minister Jiang wants to investigate, let her investigate. As for supporting the princess, let's forget about it. Why forget about it? One of the ministers was a little excited. Do we really want to watch the princess ascend the throne in the future? The prime minister glanced at her and said indifferently, it is our wishful thinking to support the princess, not her wish. You all know how much the emperor favors the princess. If we support the princess at this critical moment, we are not supporting her, but dragging an innocent person into the water. If it's more serious, the emperor might even suspect that the princess was the one who did it. She did have this plan before, but after seeing the attitude of the empress today, she gave up the idea. The princess is not an ambitious person, and she doesn't want to drag her into the muddy water just because she wants to save the country of Li. Xianju knew that Feng Qingqing had entered the palace and immediately came to Yuiluo's yard to pass on the news. Yuiluo listened and said nonchalantly, don't worry, even if she goes to the palace, the empress won't do anything to her. Wasn't all this effort by Minister Jiang in vain? Xianju frowned. No wonder Feng Qingqing is so lawless. How could it be in vain? Concubine Xian smiled and explained to Xianju, the queen is a person who won't cry until she sees the coffin. Minister Jiang did this today to threaten Feng Qingqing. Feng Qingqing is afraid that her identity will be known by the queen, so she will naturally listen to Minister Jiang. That's right, Yuiluo blinked. It's impossible for the queen to dislike Feng Qingqing because of such a rumor, so we will wait for Minister Jiang's next move. Her goal is to get rid of you. Isn't the next move to threaten Feng Qingqing to kill you, and then get rid of the queen, and take that position herself? Xianju looked serious. From today on, I will guard your roof well, he said, and looked at concubine Xian. Empress Xian, don't reveal that you know martial arts first. Yuiluo looked at Xianju in surprise. You are not worried about the queen, but worried about us. The two men are really good. They know that I brought him here to use him, but they still want to protect us. From now on, I will never say that you are the god of war under the car again. Didn't you say that the queen won't cry until she sees the coffin? In that case, let her see the coffin, and I'm not familiar with her now. Yuiluo didn't say much, just said sweetly, thank you, cousin. Xianju was stunned for a moment, then the corners of his mouth curled up. What did you call me? Cousin. Yuiluo rolled her big black eyes. Don't you want to be involved with the queen? If that's the case, we really have nothing to do with each other. One thing is another. Xianju said quickly. Since you have called me brother, I should protect you and Empress Xian even more. Although he was reluctant to acknowledge the Empress as his cheap mother, he felt that it was not a loss to acknowledge the Empress as his cousin through her. The most important thing is that it can also surprise the third prince. Imagine that the third prince will be surprised when he hears Luo calling him cousin. Yuiluo saw through his thoughts, but did not expose them. Feng Qingqing, who was talked about by several people, has returned to the mansion. When she returned, she ordered someone to call Minister Jiang over. Minister Jiang came quickly, and the two went to the study. After closing the door, Minister Jiang smiled and said, have you thought it through, princess? Feng Qingqing said with a cold face. Minister Jiang, you have used such a despicable method, can I not agree? You are too kind, princess. Minister Jiang took her sarcasm as a compliment. I also want to have a deep mother-daughter relationship with you, but you look down on me, so I have no choice but to use other means. Feng Qingqing snorted and laughed. Tell me, why are you doing this? It's easy to discuss with you, madam. Minister Jiang looked at her with satisfaction. It's not good for everyone to fight to the death, right? Don't talk nonsense. What do you want me to do before you keep this to yourself? Feng Qingqing showed impatience, took a sip of tea, and put it down heavily to vent her dissatisfaction. Seeing that Feng Qingqing finally spoke, Minister Jiang said slowly, it's very simple, madam. You just kill the two people in the mansion and the emperor. What? Feng Qingqing stood up excitedly and stared at Minister Jiang. Are you crazy or am I crazy? Don't be excited, my lady. Let me analyze it for you first. After saying such a rebellious thing, Minister Jiang was very calm and walked to the chair and sat down. I don't know why you don't want to kill those two people, and I won't ask, but no matter what the reason is, as long as you sit on the throne, other things don't matter. She looked straight into Feng Qingqing's eyes. The emperor is still young, and you have no prestige in the court. It is possible that your position as the crown princess will change while the emperor is still in office. So, are you going to kill my mother because you are worried about changes? Feng Qingqing was full of anger and gritted her teeth and said, give up on this idea. I will not harm my mother. Although she had guessed that Minister Jiang would say this, Feng Qingqing still couldn't stop her anger when she heard it. Minister Jiang really wanted to support her as a puppet and then undermine her. Does the princess think I did this just to threaten you? Minister Jiang said dimly. The ministers in the court have long been dissatisfied with you. If they go to investigate, I can give them some evidence to make them suspect you. Do you think I'm a fool? Feng Qingqing stared at Minister Jiang's face. Once I kill my mother, I will be a fish on the chopping board, at your mercy. Does the princess think you still have room for choice? Minister Jiang straightened his sleeves and looked at Feng Qingqing as if she were a fool. You can choose not to kill the emperor, but the evidence that you are not her child is in front of her, plus what you did before. Will she still protect you? You have no choice. If you want to continue to be the princess, who is high above and controls other people's lives, you can only kill the emperor and hide the secret. What if you tell your mother? Won't you also be implicated? Princess, why are you so naive? Minister Jiang sighed. Since I have come to the point of fighting to the death with you, there is naturally a way to avoid being implicated. So only one of me and my mother can survive, right? That's right, Minister Jiang raised his lips. If you get rid of the empress, I will help you take that position. As long as you take that position, you will have the power to deal with those ministers who look down on you. Her voice was bewitching. I know you have been dissatisfied with them for a long time. When you ascend the throne, you can kill anyone you don't like. I will never stop you. Feng Qingqing was silent, as if she was considering, and didn't speak. Chapter 578. I know this is very difficult for the princess. After all, the emperor raised you. Minister Jiang stood up. Princess, think about it carefully. Do you want to be the one who holds the power of life and death, or be the princess who is controlled by the emperor in everything? Feng Qingqing slowly raised her eyes. You have done so much. Don't you want to sit in that position? I want power. Of course, this was to fool Feng Qingqing. She wanted to sit in that position. Give me some time. Minister Jiang left the study and got on the carriage with his confidant. Sir, will the princess agree to your request? This is obviously a bad deal. No matter how stupid the princess is, she won't really do it. She will agree. Minister Jiang was very sure. Feng Qingqing is a person who is afraid of death. If she doesn't do what I say, she will not only lose her wealth and glory, but also her rights. She won't be willing to accept it. Power in a mother who is not her biological mother, she doesn't believe that Feng Qingqing, a person without conscience, will choose to sacrifice herself. If Feng Qingqing really didn't fear the exposure of her identity, she wouldn't be so eager to call her over. Feng Qingqing thought about it for 3 days, and summoned Minister Jiang again. Minister Jiang knew that she had considered it, and went straight to the point after entering the study. Have you considered it? Feng Qingqing nodded. I can promise you. You are indeed a smart person, and you know how to choose the most beneficial choice for yourself. Feng Qingqing snorted coldly. Now that I have agreed, should Minister Jiang speed up the investigation? Don't worry, you have to take your time, otherwise others will think I am fooling the emperor. How long will it take? Feng Qingqing frowned. Half a month is enough, princess. Wait for the news. In half a month, she had almost arranged everything. Okay, I will wait for you for half a month, and then I will find you to discuss the next plan. No, Minister Jiang said seriously. I have been investigating your affairs recently, and the emperor will definitely have someone watching, so we will meet in your study, and you must be careful not to let the emperor find out. Yuilua, who was eavesdropping on the roof with Qianju, left and returned to the yard. Concubine Xian wiped the sweat off her forehead and brought her some water to drink. After Yuilua finished drinking, she walked outside and waved to the imperial guards, who were guarding not far away. The imperial guard closest to the yard hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. Where is the commander of your imperial guards? Ask her to bring some ancient books here. Yes, I will tell the commander right away. Qianju waited for Yuilua to come back and closed the door for her. He asked in confusion, when did you get to know the commander of the imperial guards? Yuilua took out the jade pendant and shook it. Li Yunhe gave it to me. The three of them waited for half an hour, and Huang Feiyu came with a few ancient books. She respectfully put down the ancient books and wanted to leave. Commander Huang, wait a minute. The childish voice called her, and Huang Feiyu turned around. What else? She had helped cover up Feng Qingqing's whereabouts before, so she naturally guessed Yuilua's identity. But the two of them did not hurt the queen, so she did not pretend not to know. After half a month, no matter what kind of order you receive to leave the palace, you must not really leave, remember? Huang Feiyu had a bad feeling when he heard this, and looked at Yuilua in surprise. What do you mean? Could it be that the little princess Tianqi wanted to force the emperor to abdicate? Seeing her thoughts, Yuilua said expressionlessly, if I wanted to force the emperor to abdicate, would I tell you? Huang Feiyu touched his nose. Please tell me why, little princess. You will know when the time comes. If you want your queen to be safe, it's best not to let her know. Thank you, little princess. Wang Feiyu retreated half-believingly, and Qianju walked out from behind the screen. Luo thinks that Minister Jiang will force the emperor to abdicate. Yui Luo ate the fruit handed by concubine Xian and said vaguely, "It's not a feeling, it's a certainty." After all, this is a good opportunity for her to sit in that position without spending time waiting. She will definitely not let it go. No wonder it takes half a month. Qianju raised his eyebrows. Will Feng Qingqing really kill the queen? Yui Luo shook her head. I don't know. Whether to kill or not depends on her remaining conscience. Commander Huang returned to the palace, and the queen asked her about the recent situation of Yui Luo and concubine Xian. She told the other party about his recent situation truthfully, but she didn't mention what Yui Luo said. It's not that she trusts Yui Luo, but because this sentence doesn't mean anything. Waving her hand to let them leave, the queen asked Ling Lu beside her, "How is Minister Jiang?" Ling Lu replied respectfully, "Minister Jiang went to see the princess twice. She seems to have guessed that someone is watching her, and she has been acting extra cautiously recently." The queen rubbed her eyebrows. "Withdraw the people. I think I asked her to investigate Qing'er's matter and alerted the enemy." Ling Lu poured a cup of tea for the queen and presented it with both hands. "Is the matter of the crown princess and the letter that appeared before really a coincidence?" She glanced at the queen and thought that this matter should be investigated thoroughly. The queen glanced at her. "Do you also think that there is no smoke without fire?" Ling Lu did not answer directly, but said, "The crown princess is indeed unlike you and the queen, and Minister Jiang did not know that you had someone watching her before." Seeing that the queen did not speak, Ling Lu knew that she did not intend to think deeply, so he stopped talking, shut up and retreated. Yui Luo and Feng Qingqing waited until they found out that Feng Qingqing's identity was a result of a false accusation. At the same time, they also learned that the crown prince of Tianqi was visiting the country. Upon hearing this news, Yui Luo's eyes widened in surprise. She sat up from the bed. "The crown prince is coming to Li country?" Qianju nodded. "Yes, the reason is to bring his concubine to visit his parents, but I guess he is worried about you." As he was talking, footsteps were heard at the door. Qianju flashed behind the screen, and the door was kicked open with a bang. Then Feng Qingqing came in aggressively. Concubine Xian was tying Yui Luo's hair, and glanced at her calmly when she heard the noise. "Why are you so angry so early in the morning? Don't play dumb." Worried that others might hear it, Feng Qingqing closed the door and walked in front of concubine Xian. "Did you ask the prince to come?" Yui Luo looked innocent. "Didn't you ask someone to keep an eye on us? Don't you know whether we sent a letter? Maybe the prince is here to trade with you." Hearing about the trade, Feng Qingqing, who had almost forgotten about it, looked away in embarrassment. "Recently, I have been dealing with Minister Jiang, and the thing I was looking forward to was thrown out of my mind." Feng Qingqing wanted to say something when she got back to her thoughts. "My lady, the emperor has brought the crown prince of Tianqi to your residence. Please go and greet them." Feng Qingqing opened the door and walked out. Yui Luo and concubine Xian followed closely behind, walked to the corridor, and looked up to see the crown prince and the empress surrounded by ministers. Chapter 579. The prince was wearing a moon-white brocade robe. His figure was as slender as jade. The sun shone on his handsome face as he smiled and talked to the queen. As if sensing Yui Luo's gaze, the prince looked up at Yui Luo. The queen was asking the prince for his opinion on arranging a place for him to stay. Without hearing his answer, she followed his gaze and saw Feng Qingqing coming over here. She subconsciously thought that the prince was looking at Feng Qingqing, and waved to Feng Qingqing. When Feng Qingqing saw the prince, her eyes almost fell on him. The queen called her, but she didn't respond. She knew in her heart that she was stunned by the handsome man, and she coughed lightly. "Princess, this is the crown prince of Tianqi, come over and say hello." "Is he targeting my brother the crown prince again? What a joke." The crown prince heard the long-lost voice, and the smile on his lips became more genuine, and he winked at Yui Luo. He was worried all the way, worried that Luo and Empress Xian would get hurt, but now he saw from a distance that Luo should not be suffering. Feng Qingqing moved to the queen, bowed obediently, and nodded to the crown prince after standing up. Looking at the crown prince up close, Feng Qingqing couldn't help but feel jealous of Feng Hongyu. "I thought to myself, no wonder Feng Hongyu changed her mind and chose the prince." As her eyes lingered on the prince, Feng Qingqing couldn't help comparing him with Qianju. When she first met Qianju, she thought Qianju had a gentle temperament like jade. After getting along with him, she found that it was just an appearance. In fact, the man exuded a casualness in his bones, not his superficial gentleness. And the prince in front of him, His every move was extremely noble, but also had a warmth that made people want to get close to him. Especially when he looked at people with his smiling eyes, it made people feel like being bathed in spring breeze, and they unconsciously indulged in his eyes. "Mother, have you arranged a place for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to stay?" Feng Qingqing came back to her senses, and asked the queen. The queen looked at the Crown Prince. "Not yet. Where does His Royal Highness the Crown Prince want to live?" Hearing this, Feng Qingqing hurriedly said, "Why not let His Royal Highness the Crown Prince live in my son's house? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is here with his second sister to visit her parents, so they are family members." She did this not because she coveted the Crown Prince, but because she thought that since the Crown Prince was here for a deal, it would be easier to control him if he lived in her house. The Crown Prince had this plan, but was worried that if he said it out loud, the queen would be suspicious. After hearing what she said, he also spoke up. "I am also curious about the customs of the people in Li country. Living in the princess's house is just right for her to take me to see them." The queen wanted to say it was inappropriate, but since the prince had said so, she couldn't refute him. After a few more pleasantries, the queen told Feng Qingqing not to neglect the prince and led the ministers away. "Your Highness, please come in." Feng Qingqing made a gesture of invitation and invited the prince and Feng Hongyu in. Yui Luo and concubine Xian followed the queen and her group into the house. The prince motioned Lin Qi to guard outside the door, and walked to Yui Luo with a smile, leaning forward slightly. "Let my brother see if she is suffering." Yui Luo threw herself into the prince's arms, and said with a smile, "My mother and I are fine, don't worry, my brother." The one who suffered was Feng Qingqing, who kidnapped us two big Buddhas. Feng Qingqing next to her rolled her eyes. "Suffering? The two of them are like ancestors. She is the one who suffers." The prince touched Yui Luo's head. "It's good that you are fine. My brother sees that Luo has lost weight, so I will nourish her when I go back. Your Highness, you have seen that I did not hurt them. So shouldn't you give me what you promised me from Tianqi?" The prince stood up, still smiling, but obviously much less. He raised his eyelids and glanced at Feng Qingqing. "My lady, you are too impatient. I just came to Li country, and I want something. You want something now. What will you do if you break your promise after you get it?" Yui Luo also looked up at Feng Qingqing. "You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, understand?" Feng Qingqing glared at Yui Luo fiercely. "If you want to stay, stay. If something happens, don't say it was my fault." Several people are now under her control, so she can slowly get busy with the plan with Minister Jiang. After saying this, Feng Qingqing looked at Feng Hongyu on the side. "I haven't seen my second sister for a long time. Would you like to go out with me?" The secret agent was dead, and the prince knew what she had done. Feng Hongyu no longer pretended to have lost her memory. She bowed to the prince and followed Feng Qingqing out. After the two left, the prince frowned and asked, "Is it because of the fact that concubine Xian is a princess that people hate her?" Yui Luo looked at the prince in surprise. Does the prince know everything? Brother Yun had told father, as soon as he got the news. It seems that he was worried that father would blame his uncle and grandfather, so he told father first to see his attitude. Li Yunhe is really well informed. Seeing how the prince is, father must not have blamed his uncle's family. Concubine Xian doesn't have to worry. The prince looked at concubine Xian. Father did not blame me, and said General Jin to Chang to rescue Princess Shitong's brother. Thank you, Your Highness. Concubine Xian relaxed. Your Highness can put the deal on hold. Have you made a plan? Yes, Feng Qingqing will soon ruin herself, so you can just watch the show. I don't know if Minister Jiang will postpone his plan after the arrival of the prince. Prince, have you and Sharan been granted marriage by father? Speaking of this, Yui Luo slapped her head and frowned. What's wrong? The prince looked at her and asked in confusion. Are you feeling unwell? It's over. Because she was in a hurry to solve the locust plague and came to Li country, she forgot about Sharan's death. The prince breathed a sigh of relief. So it was this. My father has not yet granted the marriage. Mishir's carriage almost fell off the cliff some time ago. Fortunately, the concubine saved her. Yui Luo was dumbfounded. Oh my god, what kind of fate is this? Yui Luo's opinion of Feng Hongyu is actually a bit complicated. Especially after knowing that Feng Hongyu had modified the stolen city defense map, she secretly wanted to help her. Now after hearing this, she is more determined to help Feng Hongyu. Feng Qingqing took Feng Hongyu out of the house, and walked a little further away. Without saying a word, she slapped Feng Hongyu. Feng Hongyu's head tilted to one side by her sudden slap. She came to her senses, and looked at Feng Qingqing with a puzzled look on her face. I don't know what I did wrong. The princess wants to attack me, What did you do that I need to tell you? Feng Qingqing sneered. You are going to pretend to have amnesia. Why don't you pretend now? She pulled Feng Hongyu into the next room, pushed Feng Hongyu to the ground, and looked down at her. You think I'm far away, so you pretend to obey me, right? Feng Hongyu propped herself up and sat on the ground, not getting up. It's not that I don't want to attack, but His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is very wary, so I can't do it. Chapter 580. Seeing that she dared to refute, Feng Qingqing kicked her again in anger. Really? If I asked you to choose between him and your father, who would you choose? Feng Hongyu narrowed her eyes. She suspected that Feng Qingqing was playing tricks on her before. In fact, her father was not controlled at all. Now that Feng Qingqing said this, she felt a little unsure. Everything had to wait until she met her father to know whether it was true. Do you want to see your father? Seeing that she didn't speak, Feng Qingqing said as if giving alms. If you want to see your father, I can go and tell the Queen Mother. Feng Hongyu's eyes flashed a little. Really? Of course, I won't force you now. You think about it carefully. Since she couldn't control it, she didn't plan to keep Feng Hongyu. Anyway, she would take that position. These people would be eliminated after she took the throne. She wanted the Prince of Tianqi to leave, but since he wanted to delay, she would make him regret staying. After leaving the house, Feng Qingqing shook her sleeves and saw a guard hurriedly coming. Prince, Minister Jiang wants to see you. Feng Qingqing nodded and asked her to invite the person in. Entering the study, Minister Jiang looked very unhappy. My lady, the plan may have to be postponed. The sudden visit of the Crown Prince of Tianqi will affect the plan. Feng Qingqing didn't care. Why will it affect the plan? Since he dared to come to the door, let him have no return. Minister Jiang cursed him in his heart, saying he was stupid. When he ascended the throne by taking advantage of Feng Qingqing's murder of the king, he would have many things to deal with later. How could he dare to provoke the Crown Prince of Tianqi when he hadn't dealt with the affairs of his own country? If the Crown Prince of Tianqi is killed, Tianqi will immediately send troops to Ligua. How can a fragmented country resist the army of Tianqi? There will be many things to deal with by then, so please don't do this. Feng Qingqing was a little impatient. Then how long do you think we have to wait this time? Can't we not include the Crown Prince of Tianqi in the calculation? That's fine. Minister Jiang thought for a while, but I still have to make some preparations. What preparations? After she finished whispering, Feng Qingqing smiled with satisfaction. Although she hated Minister Jiang, she had to admit that he was smart. Okay, go get ready, I go to the palace and talk to the Queen Mother. Feng Qingqing couldn't figure out why Minister Jiang did this, and she agreed because she thought it would not harm her. The Queen was talking to Ling Lu about the purpose of the Crown Prince's visit to the country, and the guards' voices came from the door. Your Majesty, the Crown Princess wants to see you. Come in. Feng Qingqing walked in and bowed to the Queen in a proper manner. Get up, what's the matter? Mother Queen, it's my son's birthday in 3 days. The Queen chuckled. Don't you celebrate your birthday every year? I want to celebrate it more lively this time. I was misunderstood a few days ago, so I can use this birthday to get rid of the bad luck. That makes sense, the Queen said. It's just right that your second sister and Prince Tianqi are here, so it should be more lively. Thank you, Mother Queen. I want to ask you for one more thing. You say. The Queen looked at her with interest. Second sister came here to see Ling Changsha this time. Please allow second sister to enter the palace to see him. Hearing her say this, the Queen felt that she had become more sensible. Before, Qing'er only hated Hongyu and had no tolerance for Hongyu. Now she actually thinks about others, which is very rare. It is true that every failure makes one wiser. Anything else? The Queen looked at her with a smile. If you have nothing else, please leave first. Feng Qingqing achieved her goal and left. When she reached the steps, the Prime Minister in his official robes bumped into her. Princess. The Prime Minister bowed and greeted her, then walked past her up the steps and entered the imperial study. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Prime Minister, please stand up. The Queen stood up and walked down to help the Prime Minister up. The Prime Minister stood up, guessing the Queen's intention. Why did the Emperor summon me here? After the last unpleasant parting, the Queen had never looked at her straight in the eye. Now she was so friendly. Was she trying to test her attitude towards the princess? Sit down. The Queen motioned her to sit on the chair Ling Lu had brought, and she sat down opposite her. The Prime Minister thanked her and sat down, took the tea Ling Lu handed over, put it aside, and waited for the Queen to speak first. How long has it been since you and I sat down and talked like this? The Queen looked nostalgic. Since I ascended the throne and had a princess, you rarely talked to me about anything other than court affairs. Now that you are the king, I should share your worries. The Prime Minister replied in a businesslike manner. The Queen picked up the tea, smiled, and looked at the Prime Minister. The matter of the princess has been investigated by Minister Jiang. She was murdered. The princess has been cleared of her grievances. I congratulate the Emperor. I did not call you here today to talk to you in official language. The Queen took a breath and put the teacup aside. I want to hear your true feelings. This is her last chance for the Prime Minister. If the Prime Minister is still stubborn, she can only use the medicine given by Qianju. Every word I say comes from the heart. The Prime Minister looked normal, expecting that the Emperor would still talk about the princess today. I am asking you seriously, if Qing'er ascends the throne in the future, are you willing to assist her? Since your Majesty wants to hear the truth, I will speak frankly. The Queen nodded and motioned for her to continue. Your Majesty is in good health now. I am afraid that I will no longer be able to assist the princess when she ascends the throne. If I am still alive by then, I only hope to retire and return home to enjoy my old age. While saying this, the Prime Minister knew in his heart that if the princess really ascended the throne, she would never keep her. The Queen heard that she was refusing, and was silent for a while before saying, I know you have a prejudice against Qing'er. If she can live in peace with you after ascending the throne, are you still unwilling to assist her? This statement directly expressed the Prime Minister's concerns. Your Majesty, the possibility you are talking about does not exist. After the Prime Minister finished speaking, the Empress did not get angry as expected, but instead looked at her deeply with some complex emotions that she could not understand, and waved her hand. This is your true words, I know you can leave. When Lingla sent the Prime Minister out, he hesitated to speak, and finally said nothing. When she returned to the imperial study, the Empress had already sat back at the top, holding a porcelain bottle in her hand. She lowered her eyes to look at the porcelain bottle in her hand, stroking it for a long time, and holding the porcelain bottle in her hand. Linglu, you've seen that the Prime Minister is just stubborn. Thinking of their friendship and her ability, she didn't want to kill her. If she didn't kill her, she would be obedient and could be used by Qing'er in the future, so there was only one last way. Your Majesty, do you really have no regrets for doing this? The Queen didn't raise her eyes, put the porcelain bottle into her sleeve, and her voice was a little disappointed. When I made the deal with Qianju, I didn't think that it would be used on the Prime Minister. Chapter 581. When she got the medicine, she wanted to keep it for Qing'er to use in the future. The Prime Minister and Qing'er are now disgusted with each other. She wants to keep an obedient Prime Minister to assist Qing'er, so she can only use this method. After all, the person is still there, and the medicine will not kill her. She thinks she will not regret it. Yui Lua knew that the Prime Minister was summoned to the palace by the Queen, so she let go of the bird in her hand and looked back at the people in the room. It seems that the Queen is going to take action against the Prime Minister. Use the medicine I gave you? Qianju frowned. The Queen really did everything she could to pave the way for Feng Qingqing. The medicine he gave could indeed control people's hearts, but once a person is controlled, he is like a walking corpse, and can no longer be called a living person. The Queen was willing to control her childhood companion for Feng Qingqing's benefit. I find a way to get the medicine back from the Queen. Empress Qian said, Mr. Qian, tell me what the medicine looks like and what it is in. Mother, I go and change it. It's easier to fool the Empress if I act nice and cute, and it's not easy to be suspected. How about I go into the palace and secretly take out the medicine? Qianju looked at the two of them. No, the Empress will definitely carry this kind of thing with her, and you may not be able to get it even if you go into the palace. Yuilua and concubine Xian spoke almost at the same time. Qianju thought so too, and just said, then you should be careful. Because she didn't know when the Empress would take action, Yuilua thought it would be better to go to the palace early to solve this matter. After all, the Prime Minister was someone she wanted to keep for Qianju, so he couldn't be wasted like this. Yuilua nodded and looked at the prince. Prince, tell Feng Hongyu that her father was not controlled by Feng Qingqing. No matter what Feng Qingqing said, tell her not to be fooled. Okay, I tell you, Luer, don't worry. After changing clothes with concubine Xian, the two had the carriage prepared. Feng Qingqing knew that the two were going to the palace, so she chased them out of the gate. What are you going to the palace for? Concubine Xian looked back at Feng Qingqing. The Queen didn't tell us to inform you wherever we go. Feng Qingqing snorted coldly. I am worried that something might happen to you, so I warn you to be careful. Thank you for your kindness. Empress Xian carried Yuilua to the carriage, and got into the carriage without looking at Feng Qingqing again. Feng Qingqing watched the carriage disappear, and stamped her feet. Then a cold look appeared in her eyes. Although those words said by Minister Jiang were to instigate her to attack the mother, they were actually not without reason. The mother was indeed constantly cleaning up her mess, but at the same time, she was also restricting her. If the mother was gone, she would be the emperor. Now the things she did would be discussed by the people, because she was just a princess and the mother was kind. After she kills her mother and puts the blame on Jiang Shang to ascend the throne, no one will dare to control her. Then she can do whatever she wants and kill all those people who talk about her. Thinking of this, Feng Qingqing felt that the anger in her heart that was ignored by concubine Xian had dissipated a lot. The carriage arrived at the gate of the palace, and concubine Xian took Yui Luo directly to the imperial study to find the queen. The queen was a little surprised when she heard that the two wanted to see her. Let Ling Lu invite the people in. Concubine Xian came in and bowed. The queen motioned her to stand up and wanted to ask her if she had anything to do. Before she could say anything, Yui Luo ran to her and grabbed her sleeve. "Aunt, I miss you." The ancients like to put things in their sleeves, so I shook it hard to see if I could get it out. Empress Xian held back her smile, and saw that her precious daughter was shaking even harder. "Really?" The queen pinched Yui Luo's little face. "You weren't bullied by your cousin in the princess's mansion, were you?" Yui Luo shook her head obediently. "No, I just couldn't see Aunt. Your little mouth is so sweet." The queen looked at Empress Xian. "Look at your daughter, I'm afraid she has fallen into a honey pot." Concubine Xian laughed. "Luo wanted to see you, so I brought her to the palace. Didn't that bother the emperor?" "How could I bother you?" The empress picked up Yui Luo and sat on the chair. "It's just right that she will have dinner with me later." The two of them kept silent about what happened before, as if the empress had never doubted them. Yui Luo sat in the empress's arms and pulled the empress's sleeve to play. The empress talked to concubine Xian for a while, and felt the little guy in her arms put his hand into her sleeve and rummaged inside. When she wanted to stop him, Yui Luo had already taken out the porcelain bottle, and her eyes were shining as she looked at the thing in her hand. "Auntie, is this candy?" The queen's heart tightened, and she coaxed without showing any clues on her face. "This is medicine, not candy. Luo, can you give it to me?" She really put it in her sleeve. A sly smile flashed across Yui Luo's eyes, but she quickly covered it up, and then her little face was full of reluctance, and her hands tightly held the porcelain bottle. "Auntie, can you let Luo play with it for a while?" She tilted her head, her voice was soft, and her eyes stared at the queen, as if she would cry immediately if you didn't agree to her. Seeing her like this, the queen couldn't bear to refuse. "Okay, Luo, take it and play with it, but don't eat it, understand?" Yui Luo nodded like pounding garlic. "Luo won't eat it. Mother said that children should eat less sugar." The food was in Yui Luo's hands, but Yui Luo didn't stay in the queen's arms all the time. She found a chance to get down by herself and sat on the carpet beside her to play. Although the queen was talking to concubine Xian, she was worried that Yui Luo might accidentally eat the medicine, so her eyes never left Yui Luo. Yui Luo felt that the queen's eyes never left her, so she played dumb and talked to herself on the carpet for a while. When she was almost done playing, she accidentally rolled the porcelain bottle under the table. While crawling under the table to pick up the porcelain bottle, she secretly replaced it. Mission accomplished. The porcelain bottle given by my cheap cousin is exactly the same. I really admire myself. How can I be so quick? While Yui Luo was still showing off, she tilted her head back and accidentally hit her forehead on the corner of the table. "Luo, are you okay?" Concubine Xian quickly picked her up, looked at the red spot where she was hit, and blew on her heartache. "It doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt anymore. I blame myself for being too complacent and careless." Yui Luo shook her head while enduring the pain. "Mother, I'm fine." The queen stood up. "Do you want to ask the imperial physician to come and see me?" "No, auntie, I'm fine." "Ling Lu, have someone remove the extra tables in the imperial study to prevent Luo from bumping into them." "Yes." Seeing that it was noon, the queen finally took the porcelain bottle back from Yui Luo. Only after she got the porcelain bottle did she breathe a sigh of relief and lead the two of them to the side hall for lunch. "Don't take the previous incident to heart, cousin Yaoer. The empress took the initiative to bring up the last incident. I tested you so directly because that person was you, my cousin. To be honest, I don't want you to get involved in the muddy water." "I know." Empress Xian looked at the empress. "I was telling the truth that day." Chapter 582. The queen smiled. "You should have heard about Qing'er's identity. It was done by Minister Jiang." After peeling a shrimp for Yui Luo, concubine Xian pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Why is she like this? Did Uncle Wang tell you something? This matter may involve Minister Jiang, and you are in Qing'er's house. I think she wants to touch you and Luo." Concubine Xian wiped her hands, picked up the chopsticks, and spoke in a light voice. So you never doubted the princess's background from the beginning? It's obvious that Minister Jiang wants to use this to threaten Qing'er. Qing'er is timid, and may not believe her, and be used by her. So she deliberately asked Minister Jiang to investigate this matter. If she fails to investigate it well, she will bring trouble upon herself. It's hard to evaluate. Yui Luo was speechless for a while. Fortunately, my chief cousin was raised by Qian Shini. If the Empress raised him, would he also be raised to waste? Empress Xian did not respond and ate quietly. The Empress suddenly said, in fact, someone has mentioned Qing'er's identity before. She told him about receiving the letter, and concubine Xian asked, if you want to know whether the letter was sent by Minister Jiang, you can ask him to test it. The queen shook her head. The letter was not sent by her. I checked and found no clue. That is, I asked the bird to send the letter. It would be strange if you could find it. In this case, this matter should be let Minister Jiang know. Concubine Xian analyzed in an orderly manner. If you tell Minister Jiang and she takes action, it proves that there is really a lot of hidden secrets about the identity of the princess. The person I sent to keep an eye on Minister Jiang has been exposed. She is not stupid, and will not make any more moves in the short term. Having said so much, the Empress obviously did not want to go into details, and concubine Xian was too lazy to say more. Everyone withdraws, so that Minister Jiang can initiate a coup. TSK, Minister Jiang is really a good assist. If Minister Jiang succeeds, he will have to kowtow to you. After lunch, Yui Luo and concubine Xian left the palace. Ling Luo returned to the imperial study with the Empress. I think what the princess said makes sense. Your Majesty, why don't you summon Minister Jiang to question him? What if the two of them were plotting something and the emperor was not prepared, and he would not know how he died? After all, one has to be on guard against many things, but the people around him are the hardest to guard against. Go and summon Minister Jiang to the palace. Ling Luo responded and left the imperial study and sent someone to invite Minister Jiang. Minister Jiang heard that the Empress had summoned her to the palace, so he told the people in the mansion to send the things to Feng Qingqing and follow the person into the palace. When they arrived at the door of the imperial study, Ling Luo took her in directly. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Get up. The queen looked up at her. I heard that you often went to see the princess recently. How come I didn't know that you two were so close? Minister Jiang bowed and replied respectfully, the princess asked me to do something. Oh. The queen raised her eyebrows. What did the princess ask you to do? Minister Jiang hesitated for a while, and knelt on the ground. The princess asked me to prepare an auspicious call on her birthday. The queen looked normal, and it was hard to tell whether she was happy or angry. Minister Jiang kept this action for a long time before hearing the queen say, get up. It's not a rebellion. Why are you so scared? Ling Luo helped Minister Jiang to stand up and said with a smile, Lord Jiang, please stop kneeling. Many ministers in the court are dissatisfied with the princess. It is not a bad idea for the princess to use this matter to gain recognition. Since it is the princess's order, you should do it well. Ling Luo is someone close to the queen, and her words do not represent the queen's opinion. Minister Jiang understood that the queen was supporting her to help Feng Qingqing, and she lowered her eyes. Yes, I will do it well. The queen nodded and stared at Minister Jiang. By the way, I received a letter of unknown origin before, which also said that the princess was not my child. There is such a thing? Jiang Shangshu looked a little surprised. He had heard that the Dali Temple was investigating a case for a long time without any results. It turned out to be this matter. All those who knew Feng Qingqing's identity had been dealt with by her, and she did not even let her sister go. So, was the queen talking about this matter to test herself? Or was there really a fish that slipped through the net? If there were really other people who knew about it, they could not be kept. I think this person is the same as the one this time, targeting the princess. The queen saw that Jiang Shangshu's surprise did not seem fake, and retracted her gaze. Go down and do what the princess has asked you to do. As soon as Minister Jiang left the imperial study, the Empress ordered Ling Luo. Send someone to disguise themselves and monitor her every move at the gate of Jiang's house. She was looking forward to Minister Jiang finding out who was behind the letter. When Yui Luo and concubine Xian returned to the princess's house, they found Feng Hongyu there. How is it? Qianju stood up and asked eagerly. Yui Luo took out the porcelain bottle and raised it to Qianju proudly. I said I would get it back for you before. I didn't break my promise, did I? Qianju took the porcelain bottle. Luo is still amazing. Yui Luo raised her chin. That's right. Thank you, Empress Xian and the little princess. Feng Hongyu didn't understand what they were saying, so she waited for them to finish and stepped forward to thank them solemnly. Empress Xian knew that she was thanking her for her father, and said softly, "Luor and I didn't do anything, we just told you what we saw." "Thank you too." Feng Hongyu bowed again. "Without the mother's order, it would not be easy for me to enter the palace to see my father." "You saw my father, which proves that he is fine." What they thought was easy was as difficult as ascending to heaven for her. As a princess, she had to get permission from the empress to enter the palace. How pitiful. "I just saw someone carrying a few cages into the princess's residence." Although she didn't know what it was, seeing those people acting mysteriously, it must not be a good thing. She thought she should tell them about it. Feng Qingqing got it to fool people on her birthday. Seeing that Yuilua was interested, Xianju continued, "I saw that there was a phoenix in the cage." In order to trick Feng Qingqing, Minister Jiang actually went to catch a phoenix to create momentum. There's something fun to do. If we replace the phoenix with something else, it will definitely be more interesting than the phoenix. Looking at Yuilua's appearance, the prince knew that she must be plotting something bad. "Luor, what do you want to do?" Yuilua smiled slyly, give Feng Qingqing an unforgettable birthday gift. After that, he told her his plan, and Xianju gave him a thumbs up. Luor is still better at cheating people. Yuilua rolled her eyes at him. "You're not bad either, you can get some messy medicine. Can you act alone tonight?" Xianju patted his chest. "Don't worry, leave it to my brother." As night fell, Xianju left the yard, and went directly to the backyard where the phoenix was placed. After knocking out the person guarding the phoenix, Xianju opened the cage, looked at the sleeping phoenix, and pulled its fur. They are still sleeping so soundly even after being caught. After waking up all the phoenixes and letting them fly away, he took the cage to the chicken farm, and caught some chickens, and put them in the cage. Fortunately, the cage was large, so it was not a problem to put the chickens in. After Qianju finished everything, he put the cage back to its original place, covered it with a cloth and left. Chapter 583. The next day, the person guarding the phoenix was kicked awake by the person who came to relieve him. "Get up, you are still sleeping even when the sun is shining on your butt." The two people on the ground rubbed their eyes and stood up, wondering why they slept for so long. "The princess is so mysterious, and we don't know what's in the cage." One of them muttered. "What do you care what's in it? The princess told us to watch it carefully, so just listen to her." The two people on the night shift left, and the two people who came to take over looked at each other. "Go and see what's inside." People are curious. The more they are not allowed to see, the more they want to see. "Okay, go and see." The guard slowly moved his feet, and walked towards the cage. He gently lifted the cloth covering it, and looked at the chicken inside. She rubbed her eyes. After lifting the cloth more and confirming that there was indeed a chicken inside, she scratched her head in confusion and walked back to the door to stand. Another guard looked at her and asked in confusion, "What did you see that made you look like this?" "The chickens inside." The guard lowered his voice. "I don't think these chickens are anything special. They are no different from the ones raised by the princess's mansion for food. Why are they so precious?" She made it mysterious, and made them watch over it day and night, thinking it was something rare. Chicken? Could it be a rare breed of chicken that the princess wants to keep for her birthday to entertain guests? As the two were talking in a low voice, footsteps sounded not far away. They stood up straight, and looked straight ahead. "Have you taken good care of my things?" Feng Qingqing walked behind the two and asked. "My lady, I dare not slack off." "That's good. This is what I prepared for my birthday. Don't tell anyone, or I kill you. Do you understand?" Minister Jiang was captured with great difficulty, and she didn't want anything to go wrong. The ministers in the court believed in auspicious signs the most. Since that was the case, she did this to pave the way for her enthronement. "Yes, I will definitely take good care of it." Feng Qingqing nodded and turned to leave. Thinking of the person who hadn't been around recently, she turned and headed towards the courtyard where Prince Duan lived. Prince Duan didn't dare to go out again after the prince came, for fear of being recognized by the prince. He was drinking tea with Yuan Kan and heard the announcement of the princess outside. He put down the tea and put on the veil quickly. The door was pushed open. Feng Qingqing stepped forward, and her eyes fell on Prince Duan. "You are so leisurely. Don't you know to serve me?" Prince Duan bowed respectfully. "There are distinguished guests in the princess's house. I am afraid of offending them." He was complaining in his heart. He had been annoying her before. It seems that he is not in a good position to show up in front of her, and it is not in a good position not to show up in front of her. Feng Qingqing walked in and snorted coldly. "You are really getting more and more aware of the rules. In this case, you should learn to cook well recently. There are many male favorites in my backyard. but few of them can cook. Prince Tuan bit his back teeth, lowered his eyebrows and said, "Yes, princess, what dishes do you like? Write a menu for me, and I will start learning tomorrow. I will have someone give it to you." Feng Qingqing said, looking at Yuan Can, "You should be more talented than him, study hard. If you can't learn well, both of you should get out of the house." The two of them sent Feng Qingqing away with their heads down. Yuan Can just closed the door, and saw Prince Tuan pick up his teacup and pretend to throw it on the ground. He hurried forward to snatch the teacup from Prince Tuan's hand, and put it back on the table, whispering, "Your Highness, now is not the time to get angry and throw things." Prince Tuan shook his sleeves, and sat back in his chair. "She wants to use us as cooks," Yuan Can said cautiously. "This is not the point. The point is that if we don't do it well, we have to get out of the princess's mansion." "I don't think she is joking this time." Prince Tuan calmed down and narrowed his eyes. "Recently, Minister Jiang has been coming to the princess's mansion a lot. Are the two of them plotting something?" The prince came, but Feng Qingqing did not take any action, which only proved that Feng Qingqing was too busy to take care of concubine Xian and Yui Luo. He suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Yuan Can. Could the previous matter about Feng Qingqing's identity be true? Impossible. Yuan Can analyzed seriously. If it is true, the queen will not let this go easily, and the prime minister also dislikes the princess. Why not take this opportunity to defeat the princess? Prince Tuan felt that Yuan Can's words made sense and dispelled his doubts. What the two did not know was that this was the closest they had ever been to the truth. With Yui Luo's expectation, Feng Qingqing's birthday finally arrived. Early in the morning, the mansion was filled with the sound of people walking. After Yui Luo and concubine Xian finished washing, they heard a sound at the window, and then saw Qianju jump in from the window. "Luo, everything is done. There will be something exciting to watch today." As soon as he finished speaking, the prince also jumped in through the window. It was quite inappropriate for the prince to climb through the window with his temperament. "Luo, it will be too late to be busy outside for a while. You and Empress Xian should eat something to fill your stomach first." "Prince, you climbed through the window just to talk about this?" The prince took out the food he brought to bring food. He put the food, snacks and milk he had picked up from the kitchen on the table, motioning Empress Xian and Yui Luo to eat. "Your Highness, the crown prince would do such a thing?" Qianju looked as if he had seen a ghost. He raised his hand to take the food on the table, but his hand was grabbed by the crown prince. "This is for Luo and concubine Xian. If you want to eat, go to the kitchen and get it yourself." Everyone outside was busy, and concubine Xian might not be able to call anyone over. This was the first time he did such a thing, and this person laughed at him for wanting to eat. "Okay, I'm your brother, give it to Luo." Qianju broke free of his hand, and looked at the crown prince with a squint. The crown prince had a smile on his face, and a gentle voice, but his words were a little aggressive. "This is originally given to Luo by me. Why do you need to give it up? How dare someone who has nothing to do with me call Luo's brother?" His legitimate brother didn't say anything here, but this man is so shameless to call Luo's brother all day long. What a big face. Cousin is not a brother? Qianju knew that the prince was unhappy that he asked Luo to call him cousin. "If it wasn't for my cousin to catch the chicken, would you catch it yourself, prince?" "It's not a bad idea for me to catch it myself." Yui Luo thought the two were a little funny, and looked at the prince. "Prince, have you eaten yet?" The prince shook his head. "I'm not hungry, Luo eats." Qianju immediately responded, pretending to be pitiful, "Luo, cousin is hungry." Yui Luo picked up a piece of cake, and Qianju looked at the prince proudly. The prince couldn't lose face. He didn't want to save face. Lin Shi on the side couldn't stand it anymore, and while Qianju was showing off, he took the cake from Yui Luo's hand and handed it to the prince, and then said respectfully, "Little princess, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince hasn't eaten yet, but it's Mr. Qian, who ate secretly by himself, and didn't even remember your cousin." Chapter 584. He emphasized the word cousin, and looked at Qianju provocatively. He thought that his master couldn't lose face, so he helped his master to avoid Qianju's appearance of being a villain all day long. Qianju glared at Lin Shi. "You better not get sick. If you get sick, there are imperial physicians and doctors." Lin Shi was not to be outdone. "I really thought he was a gentleman before, but fortunately the princess has a sharp eye." Lin Shi, stop talking. Yui Luo was worried that if Lin Shi continued to talk, Qianju, the black sesame stuffing, would give him medicine, so she spoke out to stop him. Qianju looked at Yui Luo with a touched face. "I knew that Luo still cares about my cousin." Yui Luo, Why is he so tea? Near noon, Feng Qingqing sent someone to invite Yui Luo and concubine Xian. I don't know if she did it on purpose or unintentionally. When the two of them went, the empress and other ministers had already arrived. The banquet was set up outside, probably because Feng Qingqing thought it would be more convenient for her to implement her plan outside. Concubine Xian held Yuilua and bowed to the empress. Get up. Sit down quickly, don't let Luor get hungry. Feng Qingqing stood up when she saw the two of them coming, apologetically. My princess, you came late, there is no seat in the front, how about? Before she finished her words, Concubine Xian said directly, I will take Luor to sit in the back. The front is reserved for you lucky people to enjoy, my mother, and I are not worthy of it. Feng Qingqing wanted to deliberately embarrass Concubine Xian, but she didn't care at all. She snorted in her heart, the closer the seat is to the front, the more honorable it is. This Concubine Xian is really as disrespected as the prince of their country, and keeps wanting to sit in the back. The prime minister looked at Feng Qingqing coldly, and then looked at the prince sitting in the back, with a straight posture, handsome face, and extraordinary demeanor, and felt that his country's princess was embarrassing. Okay, today is your birthday, you are the birthday girl, and it is understandable that you can't take care of many things. The queen said this to give Feng Qingqing a way out, but Feng Qingqing seemed to have not seen the step, and sullenly scolded the maid next to her. How do you do things? How can you not arrange the position of the princess? The maid knelt on the ground in fear, saying that she was wrong. The ministers turned their eyes away, and didn't look at Feng Qingqing. They felt that Feng Qingqing was embarrassed, but they felt more embarrassed. The prince of another country was still there, but the princess was so rude and harsh on the servants at her birthday banquet. And anyone with a discerning eye knew that the princess was deliberately targeting the princess and her daughter, otherwise the princess was not a small person. How could she forget her position just like that? Go down, everyone is hungry, let's start the banquet. When the maid heard the empress speak, she thanked her and retreated as if she had been pardoned. Feng Qingqing realized that she had displeased the empress, so she stopped talking and sat down obediently. She felt that the empress was displeased because she targeted Concubine Xian and Concubine Xian, and a hint of murderous intent flashed across her eyes. The empress's expression returned to a gentle state, and she raised her hand and said, Open the banquet. As she raised her hand, she saw Qianju, who was sitting at the back with a veil. His temperament was not inferior to that of the prince, so she couldn't help but ask, What is that? Qianju was about to pick up the chopsticks and eat as much as he could, so as not to be unable to eat later, but he heard this voice as soon as he picked up the chopsticks. He looked up at the empress, but she didn't say anything, so he thought she wasn't calling him, so he continued to pick up the braised chicken in front of him with his chopsticks. Cheap cousin, you foodie, didn't you realize the empress was calling you? Yuilua found it a little funny. Qianju picked up the braised chicken, lowered his head, and quickly lifted his veil to put it in his mouth, then put down the veil and sat upright. His appearance made the empress vaguely see how the queen attended the palace banquet before entering the palace. Feng Qingqing realized that the empress was calling Qianju, and hurriedly stood up and said, Mother, he is from my son's house. The queen was a little surprised, and rarely agreed with Feng Qingqing's vision. He is from your backyard. Come out, and let me see him. Qianju felt that everyone was looking at him, and he raised his hand and pointed at himself. Me? The queen nodded. Qianju put down his chopsticks, stood up, and walked to the middle. Replying to the queen, I am not the male favorite of the princess' backyard, I am just a guest. I wear a veil because I have a wound on my face. That's right, mother, he is my son's friend. The queen couldn't help but feel a little regretful after hearing this. She wanted this man to be Qing'er's legal husband, but it turned out that he was just a friend. Seeing the man eager to distance himself from her, he must have disliked Qing'er. She stared at Qianju, and felt that his features were similar to those of the queen. She slowly withdrew her gaze, thinking that she missed the queen too much and everyone looked like him. Please step down and take a seat. After briefly discussing this, the queen took a sip of the wine, and Feng Qingqing and Minister Jiang looked at each other and stood up. Mother Queen, although today is my son's birthday, you suffered a lot to give birth to me, so I will play a song for you. The queen nodded with a smile. Okay, it's rare that you have such a filial heart. Feng Qingqing stood up and walked to the center of the platform above. After sitting down, she glanced at the ground and narrowed her eyes. The two people waiting below heard the sound of the chairs moving above, raised their hands, and pulled open a square piece of wood, revealing a hole. Didn't they say that this chicken is used to entertain guests? Why are you letting us fly it now? The guard came over with a cage and asked suspiciously, Why do you care so much? The princess asked us to release the chicken, so we just let it go. Listen carefully. When the princess plays the zither, we will release all the chickens in the cage." As they were talking, the zither sounded, and the two of them didn't care about anything else, and hurriedly grabbed the chickens in the cage and threw them out quickly. Feng Qingqing was talking so deeply that she smiled when she heard the sound of flapping wings. The minister Jiang, who was sitting below, saw something flying out, and he didn't even have time to look carefully, and hurriedly said loudly, "God bless our country, the phoenix is surrounding the princess. This is a sign of good fortune." As she spoke, she didn't hear anyone agreeing, but the prime minister's voice rang out instead. "A sign of good fortune?" The prime minister glanced at Minister Jiang. Maybe Minister Jiang is too old, and can't tell the difference between a phoenix and a chicken. Minister Jiang's face changed, and he looked at the things that kept flying out. As if to let her see clearly, one of them flew directly towards her. She raised her hand to grab it, and looked at the chicken in her hand. Her face kept changing. How could it be a chicken? She gave it a phoenix. Could it be that Feng Qingqing knew her plan and deliberately replaced the phoenix with a chicken? However, Feng Qingqing herself was embarrassed, and with Feng Qingqing's brain, she would never think of the real purpose of helping her do this. Chickens flew everywhere, and chicken feathers and dust floated in the air. Feng Qingqing stood up with a gloomy face, looking at the flying chickens, and stood there in a daze. Chapter 585. The ministers below were confused by this change. After the prime minister mocked Minister Jiang, he stood up quickly and retreated to the back. "What's going on?" Feng Qingqing asked this question, but no one could give her an answer. Chickens continued to fly out of the hole, and the only response she got was the chickens and chicken droppings flying around her head. The queen was protected by Ling Lu and walked to the side, and she was not harmed. The ministers in front saw the prime minister stand up and run to the back, and they also moved their positions. Only Feng Qingqing, who was above, seemed to have some magic power, which attracted chickens to fly to her desperately and poop on her. Xianju watched with interest, walked to Yuiluo and whispered, "Look, this medicine is quite effective, isn't it?" Yuiluo looked at Feng Qingqing and Jiang Shangshu, who were covered in chicken manure, and gave Qianju a thumbs up without leaving a trace. I don't know what medicine was given to these chickens, but they were able to poop on Jiang Shangshu and Feng Qingqing so accurately. The prime minister and others ran really fast, otherwise they would have been washed by chicken manure. Feng Qingqing's hair was messed up by the chicken, and her face and body were covered with chicken manure and the smell of chicken manure. While driving away the chickens that kept flying at her, she stared at Jiang Shangshu, who was a little better than him. Jiang Shangshu himself was also wronged. Before she could figure out why things turned out like this, she was attacked by chicken claws and chicken feces. At this moment, she was busy avoiding these crazy chickens, and had no time to pay attention to Feng Qingqing's eyes that wanted to eat her. The queen looked at the dust and chicken feathers floating in the air and scolded, "What are you all standing there for? Why don't you catch these beasts?" The guards heard the order and rushed forward to catch the flying chickens. After catching all the chickens, Feng Qingqing walked towards Minister Jiang with murderous intent. The empress knew the inside story and didn't want her to continue to embarrass herself, so she said, "Come on, take the princess down to wash up." Feng Qingqing had never been so embarrassed in her life, so how could she obey obediently? She pushed away the maid who walked to her side. Get lost? Her reason had been defeated by anger, and she didn't care how embarrassed she was. She only wanted to settle accounts with Minister Jiang, who she thought was the culprit. "I say it again, go take a bath and change clothes first." The queen emphasized her tone. Feng Qingqing turned her head to look at her gloomy face, and unwillingly followed the maid to take a bath and change clothes. The good birthday banquet was messed up like this, and the ministers saw the queen's displeasure, and they all hung their heads and didn't say anything, secretly glancing at the embarrassed Minister Jiang, and were glad that they ran fast and didn't get hurt. "Prince Tianqi came from afar, and let you laugh at me." The queen looked at the prince and her voice softened. The prince nodded, "No way." The prime minister came out and bowed, saying, "I think Minister Jiang knows about this. Please interrogate Minister Jiang to see what's going on." Minister Jiang knelt on the ground with a thud. After weighing the pros and cons, he said earnestly, "Your Majesty, I am a minister. The princess told me to do this, and I dare not disobey." She knew that now was not a question of arguing who did it, but admitting that she did it for Feng Qingqing. After all, she had shouted loudly just now, and no one would believe her if she said that this matter had nothing to do with her. "I told the queen about this on the day I entered the palace." As long as she admitted her fault, she would be innocent. She was a minister after all, and the queen couldn't punish her for no reason. The queen looked at Minister Jiang on the ground, knowing what she was thinking, and said calmly, "Get up, I know the queen's temper, I think she must have been instigated by someone, and she is asking you to suffer. Ah, Queen, can you look at what you are saying? You can't lie like this to excuse Feng Qingqing. You really protect your child. You won't wake up unless Feng Qingqing stabs you with a knife, right? The Prime Minister sneered in his heart. The Queen was reluctant to pursue the princess, and she also found a reason for her to be instigated by others. And Minister Jiang became the one who did things for the superiors, and both of them got away with it. Knowing that it was useless to say anything, looking at the Queen's attitude, he naturally thought that the Queen must have known about this first. She couldn't help but feel disappointed with this king who she knew in childhood. In order to pave the way for the princess, a scene of phoenixes surrounding the princess was made, and then the princess was said to be the so-called Princess of Destiny. When the ministers who believed in destiny saw the scene, they would definitely change their minds about the princess. She withdrew her thoughts and glanced at the empress. No wonder she let Minister Jiang go so easily. The other ministers also understood the empress's plan, and they couldn't help but feel disappointed. At this time, the people around the empress came over with two people. Your Majesty, someone is playing tricks down there. I have brought the person up. Lingla waved his hand. Bring the person here. The two who didn't know what was going on thought that Feng Qingqing wanted to reward them for their good work, but they took a sneak peek at the messy scene and the wrong atmosphere, and their faces turned pale instantly. The guards forced the two men to kneel on the ground, and the empress looked at them with pale faces. Do you know your crime? 6. You are more likely to be a tyrant than your father by asking for the crime right away. Your Majesty, it is unjust. The two men kowtowed with pale faces, shouting that they were unjust. Unjust? Didn't you two release these chickens? Indeed, we too did, but this was all ordered by the princess. They were just following orders, and they were unjust. Why did the princess let you release these chickens? Lingla looked at the empress's increasingly cold face and angrily scolded the two. Tell me, did someone give bad advice to the princess to harm her? She only hoped that the two could understand the meaning of her words and find a way to defend themselves. Otherwise, if they just kept crying out for injustice, the empress might make a choice to let the two innocent people die in order to settle the matter. He had caused the trouble himself. Qianju saw the empress's plan and naturally would not let innocent people be implicated because of his persecution of Feng Qingqing. He walked out from the ministers and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, Empress, the two of you are just following orders. I guess the person who gave the princess advice has already escaped. The princess has offended many people, so it is understandable that someone wants to embarrass her and take revenge on her. Please spare us, Your Majesty. We are just following your orders. We can't spare them. Feng Qingqing, who had just changed her clothes, strode over and said angrily, Someone, come to me. Before she finished her words, the Prime Minister interrupted her. Princess, the Emperor is still here. Are you going to punish them without your permission? Why can't I punish the people in my house? Feng Qingqing directly retorted, The Prime Minister has long been dissatisfied with me. Could it be that this was done by the Prime Minister? Otherwise, why would he think of offending them? The prince chuckled. This is my first time in Li Country. Could it be that the status of the Princess of Li Country is higher than that of the Queen? The princess can actually shout for war and killing in front of the king. Chapter 586. It's none of your business. Feng Qingqing heard the prince's sarcasm and opened her mouth to refute. But she heard the sitting queen coldly say, Your Highness, the prince is wrong. The princess can't get past me. Well, I know now. The queen didn't want to let Feng Qingqing go on, so she gave Ling Lu a look. Ling Lu understood and said loudly, Come on, search hard to see if there are any suspicious people running out of the princess's mansion today. Once found, kill them directly. After saying that, he looked at the two people on the ground. You guys go down too. The two of them rolled and crawled back. The farce ended here. Not only did they not get the benefits they imagined, but they also made such a big fool of themselves. Feng Qingqing was so angry that she sent the guests away. After following the empress to the main hall, she said aggrievedly, Mother, why didn't you let me kill those two? They saw that it was a chicken and let it out, obviously to embarrass me. If those two were not released, would she be so embarrassed? And you, tell me why a good phoenix turned into a chicken? She glared at Minister Jiang, who had been roughly cleaned up, and was full of anger. I don't know why this happened. You saw the princess that day, it was Feng Wang, and someone must have tampered with it in your house. Minister Jiang glanced at the empress at the top carefully. Could it be the princess or the prince of Tianqi who did it? Enough. The empress interrupted the two. This is the end of today. Waving her hand to let Minister Jiang leave, she stood up and walked towards Feng Qingqing below. I know you are angry. You know better than anyone whether those two are innocent or not, And you didn't tell them what was locked up inside. Feng Qingqing pursed her lips. I just wanted them to respect me, but I didn't expect it to be like this. This idea was given to you by Minister Jiang, right? The queen raised her hand and touched Feng Qingqing's head. She didn't come up with this idea to help you. Why did you say that? Feng Qingqing's eyes widened. If that's the case, why did you let her go? If you ascend the throne in the future, she will bring up this matter, plus your previous identity was questioned. The ministers will definitely think you are guilty and do this. I don't want to let her go, but I have to. She told me about this in advance, and I agreed to her. She wanted to wait for this to succeed, and then use it to deal with Minister Jiang, but she didn't expect such a change to happen. It's my fault. Feng Qingqing lowered her head. The queen thought that she must feel bad for losing face today, and whispered, You have been wrong today. My position is yours, and I will pave the way for you. Don't do useless work. Looking up at the queen's serious expression, Feng Qingqing lowered her eyes. Thank you, mother. Feng Hongyu whispered as Qianju and the others returned to the courtyard. The mother dotes on the princess unconditionally. You can't deal with her. Unless the mother dies, as long as the mother is still alive, Feng Qingqing can't be touched. After saying that, seeing that Yuilua and the others had something to say, she closed the door and retreated with great tact. After what happened today, Minister Jiang will definitely change his mind and prepare to take action. The prince poured tea for concubine Xian and Qianju and spoke softly. But will Feng Qingqing agree? Qianju picked up the tea. Feng Qingqing looked like she wanted to eat Shanshu Jiang at that time. Will she continue to cooperate? That's why they will continue to cooperate, Yuilua said with a smile. Feng Qingqing is eager to kill Shanshu Jiang, who has the handle on her. The two of them said they would cooperate, but in fact they were thinking about killing each other on the day the plan was implemented. I don't know who died that day, or whether they both died together. As Yuilua expected. The next day, Minister Jiang went to find Feng Qingqing to discuss the plan. Feng Qingqing wanted to kill her right now, so she agreed without hesitation. I hope Minister Jiang won't mess it up again this time. There are many people in the princess's mansion, and it's not my fault for messing up this time. She would think of yesterday's embarrassment when she saw the chicken now, so who could she blame? Feng Qingqing couldn't do anything even after catching the phoenix, so could she really succeed in framing the Empress Feng Qingqing? Minister Jiang was a little skeptical. I don't want to argue with you about this now. You go down, I will go to the palace to see the Mother Queen in 5 days. Since you have made up your mind, don't be soft-hearted. Minister Jiang didn't want to stay with her any longer, so he left after saying this. Feng Qingqing stood up, walked to the side, opened the drawer, picked up a white porcelain bottle, and put it in her sleeve, then closed the drawer. Prince, the second princess wants to see you. Feng Qingqing walked to the chair and sat down. Let someone come in. Prince, have you told the Queen Mother about letting me enter the palace? Yesterday she wanted to talk to the Queen Mother in person, but the people around the Queen Mother didn't let her see her mother at all. Although His Royal Highness was willing to help her, she was worried that the Queen Mother would doubt His Royal Highness's intentions this time, so she refused. I said. Feng Qingqing stood up. I used my birthday gift to ask for you. Really? Feng Hongyu's voice was full of excitement. Of course, you are my sister after all. Feng Qingqing opened the door. Let's go. You haven't been to the palace for a long time. You may get lost. I will go with you. Knowing that her refusal would annoy her, Feng Hongyu had to agree. The two of them took a carriage to the palace. What Feng Qingqing imagined would embarrass her did not happen. After getting off the carriage, the guard saw that it was Feng Qingqing, and let her go without saying anything. There is actually no change in the palace, but you, my second sister, have been in the palace for a short time, so it is hard to tell if there are any changes. Feng Hongyu lowered her eyebrows and listened, but did not respond. Do you think Ling Chansher would be very happy to see you? Feng Qingqing sighed to herself. I wanted to tell him about your experience in Tianqi before, but he didn't care at all. This is the first time I have seen such a cold-blooded father. She stopped and looked at Feng Hongyu, who looked unhappy. When you were a child, he treated you coldly when I bullied you. Do you think he is cold-blooded? Feng Hongyu pursed her lips, unable to refute Feng Qingqing's words. When she went to Tianqi to marry, she thought her father would come to see her off anyway. She begged the motorcade to wait for half an hour, but she didn't see her father, nor did she receive the message he sent. As they were talking, they had already arrived at Ling Chansher's residence. The people at the door looked at Feng Qingqing and hurriedly saluted respectfully. Greetings to the crown princess, the second princess. When Ling Chansher in the room heard the second princess, he almost knocked over the teacup in his hand. Is Ling Chansher here? I brought my second sister to see him. I go in and tell the master. The young servant turned around and walked in. Before he could speak, he heard Ling Chancher say coldly, "No." Chapter 587. His voice was very cold, without a trace of emotion. The little servant said yes, turned around and walked out to answer. The voice of Ling Chancher was not small, and the door was open, so Feng Hongyu naturally heard his voice. She pursed her lips and lowered her eyes to look at her fingertips. "Daughter, second princess, the master is a little uncomfortable." The little servant didn't want to make Feng Hongyu too uncomfortable, so he found some euphemisms. He knew that his master cared about the second princess, but he didn't know why he was so cold. "Really? But I heard that Ling Chancher's voice was full of energy." Feng Qingqing glanced at Feng Hongyu. "Besides, it's not easy for my second sister to enter the palace once. Does Ling Chancher really not want to see her?" If Feng Qingqing had suspected Ling Chancher was pretending not to care about her daughter before, now she really dispelled her suspicion. Knowing that it was not easy for Feng Hongyu to come to the country, he was indifferent and didn't see her. It seems that he was not pretending. Feng Hongyu ignored Feng Qingqing, who was watching the fun, and looked up at the little servant. "Since my father is not feeling well, I should see him. Please go in and talk to him. I won't disturb him for too long." The waiter looked embarrassed and hesitated for a moment, but finally went in, and said what he wanted to say. Feng Hongyu stared at the exit of the door, and the pain in her heart was replaced by surprise when she heard the waiter say please. She raised her legs and followed the waiter in, and Feng Qingqing also raised her eyebrows and followed. Entering the room, Ling Chancher was sitting on a chair. When he saw Feng Hongyu following behind the waiter, his eyes flashed with heartache, and then he noticed that Feng Qingqing was also following, and he quickly concealed the heartache in his eyes, restored his indifferent look, and stood up to greet Feng Qingqing. "No need to be polite, get up." Feng Qingqing sat down by herself and said with a smile, "My presence here should not affect your private conversation, right?" Of course not. It was obvious that she wanted to stay and listen to the two of them talking. How dare they chase her away? "Hello, father." Feng Hongyu bowed. Attendant Ling restrained the urge to help her and said calmly, "Get up." Seeing that he did not take the initiative to ask how she was doing, Feng Hongyu had to find something to say herself. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, second princess, don't worry, just take care of yourself." Feng Hongyu forced a smile and nodded, "That's good, I'm relieved." Feng Qingqing listened to the two people's irrelevant words and felt boring, so she stood up. "You guys chat, I won't disturb you." After Feng Qingqing left, Feng Hongyu stood up from the chair and held Ling Chancher's hand. Looking at his intact fingers, her voice was full of relief. "It's great, father, your fingers are still there." She choked a little as she spoke, but her hand was suddenly brushed away by Ling Chancher coldly. "You came to see me just to talk about these things?" Ling Chancher's voice was very calm, and he didn't ask Feng Hongyu why she said the above words. Feng Hongyu's smile froze on her face, and her hand froze in midair. She seemed to be pressed into the water, and her whole body was cold. She stepped back 2 steps, and the tears in her eyes fell at this moment. "Father thinks these are insignificant little things?" Ling Chancher knew that his words hurt his daughter. Seeing her like this, he could hardly maintain his indifference. If it's not an insignificant matter, then what is it? He pinched his palm tightly in his sleeves, reminding himself to stay rational. The princess couldn't be so kind to bring her daughter to see him. He had been pretending for so many years. He couldn't show any clues at this time, and give the princess a chance to control her daughter. He had heard that the crown prince of Tianqi was a capable heir. If his daughter could remember his cruelty, and live well with the prince, it might not be a bad ending. This is the only thing he can do for his daughter now. As long as his daughter no longer has any expectations of him as a father, she can live in Tianqi with peace of mind, and never return to this place full of nightmares. Ha ha ha. Feng Hongyu wiped the tears from her face, and stared at Ling Chancher. "It turns out that father really doesn't want to see me. I thought you were pretending to be indifferent, because the princess was here. All these years, she has been comforting herself that her father loves her, but he can't help it, so he is indifferent to her." She could understand her father, and didn't blame him. But now, that the princess was not here, he was still so cold. "I can't protect myself, and you coming to see me will only make the princess and the emperor hate me for nothing." Ling Chancher picked up the tea, and didn't look at Feng Hongyu's injured eyes. "You just came back for a trip, and when you leave, you won't have any worries. I still have to live in the palace. So father thinks I shouldn't come back?" Feng Hongyu's face was full of sarcasm. "I thought you would be happy when I came back to see you, but I didn't expect you to think so. thinking that I would only bring you unhappiness and make you disliked by the princess and the queen mother. She tried not to cry, but she couldn't stop crying. Because the princess threatened me with you, I was worried that something might happen to you, she said, pulling her clothes down, revealing the hideous iron wound. I came to see you with the prince before my wounds were fully healed. Since you don't want to see me, I leave now. Attendant Ling looked at the wound on her shoulder, and his heart seemed to be pinched by a pair of hands, and he almost couldn't breathe because of the pain. I'm sorry for bothering you today. Feng Hongyu pulled up her clothes, knelt on the ground and cowed out heavily. I won't bother you again, and make things difficult for you in the future. After that, she cowed out twice, stood up, and walked out without looking at Ling Chanshu again. The moment she left, Ling Chanshu could no longer hold on, and leaned back on the chair. Feng Hongyu left Ling Chanshu's residence, wiped her tears, and walked a short distance, and then she heard Feng Qingqing's voice. It seems that I came at the right time. Second sister, what did you say? She looked at Feng Hongyu's red eyes, without any pity in her heart. Okay, thank you for today, my lady. No need to thank me. The two of them left the palace and got on the carriage, and no one spoke. Feng Hongyu closed her eyes, and her father's cold face and hurtful words kept appearing in her mind. Feng Qingqing looked at her like this, knowing that she must have been hurt by Ling Chanshu. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on her lips. Feng Hongyu cared most about her father. The reason why she brought her into the palace was to see her look like she was hit hard. Don't be too sad, second sister. Ling Chanshu is my mother's person. My mother doesn't like you. You can't blame him for wanting to avoid you. Feng Qingqing wanted to say something, but the carriage had already arrived at the gate of the princess's mansion. Feng Hongyu opened her eyes, and got off the carriage directly past Feng Qingqing. Second sister, don't be upset. You still have the crown prince. Chapter 588. Feng Hongyu looked back at Feng Qingqing, and her cold eyes made Feng Qingqing feel that the person in front of her would rush up and kill her in the next moment. Don't worry, princess. Leaving this sentence, she strode into the mansion and walked towards her room. Entering the room, the maid hurriedly poured her a cup of tea. Concubine, you are back, see? Seeing that Feng Hongyu seemed to have cried, she swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. You go out, I want to be alone for a while. But the maid was worried about her, and wanted to say something but heard Feng Hongyu's tone become heavier. Go out. Yes, I go out right away. The door was closed. Feng Hongyu took out the dagger she was carrying and couldn't help laughing softly. Yui Luo didn't see Feng Hongyu during lunch. She couldn't help but ask, where is Feng Hongyu? The prince glanced at Lin Qi, and Lin Qi hurriedly said, she went to the palace with Feng Qingqing to see her father. With Feng Qingqing? Yui Luo's face tensed up instantly, and concubine Xian noticed something and said softly, Luo, what's wrong? Feng Qingqing wouldn't be so kind. If she went with him, would Ling Chanshu say anything good? Feng Hongyu cares so much about her father. If he was hurt, she would definitely. Yui Luo looked at Lin Qi. Quick, go to Feng Hongyu's residence. Several people hurried to Feng Hongyu's residence. The maid who was about to deliver food to Feng Hongyu saw them, and asked in confusion. Greetings, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Where is your master? After the concubine and the princess came back from the palace, they said they wanted to be alone. They are in the house now. I am preparing to deliver food to them. Just as they were about to push the door open, Feng Qingqing's voice rang out not far away. Oh, it's so lively here. Concubine Xian looked at Feng Qingqing, not as lively as yesterday. You? Feng Qingqing blushed. Why are you all at the second sister's door? Do we need to report to you where we are going? Concubine Xian looked at the prince and Qianju. Go in quickly. Lin Qi pushed the door open, let the few people go in, then closed the door, and stood guard at the door. Feng Qingqing, who wanted to follow in, was stopped outside the door. She looked at Lin Qi and said sternly, Get out of here, this is my residence. Lin Qi said coldly, The crown prince is talking to the concubine. Please don't disturb them. Can I enter my mansion? The two people at the door did not give in, but the people who entered were frightened by the scene in front of them. Feng Hongyu held a dagger in her hand, which pierced her chest and stained her dress red. When she saw the people coming, she smiled. You are here. The maid was so scared that she threw the food on the ground, and she quickly walked to Feng Hongyu. Concubine, what's wrong with you? Feng Hongyu seemed to feel no pain. She looked up at the prince. I want to ask you a favor. Qianju took out a porcelain bottle, poured out a pill, and stuffed it into Feng Hongyu's mouth. If you don't want to die, stop talking nonsense. Feng Hongyu still smiled. I'm going to die. Let me finish what I want to say first. She knew how hard she hit. What is it? The prince walked in front of her and looked at her. After I die, please find a way to let the queen know that my death was caused by the princess. Are you doing this for your father? Yuilu asked. The little princess is really smart. The queen mother doesn't like her, and she doesn't have any hope for her father. The only person who has supported her over the years is her father, and now her father thinks she is a burden. She is not loved by her father, nor by her mother, and the one she likes has no affection for her at all. When she was leaving the palace and getting on the carriage, she wanted to just stab Feng Qingqing to death, and then end her life, but she couldn't. She is the concubine of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will definitely not be able to get away with it if Feng Qingqing dies. Now that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and the little princess consort Xian are both in the territory of the Li Kingdom, the Queen Mother cares about Feng Qingqing, so it is inevitable that she will do something extreme to avenge Feng Qingqing. After thinking about it, she thought of a way to end her life and help her father one last time. As long as her death can be made to be related to Feng Qingqing, even if the Queen Mother dislikes her, she will be better to her father out of the desire to appease the matter or guilt. Feng Hongyu retracted her extra thoughts, wiped the blood from her lips, and looked at the Crown Prince. I am very happy to meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The days when I first went to Tianqi were the happiest time of my life. She panted slightly and continued, I was very happy that the Crown Prince said he would send me back to Li Country, but unfortunately, I couldn't wait for that moment to come. My father didn't want me, and I would have no place to stand even if I came back. The Crown Prince looked at her face getting paler and paler. Let Mr. Qian treat your wound first. No need. Feng Hongyu waved her hand to refuse, and solemnly said to the Crown Prince, Your Highness, I'm sorry, although I did have ulterior motives when I first contacted you, but later I really didn't want to hurt you, Your Highness. She laughed a little self-deprecatingly. I know that the Crown Prince is so kind to me because you are kind, but I still can't help falling for your kindness. I know it's just a show, but I'm the one who got involved. Yuilu glanced at Qianju, who understood and coughed lightly. Have you finished? If you finish, I start to draw my sword for you. The maid cried with joy when she heard this. Is there still hope for the concubine? I help her up right now. Before Feng Hongyu could react, she was helped by the maid to lie down on the couch beside her. Qianju walked to the bedside and looked down at her. Don't look like that. I'm a disciple of the divine Dr. Valley after all. I can save your life. We won't comment on your relationship with your father. After the matter of Li Gui is over, you can have a good talk with him. If you still want to die after the talk, then die. Yuilu, You really know how to be funny in a serious way. Qianju helped Feng Hongyu pull out the knife and treated the wound, then walked aside to wash his hands. Your life is saved. The prince walked to Feng Hongyu's bed. Mr. Qian is right. When you get better, you can have a good talk with your father. What I said before is still valid. Knowing that her life was saved, Feng Hongyu felt embarrassed. She had just expressed her feelings because she was sure that she was hopeless, but now she felt a little embarrassed. Thank you, Your Highness. Feng Qingqing was still arguing with Lin Qi at the door. Seeing that the door was open from the inside, she stretched her neck. What happened to my second sister? Don't worry, it's fine. Feng Qingqing was a little surprised. She didn't die. When she came back, Feng Hongyu looked like she had lost her soul. Did a few people save Feng Hongyu? She wanted to go in to see what was going on, but was stopped by Lin Qi. Did you do anything to embarrass me yesterday? Feng Qingqing didn't insist on going in, and looked at concubine Xian and the others. Evidence is needed even if you want to slander someone. Concubine Xian glanced at the princess. We are being watched all day long. How can we know your plan? Feng Qingqing wanted to say something, but a guard rushed to her side and whispered in her ear. Chapter 589. My lady, Minister Jiang has sent a message to you. It's a critical moment now, so don't cause any trouble. Feng Qingqing pushed her away, looked at them with a sullen face, and after weighing it in her mind, she felt that she really shouldn't cause any trouble now. Anyway, they were all dead in her eyes now, and her impulsiveness would make them aware of her plan. I am also concerned about my second sister. If something really happened to my second sister, I would not be able to explain to my mother. Feng Qingqing smiled. Since my second sister is fine, I will leave first. Yuilua listened to every word the guard reported to Feng Qingqing, and she felt amused. Even without causing any trouble, you know what you are doing, just like running naked, and you think others don't know. Qianju asked Feng Hongyu's maid to change the medicine for Feng Hongyu, and walked out, only to see Feng Qingqing's back, and raised his eyebrows and said, You left so soon. When they returned to the yard, Yui Luo looked at the bird standing at the window, and walked over with her short legs. The bird saw her, flapped its wings and flew towards her, landing on her outstretched hand and chirping. The queen really couldn't wait a moment, and decided to take action against the prime minister so quickly. Thinking of the prime minister's disappointed expression yesterday, Yui Luo couldn't help but sigh. After hearing the news from the bird, Yui Luo released it, and said to the others, "The queen summoned the prime minister to the palace." The prime minister received the news of the queen's summons, and entered the palace with Ling Lu. "Prime minister, if the emperor says anything, just agree to her." The prime minister didn't say anything, just closed his eyes and dozed off, and Ling Lu sighed in his heart. She is the queen's person, and reminding the prime minister is equivalent to betrayal. I just hope that with such a simple reminder, the prime minister can take some precautions. The prime minister did not speak all the way until the carriage stopped. When she stood up, she glanced at Ling Lu. "I have decided to resign and return home. You don't need to say more." No matter why the queen summoned her, she had only one purpose today, that is, to resign. Before, she always thought that although the queen favored the princess, she was not so confused. After what happened yesterday, she felt that she was wrong. The empress doesn't listen to anyone now. The royal family of the kingdom is already corrupt, and she, as the prime minister, can't change it. Since she can't change it, she doesn't want the position of prime minister. Ling Lu was stunned and stood there. When he reacted, he hurriedly caught up with the prime minister. "Prime minister, you are the head of all officials. How can you resign just like that?" The prime minister stood still and looked at Ling Lu. "Then do you think I, the head of all officials, can be useful? So what if I am the prime minister? Can the emperor listen to me?" Her voice was very calm, without any ups and downs. "You are someone close to the emperor. How dare you say that the emperor didn't know about what happened yesterday, and how many innocent people's blood is stained on the hands of the princess? You know better than me, but what did the emperor do? When the princess beat someone, she gave silver to appease her, and just scolded the princess a few words and let it go. When the princess killed innocent people, she asked the officials below to keep her mouth shut, and simply confine the princess." Ling Lu pursed her lips, unable to refute. As the prime minister said, she worked for the empress, and she knew better than anyone that the empress helped the princess to clean up the mess. Sometimes she felt cruel and angry, but she was powerless and could do nothing. "Prime Minister," Ling Lu seemed to have made a decision and stopped the prime minister. "Are you here today just to resign?" The prime minister nodded. "Yes, I have already written the resignation letter. Since the prime minister has nothing else to do, why don't you give the letter to me, and I will pass it on to the emperor. I will do it myself. No need to trouble you, Lord Ling." The prime minister walked past Ling Lu, strode into the palace gate, and headed towards the imperial study. Ling Lu couldn't stop the prime minister, so he had to follow her to the imperial study. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you." "Your Excellency, Prime Minister, please don't be so polite." She walked down and helped the prime minister up, looking at the sunny sky outside, as if she was just saying, "It's a nice day today, why don't you go out for a walk with me?" The prime minister stood up, put the memorial in his hand back into his sleeve, and left the imperial study with the empress. The three of them walked on the palace road, the empress walked in front, and the prime minister lagged behind her by a small step, walking side by side with Ling Lu. "Today I summoned the prime minister for nothing. I just wanted to compete with him in archery. We haven't competed for many years." The prime minister said calmly, "I am not as good as you, your majesty. I lose every time." The queen chuckled, "I was not as good as you back then, but I may not be now. I have wasted these years." When she arrived at the martial arts arena, she stopped and turned to look at the prime minister. "Why do you look so worried, prime minister? Today I summoned you to the palace just to compete in archery, nothing else." "Your majesty." The guards, who had been ready in the martial arts arena, came over and saluted. "We are ready, please, your majesty and prime minister." The two walked forward and took the bows and arrows prepared by the guards. The queen looked at the prime minister sideways. "Prime minister, let's do our best." After today, she didn't know if the prime minister would really become a different person. The prime minister nodded, thinking that since he was going to resign anyway, he would have no chance to compete in the future, so he would naturally take it seriously. Ling Lu saw that the two were ready and said, "Begin." With two swoosh sounds, the arrows on the bowstrings of the two men shot towards the bull's eye and landed in the middle of the bull's eye. The empress threw the bow to the guard next to her and laughed loudly. "It's a tie. Didn't the prime minister always give in to me?" The prime minister also handed over his bow. "Your majesty is brave. I was not as brave as you back then. It's just luck that I won today." The Prime Minister is still modest. The Empress led the two men out of the martial arts arena. Let's go sit in the pavilion. The Prime Minister only wanted to sit down and hand over the memorial properly, so he didn't refuse. Sitting in the pavilion, the willow branches around were swaying in the wind, bringing a hint of coolness and driving away the summer heat. The Queen picked up the cup and poured a cup of tea for the Prime Minister herself, and poured another cup for herself. No! The Prime Minister looked at the tea handed over by the Queen and stood up slowly. Prime Minister, don't be afraid, sit down and drink tea. The Prime Minister sat down again, picked up the tea and took a sip. The Queen watched her drink the tea and looked away. Just now I saw the Prime Minister took the memorial. Is there something to report? The Prime Minister put down the tea, stood up, took out the memorial and presented it to the Queen with both hands. Your Majesty, I am no longer qualified to be the Prime Minister. I beg your Majesty to allow me to resign and return home. The Queen never expected that the Prime Minister's memorial was about resignation. Her expression changed and she smiled. I said, let's not talk about other things today. She added tea to the Prime Minister. If the Prime Minister wants to resign, it's not too late to talk about it in the morning court tomorrow. She put down the teapot and motioned the Prime Minister to sit down. My words are final. You are the Prime Minister. You must wait until tomorrow's court to discuss your resignation before deciding. The Queen saw that she was unwilling to sit down, so she raised her hand to take her memorial. Okay, I've got the memorial. Sit down. Chapter 590. The Prime Minister sat down and drank the tea in one gulp. The two of them then talked about some unimportant things. The Queen observed the Prime Minister's expression while talking. The Prime Minister drank the last cup of tea and wanted to get up and say goodbye, but he felt dizzy and fell on the table with a bang. Send the Prime Minister back home. The Queen stood up, without any regret on her face. Lingla responded with a yes, and went out of the pavilion to call for help. If you were not so stubborn, why would I treat you like this? The Queen opened the memorial written by the Prime Minister, and sneered after reading it. After writing so much, you are not willing to assist me? She put the memorial back into her sleeve. Lingla had already brought people over. The Queen put away the unnecessary expression on her face. The Prime Minister has drunk too much. You should carefully support her, and send her out of the palace. The guards helped the Prime Minister away, and Lingla asked softly, are you really going to talk about the Prime Minister's resignation tomorrow? Resignation? The Queen smiled with an ambiguous meaning. I'm afraid he won't remember this tomorrow. When the Prime Minister wakes up again, she will personally teach her two things, to assist herself and cheat her. By then, the Prime Minister will not remember what happened today. The Prime Minister went back to his house, and lay down until dark before waking up. She rubbed her forehead, recalling her sudden fainting. As she thought about it, her expression suddenly became ugly. There was something wrong with the tea. The Queen poured her tea, but she didn't drink it, and Ling Li's strange behavior when she entered the palace. She stood up, first in disbelief, then in anger. The Queen actually attacked him. No, if she did, she didn't seem to feel any discomfort except for the pain on her forehead. As she was thinking, she went to light the lamp. Before she reached the candlestick, a light laugh suddenly sounded in the room. Who? The Prime Minister was startled and looked around. At this time, the candlestick in the room was lit, and a man in green clothes with handsome eyebrows stood in front of the candlestick, looking at her with a smile. With just this one glance, the Prime Minister's expression changed drastically, and he took a step back. Who are you? Who is this person in front of him? Why does he look so similar to the Queen? And he can appear quietly in the Prime Minister's mansion without being noticed. Don't be afraid, Prime Minister. Qianju walked to the chair and sat down. I am Qianju from the Divine Doctor Valley. I won't hurt you. The Prime Minister had heard of Qianju's name, but he did not let down his guard. Are you wearing a human skin mask? Human skin mask? Qianju raised his slender hand and touched his face, smiling. No, this is what I look like. Prime Minister, you are so surprised to see my face. Do you think I look a lot like your Queen? Without waiting for the Prime Minister to speak, he continued, Don't ask me how I know. Sit down first, I tell you slowly. The Prime Minister slowly moved and sat down opposite him. Luo, do you want to come out now? The person is awake. Yui Luo, who was behind the screen, held a sugar man and poked her head out. Hey, he's awake. The Prime Minister looked towards the source of the sound, and a little girl with a double ring bun came out with a sugar man, wearing a red skirt, with two red silk ribbons tied in her hair, a pair of black and watery eyes shining like stars in the night, and a few small milk teeth were revealed at the corners of her mouth. If she is not the princess daughter, Then who else could she be? Seeing how familiar Yuilua and Qianju were, the Prime Minister had a bold guess in her mind, and she stared at Yuilua. Are you the little princess of Tianqi? With that cunning look just now, plus the same name. Prime Minister is really smart, but now I have to add one more thing, I am your savior. Seeing the Prime Minister's puzzled expression, Yuilua explained to her. Aren't you also wondering why you are fine after the Queen attacked you? Because I changed the medicine, so you just fainted. This made the Prime Minister even more confused. Didn't the little princess and the Crown Prince appear in country to disrupt the country? Why should they help her? She thought so and asked. Why should you help me? Yuilua licked the sugar man and said seriously, because you are still useful and can't be wasted. How do you know that the Emperor will do something to me? What does the Emperor plan to do to me? Qianju snatched the sugar man from Yuilua's hand. I gave the medicine to the Queen. People who have taken it will receive instructions instilled by others after waking up, and will obey unconditionally in the future. To put it simply, Prime Minister, you will become a puppet without your own thoughts. The Prime Minister grasped the key point. Since you gave me the medicine, how can you be my savior? If they don't give me the medicine, will she suffer? Yuilua looked at Qianju accusingly and said disapprovingly, Prime Minister, what you said is wrong. He gave you the medicine and I saved you. So how can I not be your savior? Prime Minister, we are waiting for you to wake up here just to tell you that the Queen will come back to you tomorrow to instill instructions. So don't show it. What is his relationship with the Queen? The Prime Minister looked at Qianju. Is he really not wearing a human skin mask? And does the Emperor know that you are the little princess of Tianqi? Then the princess's concubine Xian? Questions came one after another, and Yuilua sat on the carpet. Feng Qingqing is not the Queen's child. Who do you think the person in front of you is? As for the Queen, of course, she doesn't know that I am the little princess of Tianqi. Is he really the Queen's child? The Prime Minister was a little excited, with tears in his eyes. Since he is the child of the Queen, why didn't you take him directly to see the Emperor, when the Crown Princess's identity was different? Qianju poured a glass of water for Yuilua and continued. Feng Qingqing is the daughter of the Queen, who has been raised for many years. At this time, someone suddenly appeared and said that it was her child. Do you think she would believe it? Besides, the Queen already knew that it was Minister Jiang who spread this matter. In this case, even if I am true, she will think that Minister Jiang deliberately made it to deal with Feng Qingqing. The Prime Minister did not refute. The anger in her heart towards the Queen for plotting against her was reduced to shock by this information. She paused for a moment. Are you coming to Li country to disrupt Li country? Yuilua nodded and pointed at Qianju. It's not good for Tianqi to disrupt Li country. We are just helping your Li country to change a decent crown prince. Who told you that I agreed? Qianju immediately refuted. Yuilua shrugged and said to the Prime Minister, whether you can keep my cousin depends on your ability. Cousin? The Prime Minister didn't react. Yes, Prince Rui is my mother's mother. Is it wrong for me to call him cousin? The Prime Minister waved his hands hurriedly. I just didn't expect your identity to be real. Remember not to show any clues tomorrow, and pretend to be uncomfortable after tomorrow, and things will be over soon. Looking at the two people who were about to leave, the Prime Minister asked softly, will you do something to the Emperor? Chapter 591. The room was very quiet, with only the sound of candles burning. Qianju picked up Yuilua and looked back at the Prime Minister. No. The Prime Minister breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. The Emperor wasn't so confused before. She felt heartbroken, but he didn't want her to die. The next day, the Queen did not go to court, but quietly left the palace and came to the Prime Minister's residence. She took Ling Lu and was led to the Prime Minister's room. The Prime Minister stood up and saluted after hearing the report. The Queen looked at her changes, waved her hand, and asked people to leave, motioned Ling Lu to guard the door, and then helped her up herself. The Prime Minister stood up and showed an extremely respectful look. Your Majesty, I am sorry for not welcoming you from afar. Prime Minister, do you still remember what happened yesterday? The Queen sat on the chair and stared at the Prime Minister. Yesterday? The Prime Minister frowned and rubbed his head, looking very painful. I don't know. It's okay. The Queen comforted. It doesn't matter if you don't remember. I remember that you told me yesterday that you would assist me and the princess well. Assist the Emperor and the princess. The Prime Minister's eyes became a little empty, and he kept repeating this sentence. Yes, the Prime Minister must remember it well. The Queen noticed the change in her expression, and thought that the medicine had taken effect. The Prime Minister knelt down solemnly. I swear to complete your instructions to the death. He kowtowed. The Queen showed a sincere smile at the corner of her mouth, stood up and helped the Prime Minister up, Get up quickly. The Prime Minister stood up, respectfully, and did not speak. The Queen stared at her for a while, and suddenly felt a little emotional. The Prime Minister's respectful appearance made her feel much more at ease. When she quarreled with the Prime Minister, she was thinking that it would be better if the Prime Minister was more respectful. But now that the Prime Minister has really become like this, she is not as happy as she imagined. If it was before, she would refuse without hesitation when the princess was mentioned, and she would not be so respectful. She stood up. Just now I saw that you seem to be a little uncomfortable. You should have a good rest these few days. The Prime Minister was worried that if he spent too much time with the Queen, he would be exposed. After all, the Queen had known her for many years, and knew her well enough. It was her first time to deceive the Queen, so she was inevitably a little unsure. Unexpectedly, the Queen actually let her rest for a few days. She had never thought that the Queen's words were so pleasant. This way, she didn't have to act anymore. If she acted badly, she would be exposed and affect Qianju's plan. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief and bowed to the Queen. I thank the Emperor. After seeing the Queen out, the Prime Minister hurriedly closed the door and let out a heavy breath. He thought that he had finally fooled them. The two really trusted her. Didn't they worry that she would be exposed? The Queen left the Prime Minister's mansion and got on the carriage. I like the current Prime Minister much better. Ling Lu didn't say anything, but silently complained in his heart. Now this person listens to you in everything, so you naturally like him. After a while, she said, Is the Prime Minister feeling okay? The Queen shook her sleeves and said casually, It seems that he is a little uncomfortable in the head. She paused and laughed softly. It's just that there will be fewer people arguing with me in the court in the future, which is good, very good. It's hard to tell whether she really feels good about it, or she is thinking of the past. Ling Lu looked at the Empress, but didn't say anything. By the way, is there any news about the people who have been watching Minister Jiang recently? No, Ling Lu frowned slightly. I wonder if it's because the people before alerted the enemy, so Minister Jiang didn't take any action. The incident at Qinger's birthday banquet was related to her. It's normal for her to be restrained because she's worried that I might touch her. At this moment, Minister Jiang, who was considered to be restrained by the two, was summoning the private soldiers he had secretly trained to discuss treason. In the underground secret room of the Jiang mansion, Minister Jiang stood above, looking at the private soldiers standing in rows below, and said loudly, Because of the late emperor, my mother failed to succeed, so everyone has lived in the dark secret room for so many years. I gathered everyone together today to tell you that in 2 days, if you help me achieve great things, you can live an upright life and no longer have to hide your head and tail. The people below were excited when they heard this and said, Although we have not seen the sun for these years, we are grateful to you for taking good care of our husbands, children and the elderly. Now is the time for us to repay you. That's right. Now the emperor is confused, the princess is brave but not wise, and our Li country is corrupt. I support you to reorganize the Li country. I support you to reorganize the Li country. The shouts got louder and louder. Minister Jiang and his confidants looked at each other and raised their hands to signal everyone to be quiet. Thank you for your respect for me. Everyone, please be quiet. Let's discuss what to do in 2 days. Everyone quieted down. Minister Jiang said seriously, My first plan failed, so I can only force the emperor to abdicate. She looked at everyone. If you are afraid, Jiang will let you go now and give you some silver. The people who were originally frightened by her rebellious remarks and wanted to take the silver and leave became hesitant. Why are you hesitating? A woman standing in front looked at the hesitant people behind her. That position is for the capable, so what if you force him to abdicate? Yes, Lord Jiang is kind. I am willing to risk my life to help Lord Jiang succeed. Thank you all for your kindness. Shangshu Jiang bowed to everyone. I put it here today. As long as I sit in that position, everyone here will have made great contributions, and these positions are waiting for you to be granted titles of nobility and titles. After these words came out, everyone no longer hesitated. They all shouted that they would risk their lives to support Minister Jiang. Minister Jiang was very satisfied with the result. These people said they wanted to repay the favor, but if they really wanted to gamble with their lives, they would definitely retreat without some bait. Since everyone thinks so highly of Jiang, let's talk about the plan next. We only have 2,000 people, and we are definitely no match for the Imperial Guards in a head-on confrontation, so before the plan starts, I will find a way to get rid of the Imperial Guards commander, and then everyone will follow me into the palace, pretending to be the Imperial Guards, and after hearing my order, they will rush into the Golden Palace and take the head of the princess. Sir, why is it the princesses? Jiang Shangshu said calmly. The princess murdered the emperor. We got the news and ventured into the palace to save the emperor. The emperor could not be saved, so we had to take the head of the traitorous princess to avenge the emperor. Of course, this is the first plan. The second plan is that if the princess changes her mind and does not attack the emperor, we will force her to abdicate directly. After discussing the plan, Jiang Shongshu left the secret room and went to the study. The confidant whispered, "What you said just now was too risky. If they really took the money and left, wouldn't you have raised them in vain?" Minister Jiang picked up the tea and snorted, "Who said I raised them for nothing? If they really dare to take the money and leave, they will have to wait for their lives. Besides, the money I raised them was earned by selling their families and children. The wool comes from the sheep. After the deed is done, it will be troublesome for these people to know what you did to their families. Do you think they will have a chance to know?" Chapter 592. When she succeeds, these people will be dead. It is simply a foolish dream to dream of the title of Marquis. She put down the tea in her hand and handed a letter to her confidant. "Find a way to give this letter to Huang Feiyu. As long as the commander of the Imperial Guards is sent away, everything will be easy." "Yes, I will do it right away." Minister Jiang stood up, looked at the portrait hanging next to him, and whispered, "Mother, what you failed to complete, your daughter will soon complete it for you." She raised her hand and stroked the person in the painting. "Don't worry, when I ascend to that position, I will posthumously confer titles on you and your sister. Although you lost the fight with the late emperor, I will win now. My sister doesn't want me to achieve anything great, so I can only kill her. Mother, you won't blame me, right?" The palace was brightly lit at night, and the moon was high in the sky like a jade plate. A black figure jumped onto the palace wall under the moonlight. Huang Feiyu was patrolling with his men, while thinking back to what Yuilua said. As she thought about it, she couldn't help shaking her head. She originally believed in Yuilua, so she has been extra vigilant recently, but more than half a month has passed, and no one has asked her to leave the palace. Could it be that she was not happy with her promise to help the little princess before, and the little princess was deliberately playing a trick on her? While thinking, a slight movement sounded next to her. She raised her hand to signal the patrolling Imperial Guards behind her to stop, and then shouted, "Who?" The elongated shadow of the tree on the ground shook a few times, but there was no response. "Commander, it's a cat." Huang Feiyu frowned. No master in the palace keeps a cat. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered what Yuilua said, her eyes darkened, and she told the others to continue patrolling while she chased after him. Not far away, the man in black avoided the patrolling Imperial Guards and deliberately showed his head to let her see him. "Who are you?" Huang Feiyu drew his sword and crossed the neck of the man in black in front of him. The man in black did not speak, but took out a secret letter from his clothes and handed it to Huang Feiyu. While she was taking the letter, the man in front of her jumped onto the palace wall and soon blended into the moonlight. Huang Feiyu stopped chasing the man, quickly tore open the envelope, and took out the letter inside. Seeing the handwriting clearly, her pupils suddenly dilated. "It's the emperor's handwriting, and there's a seal," she murmured in a low voice, and quickly read the contents of the letter. There was only one very simple sentence on it: "Go out of the palace for me to secretly investigate the identity of the princess." Huang Feiyu, who suspected that the man just now was suspicious, was a little uncertain. The man's dress just now was indeed like the queen's secret guard, and the handwriting on the letter was the same as the queen's. If it was just the former, she would be suspicious, but with the seal, the emperor's seal, how could others get it casually? Could it be that the whereabouts of the princess last time aroused the empress's suspicion, so she secretly asked her to investigate the identity of the princess? At this time, footsteps suddenly sounded, and Huang Feiyu hurriedly put the letter in his arms. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and before Huang Feiyu could leave, he heard a childish voice. "Commander Huang, long time no see." Huang Feiyu turned around and saw clearly, with the help of the palace lantern, that the person who spoke was Yuilua, who was held by concubine Xian. Ling Lu, who was holding a palace lantern, followed the two of them. "Hello, princess." Huang Feiyu stepped forward and bowed. Yuilua glanced at the corner of the envelope sticking out of Huang Feiyu's arms and raised her eyebrows. "It seems that he has received the letter. No wonder he looks so strange. It seems that the fake seal made by Minister Jiang is quite realistic. No need to be polite, Commander Huang." After Empress Xian finished speaking, she said to Ling Lu beside her, "Lord Ling, please send them here. Commander Huang will send them the rest of the way." Commander Huang understood that Empress Xian had something to say to her, and smiled and continued. "Lord Ling, I have to leave the palace anyway, so it's a good opportunity to send the princess and the others out." Ling Lu nodded and left with the palace lantern. Why doesn't Commander Huang say anything? Are you scared? Yui Luo took the initiative to speak. Let me guess what's written on the letter. What letter? Huang Feiyu argued. I don't know what you are talking about. Yui Luo raised her hand and pointed at her chest. It's all exposed, but you're still hiding it. Huang Feiyu thought Yui Luo was deceiving her, and lowered her eyes to see that a corner of the letter was indeed exposed. She put the letter back. This is a letter from home. Yui Luo blinked and said innocently, the letter from home is stamped with the seal of the Empress. Are you a member of the Empress's family? Huang Feiyu was so shocked that she almost stumbled. I warned you before that if someone asked you to leave the palace, don't be fooled. It seems that you don't believe me at all. How did you know? Huang Feiyu was silent for a while, and when she was sure that Yui Luo was not deceiving her, she asked slowly. Because I monitor every move of Minister Jiang. Yui Luo smiled and showed a few small baby teeth, and I accidentally broke a corner of the Queen's seal today. Do you want to check it out? Thinking of the fresh handwriting and the intact seal, Huang Feiyu realized that she was being fooled. I believe you. What does Minister Jiang want to do? Send the commander of the Imperial Guards away. What do you think he wants to do? After asking, Empress Xian stood at the palace gate. Commander Huang must remember to pretend to leave the palace. I have asked for leave from the Empress. Huang Feiyu wanted to say something, but Empress Xian added, don't say you won't leave. If you want to get rid of Minister Jiang, you should be obedient. If you don't want to, it doesn't matter. We will use other means to make you cooperate. Haha, my mother can threaten people. Will the Emperor be in danger? Empress Xian said softly, nothing will happen to her. If we wanted to do anything, the Queen would have been caught long ago. Huang Feiyu did not refute. The Queen was close to the two of them, and they had plenty of opportunities to take action. But she couldn't understand why the two of them wanted to help Ligua deal with the civil strife. Why do you want to help Ligua? Yui Luo rubbed his eyes and yawned. You will know in 2 days. The next day, Huang Feiyu left the imperial capital in a low-key manner according to the arrangements of Yui Luo and Empress Xian, and returned secretly at night. Minister Jiang was overjoyed to learn that she had left the imperial capital. Seeing her happy, her confidant also congratulated her. Congratulations, sir. This is a good start. Yes, Minister Jiang sat on the couch. Is there no movement from Feng Qingqing? No movement, but the princess and the prince of Tianqi are two groups. Do we need to have someone to keep an eye on them tomorrow? Why do they want our people to keep an eye on them? Minister Jiang laughed. Feng Qingqing will naturally arrange someone to watch them. Do you think Feng Qingqing will be at ease with them? Feng Qingqing was indeed worried about Yui Luo and the prince, so she left 2 teams to guard the mansion. The purpose was to keep an eye on them. As for entering the palace, even if Minister Jiang wanted to do something to her, she would still have the imperial guards to protect her, so she was not worried about being in danger. And in her opinion, even if Minister Jiang had people, they could not defeat the imperial guards in the palace. Remember, keep an eye on those people tomorrow and don't let them go out. Chapter 593. After Feng Qingqing finished her instructions, she asked the chief guard to leave. The chief guard left the study and looked at Prince Duan, who was carrying a plate of cakes. He walked past him without even saying hello. Prince Duan snorted in his heart, glanced at the cakes in his hand, and knocked on the door of the study. My lady, I made some cakes for you. Would you like to try them? These days, he always felt that Feng Qingqing was hiding something from him, so he specially brought some cakes to see what Feng Qingqing was hiding from him. Hearing the voice of Prince Duan, Feng Qingqing frowned. I won't eat. Don't you want to see our cooking skills, my lady? After the words fell, the door was opened, and Feng Qingqing looked at Prince Duan at the door with cold eyes. She stretched out her hand and motioned him to hand over the snacks to her. You don't look very well, my lady, but what difficulties have you encountered? Can you solve the problems that I can't solve with your brain? The smile on Prince Duan's face froze for a moment. Feng Qingqing wanted to appreciate his shy and annoyed expression, but the veil on his face blocked it, and she couldn't see it. She raised her hand and quickly pulled off Prince Duan's veil, saying, It's so hot, isn't it stuffy to wear such a thick veil? Before she uttered the last word, she saw the festering and pus-filled face, and her stomach churned. Prince Duan thought Feng Qingqing was reaching out to receive the snack, but she didn't expect it was to pull his veil. Without the veil, his ugly face and gloomy expression were completely exposed to the air. Why is your face so disgusting? Thinking of the last time she asked him to sleep with her, and she kissed him, Feng Qingqing's nausea, which had finally subsided, surfaced again. She turned around and poured a cup of tea, drank it and rinsed her mouth, intending to clean up the fact that she had kissed this pus-filled face that day. Seeing Feng Qingqing like this, Prince Tuan suddenly felt a little more pleased in his heart. The grievances he suffered when he came to the princess's mansion of the country seemed to have been vented, so he didn't care about what would happen after showing this horrible face. Is it disgusting? Prince Tuan walked in by himself, smiled, and approached Feng Qingqing. Why didn't you say it was disgusting when the princess kissed you that day? Feng Qingqing pushed him away and asked with a fluke mentality. Is your face like this on that day? She hoped that Prince Tuan would answer no, so that she would feel better. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. Prince Tuan forced a smile. My face was like this at that time. As soon as he said this, Feng Qingqing began to vomit again. She kicked the veil on the ground with her foot and ordered with great disgust, "Put it on quickly, don't disgust me. Since the princess has seen it, why should I wear it? It's very stuffy to wear." He admired Feng Qingqing's current appearance with interest. The pus on his face flowed more because of the muscles pulled by talking. Feng Qingqing wanted to ask someone to chop him off right now, but he remembered that he had to take action tomorrow, and it was inconvenient to create complications. He suppressed the rising murderous intent. Then get out of the study now, and I won't kill you. Thank you, princess. Prince Tuan said this, but his face was no longer respectful. He walked to the door and looked back at Feng Qingqing, full of suspicion. According to Feng Qingqing's personality, she would have ordered someone to kill him without hesitation for provoking him just now, but she didn't. And he clearly saw the murderous intent in Feng Qingqing's eyes just now, but she suppressed it deeply. What made her do this? Prince Tuan thought, while closing the study door, turned around and walked not far away, and saw Qianju sitting against the pillar not far away. The other party smiled at the corner of his lips, and the mottled sunlight penetrated the leaves next to him, and sprinkled on his face. Seeing him come out, Qianju stood up, and the smile on his mouth deepened. Master Yu, has your true face been exposed? Duanwan approached him, his brows full of gloom. So what? Didn't she kill me anyway? Qianju raised his eyebrows, and didn't respond. Don't you think it's too strange that Feng Qingqing didn't kill me when I was like this? What's so strange about it? Qianju said casually. Because she planned to get rid of the queen and take the throne herself, she didn't want any complications. Duanwan was overjoyed, but then looked at Qianju with some suspicion. Why did this person tell him this? Is he trying to trick him? This man is a mean person. How could he tell him such a big thing? Are you kidding, Master Ju? You and I are not close enough to joke. After saying this, Qianju walked down the corridor and left. Prince Tuan stood on the corridor and looked at his back for a long time, but still couldn't figure out whether this was true or not. Qianju easily avoided the queen's guards, and climbed into the room where Yuilua lived through the window. The crown prince and Huang Feiyu gathered in the room. Huang Feiyu stood aside with a worried look on his face. Is it really okay for you to arrange it this way? If anything is missed, the emperor will be in danger. Don't worry. Qianju closed the window and walked towards the few people. I'm here. As long as her heart is not taken out and her head is not chopped off, she can be saved. And Feng Qingqing wants to get rid of the queen without anyone knowing. The first choice is poison, and detoxification is just something I'm good at. I believe in you. Huang Feiyu pursed his lips, looked at the few people solemnly, and bowed his hands. The emperor is in your hands. After saying this, she left through the window. What did you do? Yuilua glanced at Qianju. Are you teasing people again? Qianju's mouth twitched. I saw a good show. Prince Duan's veil was torn off by Feng Qingqing. Feng Qingqing must have vomited bile now. Feng Qingqing didn't deal with Prince Duan. Prince Duan must be suspicious. The prince said softly. Anyway, the net should be closed tomorrow. I was merciful enough to tell Prince Duan Feng Qingqing's plan, but he probably didn't believe it. At the same time, Prince Duan, who had returned to the courtyard, was talking to Yuan Ken about this. Yuan Ken was worried about him when he heard his veil being torn off. What do you think of what Qianju said? It must be false. Yuan Ken retracted his thoughts. Whether this is true or not, it has nothing to do with us, Your Majesty. You should think about how to survive. The Prince Duan, who was poured cold water, glanced at Yuan Ken, who touched his nose and changed his tone to explain. Think about it. Qianju doesn't get along with us. Why would he tell us this? Maybe she has dug a trap for us to jump into. Then how do you explain Feng Qingqing's abnormality? Prince Duan frowned. Didn't I ask you to monitor Qianju? How did you monitor him? He knows about this, but we don't. He is indeed normal, and so are concubine Xian and the little princess. Now we can only rely on Feng Qingqing to save our lives. If we don't please her, we might be taken back to Tianqi by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince for punishment. Seeing that Prince Duan didn't speak, Yuan Can knew that he was still thinking about this matter, and sighed, "Your Highness should think about the retreat first. It's been so peaceful recently. I always feel that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and concubine Xian are planning something." Chapter 594. Prince Duan hadn't figured out what was going on yet, but he heard early the next morning that Feng Qingqing was going to the palace. Because he was thinking about what Qianju said, he deliberately paid attention to Feng Qingqing, and found that Feng Qingqing only brought 2 people. No other people in the mansion were transferred. What he didn't know was that Yuilua and others also set off for the palace after Feng Qingqing left the mansion. Feng Qingqing got on the carriage, holding the porcelain bottle tightly in her hand, and exhaled heavily. The carriage stopped at the palace gate. Feng Qingqing got off the carriage and glanced at the people guarding the palace gate. She didn't find anything unusual about the guards, and thought to herself, could it be that Minister Jiang didn't arrange anyone? If the other party didn't arrange anyone, how could she put the blame on Jiang Shangshu? She walked towards the imperial study while thinking. The queen was worried that the prime minister's strange behavior would arouse suspicion, so she didn't let the ministers attend the morning court. Hearing the announcement at the door that the princess wanted to see her, she put down the memorial in her hand and let someone in. Feng Qingqing was preoccupied with something, and didn't notice Jiang Shangshu standing on the white jade steps disguised as a royal guard. "Your son pays homage to your mother." Feng Qingqing entered the imperial study and bowed in a proper manner. "Get up, what do you want to talk to me about?" The queen stood up to help her up. "It's just right, I have something to tell you." Thinking about what to do next, Feng Qingqing felt guilty, and didn't dare to look at the queen's eyes. "I haven't had dinner with you for a long time. What do you want to say to me?" The queen motioned her to sit down, smiling. "It's rare that you still remember me." As she said that, she took a sip of tea, put it down and spoke again. "Don't you think the prime minister doesn't support you? I have helped you solve this concern." Feng Qingqing stared in disbelief and stammered, "Mother, did you kill the prime minister?" The queen was amused by her appearance. "It's not easy to train a prime minister. I use some medicine on the prime minister to control him, so that he can be used by you and make your future easier." "Mother!" Feng Qingqing looked at the queen with a complicated expression, feeling touched and bitter in her heart. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. "Silly child." The queen stood up and asked Ling Lu to prepare the meal. "You are my daughter. If I don't help you, who will?" Feng Qingqing thought that the queen had cleaned up her mess before. But at this moment, she admitted that the queen really considered her unconditionally, even at the cost of plotting against the prime minister whom she had known since childhood. She grabbed her sleeves, and for a moment, she wanted to tell the queen directly that she was not her child, and that she came here to kill her and seize the throne. But another voice in her heart told her that she couldn't say it. The queen treated her well because she was the queen's child. If she didn't take action and her identity was exposed, there would be only one ending, and that was death. She was still young, and had not yet taken the position of being above everyone else. She did not want to die. Only when the empress died could she not be oppressed by others, and could she get rid of those ministers who looked down on her at will. Seeing Feng Qingqing's expression constantly changing, the empress asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Feng Qingqing shook her head quickly, worried that the empress would find out something, and said casually, "I am worried that the medicine will hurt the prime minister's body." Hearing her say this, the empress smiled with relief. "So that's what you're worried about." "I went to see the prime minister. He's fine, but has become more submissive." As he spoke, Lingla asked someone to bring in the food, put the food on the table, and bowed to the side. "Lord Ling, would you like to eat together?" "Thank you, princess, I've already eaten." "You go down. I don't need to be served here." Feng Qingqing was thinking about how to get Lingla out of the way. When she heard what the queen said, she agreed, "Lord Ling, go down. It's weird for you to stand aside and watch us eat." Lingla felt amused by her words. Feng Qingqing had more servants in her room than the empress. Why didn't she say something strange at that time? "Go down and rest for a while." Linglu, who was still a little hesitant, had to bow and leave when the empress spoke again. She always felt that Feng Qingqing was a little strange today, but she couldn't tell exactly what was strange. "I will find a suitable time to get rid of Minister Jiang." The empress picked up a piece of food with chopsticks for Feng Qingqing, her voice soft. Feng Qingqing lowered her eyes and ate, and then heard the empress ask again, "When does the crown prince of Tianqi plan to leave? Did he mention it?" Feng Qingqing shook her head. "No, he probably wants my second sister to stay for a few more days." After she finished speaking, she put down her chopsticks and poured a cup of tea for the queen. "Does your mother think that the crown prince of Tianqi is not here for the reason he said?" The queen reached out to take the tea, but Feng Qingqing let go of her hand before she could take it. Mother, I am clumsy. Feng Qingqing looked at the tea spilled on the queen and said in panic. It's okay. The queen stood up. You eat first, I go change my clothes. The queen stood up and walked around the screen to change clothes. After she left, Feng Qingqing quickly took out the porcelain bottle from her sleeve. When she opened the bottle stopper and took the queen's cup to pour the medicine, she thought of what the queen had done for her, and her hand hesitated for a moment, but soon poured the powder into it without hesitation. The queen came back after changing her clothes, lifted her skirt and sat down, took a sip of tea, and continued the previous topic. Prince Tianqi came to the country for no reason other than Hongyu. Although they didn't meet much, she could tell that the crown prince of Tianqi was definitely not someone who valued the love between children. Moreover, Hongyu was a princess of the Li kingdom. As the crown prince of Tianqi, he could have any woman he wanted. Why would he care about an unpopular princess from a foreign country? What's that for? The queen wanted to say something, but her body seemed to have been drained of all its strength. She raised her hands to support herself on the table, barely stabilizing herself and looking at her beloved daughter opposite her, her eyes full of disbelief. Feng Qingqing stood up, pushed the queen down on the table, and then picked up a bowl and threw it to the ground. Ling Lu, who was standing at the door, heard the noise and wanted to ask what happened. He turned around, but before he could touch the door of the imperial study, a sword with a cold light was placed across his neck. He turned his head stiffly and glanced at the other imperial guards. Someone is coming. The imperial guard standing by did not move and turned a deaf ear to her words. Ling Lu had a bad premonition in his heart and bent his elbow to attack Minister Jiang. Minister Jiang noticed her action, sneered, and the sword tip directly wiped a bloody mark on her neck. Take her down, Minister Jiang waved to the people beside him. They were armed, and Ling Li's 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. He soon fell down and had no power to resist. At this time, the door was opened. Feng Qingqing looked at the situation outside and noticed Minister Jiang dressed as the imperial guard. She said sternly, "Come here, Minister Jiang is plotting treason." Minister Jiang raised his head and laughed, staring at Feng Qingqing. "Is this the thief crying thief, princess? It was you who wanted to murder the emperor. I came to rescue him, but I can't bear the crime of treason. Are you deaf? Come here, take Minister Jiang down." Chapter 595. Realizing that things were out of control, Feng Qingqing was a little flustered, took a step back, and raised her hand to close the door. Minister Jiang noticed Feng Qingqing's plan, and hurriedly stepped forward and kicked her away, stopping her intention to shrink into the imperial study and close the door to hide. Feng Qingqing was kicked to the ground, grimacing in pain. She rubbed the place where Jiang Shanshu kicked her, slowly stood up, and said angrily, "Jiang Shanshu, you are so brave that you dare to kick me." Minister Jiang ignored him, and walked into the imperial study. Looking at the empress leaning on the table, he laughed without concealing his smile. "Princess, if you dare to attack the emperor, I will not only kick you, but also chop off your head to give an explanation to the people of the country." She thought Feng Qingqing would be soft-hearted and might not attack the empress, but she didn't expect Feng Qingqing to be so cruel to sit on the throne. She couldn't help but feel a little relieved that she had no mercy on her daughter. She could not bear to attack the empress, who was devoted to her, let alone her irresponsible biological mother. "Chop off my head?" Feng Qingqing laughed loudly and pretended to be calm. "Commander Huang will come to rescue me soon. Do you think you can fight against the imperial guards with your few men?" She said so, but Feng Qingqing herself was unsure. "Ha ha ha." Shang Shuzhang's arrogant laughter echoed in the imperial study. She walked a few steps closer to Feng Qingqing and said in a very good mood, "Daughter, you are really a brainless person. If Huang Feiyu was in the palace, could I disguise myself as a member of the imperial guards and sneak in so easily?" As soon as these words came out, Feng Qingqing's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. She stared at Shang Shuzhang angrily. "You actually found a way to get rid of Huang Feiyu. You are despicable. No wonder Huang Feiyu hasn't come for so long." Jiang Shanshu took this as a compliment. "If Huang Feiyu is not sent away, the princess will ask her to kill me and put the blame for the emperor's death on me." Feng Qingqing thought she could fight her with her cleverness, which was ridiculous. "Are you doing this to sit on the throne?" Feng Qingqing stared at Jiang Shanshu. "Do you think you can succeed?" Jiang Shanshu had an ominous premonition in his heart, but it was quickly suppressed by her. "You are about to die, so don't struggle anymore." She lowered her voice. "If you die, you won't have to worry about your identity being exposed. I am thinking about you." Ling Lu, who was being held outside, couldn't hear the conversation between the two people in the room clearly. He saw the Empress leaning on the table through the half-open door and shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." She used all her strength to break free from the two people who were holding her and rushed to the imperial study. But these people would never give her a chance. Before she could step into the imperial study, she was grabbed by the people who caught up with her and dragged back. Ling Le held the door frame of the imperial study tightly with his hands and asked Feng Qingqing loudly, "Princess, what did you do to the emperor?" Jiang Shangshu turned his head and looked at Ling Le, who was struggling to come in but was powerless, and comforted him. "Lord Ling, calm down. The princess murdered the emperor, and I will avenge him." "You are talking nonsense." Feng Qingqing stared at Jiang Shangshu angrily. "Don't you feel guilty for saying this? Do you think you will succeed?" She paused deliberately and observed Jiang Shangshu's changing expression. "Are you scared? You think that if Wang Feiyu is sent away, no one will come to rescue you, right? What if I tell you that there is still someone who can deal with you?" "Really?" Minister Jiang smiled. "I have tricked Wang Feiyu out of the imperial capital to check the identity of the princess, and the prime minister is sick at home. Who can save you?" "Princess." Feng Qingqing looked at the stunned Minister Jiang and felt a little happy about turning the tables. "You must be very curious why I haven't taken action against the princess yet. Now I can tell you, it's because the princess and her daughter are Tianqi's concubine Xian and the little princess. The two were so smart, if they knew she was planning to poison her mother, they would not sit idly by. What about the people of Tianqi?" Jiang Shangshu put away the astonishment on his face. "With a delicate concubine and a baby, do you really think they have the ability to break into the palace to save you?" At this moment, the three people mentioned by Jiang Shangshu, concubine Xian, and the crown prince and prime minister, have arrived at the gate of the palace. As soon as they walked to the gate of the palace, they were stopped by the guards at the east gate. "How dare you? I want to enter the palace to see the emperor, but you won't let me in. The emperor will not see anyone today. Please go back, Prime Minister." The Prime Minister wanted to say something, but he felt a gust of wind blowing past, and the two guards in front of him had been knocked to the ground by concubine Xian. These two are the people of Minister Jiang, and it is a waste of time to talk nonsense with them. Concubine Xian put the dagger back on her waist and looked at the Prime Minister, who was still in a daze. "What are you staring at? Aren't you worried about your queen getting into trouble now?" The Prime Minister came back to his senses, looked at the two people whose necks were cut on the ground, and stuttered, "Princess, you know martial arts. Just now she said that she would let them walk behind her, and she and the prince would protect her. Now it seems that she is the one who needs protection. Won't I be a drag if I don't have the skills?" Concubine Xian raised her eyebrows. "Commander Huang and young Master Qian should have arrived at the Imperial Study Room. Let's hurry over there. Don't really play the Empress to death." Along the way, she cleared out the people arranged by Minister Jiang, and Concubine Xian deliberately left one to run to report to Minister Jiang. Minister Jiang was still thinking about the bluffing joke that Feng Qingqing told, and his worries just now were swept away. She thought Feng Qingqing had some hidden card, but now she saw that her worry was completely unnecessary. "Okay, you've said almost everything you need to say." Minister Jiang drew his sword. "I send you on your way." At this time, a man stumbled in from the door. "My lord, it's bad." While panting, she said, "Someone is coming from the east gate to kill us." Minister Jiang frowned. "Wang Feiyu, speak more clearly." "No, it's the princess, the prime minister, and the crown prince of Tianqi who are coming to kill us." "You can't stop three people? Waste." Jiang Shangshu kicked the man hard. "Waste." The man didn't dare to hide, and after being kicked, he said cautiously, "Only the princess took action, and the brothers on Shiman's side are all dead." "Ha ha ha." Feng Qingqing laughed. "Concubine Xian and Yuilu really knew my plan." She thought there was no hope, but she didn't expect Concubine Xian to really come. "You said the princess knows martial arts?" Jiang Shangshu had seen Concubine Xian, but never thought she knew martial arts, so he found it funny when he heard Feng Qingqing put hope on Concubine Xian and Yuilu. "Yes, the princess is very skilled in martial arts, and her moves are very fast. We have no power to resist." The person who came to report looked at Jiang Shangshu cautiously. "Sir, what should we do now? They should arrive at the Imperial Studies soon." Chapter 596. Before Minister Jiang made a decision, her confidant also stumbled in. "My lord, it's bad." She didn't have time to salute, and raised her hand to point outside. "Commander Huang and a man holding a child are coming with the Imperial Guards." "What did you say?" Minister Jiang was completely confused. She forced herself to calm down. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Didn't the person sent out say that Huang Feiyu had left the palace? Thinking of this, she suddenly widened her eyes. Huang Feiyu was teasing her on purpose, but in fact, he had never really left the imperial capital. But how could she know his plan? I saw it clearly. What should I do now? The confidant was a little confused. Minister Jiang thought for a while, walked towards Feng Qingqing quickly, grabbed her, and put the sword across her neck. Calm down first, there is a shield here. After he finished speaking, footsteps approached at the door, and Huang Feiyu came in, with a group of imperial guards, and surrounded the people in the imperial study. Concubine Xian and others followed closely behind. Mother, are you okay? Yuilu and Qianju's arms got down from him, and ran towards concubine Xian. Mother is fine, where is Luor? Luor is fine, with Commander Huang leading the way, Luor and I can go smoothly. Qianju said. Mr. Qian, please go and see the emperor first. Huang Feiyu said, and looked at Minister Jiang, who was surrounded in the center. Minister Jiang, what are you doing? Don't put down your sword. Minister Jiang said without changing his expression, looking around the surrounding imperial guards. The princess poisoned the emperor. I learned about this and ventured into the palace to protect him, but I didn't want to be late. As she spoke, her expression became sad. I was useless and failed to protect the emperor, so the princess succeeded. Really? Huang Feiyu sneered. Since it was the princess who planned to murder the emperor, how did you know? Of course the princess told me. She wanted to conspire with me, but I refused, so she did it herself. The reason why I asked my people to dress up as the imperial guards was to protect the emperor. You are talking nonsense. Feng Qingqing retorted loudly. You want to clear yourself now? Dream on. Minister Jiang looked at Feng Qingqing with a warning look, and then looked at Huang Feiyu. Commander Huang, you really misunderstood. Lord Ling is someone close to the emperor. You can ask her. It was the princess who murdered the emperor. As a minister, I eat the emperor's salary. What's wrong with wanting to avenge the emperor? Besides, the emperor breaks the law and is guilty of the same crime as the common people. She can't be innocent just because she is the princess, right? When she spoke righteously, Qianju chuckled and put away the silver needle in his hand. Minister Jiang, who told you that the queen is dead? After hearing this, Jiang Shangshu subconsciously thought that the few people were trying to trick her, but he turned his head slightly and found that the empress, who was lying on the table, stood up as if nothing had happened. Jiang Shangshu suppressed his disbelief, but heard Feng Qingqing, who was being held hostage by her, say happily, Jiang Shangshu, are you surprised? She was selfish, but she was also a person. She saw how good the empress was to her, so she temporarily replaced the poison with a drug before poisoning her. She still had a little conscience. Yuilua glanced at Feng Qingqing with some surprise. The empress rubbed her temples, and looked at the scene in the imperial study, somewhat at a loss. What's going on? Lingla saw that she was fine, and ran to her excitedly. I'm glad that your majesty is fine. She told the whole story, and the empress stood up with an indistinct expression, and walked towards Feng Qingqing. Feng Qingqing looked at the empress coming over, and lowered her eyes. Do you think the emperor will let you go if you are soft? Minister Jiang sneered, thinking that Feng Qingqing was stupid and ridiculous. Why are you plotting against me? The queen ignored Huang Feiyu's obstruction, walked to Jiang Shangshu, stood in front of her and asked Feng Qingqing. Before Feng Qingqing spoke, Jiang Shangshu said, Your Majesty, you still don't understand now, because she is not your child. Shut up, I will tell you about my affairs, you don't need to tell me. Feng Qingqing retorted. Jiang Shangshu raised her eyes, and met the queen's clear eyes, because I am not your child. Now that she has started, all the things she was unwilling to face before can be simply said at this moment. My identity was revealed by Minister Jiang on purpose. She is my biological mother. She used my identity to threaten me, and asked me to do something to you. You don't have to be threatened by me. To put it bluntly, you want to take that position sooner. Don't act like I'm forcing you. Minister Jiang snorted coldly. You don't have that idea in your mind. Is it useful for me to threaten you? Shut up. It's not your turn to interrupt us. Feng Qingqing finished scolding, and looked at the empress. I was afraid that you would kill me after knowing my identity, so I thought about murdering you and then killing Minister Jiang, so that no one would know about my identity anymore. Who said no one knows? Yuilua smiled and said, I know. The queen turned her head and looked at Yuilua, with a look of surprise on her face. Luor, how did you know? She and the princess are from Tianqi. The emperor doesn't know yet, right? The queen did not show a shocked expression, as Minister Jiang expected, but smiled instead. I am not surprised at all. There is no such coincidence in the world. Didn't the queen receive a letter before? Was that letter sent by Luer? Yuilua nodded, yes. When the second princess went to Tianqi, I thought of giving you a gift, but you didn't care at all. How did the little princess send it? The prime minister asked curiously. The Dali temple was busy for more than half a month, but nothing was found. The queen heard the familiar voice and looked at the prime minister. Isn't the prime minister controlled? She subconsciously felt that this matter was related to Yuilua, and cast her eyes on Yuilua again. It's very simple. The letter was sent by a bird, and as for the prime minister, I changed her medicine, so it's okay. Yuilua showed a few small baby teeth, with a cute face. Queen, No wonder she had to play with the medicine bottle that day. I have heard of the name of Princess Tianqi for a long time. She is really capable. Minister Jiang snorted and laughed, not knowing whether it was a sarcasm or a compliment. That's right. Yuilua accepted this directly. Minister Jiang, do you still not understand why you failed? Minister Jiang did not speak, waiting for her to continue. Because your every move is under my surveillance. Minister Jiang subconsciously retorted, impossible, I have avoided the people who are watching me. Do you and concubine Xian have helpers in the country? Luer can control beasts, so you naturally can't find out that a bird is watching you. Concubine Xian chuckled. Didn't the news that the tiger you sent was tamed by Luer and became a pet be reported back to the country? I see. Taking advantage of everyone's relaxation, Minister Jiang's eyebrows suddenly became fierce, and he pulled out the sword that was across Feng Qingqing's neck, turned the sword tip, and stabbed directly at the queen. Chapter 597. Be careful. At this critical moment, Feng Qingqing shouted and instinctively rushed towards the queen, blocking her. The sound of the sword piercing through the flesh was heard, and the sword in Jiang Shangshu's hand went straight through Feng Qingqing's heart, and the tip of the knife came out from the back, stained with bright red blood. Jiang Shangshu didn't expect Feng Qingqing to block the sword for the queen, and his reaction was so fast. He was stunned for a moment, and pulled out the sword stuck in Feng Qingqing's heart. Everyone reacted to this incident, and Huang Feiyu hurriedly asked someone to control Jiang Shangshu to prevent her from hurting the queen again. Minister Jiang was just going to throw the kin away. He had Feng Qingqing hostage, but he turned his sword to kill the empress. Killing the empress was more satisfying, right? Ha ha ha. Minister Jiang let the imperial guards hold her, laughing so hard that her chest was heaving. She laughed for a while, then stopped laughing, and looked at Feng Qingqing who was lying on the ground. Stupid, stupid. No matter how much you block the sword for her, it can't change the fact that you are my daughter. Blood stained Feng Qingqing's collar red. She was pale, but there was a smile from the bottom of her heart at the corner of her mouth. She said weakly, Are you surprised by my doing this? That's right, since I was old enough to understand, everyone thought I was stupid. She just lay on the ground, saying a word and taking a few breaths. Today I finally did it, to your surprise and surprise. She looked up at the roof and laughed at herself. I blocked the sword for the emperor not because I wanted her to treat me as before, but to repay her for taking care of me over the years. She was not a kind person, and she was even guilty of heinous crimes. When she was a child, she often heard the queen talk about the queen and how smart she was. At that time, she was wondering why she was the queen's child but did not inherit her wisdom. She tried to study hard, but no matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't learn. The teacher thought she was a useless person, and was unwilling to teach her anymore. Later, she gave up and became a playboy. Feng Qingqing retracted her thoughts. I have never lived as soberly as I do today. Before, I didn't care about other people's lives and didn't care about the consequences, so I killed innocent people indiscriminately. But when I gave her the drug, I hesitated. She thought she was a selfish person, too selfish to consider others, but the moment she took out the porcelain bottle, the queen's kindness to her kept coming to her mind, and the things she had taken for granted before were like engraved in her mind and could not be erased. This was the first time she struggled so much in doing something, and it was so difficult to make a decision. So she chose to follow her heart. The queen moved her steps, walked to Feng Qingqing's side, squatted down and looked at her face getting paler and paler, with a complicated expression. I have done many unforgivable things over the years. Now that I am dead, it can be regarded as an explanation to the people. Although this is far from enough. She raised her neck with great effort, met the empress's gaze, and smiled. Your Majesty, thank you for your care over the years. I am relieved that you are okay. After she finished speaking, she looked in the direction of Yuilua. I understand now that you and concubine Xian were kidnapped by me on purpose. Thank you for coming in time to rescue the emperor today. The rest of the words became quieter and quieter. After the last word, Feng Qingqing closed her eyes, and her body, which was barely propped up, fell straight back to the floor, her arms hanging by her side, and she stopped breathing. The queen squatted on the ground and looked at Feng Qingqing for a while, then closed her eyes, stood up and looked at Ling Lu, and said softly, "Arrange for someone to bury her." It was indeed difficult for her to accept that the child she had raised all these years was not her own, but compared to this, she was more concerned about where her child had gone. Minister Jiang glanced at Feng Qingqing, who was lifeless on the ground, and said sarcastically, "The emperor is really cold-blooded. After all, she was the child you raised, and she died for you to block the sword, but you didn't even want to say a word to her." The empress walked quickly to Jiang Shangshu, grabbed her neck, and sneered, "If she hadn't conspired with you to kill me, would you have had the chance to draw your sword and stab me? Now you still want me to be grateful. It's ridiculous. Tell me, what did you do to my child?" She increased the strength of her hands, and her eyes were bloodshot. "Let me go first." Jiang Shangshu uttered these words with difficulty. The empress didn't want her to die so easily, so she immediately let go of her hand that was pinching her neck. "Your Majesty, your child has been dead for a long time." After being able to breathe, Jiang Shangshu's face gradually returned to normal, with a provocative smile on her lips. "When your child was born, my sister replaced him." Later, Feng Qingqing's birthmark disappeared because it was not a real birthmark. It's a pity that there are so many things that can be traced, but the emperor just doesn't look at them. If you had checked earlier. She paused and smiled. It would be useless to check earlier. After all, your child was dealt with by someone I arranged. The queen tightened her arms and curled up, wishing to cut the person in front of her into 5 pieces. Minister Jiang continued, "The person who handled it said that it was thrown into the snow. You said that a newborn child would have been frozen to death in the heavy snow, and the body would have been eaten by wild animals." When the queen heard this, she could not support herself and stumbled back 2 steps. Fortunately, Ling Lu supported her in time. "Can't you bear it?" Minister Jiang was very proud to see that he had touched the queen's sore spot. "Then let me tell you another secret, your majesty. I was also the one who did the queen's work." The queen's throat was boiling, and she spat out a mouthful of blood out of anger. "Your majesty," Ling Lu handed a handkerchief to the queen and ordered someone to suppress Minister Jiang first. "Wait," the queen wiped the blood off her lips, her eyes cold. "Is it because the queen suspected that the Jiang family was involved in the incident that framed Uncle Wang, so you got rid of him?" When the queen was still alive, she mentioned this matter, but it was just a suspicion, and she didn't take it to heart. "That's right." Minister Jiang glanced in the direction of concubine Xian and Yui Lua. "I want to kill them because I'm worried that they know something. It's a pity that my grandmother never mentioned anything about the kingdom of Li." Yui Lua walked to a place not far from Minister Jiang and smiled slyly. "Let me tell you a secret too." "What secret?" Yui Lua nodded her chin. "Do you really think the queen's child is gone? Have your people always been so careless?" The queen's eyes flashed with hope when she heard this. Minister Jiang was stunned for a moment, then his face was calm, and he said indifferently, "Could it be that the child is still alive?" She said so, but she didn't think so in her heart. If the child was still alive, they could just bring people to the queen to recognize him. Why bother beating around the bush? Of course he's still alive. Yui Lua waved at Qianju. Qianju's forehead twitched, as if he was being summoned like a pet. But he still walked over obediently. "Take off your veil, and show it to Minister Jiang, so she can die with peace of mind." Qianju, raised his hand to take off the veil, and the corners of his lips curled up. Minister Jiang was so shocked that he couldn't speak when he saw this face that looked 9 points like the queen. Chapter 598. "Don't be so shocked," Qianju smiled. "I was lucky back then. I was picked up by the master of the divine Dr. Valley, who is also my master, so I survived." The queen stared at Qianju's face without blinking, tears streaming down her face. "You are really lucky." Minister Jiang glanced at Qianju. "Since you are still alive, why don't you recognize the emperor directly?" Empress Xian spoke up to clear her confusion. "Of course, I am waiting for the right time." The queen has no doubt about Feng Qingqing's identity. If Mr. Qian recognizes the queen directly when he arrives in the country, the queen will not believe him. Instead, she will think that he is plotting something bad and deliberately making trouble. "So you first revealed your identity related to Prince Rui, in order to force me to deal with you." Minister Jiang stared at concubine Xian. "No, I won't be stupid enough to do it to you myself. That's why the following happened." Concubine Xian chuckled. "Of course, you won't be stupid enough to do it to us yourself. You need a knife at this time, so you chose Feng Qingqing, but unfortunately your first attempt to instigate her failed. When you failed to instigate her, You thought of threatening her with Feng Qingqing's identity, but Feng Qingqing looked down on you as her biological mother, so she still refused. After that, you revealed her identity to warn her, and that's how you cooperated. Although you cooperated, Feng Qingqing still didn't want to kill us. You probably don't know why. Because she wanted to use me and Luo as hostages to make a deal with Tianqi, so she was reluctant to do it. This was her purpose in abducting us in the first place. Empress Xian is really a good plan. Minister Jiang really admired Empress Xian in his heart, and there was no sarcasm in his tone. No wonder you knew everything and let things develop. It turned out that you wanted Feng Qingqing to reveal her identity herself. This is more convincing than anyone else. There's just one thing I don't understand. Aren't you worried that the Emperor is really in danger? Yuilua glanced at the Empress. They say that every failure makes one wiser. It's not a bad thing to let the Empress learn a lesson without endangering her life. If she had investigated Feng Qingqing seriously, this wouldn't have happened. The Empress didn't get angry because of Yuilua's words. She felt that she had really suffered the consequences of not listening to advice. If Feng Qingqing's background had been investigated earlier, this wouldn't have happened today. Take her away and lock her up. Behead her in public at noon the day after tomorrow. Minister Jiang was taken away, and the imperial study was cleaned up. The Empress wanted to say something to Qianju, but she found that she didn't know how to start. Your Majesty, since His Highness has been found, should we inform everyone? The Prime Minister seized the opportunity, and quickly expressed his thoughts. The Empress saw that the Prime Minister had started, and looked at Qianju with a smile. Juer, what do you think? She owed Qianju so much, and although she wanted to keep him in Ligua in her heart, she was worried that he would not want to. Yuilua moved to Qianju's side. Hurry up and agree. There will be many valuable things if you agree. Qianju saw her money-grubbing look and lowered his voice. You sold me for a little silver? Is this about silver? There will be a national treasury in the future. Qianju, It's all up to the Queen. The Queen was delighted and hurriedly told Ling Lu to do it. She wanted to ask about Qianju, but was afraid that he would be disgusted, so she took the initiative to change the subject. Your Highness, are you here to pick up your cousin and Luo this time? Yes, and to send Princess Hongyu back. The Queen was stunned, and the Prince saw her concerns and said softly, Don't worry, Queen, this doesn't count as a violation of the treaty, and Tianqi won't pursue Feng Qingqing's affairs. Once the civil strife in Chang is settled, we can renegotiate a new contract. I see. Is Hongyu willing? This was the first time the Empress cared about her daughter. Thinking of her indifference over the years, she let her be bullied by the enemy's children. She felt a little guilty. Of course I am willing. I hope the Empress will let her father go out of the palace to see her for my sake. Didn't you just go to the palace to see her yesterday? The Prince told the Empress what happened yesterday, and the Empress frowned. It turned out that Feng Qingqing had this idea, and she thought she was sensible at the time. I didn't expect it was to attack Hongyu. I will send someone to call Ling Chansher over now, and we will go out of the palace together. Ling Chansher lived in a remote place, and knew nothing about what happened in the palace. Hearing the message from the person who came, he didn't dare to delay, changed his clothes, and followed the person to the imperial study. Before he bowed, he saw that the Queen had stood up. No need to bow, let's go out of the palace to see Hongyu together. Ling Chansher looked at the Queen in surprise, and quickly looked away. Can I go to the princess's house? Feng Qingqing is not my daughter, and there is no princess now. At this time, Ling Chansher noticed that there were other people in the room. When he looked at Qianju, his eyes were shocked. He is the child of the Queen and me. He looks very similar, right? He looks exactly like the Queen. The feeling of meeting an old friend made Ling Chansher's eyes a little sore. Go see Hongyu first, and talk about other things when you return to the palace. When Prince Duan and Yuan saw that Feng Qingqing had been gone for a long time, and had not returned yet, they felt a little uneasy. The two of them were restless, pacing back and forth at the door. At this time, a sound of footsteps came, and the two of them didn't even have time to hide, and saw the Queen and her entourage walking in. Meet the Queen. Qianju looked at the two of them. You must be impatient. Feng Qingqing is already dead, and Prince Duan of Yuan de Gongzi doesn't need to wait any longer. Prince Duan wanted to ask something, but he was already taken away by the people ordered by Qianju. Your Majesty, what's going on? Yuan tilted his head and asked Prince Duan, intending to find out the current situation. But Prince Duan, like him, did not leave the palace, and could not give him an answer at all. Is what Qianju told you yesterday true? Yuan looked annoyed. What should I do now? What else can I do? Prince Duan glared at him. You can only wait to die. I told you it was true before, but you didn't believe it. Prince Duan was angry, and his tone of voice was particularly bad. So what if it's true? Yuan can also got angry. Can you really help Feng Qingqing and make her succeed? I can't help at all. I'm still working on a great cause, but now I'm dead. If you weren't useless, it would have been done long ago. Prince Duan vented his resentment. You still have the nerve to blame me? Yuan can laughed angrily. You are useful, but why haven't you made any progress in Li Kingdom for so long? You still want to make a comeback. You've been daydreaming too much. You are obviously incompetent and pretend to be noble. You deserve to fail now. You still think you are the high and mighty prince, but you are just a stray dog. Do you think I will still spoil you now? He has had enough of this man these days. He always bosses him around and treats him like a servant. Shut up. The guards who held the two men stuffed cloth balls into their mouths, and they felt their ears were much quieter. Chapter 599. The queen ordered Ling Lu to deal with the guards of the princess's mansion. Then, under the guidance of concubine Xian, they went to the courtyard where Feng Hongyu lived. Feng Hongyu's maid had just changed the medicine for Feng Hongyu's wound. When she came out with water, she saw the queen and her group and was immediately frightened and her face turned pale. The basin in her hand fell directly to the ground with a sound. What happened? Hearing the noise, Feng Hongyu wanted to see what happened, but she was too seriously injured and couldn't get out of bed. The maid outside didn't answer. Feng Hongyu frowned and thought, could it be that Feng Qingqing came back? While she was thinking, the trembling voice of the maid came from the door. Your servant greets his majesty. The queen glanced at her pale face and trembling body, and said in a light voice, Get up, will I eat people? You are so scared. The maid knelt on the ground with a pale face, and did not get up. She was obviously so scared that she could not speak clearly, but she still trembled and said, Your majesty, no matter what the princess said to you, please do not punish the princess. The queen heard this, and realized that the maid's appearance was because she thought the purpose of her visit was to punish Hongyu. That's right. When has she ever cared about her daughter in these years? It's normal for the maid to misunderstand. Get up. The queen was not angry, and her voice was gentle. I'm here to see your princess. The maid stole a glance at the prince, and when he nodded, she stood up and let the others in. Attendant Ling noticed the blood spilled on the ground by the maid, and a bad premonition emerged in his heart. He didn't care about anything else and walked into the house quickly. The conversation outside ended, and the footsteps were getting closer and closer. Feng Hongyu raised her eyes and looked towards the door, only to see the empress and her entourage walking towards her. Her eyes fell on Ling Chanshi behind the empress, and she recalled his words that day, and then she withdrew her eyes indifferently. She struggled to stand up, and wanted to stand up and salute the empress. Unfortunately, she failed after trying several times. Don't move, my medicine is very expensive. Xianju noticed her movements and said, You are injured, so I won't salute you. The empress looked at Feng Hongyu's pale face and said softly. This was the first time that the empress spoke to Feng Hongyu so gently since she could remember. She was stunned for a moment, and then thanked her. Ling Changshi's eyes fell on his daughter's weak face on the bed. He could no longer restrain himself and walked quickly to her bedside, saying in a trembling voice, What's wrong with you? As he spoke, tears flowed down his eyes, and he raised his hand to hold Feng Hongyu's hand. Tell Dad, what's wrong with you? Feng Hongyu tried to break free from his hand, but as soon as she moved, the wound in her heart hurt so much that she couldn't struggle. She let Ling Chanshi hold her hand with a calm face. I'm fine. If you have anything to say, please tell me in person. Xianju fed Feng Hongyu a pill, and felt a little pain in his flesh, so he explained to Ling Chanshi. She was like this because of you. Her life was hard to begin with, and she was hurt by your words even after finally returning to the country. She couldn't let it go, and planned to die to end it all. Fortunately, she was discovered early and was saved. By the way, before she died, she was still thinking about how to make your life better. After Qianju finished speaking, Ling Chanshi realized that it was he who caused his daughter to be like this. He trembled his lips and cried, I'm sorry, it's Dad who is sorry for you. Dad thought you would live better this way, but he didn't expect that you almost lost your life. Feng Hongyu saw him crying so sadly, and her tense face softened. Don't cry, I'm fine now, right? Father didn't tell you clearly, because the princess wanted to threaten you with me, and I was worried that you would have a hard time, so I came up with this stupid idea. The princess was threatened by the princess in Tianqi, and asked to steal the city defense map of Tianqi. The maid knelt in front of the empress. Your Majesty, you must make a decision for the princess. The princess planted a spy in Tianqi without telling you, and colluded with the Chong state to try to provoke a war between the two countries. The queen looked at the maid on the ground. The princess is dead. Your master will not be threatened anymore. The maid and Feng Hongyu were both in disbelief. She is not my child. You have suffered all these years. The queen looked a little uncomfortable when she said this, because she didn't care about her daughter at all. So when Feng Qingqing said that Hongyu should go to marry, she agreed without hesitation. At that time, she didn't even think about what would happen if Hongyu went there, just as a trivial matter, and casually threw it behind her mind. You two, father and daughter, please have a good talk. I leave first. The queen stood up and walked out. Yui Luo and the others also followed her. There were only the father and daughter in the room. Feng Hongyu spoke softly. Dad, let go of my hand first. When Ling Chanshu heard her calling him, he quickly withdrew his hand and wiped the tears from his face. Dad, I didn't pay attention. Did I hurt your wound? Feng Hongyu shook her head. It's okay. She looked at Ling Chanshu with a smile on her lips. Dad, you can discuss anything you want to do in the future with me. You have acted too well these years. I thought you really didn't like me as your daughter. So when she heard what Ling Chanshu said, the self-deceiving defense line in her heart was completely broken. Okay, Dad will tell you everything in the future. Ling Chanshu's servant saw that the father and daughter had talked it out, and was happy for his master. Princess, in fact, the master cares about you. The servant saw that Ling Chanshu did not stop him, and continued to speak. When you were bullied by the princess when you were a child, the master secretly sent you medicine and secretly applied medicine to you at night. When you were bullied, the master couldn't sleep or eat. Later, you wanted to go to Tianqi to marry, and the master stood at the palace wall for a long time until your motorcade was completely out of sight. Hearing this, Feng Hongyu recalled that when she was a child, she would always accidentally pick up medicine for wounds after being bullied by Feng Qingqing and the palace servants. And in winter, princess, you didn't have thick quilts, so the master would secretly go to your residence at night to hold you and keep you warm. Feng Hongyu's nose was sour, but she laughed. So all these were done by my father for me. At that time, she thought she was dreaming, and she thought she was lucky to pick up the medicine. But it turned out that her father was silently caring about her behind her back. Yes, her father's situation in the palace was not much better than hers. If he showed up to care about her, it would indeed have a counterproductive effect. If he blatantly gave her medicine and quilts, they would be thrown away by the palace servants. This is indeed what her father can do for her. Now that Feng Qingqing is dead, the queen has found the queen's child, and there is a better person to accompany her. If I leave the palace at this time, the queen will not blame me for breaking my promise. The queen's child? Feng Hongyu asked in confusion. Who is it? It's Mr. Qian. He is the child of the queen and the emperor. It turned out to be him. Feng Hongyu whispered in a low voice, and was really surprised. If you are willing, when you recover from your injuries, Dad will ask the emperor to take you out of the palace to live. He lived for the queen's dying entrustment for the first half of his life, causing his daughter to suffer. In the days to come, he only wanted to live for his daughter and make up for her. Chapter 600. Feng Hongyu was silent for a while and nodded. After the father and daughter finished talking, Ling Chanshu went to invite the empress and her party into the house. It's good to talk it out. The empress looked at Feng Hongyu, whose eyes were red. The prince told me that if you don't want to go back, you should stay in the country and live with your father. When the time comes, I will help you choose a husband and servant, and I will not let you suffer any more grievances. Feng Hongyu looked at the prince standing beside her. He was tall and handsome, and his eyebrows and eyes were as gentle and handsome as when she first met him, making her unable to look away. Feeling Feng Hongyu's gaze, the prince smiled and nodded to her. Feng Hongyu withdrew her gaze, as a sour feeling surged in her heart. She said silently in her heart, "Goodbye, you who I love." Although she was reluctant, she also understood that the prince had no feelings for her, and if she fell in love with him, she would not be suitable to be a concubine. Because once there is love, jealousy will follow, and she doesn't want to become a person who only knows how to be jealous. Feng Hongyu put away her thoughts, and said in a hoarse voice, "Please ask the Mother Queen to agree to this matter for me." "What is it?" "I want the emperor to demote my father and me to commoners, and allow us to live outside the palace." The empress didn't expect that she would ask her for this. After a moment of silence, she asked, "Do you blame me?" Feng Hongyu shook her head. "No. I never cared. So why would I blame her? Now that Feng Qingqing is dead, no one will hurt you anymore. I will choose a good husband for you. Do you still insist on becoming a commoner?" Feng Hongyu's tone was firm. "Yes, this is my only request. As for a good husband, she thought that she would never be tempted by anyone else in her life. The scene when the Tianqi prince reached out to her, when he saved her, would be deeply engraved in her mind for the rest of her life, and no one could replace it. Your Majesty, I know that you don't like me and you're these years. I plotted against you because I promised the Queen that I would stay with you. The Queen knew that the Queen cared about him, and was even more worried that after his death, the Queen would love the child in her belly and spoil the bad child. So she asked him to stay with the Queen. What did the Queen tell you? The Queen was a little excited. The Queen said that if the child in your belly is not up to the task, she asked me to advise you to appoint another crown prince, and not to do anything that harms the people because of him. Then why didn't you tell me all these years? The Queen asked. Why didn't you tell me what the Queen told you before she died? Ling Chansher smiled bitterly. After the Queen died, you wanted to send all the people who served him out of the palace. I had no choice but to plot against you and let you keep me. You did keep me after that, but you didn't want to see me again. It's not that he didn't want to say it, but he didn't have the chance to say it. So you wanted to see me again and again to talk about this. At that time, she thought that Ling Chansher wanted to see her to plead his injustice, so she became more and more disgusted with him and didn't want to see him at all. Now that your child with the Queen has been found, I can live my own life. Ling Chansher knelt on the ground. So, please let me and you leave the palace. The Queen rubbed her eyebrows. You get up first, and when Hong Yu's injury is healed, I will let you leave the palace. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ling Chansher bowed his head heavily, his face full of joy. After coming out of Feng Hongyu's room, the group went to the front hall. The Queen thought of the matter of Prince Duan and Yuan Can, and looked at the prince. Your Highness, do you want to take the two back to be punished? Take them back to be punished. Prince Duan was a prince before, so he naturally had to be taken back to be punished. Okay, thank you for what happened today. The Queen looked sincere. If you hadn't gone in time, the consequences would be disastrous. It's not good for Tianqi if Ligua is in chaos. The prince said with a smile, and asked Qianju. In a few days, the imperial palace will take Luor and Empress Xian back to Tianqi. What about you? The Queen looked at Qianju, and couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Her son had no feelings for her. If he had resentment, she could let him vent, and if he hated her, she could bear it. But he didn't have any feelings for her. It was as if she was a stranger, and there was no way to start. Back to Tianqi. Qianju answered as a matter of course, no matter what, I have to let the princes know that Luor has a brother like me. Prince, Jur, you can write to tell me about this. The Queen said softly, if you miss Luor, you can let Luor stay for a few more days. Yes. The Prime Minister, who had been silent for a long time, quickly replied, Your Highness, you must stay. Now only you can inherit the throne. The second princess asked to leave the palace, and the Highness, who was brought back, wanted to run to Tianqi again. The Prime Minister felt a headache. What if the Highness ran away and never came back? Then who would these ministers who saw hope cry to? Your Queen is still young. There's no rush for this. Qianju called him distant, looking like he wouldn't change his mind. He accepted the status, but he wasn't really interested in the throne. The Queen couldn't do anything about him, so she had to say, okay, then let Luor and cousin stay for a few more days. Thank you for your kindness, Queen, but my father missed Luor and concubine Xian, so he asked me to come. If you keep delaying, I'm afraid my father will continue to send people. What the prince didn't know was that the emperor did have this plan. The gourd dolls came to save their grandfather, one after another. But my father was really insidious. He sent my uncle to Chang first, as if he was afraid that I would slip away to Chang again. The prince laughed in his heart. His father really thought so. Then wait until Jiang Shanshu is beheaded and Jur's identity is made public and leave. What do you think, Your Highness? Okay. It was only a few days, and the prince agreed. Why are you leaving? The way to save the third brother has not been found yet. I have another question for Your Highness. The Empress remembered that concubine Xian said that her husband abandoned his wife and daughter, and wondered if the Emperor of Tianqi was not good to concubine Xian, so she made up this lie. Please tell me, Queen. How does the Emperor of your country treat my cousin? The prince was stunned, wondering why the Queen asked this question. My cousin said that her husband abandoned his wife and daughter. I wonder if it's because they are not living well in Tianqi. Concubine Xian, She didn't expect that this matter was not over yet. She wanted to say something but heard the prince say, the Queen misunderstood. My father would abandon anyone, but not Luor and concubine Xian. Father doesn't say how much he loves concubine Xian, but he won't abandon her. After all, concubine Xian is Luor's mother, and the general's sister. It's so funny, my mother lied, and I can't get over it. The Prime Minister was inevitably disappointed when she heard what the prince said. She thought that if it was true, she could keep the little princess and concubine Xian and make them people of their country. Is that so? The queen laughed. I was just worrying too much.